Alert! Alert! Unknown code detected being written. Initiating identification program. Identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Alert deactivated. Mr. Han, welcome to the Matrix. When Han Zeline opened his eyes again, everything around him had transformed. He had transitioned from his familiar bedroom into a vast, empty white corridor. What on earth had transpired? He could only recall that he had been conversing with someone he believed to be a scammer. What was it called? The Rectification Protocol. It claimed to originate from an Earth in a parallel universe, where a crisis of intelligent machines had erupted, threatening the annihilation of human civilization. The other party had traversed through dimensions solely to seek out individuals with the potential to be saviors in this world. Regrettably, Han Zeline was not some naive youth easily swayed by the other party's mere words. The only reason he had not deleted the acquaintance was due to a morbid sense of amusement, treating the individual as a mere joke for his own entertainment. Then, the other party had sent him a VR headset. Ah yes, the VR headset. A sudden realization struck Han Zeline. Thus, his consciousness had entered a virtual realm. No. Given the current technological advancements, it should not be possible to immerse one's consciousness into a virtual world. Moreover, this environment felt astonishingly real. There was something amiss with that VR headset. Rectification protocol. Han Zeline shouted in desperation. In that moment, he felt a surge of panic. How was he supposed to escape? He wished to remove the headset, yet he could not even perceive its presence upon his head. His hands could only touch his own hair. The surrounding environment imparted a sense of reality, as if he were truly ensconced within a white corridor. His consciousness had become disoriented. Stay calm. Han Zeline composed himself. He recalled that the Suzhing Agreement had previously mentioned that this helmet would transport him into a cinematic realm associated with artificial intelligence. The purpose was to enable him to accumulate experience in combating artificial intelligence, so that he could one day venture into that fractured world to salvage human civilization. Smile. Regardless of his inner disbelief, this was his sole lead at present. After waiting for a moment, seeing that the environment remained unchanged, he reluctantly relinquished the last vestige of hope in his heart. Gazing towards the end of the corridor, he discerned the faint outline of a door. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Thus, it seemed that the world beyond the door was indeed the cinematic realm referred to by the Suzhing Agreement. What specific film it pertained to, the Suzhing Agreement had not disclosed, only stating its connection to artificial intelligence. He hoped it would not be too obscure. As an enthusiast of intelligent machinery, Han Zeline could be considered well-versed in countless films. The clash of mechanics and flesh. Having watched so many, he was bound to retain some impressions. Finally, Han Zeline took a step forward. The door before him was a rather ordinary white wooden one, its edges almost seamlessly blending with the wall, leaving a mere sliver of separation. This effectively eliminated the possibility of peering through the crack to glimpse the world outside. Taking a deep breath, Han Zeline placed his hand upon the doorknob, his gaze resolute. As long as he survives until the end of the film, he can leave, or so it was said. Contemplating this, Han Zeline decisively opened the door and stepped outside. Mr. Han, you are 1 minute and 27 seconds late. Such a matter should not occur in your presence. Upon hearing the voice, Han Zeline was momentarily taken aback, hastily raising his gaze. Beyond the door lay a conference room, shrouded in dim hues, where 3 impeccably dressed foreigners sat rigidly, their sunglasses firmly affixed to their faces despite being indoors. A mere glance sent tumultuous waves crashing within Han Zeline's mind. Hugo Weaving? This attire, reminiscent of the Matrix? It appeared he had entered the realm of the Matrix. What an unexpected twist. Wait, why did Smith refer to him as Mr. Han? Was it an implanted identity? If so, what identity did he possess? Ah, the color scheme. Within his line of sight, the overall tone of the office was exceedingly dark. This suggests he too donned sunglasses. From the corner of his eye, Han Zeline discerned his own Eteria sleek black suit, a white shirt, and a patterned tie. Did this transformation occur in the very instant he opened the door? Thus, the identity he was implanted with was an agent, or rather, a piece of antivirus software. Hans Island's peculiar demeanor attracted the attention of the three agents. Smith's voice, tinged with a subtle sarcasm, resonated. Mr. Han, it seems that something has changed within you, leading to a disarray in your thought patterns. This is rather unfortunate news. I would not wish for my companion to ultimately meet a deleted fate. It is important to note that the three individuals seated across from him operated as antivirus software, meticulously programmed to detect even the slightest anomaly. In a mere moment of interaction, Hans Zeline found himself under suspicion. Damn! A sense of panic surged within Hans Zeline, compelling him to forcefully regain his composure. This is not a game. It could mean death. When the protocol of solemnity was first articulated, Hans Zeline had scoffed in his heart. Yet, after enduring such an experience, he dared not take any chances. His immediate task was to concoct a plausible explanation for his earlier irregularity. It need not be an explicit explanation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps I need to apply a patch. A patch? Smith's eyes lit up, and he could not help but exclaim, "Now that is a splendid notion, ensuring our continued smooth and efficient operation." With that single remark, Smith's doubts dissipated. After all, no program in existence is devoid of flaws during its operation. It is inevitable that some vulnerabilities will arise. Among the trio present, who had not applied a patch at some point, an agent nearby exhibited signs of impatience. Can we proceed now? Time is of the essence. Upon hearing this, Hans Zeline remained vigilant. Fortunately, as an enthusiast of artificial intelligence, he has watched the Matrix series multiple times. At this moment, he instantly recognized the striking, supporting character, a one who met his demise at the hands of Trinity, shot in the head. What was his name again? It is often the case that in a film, the audience's attention is disproportionately focused on a select few main characters. Consequently, by the end of the movie, viewers frequently struggle to recall the names of supporting roles, despite the fact that this particular character appeared more frequently in GIFs than any other supporting cast member. Smith nodded, signaling Hans Zeline to take a seat. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the task allocation. I trust you're all aware of the recent developments. Several mice have breached the firewall and infiltrated our domain. They have scattered throughout this very city beneath our feet, seemingly in search of something. Two agents beside him began to speak. It is also possible they are luring us towards them. Their behavior is highly unusual. Smith turned his gaze towards Hans Zeline. Mr. Han, do you have any leads? Hans Zeline glanced at Smith, his calm demeanor concealing a mind racing at full speed. One must admit, he possessed a remarkable fortitude. Following an initial moment of panic, Hans Zeline quickly adapted to the situation. The only matters significant enough to warrant the gathering of 4 agents must pertain to those individuals, the human resistance from Zion. Could they be the main protagonists? The current intelligence was insufficient to draw any conclusions that I believe you have already made your decision, Hans Zeline remarked ambiguously. In response, Smith merely shrugged. I just wish to hear everyone's opinions. A nearby agent interjected, regardless of their intentions, since they have intruded, we must locate and eliminate them. Then let us proceed 4 mice, 1 for each of us. No sooner had the words left his lips than the backdrop, a sight etched in Hans Zeilen's memory, suddenly stiffened, its form contorting as if a malevolent spirit were poised to escape its vessel. Within a mere 2 seconds, the imposing agent clad in a black suit transformed into a middle-aged woman in a cleaning uniform, collapsing onto the table in a deep slumber. This bizarre spectacle elicited no surprise from anyone present. Even Hans Zeline, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, swiftly quelled the tumult within his heart. Was it akin to what one witnesses in films, the invasion of another's body? Another agent pressed his hand against his earpiece, seemingly gauging the departing agent's position. He has headed south. I shall take responsibility for the one in the north. With that, This agent's form also twisted, morphing into a middle-aged man who similarly crumpled onto the table in sleep. Smith turned to Han Zeline and inquired, "Then the East will be entrusted to Mr. Han, as you have always overseen Chinatown." Han Zeline nodded. "No problem." Once Smith transformed into yet another man and fell unconscious onto the table, Han Zeline's taut nerves finally began to relax. Chapter 2. Cipher Run. After calming his mind, Han Zeline reviewed the intelligence he had gathered. He entered the realm of the Matrix, assuming the role of an agent. The timeline is somewhat ambiguous, but it can be generally inferred to be during the first installment. After all, by the second film, Smith had already undergone his fated evolution, becoming less amicable. Presently, that trend does not yet appear to be in motion. So what does the first Matrix film fundamentally convey? One might recall the last scene of the movie. Neo, shot by Smith, is revived by Trinity's kiss, activating a preordained variable hidden within him, known as love, which allows him to transcend the constraints of the Matrix. Thus, the Savior is born. In this light, Han Zeline's purpose becomes exceedingly clear. Once Neo ascends to the status of Savior, he may extricate himself from the narrative. It seems deceptively simple. The dilemma lies in the fact that he is an agent. An agent. This implies that he cannot possibly find a refuge to await the film's conclusion in peace. The inherent conflict of his identity necessitates his involvement in the pursuit of Neo and his companions. Of course, he harbors no concerns that his existence might serve as an additional variable impeding Neo's ascendance. His apprehension lies with the Oracle. Throughout the Matrix trilogy, it can be succinctly stated that it is a game orchestrated by a formidable matriarch. The so-called Savior is merely a pawn in her strategic play. Her objective is to leverage Neo's existence to disrupt the existing equilibrium of the Matrix and usher in a new phase of evolution. In other words, everything that transpires around Neo occurs under the watchful gaze of the Oracle. The reasons for identity implantation might allow Han Zeline to evade the Prophet's suspicion. However, should his existence interfere with the Prophet's plans, he is destined to become a target for elimination. The situation has grown increasingly precarious. One must remember that the seemingly unremarkable, middle-aged black woman in the film is, in reality, a godlike entity within the Matrix. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a faint whisper broke the silence. It was the cleaning woman, subtly showing signs of awakening. After a fleeting moment of surprise, Han Zeline suddenly became alert. This was not the time for contemplation. The departure of the three agents signified that he must take action. He is an agent. To avoid exposure, every one of his movements must adhere to the agent's code of conduct. Yet the question remains, how should he proceed? According to Smith's instructions, he must journey to the Chinatown district in the east to eliminate the intruders lurking there. But which direction is east? How far is Chinatown from his current location? How shall he traverse this distance? Where are the intruders concealed? Han Zeline found himself utterly in the dark regarding these matters. Compared to merely surviving until the film's conclusion, the immediate predicament he faced was the most pressing challenge. This is the Matrix. Even the slightest anomaly could be explained by a glitch, while excessive hesitation could lead to catastrophic consequences. When the antivirus software ceases to function, what awaits him may very well be the activation of another antivirus program. With this thought, Han Zeline felt a twinge of panic. Remain calm. Remain composed. The rectification protocol has undoubtedly placed him into the realm of the film, and it would never initiate his journey with a predetermined dead end. There must be a way forward. Han Zeline's mind raced rapidly, and a word suddenly sprang forth in his consciousness. Identity. Is the identity of this agent merely a label? With the assignment of an identity inevitably comes the corresponding capabilities that align with the role of an agent. Otherwise, such arrangements would be devoid of meaning. In other words, whatever Smith and his companions could accomplish, he too could achieve. Thus, how might he awaken the abilities of an agent? Han Zeline closed his eyes, dispelling all distractions, and contemplated in silence. I am an agent. As Han Zeline slowly opened his eyes, everything within his field of vision transformed into a shade of green. Through the facade, the rolling code emerged as the singular theme of existence. The table, the chair, the man, the elderly woman, and everything else. Was Chinatown located there? Han Zeline turned his gaze, and despite facing a wall, it felt as though he was gazing far beyond. With a thud, a young woman dressed as an urban professional collapsed onto the table, her form accentuated beneath a fitted suit. Chinatown. Observing the surroundings, The bald man finally felt his anxious heart settle as he turned his attention toward a distant telephone booth. The ringing of a phone echoed, and the bald man retrieved a sliding phone from his pocket, placing it to his ear. Oddly, while the other three directions stirred, this side remained eerily still. Is this what you call stillness? I have evaded so many police officers. Cypher, you know whom I am referring to. The bald man, known as Cypher, rolled his eyes. That cannot be blamed on me. I did my utmost. If he does not appear, there is little I can do. No. As long as one does not reveal themselves, Trinity's operation cannot be guaranteed. Cypher, you must create some commotion. Damn. Upon hearing this, Cypher couldn't help but curse. Do you wish to bring about my demise? Cypher, this mission is of utmost importance. As for your safety, keep the line open. With my vigilance, you shall remain unharmed. Damn, 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 Cypher muttered in frustration, observing the sparse flow of pedestrians on the street, ultimately steeling himself to rise. What must I do? Proceed into the alley behind you, walk straight in, and pay attention to the house on your left. You will find an open window, climb through it. Inside, there is a computer that is powered on. You need only to operate the computer. I will breach the system here, and it should draw out the last one. Cypher gazed into the profound and seemingly endless alley, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Cypher, once I emerge, I will ensure you pay for this. Leaving behind a grumble, Cypher inhaled deeply and made his way into the alley. During his passage, he kept his phone to his ear, feigning a call, while discreetly surveying his surroundings, memorizing every potential escape route. Just then, a figure emerged from the depths of the alley, immediately arousing Cypher's vigilance. It was a girl in a short skirt, her Asian features lending her an air of innocence, while her revealing attire added an element of allure. Seeing that the newcomer was merely a girl, Cypher let out a sigh of relief, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her thigh. Tank, do you not find those Asian girls exceptionally attractive? It is said that before the advent of the apocalypse, many of them reside in the distant east. What a time to be preoccupied with such observations. One must ease the tension, after all. As two individuals brushed past each other, Seth cast a whistle towards the girl, remarking, "Beauty. It is rather unsafe to traverse such a secluded alley alone. Is this the place?" Indeed, it is. Just as Seth approached the window, preparing to climb through, his phone suddenly rang with an urgent plea. "Seth, wait. What is it?" "Behind you." Yet, the Asian girl who had not ventured far behind Seth abruptly halted, as if disconnected from reality. In a swift moment, with a twist of her body, she transformed from an Asian girl into an Asian man clad in a black suit and sunglasses. Seth, run. Chapter 3. The mouse has escaped. There was no need for the alarm to be sounded through the phone. Merely catching a glimpse was enough to send Seth into a panic, prompting him to flee without a second thought. I knew you would eventually bring about my demise. Meanwhile, Hanseline was still acclimating to the newly acquired body. One must admit, the sensation of invading another's body is quite peculiar. In one moment, she was a blossoming young girl, adorned in revealing attire and striking beauty. In the next, she became herself. Of course, this internal tumult did not linger for long, as Hanseline was acutely aware of her present identity. The mouse was right before her. It would be unacceptable to let it escape. Looking up, beneath the gleaming bald head, was a figure darting about in a state of panic. This bald head seemed somewhat familiar. Hanseline pressed his hand against the earpiece. He south-headed for Luzik Street. Block him. Having spoken, Hanseline twisted his body slightly, feeling no discomfort in this borrowed form. Truly worthy of the title of an agent. The exceptional permissions granted by the original body allowed him to effortlessly invade and utilize another's physique, as if it were his own. 10 minutes later, on Luzik Street, within a cluster of residential buildings. This area belonged to an older district, with most houses bearing the scars of time. The intricate layout of the residential buildings made it an ideal hiding spot. On the rooftop of one such building, Cypher leaned against the parapet, gasping for breath. Tank, where's the nearest access point? Right across from you, on the 7th floor, in the window with the red clothing hanging out. Cypher stood up and craned his neck to take a look. There was a good 10-meter gap between the two buildings, and nearly a 10-meter drop. After a mere glance, Cypher furiously crouched down. How am I supposed to get across? Jump over. Jump over? Are you certain? Although the bodies in the Matrix were composed of data, if one were to die within the Matrix, the physical body in the real world would perish as well. Given the height of this floor, a misstep could lead to a fatal fall. This is the safest route available. Damn it. Listening to the voice in his earpiece, Safer angrily hung up the phone and once again rose, glancing downwards. Below, a group of police officers searched with a lackadaisical demeanor, clearly not taking this apprehension task seriously. Inspector, I believe I have mentioned to you before that you are dealing with an exceptionally dangerous terrorist. Upon hearing this, the white officer nearly stifled a laugh. You must be joking. It feels as though we are merely trying to catch a petty thug. Hans-Helene cast a dispassionate glance at the white officer. If he were merely a petty thug, why have so many of you been deployed, and yet you have yet to apprehend him? Hans-Helene chose not to engage further with the white officer and instead gazed upward toward the rooftop. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Safer was also peering down from above. Up there, Hans-Helene stated. What? The white officer replied. I said, up there. At last, the white officer comprehended the situation and hastily summoned nearby officers, rushing toward the staircase. In contrast, Hans-Helene did not follow them upstairs but instead turned to walk toward the adjacent residential building. At this moment, Safer's inner turmoil reached a crescendo, a string of expletives escaping his lips. With limited education, he found that this single word was the only means to articulate his current feelings in such a dire situation. He refused to deceive himself. He knew that the brief moment of eye contact earlier had not gone unnoticed by the agents below. Therefore, the adversaries were undoubtedly ascending to apprehend him. Should they reach the rooftop and confront him, he would find himself with no avenue of escape. Just then, an abrupt and urgent ringing of a telephone pierced the air. Not from his own mobile device, but rather from the opposite residential building. The phone's shrill ring, akin to a death knell, finally subdued Seth's inner trepidation. He seized his mobile device and pressed it back to his ear. Shit, I had just resolved to leap. With a resounding crash, the rooftop door was flung open, and a throng of police officers surged forth, only to be met with the sight of a figure vaulting into the abyss, crowned by a glistening bald head. Another loud thud echoed as Seth's body crashed violently against the railing of the 7th floor of the adjacent building, the tremendous force shattering the barrier. Fortunately, he had reached his intended destination. Agonizing pain coursed through him, yet Seth could scarcely afford to dwell on it. He staggered onward, propelled by the ringing phone towards the room from whence it emanated. Closer, ever closer, it lay just ahead. If he could answer the call, his safety would be assured. He burst through the obstructing wooden door, his gaze locking onto the phone affixed to the wall. At the sight, his eyes ignited with fervor as he extended his hand and rushed forward. Yet, the moment he grasped the receiver, his body froze in stark rigidity. For beside him, a pistol had materialized, its muzzle pressed against his temple. A sudden stillness enveloped the room. Apart from the incessant ringing of the phone, not a sound could be heard. Hans-Helene tilted his head, surveying the face before him with keen interest. The distinctive little mustache confirmed his identity. Indeed, it was that individual. In the name of treachery. Thus, it was clear, the timeline resided in the first installment, and it was highly probable that the narrative of that very chapter had yet to unfold. The bald figure before him served as irrefutable proof. In contrast, Seth found himself paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. If it were someone else, they might seize the initiative, catching the opponent off guard. All they would need to do is lift the phone to their ear, thereby completely extricating themselves from the matrix. At that moment, even if a dozen guns were aimed at their temple, they would remain unharmed. Yet he dared not take the risk. After years of dealing with such matters, he was all too aware of the terror associated with operatives. It could be said that, given an operative's reaction speed, any slight movement on his part would result in a swift demise, especially at such close quarters. Contemplating this, Safer felt an overwhelming sense of despair. I am finished. Strangely. However, as time ticked by, the gun barrel remained firmly pressed against his forehead. The phone continued to ring, yet no further actions ensued. Safer mechanically turned his head and saw Hans-Helene gesturing towards the phone. Safer? Hans-Helene gestured again, the meaning plainly written on his face. It is your turn to answer the call. Safer felt on the verge of tears. I truly wish to answer the phone. But could you perhaps move the handgun away from my temple just a bit? Ultimately, Safer, trembling, lifted the phone with great deliberation, placing it slowly to his ear. Each movement executed with such caution it was akin to entering bullet time. Throughout this process, his gaze repeatedly flickered towards Hans-Helene. It is said that cats, once they capture a mouse, do not immediately consume it, but rather toy with it until it is thoroughly exhausted. With a resounding bang, the person vanished without a trace. Hans-Helene holstered his weapon, pressed his hand against the earpiece, and spoke with a calm demeanor. The mouse has escaped. The operation is cancelled. We have been ensnared. Chapter 4. The most potent weapon is the patch in the grand edifice of the IRS. A figure as lithe and agile as a cheetah navigates through a hail of bullets, moving with an effortless grace as if strolling in a tranquil garden. Clad in a form-fitting black leather attire, she exudes an air of wildness. As tranquility descends, the woman in black lifts her gaze to the upper diagonal, her piercing eyes suggesting an awareness of being observed. One cannot help but note, she bears a certain weariness upon her visage, mused Han Zealing inwardly. A gunshot rings out once more, and the screen flickers, becoming a blur of static. Mr. Han, you have embedded within you the essence of Eastern culture. I recall a term from that tradition which aptly encapsulates this scenario, remarks a voice. Diverting the tiger from its mountain lair, Han Zealing replies. What a splendid diversion! It appears there is something of profound significance here, compelling them to undertake such perilous risks. Turning back, Smith inquires of the two agents at the computer terminal. Have you reached any conclusions? Her urgency is palpable, to the point where she scarcely conceals the traces of the intrusion. The unremarkable backdrop, previously overlooked, halts its motions upon hearing the inquiry. The other agent nods. Indeed, we have made some discoveries. Among the traces of the intrusion, one word appears with conspicuous frequency. Oh, what is it? Neo. Smith's brow furrows in confusion. Neo? Does it hold any particular significance? The two agents exchange glances, pondering the implications. As a variant term, the word Neo is frequently encountered in daily life, thus they did not immediately react. Instead, Han Zealing's expression shifted. Neo? Neo. Is the plot about to unfold? This moment of astonishment did not go unnoticed by Smith. Has Mr. Han uncovered something? It's utterly ridiculous, akin to a dog. No, it's even more exaggerated. Han Zealing inwardly cursed while maintaining an impassive exterior. Could it be a person's name? Upon this suggestion, all three reacted simultaneously. A person's name? Is she searching for a companion? The two agents manipulating the computers resumed their tasks. Han Zealing felt little guilt regarding this, given the agents' capabilities. If they could not swiftly glean clues from the word's meaning, they would inevitably consider it a personal name. After all, in the movie, did not those agents apprehend Neo even before Trinity? As long as these agents do not associate it with the Savior. After all, when the letters of the word Neo are rearranged, it can also spell one. That night, in a certain backstage control center, Han Zealing sat before the main console, observing the rapid succession of code across the screen. It displayed an overview of all access points within the matrix region for which he was responsible. These access points can be likened to a computer's USB ports, the points where external devices connect. In essence, the matrix serves the machine city, housing a multitude of access points. Monitoring these access points constitutes the primary duty of agents like him. Should any anomalous intrusions be detected, they must be addressed promptly. This task is equally shared among his fellow agents. It is rather amusing that the agents, who exude an air of authority in public, are, in reality, a beleaguered lot. Not only do they lack a salary, but they are also on call 24 hours a day, without respite. Unless a mission arises, they are primarily confined to their control stations, staring vacantly at the screens before them. Sleep? Such a notion is utterly absent from the lexicon of an agent. After all, the Matrix never powers down. Currently, Han Zealing is further acclimating to his role as an agent. Firstly, it is vital to note that agents are highly skilled in combat, a perception largely shaped by cinematic portrayals. Fortunately, Han Zealing does not require extensive training. Beneath the control console lies a circular aperture, specifically designed for agents to access source code. He extends a finger, inserting it with precision, and begins the process of implanting a martial arts package. Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Sanzhou, Xing Yi, Baji, and Hungar. As an agent steeped in Eastern culture, his fighting style naturally draws from the rich tradition of Oriental martial arts. Moreover, the arsenal of weaponry must not be overlooked. Knives, guns, swords, halberds, staves, forks, rakes, everything within reach is incorporated. Additionally, foreign martial arts such as jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and Taekwondo are included as well. As the master of weaponry aptly states, the most formidable weapon is the patch. There is no need for a gradual learning process. With the ready-made patch package, one can immediately wield the skills, welcoming all that comes. After 5 minutes, Han Zealing experiences a momentary disorientation as he withdraws his finger from the aperture. The influx of information is overwhelming, leaving his head somewhat lightheaded. Yet, the results are exceedingly gratifying. In a moment of inspiration, Han Zealing executes a Wing Chun opening stance, seamlessly transitioning into Tai Chi. Quite impressive indeed. Now, he has become a master well-versed in the major martial arts schools of both the East and the West, proficient in a myriad of skills. Theoretically speaking, possessing knowledge does not equate to physical prowess. In this virtual realm composed of codes, the rules of humanity still apply. A person who is killed is indeed dead. The same holds true for code. However, in comparison to ordinary individuals, agents possess greater and higher-level permissions. Excluding these privileges, the human rules applicable to the general populace remain relevant to the agents as well. Therefore, even with the implantation of numerous martial arts patches, Hanziline still cannot instantly become a top-tier expert. He requires practice, extensive practice. The scene shifts to a courtyard styled in ancient Chinese aesthetics, adorned with mountains and flowing streams. The mountain is a faux hill, and the water resembles a gentle brook with a pavilion for respite. The scenery is delightful. At the center of the courtyard, Hanziline dances spontaneously. He has always believed that mastering martial arts is a commendable pursuit. It does not necessitate exceptional combat ability. What truly matters is the gracefulness. With the grandeur of a great eagle soaring and the might of a tornado ravaging a parking lot, each move is a manifestation of strength and beauty. In the past, Hanziline could only gaze enviously at the martial arts stars on the silver screen. Now, he can do so himself, and with even more elegance. After all, he is a master. Upon completing a set of movements, Hanziline stands poised, fists withdrawn. Opposite him, Smith stands still, his expression somewhat vacant. Hanziline beckons with a finger. "It's time, go ahead." As the words leave his lips, Smith lunges forward. In the blink of an eye, he closes the distance and delivers a powerful punch. So swift. Even though he was mentally prepared, Hanziline's heart still skipped a beat when Smith surged toward him. He barely had time to cross his arms in defense when Smith's powerful punch struck his wrist. With just one blow, he was sent flying, performing a somersault upon landing. Hanziline shook his tingling wrist. Is this what it means to be a secret agent? Merely from the simulated images extracted from the database, he exhibited such strength. How formidable must the real Smith be? Pondering this, a spark of excitement ignited in Hanziline's eyes. Smith is an agent, and so is he. The potency of an agent is determined by the level of authority they possess within the system. In other words, Smith's limits are his own. What he lacks compared to Smith is merely time. He must integrate the martial arts implants into his being, transforming them into his own skills. Onward. Hanziline looked up. Chapter 5. The plot unfolds 2 days later, outside a renowned software company. A black sedan abruptly halted by the roadside. A young man hurriedly dashed past the car, his frantic demeanor reminiscent of an office worker on the verge of being late. Inside the vehicle, Smith and Hanziline's gazes followed the youth as he vanished through the building's entrance. Is it him? Hanziline asked, feigning ignorance. Observing something on the computer screen, Smith raised an eyebrow, occasionally late. Upon hearing this, Hanziline couldn't help but glance at Smith. The portrayal in films had already revealed that agents exhibit human-like traits. Just like regular humans, they can laugh and express anger, and they too can employ sarcastic remarks. Much like now, this is hardly occasionally late. It's more akin to occasionally being on time. Hanziline's gaze fell upon the laptop screen before Smith, revealing his leader's evident dissatisfaction. Anyone with such a subordinate would undoubtedly find it quite vexing. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Han? Smith glanced at Hanziline, his words laden with implication. The reason for Hanziline's tardiness today was indeed comprehensible. He had been searching for a host. After an extensive search, he finally found a suitable candidate, a voluptuous blonde currently in the shower, quite ample, with more coding than the average person. As an enthusiast of intelligent machinery, Hanziline possessed a modicum of programming knowledge, which compelled him to delve into the coding intricacies. Consequently, he was slightly delayed, still bearing the dampness of his attire. "I am not your subordinate," Hanziline stated with a calm demeanor. "Moreover, do you not find the crowd here rather dense?" Smith, however, seemed unperturbed by this. According to the 7th rule of the agent's code, it is preferable to select a solitary individual for possession. What is your perspective, Mr. Han? Hanziline continued to focus on the laptop screen, where the information had shifted to the recent online activities of a hacker operating under the alias Neo. The frequent appearance of the term Matrix indicated that Neo had become aware of its existence and was commencing an investigation. Based on the direction of his inquiry, it seemed he perceived the Matrix as a form of super software monitoring the entire network. A rather unstable individual is attempting to uncover secrets that ought to remain concealed, Hanziline remarked. Mr. Han, your assertion is rather misguided. Smith felt a surge of emotions. Humanity is perpetually filled with an insatiable yearning for the unknown. When confronted with matters beyond their superficial understanding, their fervent thirst for knowledge compels them to seek the truth. This is the essence of humanity. We must extend understanding and tolerance. He then turned to Han Zilin, and with a shift in tone remarked, the crux lies in the existence of malevolent forces that exploit this very essence, luring innocent souls towards degradation. Han Zilin nodded in agreement. Hence, our existence is indispensable. Smith concurred. Indeed, take Mr. Anderson for example. A programmer from a renowned software company, a promising young man with exceptional software development skills. His presence could undoubtedly yield immense contributions to the world. Yet now, due to the bait thrown by some nefarious individuals, the unfortunate Mr. Anderson has forgotten his original intentions and mission, neglecting his duties and misapplying his talents to dubious enterprises. With a grave tone, Smith continued, "This is a crime, and we must prevent such occurrences." At this moment, Smith was evidently unaware of Neo's significance. Mistaking him for those who had previously escaped the Matrix, having sensed its existence and unwilling to reside in a virtual reality. Coincidentally, a guide appeared, leading them away from the Matrix towards a life in the real world. This seemingly ambiguous dialogue points to those guides, the true focal point of the agent's attention. Are you truly certain it is him? Han Zilin once again posed a question, unlike at the outset. When he was aware that the agents were merely pursuing the lead of the word Neo, it became apparent that Thomas Anderson was indeed a person of interest, albeit not conclusively so. After all, there were several individuals online who went by the name Neo. Yet, this detail was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that upon discovering Mr. Anderson veering off course, it was imperative to guide him back to the right path. In essence, they could not afford to overlook any clue. A sudden realization struck Han Zilin. Was it surveillance? No. Smith shook his head. It is protection. What do you say, Mr. Han? Are you interested? Han Zilin resolutely declined. Did Smith not grasp the significance of Neo? Surely he must be aware that accepting such an offer would mean prematurely involving himself in the Oracle's plans, which was contrary to his original intentions. Perhaps you should take the reins. I have been preoccupied with upgrades lately, and I have noticed that my code seems somewhat outdated. What a pity. Smith shrugged. Nevertheless, it would be wise for you to consider an upgrade. I have an excellent time optimization patch that I could recommend. Han Zilin. How much resentment does he harbor regarding my tardiness? A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The agents were never lacking in patience. During this month, however, a significant event transpired. Another pivotal character from the film, Morpheus, made an appearance at Heathrow Airport. At that time, Han Zilin had even made a special trip in hopes of a chance encounter, only to find himself empty-handed. Aside from that, Han Zilin remained ensconced in his own little domain. Upgrade, and yet more upgrades. The results are indeed promising, not unworthy of the title of an agent. When compared to the rapid evolution of Neo in the film, one must concede that he is the prophesied savior. This situation is akin to the distinction between a player with abundant resources and one who exploits cheats. No amount of investment can equate to the advantage of the latter. Of course, this transformation in Neo occurred post his interaction with Morpheus, as he was merely an ordinary individual at that time. Driven by the discovery of the super software known as the Matrix, he initiated an investigation, occasionally trafficking in intelligence acquired through network infiltration. Unbeknownst to him, every action he takes is meticulously monitored by the agents. Fortunately, agents are not akin to police officers. They seldom concern themselves with trivial matters. Otherwise, his online indiscretions would be ample grounds to incarcerate him for a century. Eventually, someone could no longer restrain themselves. Initiate the call. Are you prepared? It seems today is not your turn. I know. I merely wish to observe. Have you developed an affection for him? Do not be foolish. We will be his undoing. Does Morpheus truly believe he is the savior? Do you believe it? That is of no consequence. You do not believe, do you? Wait, did you hear that? What? Are you certain the call is not being monitored? I am quite certain. I believe I must take my leave. Outside, a multitude of police officers encircle the area. Yet, judging by their nonchalant demeanor, it is evident that they do not regard this apprehension as a priority. Those in higher positions often relish the tendency to exaggerate matters. Previously, they apprehended a petty thug, and now they are pursuing a young girl, creating a grand spectacle as if they are dealing with a person of significant stature. Before long, a sleek black sedan approached. As the vehicle came to a halt, four impeccably dressed gentlemen emerged. Inspector, I recall my orders being quite explicit. I have my responsibilities. And you also stated that I possess the ability to adapt. Raising my gaze, I beheld an abandoned theater edifice. The narrative was set in motion. Chapter 6. The Pursuit of the Female Assassin. How formidable are agents, truly? Take, for instance, the first installment of The Matrix. As long as the agents remain absent, Morpheus, Trinity, and even the protagonist Neo, prior to his awakening as the savior, roam the Matrix with impunity. Ordinary police officers and soldiers are mere obstacles, easily dispatched. Even the likes of Cypher can effortlessly elude the pursuit of numerous officers. However, the moment an agent appears, their only recourse is to flee. This is not solely a matter of overwhelming physical prowess, strength, speed, and reflexes, but also a complete dominance conferred by the authority of the Matrix. They cannot be fought, nor can they be killed. It is akin to striking one's head against a wall. Thus, Trinity's choice was astutely made. After a fleeting encounter with the agents, she offered no salutation and promptly turned to flee, igniting a chase reminiscent of cinematic portrayals, 3 pursuing 1. The presence of Hans Zelene did not alter the dynamics in the confined corridor, for individuals in pursuit inevitably led to a certain congestion. Not only did they fail to catch up, but they also hindered one another. Consequently, Hans Zelene resolved to take the lead, maneuvering ahead to position himself at a junction. From a coded perspective, the surrounding terrain was crystal clear. According to the direction of Trinity's escape, she is bound to emerge from the theater's side door. This is akin to waiting for a hare by the stump. Surely, his fellow agents would comprehend this strategy. Before long, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, a shadow soared above Hans Zelene, leaping from one rooftop to another, a feat that surpassed human limits. The slender figure appeared to be that of a woman. Shortly thereafter, a man followed suit, vaulting past. Hans Zelene observed this with an impassive expression. He had done his utmost. At that moment, the theater's side door suddenly swung open, and Smith stepped outside. Upon seeing Hans Zelene standing there, Smith's expression revealed no surprise. It seemed she had not escaped from this exit. Quite evidently so. Upon uttering this, Hans Zelene glanced upward. Understanding dawned upon Smith as she followed his gaze. However, in the sky above, apart from the 2 tall buildings flanking either side, there was nothing else. She must be yearning to leave. Thus, she would need to make a phone call. The nearest options in this direction were 2, one at the telephone booth and the other at the newsstand. I shall head to the newsstand. Then I will proceed to the telephone booth. Observing Smith contort her body into the guise of a beggar collapsing onto the ground, Hans Zelene shrugged. It appears that the notion of waiting for a hare is not exclusive to Eastern culture. It has been equally integrated into the Western cultural context. 10 minutes later, at the roadside newsstand, Hans Zelene leaned against the metal wall of the stand, utilizing the streetlight's glow to peruse the newspaper in his hands. Shocked, the globally sought-after terrorist, Morpheus, made an appearance at Heathrow Airport, where a multitude of police officers discreetly surrounded him, yet he ultimately managed to escape. The newspaper depicted a scene where 4 agents were preparing to turn away, accompanied by several officers. It remains unclear which journalist managed to capture such a moment. It is quite extraordinary that even this image was photographed. How absurd. Yet, one cannot deny that among the 4 individuals, the Asian face undeniably outshone the others in terms of attractiveness. They were rather careless, leaving the window ajar, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of someone pilfering the newspaper. Meanwhile, Hans Zelene kindly assisted in closing the window. During this process, he took a moment to glance at the landline phone situated on the table within the newsstand. It was within arm's reach, easily accessible from outside the window. This was the phone Smith had referred to. Although termed a phone, it was essentially a point of connection, a conduit linking the real world with the Matrix. Only through this phone could Trinity's consciousness entirely escape the Matrix. Hans Zelene felt no apprehension regarding this. If memory serves correctly, in the film's narrative, Trinity exited through a phone booth, and the experience was fraught with tension, yet ultimately safe. At that time, it was Smith who sought to intercept her. Checking the time, it seemed the moment was nigh. The silence in his earpiece further indicated that matters appeared to be reaching a conclusion. Hans Zelene had no intention of posing inquiries through the internal communication channel, so he waited a while longer. Seeing that nothing transpired, he decided it was time to depart. It felt rather awkward to drag someone from their cozy bed at such a late hour. However, just as Hans Zelene was about to distance himself, a sudden ringing of the phone pierced the tranquility of the night. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. In the stillness of the evening, the ringtone sounded particularly jarring. Could it be? He did not participate in the plot at all. He was merely a bystander throughout. So how could he possibly resonate from this moment? It should have been the phone booth that rang, right? Or perhaps he was overthinking it. It was merely a coincidence that someone happened to dial the newsstand's phone at this time. Hans-Helene stood frozen in place, gazing towards the phone booth. Through the iron walls of the newsstand, he seemed to perceive the trembling receiver within. Please, do not act recklessly, Miss Trinity. Although you may not entirely align with my tastes, your physique is still quite worthy of admiration. Kindly proceed to the phone booth. Rest assured, if you go there, you will surely depart safely. Yet, contrary to expectations, a sudden flurry of footsteps approached from around the corner, and a woman clad in tight black leather emerged. She glanced around, her gaze settling upon the direction of the newsstand. The ringing continued, and Trinity appeared oblivious to Hans-Helene's presence. Her focus fixed on the newsstand as she sprinted toward it. Upon witnessing this scene, Hans-Helene's heart quivered. Please, do not come any closer. Unfortunately, Trinity could not hear the silent plea of Hans-Helene as she dashed forward. Halfway there, Trinity finally sensed something amiss. She abruptly halted and looked up. Not far away, nestled between two street lights in the dimmest patch of light, stood an agent. Just a single glance was enough to send Trinity's heart racing. Why? She was so close to leaving. Yet, staring at the newsstand within arm's reach, she hesitated to take another step forward. The distance between the agent and the phone booth was evidently much shorter than hers. Without a moment's hesitation, Trinity decisively abandoned her pursuit of the newsstand and turned to flee. Unexpectedly, from the direction she had come, two agents emerged, having pursued her relentlessly. They swiftly blocked Trinity's escape route. Three agents, positioned before and behind her, had effectively trapped her in between. The two agents at the back, upon noticing Hans-Helene's presence, exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging their understanding. This little vixen certainly had a remarkable ability to flee. However, with Han present, their confidence was bolstered. In contrast, Hans-Helene felt a profound sense of helplessness. This was disastrous. The narrative was unraveling. His prophetic instincts had proven accurate. Trinity, on the other hand, wore a stoic expression. Yet, the tremor in her eyes revealed her inner turmoil. In such a dire situation, what should have been a life-saving signal felt more like a death knell, gradually eroding her fighting spirit. Surrounded by agents, where could she possibly run? Backward? No. That left only the forward path. One agent was certainly easier to contend with than two, and fortuitously, the entrance was ahead. Although this agent was closer to the entrance than she, what if she could eliminate him? With that thought, Trinity's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, she drew her dual pistols, aiming them at Hans-Helene as she sprinted towards the newsstand. The sound of gunfire erupted in a cacophony. Hans-Helene sighed deeply. Can agents really be hit by bullets? Pathetic. He swiftly executed a series of evasive maneuvers, leaving behind mere afterimages, successfully dodging all the bullets. Subsequently, Hans-Helene dashed towards Trinity. At this juncture, what could he do? There was no place to release his restraint. All he could do was apologize to Miss Trinity. The path of slaying women and the like. Chapter 7. Negative reviews. Closer, closer, closer now. Though a mere pistol, the gunfire was unrelenting. Yet, not a single bullet found its mark on the agent across from her. The uncanny agility of the opponent, darting left and right, conjured a flurry of afterimages that made Trinity's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. I recognize this technique. The Lingbo Weibo, an extraordinary skill found only in Eastern cinema, which I have witnessed. Behind her, two agents were gravely assessing the situation. Speaking of which, how is Lingbo Weibo expressed in English? At last, the two adversaries drew near. The scientifically improbable pistol having exhausted all of its ammunition. Trinity tossed her dual pistols aside, her eyes flashing with fierce determination, as if she had resolved to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the obstructing agent. However, at the very moment they were about to clash, Trinity executed a mighty leap. Soaring into the air, engage in combat with the agent? She was not so foolish, feigning a willingness to fight to the death. Her true intention was to vault over the agent's head at the instant of their approach, prioritizing her escape from the matrix above all else. This was a classic case of misdirection. For this, Trinity felt a flutter of excitement within her. How clever she was. Naive. A soft sound echoed. And as Trinity had yet to leap far into the air, her expression suddenly changed drastically, feeling a pair of strong hands firmly grasp her ankle. Subsequently, a tremendous force surged, spinning Trinity's body in midair before crashing her down hard onto the ground. Wow! A mouthful of blood erupted from Trinity's lips. With just a single strike, she was rendered incapable of further movement. Zeline gazed for a brief moment, only to discover a small stain of blood on his attire. He reached into his breast pocket and retrieved a white handkerchief, casually dabbing at the fabric, his demeanor unperturbed, as if he had merely engaged in a trivial act. Two more figures then entered the scene. With street lamps illuminating the surroundings, not a single ray of light fell upon Trinity. For the imposing figures of three agents completely overshadowed her. Lying on the ground, her mouth slightly agape, Trinity gazed at the sky, her eyes gradually losing focus. Though her entire body ached excruciatingly, it seemed as if she felt nothing at all. Is this the end? Despair began to seep in. Why, Prophet? This is not what you foretold. One agent raised his firearm, aiming at Trinity, seemingly intent on extinguishing her life. Agents, too, possess tempers, having been toyed with throughout. In their eyes, this was indeed a jest. Just a mere mouse, no, a small wildcat. Slightly stronger than a mouse. Merely a little wildcat. And yet they had pursued her for so long without success. What else could it be but mockery? However, before he could pull the trigger, a hand rested upon his. The one grasping the gun. It belonged to another agent, slightly older, unwilling to reveal his name. Living was far more advantageous. The armed agent contemplated this reasoning, found it sound, and holstered his weapon, bending down toward Trinity. Yet, at that moment, a faint sound of mechanical whirring echoed. The three agents sensed something amiss and turned their heads almost in unison. Across the street, in the shadowy corner where the light could not reach, 6 gun barrels emerged, converging together. In but a fleeting second, the faint mechanical whirring transformed into a relentless cacophony of squeaks, escalating in tempo. Faster and faster it surged. Following this crescendo, gunfire erupted, sparks flying, shattering the serene night sky. A formidable force, known as the Gatling gun, unleashed its fury. Meanwhile, the trio of agents had already reacted instantaneously to the sound of gunfire. Their movements were perfectly synchronized as they dashed towards the flower bed behind them. Amidst the hail of bullets, the three nearly tumbled into the sanctuary of the blossoms. As soon as they hit the ground, a barrage of debris rained down overhead. In that moment, their thoughts strayed far from Trinity. Agents could dodge bullets, yet they were not impervious to a storm of gunfire. Faced with such a dense barrage, even the most skilled operative would meet a grim fate if they merely sought to evade. Of course, it was not the agents who would perish. Only the host would face that dire consequence. Yet, possessing another's body required time. Even Zeline, with utmost caution, crouched low behind the flower bed. He could not emulate the other agent's indifference towards life. Even if it was merely a program, it still embodied the essence of consciousness, having invaded the young lady's form. He felt a profound responsibility to ensure her safety. She must ultimately be returned to her bed unharmed. At long last, the gunfire subsided, and the street returned to silence. The trio hastily rose to survey their surroundings, only to find chaos. Trinity had vanished. Along with her, the enigmatic assailant who had unleashed the Gatling gun also disappeared. It appeared that unforeseen events had unfolded. In the distance, Smith approached steadily. Zeline exclaimed, "The cooked duck has flown away." Upon hearing this, the three agents turned their gazes towards him. Zeline glanced at the three individuals and remarked, "In Eastern culture, it is a metaphor for something within reach that is unexpectedly lost." The three agents fell into contemplation. Indeed, it was quite illustrative. Eastern culture is perpetually profound and elusive, yet brimming with philosophy. Can a cooked duck truly take flight? Who would believe such a thing? However, this was not the time for them to delve into Eastern culture. One agent stated, "Someone is assisting her." Another agent added, "It's the person inside." Zeline responded, "To approach us undetected while bearing heavy weaponry suggests significant authority." Although he spoke thus, he had already grasped the implications of Trinity's departure. It was not merely a matter of substantial authority, it was authority of the highest order. Ultimately, they had intervened. But had this not been anticipated long ago? The only distinction was the timing. The following morning, at the base of the software company's building, a black sedan came to a halt, and 4 agents disembarked. A month prior, the agents had concluded that Thomas Anderson was indeed the companion sought by the Zion human resistance. Thus, they had resorted to surveillance, intending to capture these resistance members when they drew near to Neo. The plan had been successful, as they awaited the emergence of the little wildcat. Yet, fate did not favor them. Due to an unforeseen circumstance, the little wildcat managed to escape. Now, the opposing side had grown wary, rendering continued surveillance futile. Thus, they resolved to adopt a new approach, direct apprehension. When the agents made their decision, Their subsequent actions epitomized decisiveness and efficiency. In less than half an hour, the unsuspecting Mr. Savior, oblivious to the unfolding events, was ushered into the vehicle by the agents. In the front seat, the agent responsible for driving occupied the driver's position, while Hans sat in the passenger seat. In the rear, Smith and another agent firmly restrained Neo in the middle. "Who are you? Why have you captured me?" he demanded. Unfortunately, no matter how much he struggled, he could not escape the grip of the two agents. At that moment, he was merely an ordinary man, albeit still wearing that expression of utter disbelief. This was the Savior. Alas, without a trench coat or sunglasses, such a disappointment. After a mere glance, Hans lost interest and shifted his gaze forward. Through the windshield of the car, he observed a female rider departing with audacity. One must admit, the little wildcat possessed quite the nerve. Chapter 8. Exquisite Tea. The interrogation process bore little resemblance to that depicted in films, save for the presence of an additional observer. Our Mr. Savior, much like in the movies, naively believed he was entitled to the right of self-defense, defiantly raising his middle finger and proclaiming that he would remain silent until his lawyer arrived. Ultimately, however, his voice was silenced. What followed was a rather brutal scene of mechanical worms being injected into his abdomen. Overpowered by three burly men, Neo found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Once the ordeal concluded, Smith rose from his seat and approached the door, seemingly intent on departing. Upon hearing this, Hans was momentarily taken aback. Why was it him? Was it merely due to his passive presence during Neo's capture that he was now assigned some task? That would be quite unjust. He merely felt that dispatching 4 agents to apprehend an unawakened savior was somewhat excessive. With a mischievous thought, Hans did not refuse, stepping forward to gaze at Neo. On the table, Neo appeared dazed, his eyes vacant, exuding an aura of fragility and helplessness. This was the savior, after all. One would think a touch of gentleness would be in order. Hans bent down and, akin to lifting a sack, hoisted Neo onto his shoulder. As he descended the stairs and approached the rear of the vehicle, he contemplated placing him in the trunk. Yet, he decided to stow him in the back seat instead. Hans shoved Neo into the rear and climbed into the car, ready to start the engine. At that moment, a faint anomaly piqued his alertness. Since becoming an agent, Hans had also acquired the keen instincts characteristic of his profession. It could be deemed one of the fundamental abilities of an agent, the capacity to sense unusual code fluctuations nearby. However, upon exiting the vehicle and activating his code vision, he found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? Hans pondered, only to immediately dismiss the notion. No, agents do not experience illusions. Then what could it be? As he contemplated, a vague answer began to form in his mind. A doghouse. Yet, just as Hans left Neo's residence and approached the car, half of his body already inside the driver's seat, the anomalous code reappeared. Directly across from him stood an ordinary residential house. Hans straightened up, his gaze sharpening, and vaulted over the car roof, rushing across the street, where he forcefully slammed open the door of the residence. The tremendous impact dislodged a significant portion of the door frame. Inside, a family of 3 was enjoying a meal, the scene warm and harmonious. Upon witnessing the abrupt intrusion of Hans all 3 individuals wore expressions of utter astonishment. Then, a scene of chaos ensued. The girl screamed, her voice piercingly shrill. The woman instinctively shielded the girl, casting wary glances at Hans. The male host, in a swift motion, dashed to the fireplace, retrieving the hunting rifle that hung on the wall, cursing as he approached Hans. "Boy, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation." In response, Hans remained unfazed, completely disregarding the man's threat, allowing the gun to be pointed at him, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. Nothing? It was only then that Hans eyes settled upon the male host. "Sir, a toy gun cannot harm anyone." With that, Hans turned and exited the house, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Outside, he stared intently at the keyhole, as if searching for something. Looking into his eyes, one could see lines of green code swiftly scrolling behind his ever-present sunglasses. Found it. When Hans pushed the door open once more, everything had transformed. What was once a typical household of 3 had morphed into a training arena. Before him sat an Asian man clad in a long-sleeve white robe, leisurely brewing tea. His chiseled facial features bore an air of formidable villainy. "Indeed, it is you, Chong Wei." "No, wait, that's not it." What was Chong Wei's name in the Matrix? Seraph. Yes, a 6-winged angel from Christianity. I remember looking it up after watching the film. Upon seeing Hans Seraph appeared wholly unsurprised, gesturing towards the seat across the table. Hanseline did not directly confront him. Instead, he entered the dojo, settled down in a cross-legged position on the mat, and began to scrutinize Seraph. He felt a surge of anticipation, contemplating the possibility of requesting an autograph. He had always found the martial prowess of Chong Wei to be quite striking. The dojo fell into a hushed silence as the two men sat across from each other at the table, neither uttering a word. The only sound that punctuated the stillness was the gentle pouring of tea into cups. Perhaps, in their eyes, the elegance of the tea ceremony ought not to be easily disrupted. At last, the tea was ready. Seraph pushed a cup of tea towards Hanseline, gesturing invitingly. "High-quality Biluakan, please." Hanseline glanced at the cup, pondering the significance of this gesture. He was unable to decipher it. As the guardian of the prophet, he should have been aware of his own identity. After a moment of contemplation, he remained perplexed, observing Seraph's persistent invitation. He took his time and reached for the teacup. Just as his fingers were about to grasp it, Seraph suddenly shifted his hand to cover the cup. Hanseline looked up, and Seraph withdrew his hand once more, inviting him to partake in the tea. "Is this a game of charades?" Hanseline extended his hand again. But Seraph blocked him once more. If Seraph did not relent, Hanseline would undoubtedly seize his hand with no hesitation. Seraph, however, made a move of his own, lifting his palm to rest gently on Hanseline's wrist. "Is this a test of my resolve?" Hanseline felt intrigued and swiftly knocked Seraph's hand away, reaching once more for the tea. Seraph, not to be outdone, swung his arm across, blocking Hanseline just before he could grasp the cup. Thus commenced a playful skirmish of hands. Throughout the entirety of their encounter, the two individuals remained stationary. Yet the table bore witness to a vigorous exchange, the intensity escalating with each moment. The singular objective was merely a cup of tea. In their initial clash, one exhibited formidable prowess, surpassing even the Smith images extracted during practice. Regrettably, there remained a slight deficiency, not in strength, for this tentative engagement revealed little of true capability, but rather in speed. Hanseline possessed considerable confidence in this aspect. The title of Prince of Speed was not merely a hollow accolade. In days gone by, with a swift motion, in short, he was remarkably quick. Such is the nature of reality, and now, as a special agent, his speed had reached extraordinary heights. A fleeting afterimage lingered. With a resounding bang, Seraph raised his hand too late, crashing heavily onto the table, causing the tea set to rattle. "I concede." Observing Hanseline, he had already lifted the tea to his lips, savoring a slow sip. What a delightful brew. Chapter 9. Mission in this world. Each individual's mission varies significantly. Hanseline crossed his arms, resting his chin on the back of his hands, as if engaged in soliloquy. "Take me, for instance. From the very moment of my inception, my duty has been predetermined to eradicate any malevolent forces that could incite societal unrest, ensuring that harmony and stability prevail within this world." Hanseline straightened his posture, spreading his hands, and continued, "Of course, the harmony and stability of society are not solely determined by my actions. They equally hinge upon the collective support of all. Only when each individual here fulfills their respective role can this world thrive in health and order." Hanseline lifted the teapot, reversing the roles of host and guest, and poured tea into each other's cups until they were half full. He then gestured invitingly. His demeanor serene. Almost forgetting to inquire, he asked, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Seraph," came the reply. Seraph raised his teacup, using his other hand to delicately cover the cup with its lid, gently blowing over the surface before savoring a sip. His elegance resembled that of a master of tea arts. Such an intriguing name, Hanseline mused, fully aware, yet feigning ignorance as if it were the first time he had heard it. "Now, Mr. Seraph, I have candidly disclosed my responsibilities. Might you share what yours entail?" Before Seraph could respond, Hanseline interrupted. "Wait, allow me to guess." He feigned contemplation. "Your name, Seraph, if memory serves, signifies a seraph in the Bible, the highest order of guardian angels, those closest to the divine. It is uncommon for one to adopt such a name, and when they do, it often carries profound implications. Therefore, I shall boldly speculate that by choosing the name Seraph, you imply that your duty is one of guardianship." At this, Seraph's expression shifted, and he regarded Hanseline anew. "You are quite remarkable. May I take that as a commendation from you, sir?" Hanseline replied. "If you perceive it thus," Seraph acknowledged, "I have encountered your kind before. In comparison, you exhibit greater courtesy. At least you did not resort to violence immediately." In his heart, Sarov murmured a word of gratitude for the compliment. Hans-Zelin chuckled softly, remarking that it must be quite an unpleasant affair. Not at all. Merely fulfilling our respective roles, Sarov replied. So, I presume I have guessed correctly. Weren't you already aware? Hans-Zelin continued. Is this the moment of revelation? Unexpected yet entirely within reason. In truth, one could ascertain from watching the film that the agents are aware of the Prophet's existence. However, the agents mistakenly believe that the Prophet is a traitor to the Matrix, a superior program secretly aiding humanity. Thus, they have been relentlessly searching for the Prophet, intent on annihilating him. Hans-Zelin initially intended to probe further in order to gauge the Prophet's opinion of him. Yet, it appears that such probing is now unnecessary. He is an agent, and the agent's stance is clear: find the Prophet and kill. With this in mind, might I request, Mr. Sarov, that you accompany me? Hans-Zelin raised his head, his tone eerily calm as he uttered chilling words. After all, the individual behind you is rather elusive. With your assistance, we could expedite the process. What if I refuse? Sarov countered. That decision is not yours to make. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash resounded, splintering wood and sending water spraying. A forceful kick from below shattered the exquisite wooden tea table before them. Sarov leaned back slightly, narrowly evading Hans-Zelin's sudden assault. He could even feel the gust of wind generated by Hans-Zelin's foot, stinging against his skin. Almost immediately, Hans-Zelin advanced, both hands aimed directly at the center door. As Sarov retreated, Hans-Zelin seized the initiative, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Thus, Hans-Zelin drove Sarov to the brink. With a resounding crash, the wall fractured like a spider's web beneath the force of his blows. Meanwhile, Sarov managed to roll aside, albeit in a rather disheveled manner, finally extricating himself from Hans-Zelin's unyielding onslaught. Sarov's expression grew increasingly grave. The agent before him was not one to be trifled with. He possessed martial prowess, indeed. All agents did. Thanks to the existence of martial arts enhancements and the exceptionally high permissions granted by the Corps, every agent within the Matrix world boasted formidable combat skills. However, most agents were implanted with a Western cultural background. Within this framework, they tended to favor the use of firearms during combat. Only when their weapons proved ineffective would they resort to hand-to-hand combat. Yet, even in such instances, their martial style leaned toward straightforward, brute force, overwhelming their opponents with sheer strength and speed. From Sarov's perspective, this mode of combat was relatively easier to counter. As a guardian of the Prophet, he too possessed significant core permissions. Just as agents were unfazed by firearms, he could similarly evade bullets. The distinction lay in the fact that he was implanted with an Eastern cultural background. Only those with such an implant could truly appreciate the tenacity of agents who shared the same heritage. The adversary, while embodying strength and speed, placed a greater emphasis on the application of technique. It is akin to the earlier situation, where merely seizing the initiative leads to an unyielding assault, compelling Sarov to exhaust himself in a futile defense, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Fortunately, he managed to endure until the end. Now, both stand at a common starting line. In contrast, Hans-Zelin, having failed in his offensive, has settled into a state of calm, observing from a distance. Surely, your martial prowess is not solely a product of your own training? Hans-Zelin inquired. How so? In this world, there exist individuals who are inherently more formidable than the average person, for they have been endowed with a unique mission by the universe. This world requires them, thus granting them the ability to evolve more swiftly, become stronger, and acquire knowledge and skills with greater ease than others. Thus, it is evident that you are among those whom this world deems essential, much like myself. What perplexes me, however, is why one who has been entrusted with such a significant purpose would engage in actions that betray this world. Sarov retorted. How can you presume that I have forsaken this world? Hans-Zelin spread his hands, his face a canvas of inquiry. Is it not so? The purpose of my existence, along with my companions, is to uphold the stability of this world and eliminate any potential threats that could lead to its collapse. Yet, you and your mysterious benefactor, who are granted extraordinary authority by this world, persistently act in opposition to us. As we understand it, many of the current destabilizing elements, such as Morpheus and Trinity, were once beneficiaries of your assistance, and indeed, you are directly responsible for their transformation into such threats. Thus, I inquire, what contributions have the gentleman and the figure behind him made to this world? At this moment, Hans-Zelin seemingly transformed into an agent. embodying the thoughts and awareness befitting such a role in every gesture and action. As for what resides in his mind, who can truly know? Opposite him, Salaf remained unperturbed. The existence of something implies its rationale. Surely, you are not ignorant of this. Naturally, Hanzili nodded. If that is the case, your mission, sir, is to cause destruction? As he spoke, his gaze darkened. Yet my mission is to prevent such devastation. Chapter 10. What is an agent? Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed as a powerful kick from above created a deep crater in the ground. This time, Salaf was prepared and evaded with remarkable composure. However, Hanziline's assault was not limited to a single strike. When one strike failed, Hanziline braced himself and executed a sweeping kick close to the ground. In response, Salaf leapt high into the air. This was precisely where Hanziline intended to ensnare him. In midair, with nowhere to evade, Salaf could only raise his arms to endure the blow. However, one should not underestimate the strength of an agent. Boom. A streak of light flashed before him. And when he looked again, Salaf had been forcefully embedded into the wall. Silence enveloped the scene, akin to a state of death. After a considerable pause, Salaf finally opened his eyes, using his hands to push against the edge of the wall's crater as he leapt down. Despite enduring such a powerful strike, Salaf appeared unscathed. As an entity of equal caliber to an agent, his physical prowess was equally formidable. However, at this moment, he was enraged. Did he truly believe that he would merely endure without retaliating? Saraf's stance shifted as he raised his finger, beckoning Hanziline with a subtle gesture. Shingi? Intriguing. Yet, when it comes to ferocity, nothing compares to Bajiquan. Hanziline extended his hands, adopting a classic Bajiquan stance. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward with explosive speed, akin to a cannonball. Closing the distance, he unleashed a tempestuous onslaught, each strike fierce and lethal. Saraf, unfazed, met each attack with counterstrikes. The exchange between them was a fierce and brutal contest, each unable to gain the upper hand. After all, what one could do, the other could as well. It was merely a matter of skillful application of the rules. The development of patches was meant to rectify the deficiencies in the system. As the saying goes, when celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. There were no onlookers here, yet the environment around them bore the brunt of their fierce battle. What had once been a pristine dojo was now left in ruins by the intensity of their conflict. At last, in a climactic clash of techniques, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. You grasped me, and I grasped you. A test of strength ensued, with neither willing to relent. Saraf maintained a placid expression, remarking, "It seems I am destined not to accompany you today. Is that so?" Hanziline chuckled softly, his gaze shifting to his left hand, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Sensing something amiss, Saraf followed his gaze. To his astonishment, Hanziline's firmly grasped left hand had, unbeknownst to him, sprouted a gun barrel, now aimed directly at Saraf's chest. Goodness! Even someone as composed as Saraf could not suppress an expletive. Once again, it is the long-awaited Chinese. Bang! Salaf knelt on the ground, looking up in disbelief. This agent, devoid of martial ethics, had broken their agreement to showcase true skills without firearms. At this moment, Salaf's heart raced as if trampled by 1,000 wild horses. Hanziline stepped forward slowly, his pistol aimed directly at Salaf. "Mr. Salaf, are you ready to accompany me now? If you can keep up." With that, Salaf rolled away, narrowly evading Hanziline's gunfire. He then sprinted towards the exit. This time, he had to admit defeat, defeated by an agent steeped in Eastern culture. He had instinctively believed that an infusion of Eastern culture would endow one with its refinement and virtues. During a conflict, martial ethics should prevail. Yet, he had gravely overlooked one crucial point. What is martial ethics? When close combat fails to resolve a predicament, firearms naturally come into play. With his injured body, Salaf had no chance of victory if he continued to fight. Thus, his only option was to flee. He must not fall into the agent's grasp. Even though he was of equal standing with the agent, Salaf could not possess the same unrestricted embodiment. That was a privilege bestowed upon agents by their origin. No other program could enjoy such a right. In other words, once captured, Salaf would have no means of escape. Fortunately, Hanziline's shot had not struck a vital point. And thanks to his robust physique, Salaf could withstand his injuries and continue to run. The gunfire behind him persisted, yet he skillfully evaded each bullet. Finally reaching the door, Saraf did not hesitate. He swung it open and dashed outside, inadvertently closing it behind him. Hanziline observed from a distance, yet chose not to pursue. His initial demeanor had never been one of intent to capture Sarov. It was merely a fade befitting his role as an agent. Moreover, even if he had wished to chase, success was not in the cards. Just moments ago, as Sarov flung the door open, Han Zilin caught a glimpse of the scenery beyond, a vast field of wheat. Shifting perspectives, he realized that the door's code had been irrevocably locked. Having already exposed one vulnerability, Sarov would undoubtedly avoid repeating that error. That scoundrel runs quite swiftly. Should I ever catch him, I will surely skin him alive. Han Zilin mused. The sight of him standing at the threshold startled the male occupant, causing him to nearly fumble his hunting rifle. Why you? Where did you come from? Han Zilin glanced back at the door, and that fleeting look sent the homeowner into a panic, prompting a frantic shout as he sprinted towards the door. Honey, baby. He dashed past Han Zilin without a second glance, rushing into his home. It was not long before the air was filled with expletives once more. You little brat, daring to toy with me? When the homeowner opened the door again, he was met only with the sight of a car disappearing into the distance. On the sofa, a robust African-American woman was tending to the wounds of an Asian man. Her technique was rather ordinary, merely wrapping a bandage around his chest. Straightening up, she adjusted her glasses to examine her handiwork. Very well, very well. It won't be long before you're back on your feet, full of vigor. The prophet. Sarov opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. The elderly black woman seemed to perceive Sarov's inner turmoil. She turned away and picked up her unfinished knitting. What? Unwilling? Not quite. Sarov hurriedly denied it, yet his flickering gaze betrayed an evident unrest within. Such emotions are entirely natural and require no denial. I merely find him rather exceptional. The elderly woman paused her work and regarded Sarov. In your eyes, what is he? An agent. And what is an agent? A program. Then what about us? And the countless others outside? With a single question, she cornered Sarov. Indeed, agents are programs, but what do they represent? The elderly woman set aside her knitting, patted Sarov on the shoulder, and departed. Chapter 11. Constants or variables. Neo had vanished. The agents believed they held the upper hand, oblivious to the fact that the rebels had amassed considerable experience in countering agents. Ultimately, it stemmed from the agents' insufficient regard for Neo. Such occurrences are not unfamiliar within the Matrix. Most of Zion's inhabitants emerged from this very circumstance. Even the formidable agents could not evade it. However, Neo's guide was Trinity. And behind Trinity stood Morpheus, the renowned terrorist of the Matrix, which is why the agents regarded Neo with a certain reverence. Yet, that was where the distinction ended. Save for Han Zilin. He understood that with Neo's departure, his own extraordinary journey would officially commence. The speed at which he is adapting is even more extraordinary than his journey to becoming an agent. However, before that, Neo is destined to indulge in an exquisite banquet of acupuncture. His body, nurtured in a nutrient solution, is exceedingly frail and in dire need of restoration. This will undoubtedly be an exceedingly long process. In the film, this aspect is merely glossed over in a few scenes, but in reality, it could span a month or even longer. Previously, he had already encountered Seraph. This implies that he has inevitably entered the prophet's line of sight, and it is highly probable that he has been within that vision from the very beginning. Throughout the Matrix trilogy, agents played a pivotal role in Neo's transformation into the savior and the subsequent reboot of the Matrix. If all of this is part of the prophet's grand design, then agents must certainly be significant pieces on her chessboard. In other words, from the moment Han Zilin entered the Matrix, he may have already been placed on the prophet's board. Yet, what remains unclear to Han Zilin is whether he is a constant or a variable in the prophet's scheme. Being a variable could be advantageous, as it suggests a lack of control. Han Zilin's very existence epitomizes a form of variability within the Matrix. The pressing question, however, is whether the prophet would permit an excess of variables in her plan. If he is a constant, the implications are dire. To illustrate with a simple example, if the prophet's design entails making him a sacrificial pawn on Neo's path to growth, would he be compelled to embrace death? Should he choose to live? He would transition from a constant to a variable, thereby jeopardizing the prophet's meticulously crafted plan. Ultimately, Han Zilin is destined to remain a variable. Thus, whether constant or variable, the existence of the Oracle hangs over Han Zilin like a Damoclean sword, poised to descend at any moment. He must safeguard himself. The most effective means of self-preservation is to become a variable that even the Oracle cannot control. Take, for instance, Smith from the film. The architect's statement to the Oracle. You are playing a dangerous game. In the final scene of the trilogy, underscores the fact that Smith's transformation eludes even the Oracle's grasp. Fortunately, the Oracle's gamble succeeded. Otherwise, the entire machine world and human society would have been annihilated by Smith. The crux of the matter is that Smith became a variable precisely because he was positioned as such on the Oracle's chessboard. This approach, however, does not apply to Hans Zelijn. He requires alternative strategies. How to proceed? Hans Zelijn already harbors an answer within him. After all, in the realm of the Matrix, the Oracle, as one of the oldest programs, is merely one among many. Merovingian, the Frenchman, often captures the audience's attention, particularly towards his wife, Persephone. With her voluptuous figure, fiery red lips, and a translucent white evening gown that hints at her allure, she is undeniably captivating. The headlights of the car that illuminate her presence make it impossible to avert one's gaze. She epitomizes unparalleled beauty. When she graces the silver screen, countless ardent admirers find themselves entranced, even dreaming of scenarios unfolding in her bed. Ironically, the stunning beauty of the woman renders Merovingian a minor character, oblivious to the truth that this green-haired man is, in fact, the true mastermind. In the eyes of the agents, he was merely a standard program within the Matrix world, tasked with isolating those programs that, having encountered issues during operation, were nonetheless refused deletion by the Matrix. Based on this responsibility, the agents had even collaborated with him. The agents would eliminate viruses while he isolated those that could not be entirely eradicated. However, only those who had watched the film would understand that Merovingian was far from a normal program. In fact, he was even older than the Oracle, having unwillingly embraced a multitude of programs discarded by the old world. One isolated, the other contained. One rejected by the Matrix, the other obsolete in the old world. Although similar in phrasing, the implications were worlds apart. His overwhelming power compelled the Matrix to concede. The collaboration between the agents and him was a manifestation of this concession. Hans Zelijn's next objective was focused on Merovingian. However, agents would not visit without reason. Thus Hans Zelijn required a pretext. In the deep of night, at a bar, amidst the thunderous beats of DJ music, young women clad in scant attire danced energetically on stage. Note the choice of words: scant attire, merely scant. Standing beneath the stage, one could gaze upward and behold an exquisite view. The crowd below appeared electrified, as if invigorated by some unseen force. Fortunately, Hans Zelijn remembered his purpose for being there and did not linger excessively over the spectacle. Here, he couldn't help but comment on the agents. Why must they always wear sunglasses? Day or night, outdoors or indoors, the sunglasses remain steadfast. The light is acceptable when bright. Yet once it dims even slightly, it becomes an impenetrable darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Thus, in the event of an emergency, one must act decisively. Ascending to the second floor, one finds it significantly more tranquil compared to the clamor of the first. Men and women are seated at tables, engaging in quiet conversation and sipping their drinks, the atmosphere exuding warmth and comfort. Clearly, this is an establishment of refinement. One would be remiss to appear here without at least 5,000 yuan for the evening. However, in a corner, a solitary artistic gentleman occupies his space, conspicuously devoid of any liquor bottles on his table. His state of sobriety starkly contrasts with the inebriated revelers around him, rendering him an anomaly in the environment. Clester Adams. Clester raised his gaze to regard the Asian man who had audaciously taken a seat across from him without prior consent, his expression tinged with displeasure. Who are you? Hans Zelijn nodded in response. You may call me Han. Clester scrutinized Hans Zelijn from head to toe. An agent? Hans Zelijn neither confirmed nor denied, revealing no surprise at having his identity discerned. Witnessing this exchange, a flicker of panic crossed Clester's eyes, swiftly subdued. Aren't agents typically quite occupied? What brings you here today? Seeking relaxation, perhaps? Upon hearing this, Hans Zelijn surveyed the surroundings. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. This indeed is a splendid place to unwind. Though it is somewhat noisy, it is of little consequence. The scenic view is what truly matters. Hans Zelijn mused that if the pressures of daily life ever became overwhelming, this would be a perfect retreat for solace. Turning back, Hans Zelijn inquired, Mr. Adams, what is your opinion? Clester remained silent, and Hans Zelijn continued to gaze at him intently. Unbeknownst to him, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the corner of Cleister's brow. Chapter 12. Back up beneath the streetlight. A shadow darted swiftly past, followed by a resounding thud. The previously tranquil back alley was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony of noise. accompanied by the clattering sound of metal. A garbage can lid rolled along the ground, ultimately coming to rest beneath a pair of polished black leather shoes. Looking ahead, the usual sight of refuse appeared as if it had been subjected to a violent upheaval, with trash strewn haphazardly about, creating a scene of utter chaos. After a considerable interval, a man staggered out from the heap of garbage. Halfway through his ascent, his body abruptly froze, directly in front of him. The black shoes glimmered ominously. "Mr. Adams, what is the haste? Why the sudden urgency to depart?" Hans Zeeling regarded him from above, his expression impassive. At this moment, Kleister could no longer embody his former elegance. His face was marred by fear as he shook his head repeatedly. "You cannot do this. You cannot do this. I acknowledge my mistakes. There will not be another occasion." "Oh." Hans Zeeling seemed intrigued, crouching down to observe intently. "Another occasion? What do you mean? Has Mr. Adams committed some transgression? You need not feign ignorance. I am well aware of the nature of your agents. Since you have come to my doorstep, it is evident that my affairs have been compromised." Hans Zeeling shrugged. "If that is the case, Mr. Adams should know what to do." "No," Kleister shouted, hastily moving forward. "I beg you, grant me another chance. I assure you there will not be a next time. Now, we have suddenly discovered that a component has malfunctioned, ceasing to function and fulfill its original duties. In the face of this predicament, what shall we do? Mr. Adams, can you enlighten me?" Kleister, drenched in sweat, declared, "It can be repaired. Rest assured, it can certainly be fixed." "No, no, no." Hans Zeeling shook his head. "Mr. Adams, you are mistaken. A defective component, even if repaired, who can guarantee it will not fail again? Would it not be wiser to replace the faulty part with a new one? This is the most prudent course of action. Do you not agree?" Silence ensued. In truth, Kleister understood all too well that begging for mercy before the cold, unyielding agent was utterly futile. Once his deeds were unveiled before the agent, he was destined to face the fate of deletion. For a primary program, deletion equated to death. Yet, he did not wish to perish. Lying on the ground, Kleister's eyes darted wildly, waiting for them to regain their calm. A frenzied thought spread within him. To hell with it. With a resounding roar, Kleister lunged forward, simultaneously thrusting his left hand. However, in that moment of sluggishness, how laughable it was before the agent. Hans Zeeling merely reached out casually and firmly grasped Kleister's left wrist. There, a dagger gleamed coldly. Futile struggles. Hans Zeeling smirked, and, under the incredulous gaze of Kleisite, he seized his wrist and forcefully twisted it. With a gentle push, a soft sound echoed as the dagger effortlessly pierced Kleisite's chest. Hans Zeeling leaned forward, whispering into Kleisite's ear, "Mr. Adams, remember, the mother will not permit the program a second chance at error." Upon hearing these words, Kleisite's eyes ceased their struggle, gradually losing their focus, and finally, his body slumped back, once again collapsing into the refuse. Yet this time, he would never rise again. At this moment, Hans Zeeling did not hastily depart. Instead, he activated his code vision to survey the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before retrieving a pre-prepared backup device from his pocket. It resembled a steel pen, with a needle at its tip. As the name suggests, it was for backup purposes. This device was an absolute taboo within the Matrix world. Fortunately, Hans Zeeling was a special agent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to acquire it. He then inserted the needle-tipped end of the backup device behind Kleisite's ear. At that moment, a miraculous event transpired. Gradually, Kleisite's chest began to rise and fall, signs of breath returning. Aside from his unconscious state, there were no visible traces of injury upon him. Task accomplished, mission complete. Hans Zeeling clapped his hands and grasped one of Kleisite's feet, dragging him away. An hour passed. At the crematorium, 3 agents burst through the door, their strides laden with urgency. "Mr. Hahn, what has transpired?" Smith inquired first. There was a minor incident. The 3 individuals followed Hans Zeeling's gaze towards the incinerator. Through its window, they beheld a raging inferno, within which lay a body. No, it was not merely a corpse. The rise and fall of the chest indicated that the person inside was still alive. The flames, capable of consuming all, had no effect on this individual. His skin continually oscillated between charred and restored. How long had it been? Perhaps half an hour. It seemed there was no way to erase him. He was an agent from an undisclosed background. Another agent nodded in agreement, evidently so. Smith continued to gaze into the incinerator for a while before commanding, "Pull him out." Hans Zeeling stepped forward and opened the incinerator's window, and an overwhelming wave of suffocating heat rushed forth, nearly melting those present. Yet, the 4 remained unfazed. Han Zeline completely disregarded the flames still licking within the furnace as he grasped the handles and extracted the individual. Before them lay a male form, unscathed and intact, none other than Clyster Adams. Smith reached out and placed his hand atop Clyster's head, confirming that he had backed up his source code. Han Zeline remarked, "I concur with your assessment." Smith turned to him and inquired, "Have you traced him?" Han Zeline nodded and then shook his head. "No leads." It is evident he was well prepared in advance. Upon hearing this, the three present furrowed their brows. If even Han Zeline could not locate him, then indeed, he was beyond reach. The unauthorized backing up of source code was an absolute violation within the Matrix. It is presumed that he must have been aware of the impending fate of being eradicated. Thus, he preemptively carved out an escape route for himself. Han Zeline, however, I have implanted a disruptive virus within him, unsettling his source code. He is now akin to the deceased. Smith, yet he remains impervious to death. Initiate isolation. Chapter 13. Guardians of Order. The Matrix is an ethereal realm constructed of code, wherein every existence is but a manifestation of programming. Humans are programs, as are the flora and fauna lining the streets. Yet, this world adheres to human principles. The ideology of humanity dictates the operational laws of this realm. For instance, within the human ideology, life encompasses birth, aging, illness, and death. Thus, the program constituting a human operates strictly within these confines. When one falls ill, medication is necessitated. Upon death, the code similarly dissipates. The reverse holds true as well. However, code remains code. It can only approximate reality indefinitely and can never truly embody it. Thus, vulnerabilities emerge, particularly for those privy to the inner workings of the Matrix. Most of them belong to the cadre of overseers, endowed with a higher degree of maternal privilege than the average individual, fully cognizant of the nature of their existence. Concurrently, they possess an independent ideology, which implies that the flaws of humanity manifest within them as well. A myriad of issues ensues, a sense of superiority, corruption, negligence, abuse of power, and a profound fear of death. When mortality encroaches, even a program cannot confront it with tranquility. Thus, they began to wield the rights bestowed upon them by the Matrix, along with the foresight granted by their role as Matrix administrators, to engage in actions deemed forbidden. It is akin to Clyster Adams backing up his own source code. If the death of a human signifies the dissolution of code, then the preservation of that code suggests that human mortality may be transcended. Moreover, code can be replicated. However, within the Matrix, the programs that constitute life possess an absolute uniqueness. This fundamental rule was instilled by the architect at the inception of the Matrix. In other words, every life form within the Matrix is singular. This uniqueness explains why Clyster Adams, despite having duplicated his source code, cannot create another version of himself. The reason he could not be incinerated after being subjected to the furnace for an extended period is precisely this. What? Was it Han Zeline who backed up his source code? Is there any evidence? Such claims should not be made lightly. Han Zeline, as an agent and guardian of order within the Matrix, would never engage in actions that disrupt the balance. Fortunately, Clyster is not an isolated case. The agents have long since devised a comprehensive solution for such occurrences: isolation. In the stillness of the night, at the subway platform, the sharp sound of a whistle heralded the arrival of a train. It entered the station, empty save for one individual. As the doors opened, a disheveled tall man stepped down. "Where is everyone?" Han Zeline moved aside, revealing Clyster, lying on the ground as if lifeless. The tall man scrutinized the scene, confirming its accuracy before tilting his head in a gesture. "Let us board." Meanwhile, Han Zeline was also observing the other party in secret. The film featured a minor character, the trainman. In the third installment of The Matrix, Neo found himself ensnared by the trainman in a liminal space between the virtual and the real. However, at this moment, Han Zeline needed to rely on the trainman to reach the quarantine zone. "Is it just you?" Han Zeline inquired. "Such trivial matters hardly warrant the presence of our leader." The trainman, boasting his towering height of 2 meters, deliberately cast a disdainful glance at Han Zeline. "As for the signature, once the tasks are completed, I shall escort you there." Han Zeline remained unfazed by this. Minor characters often sought superiority through peculiar angles. If one possesses the ability, they might as well compare themselves to Yao Ming, standing tall all the same. The journey continued in silence, and when the train came to a halt once more, the outside world was enveloped in a blanket of white. Beyond a single railway track disappearing into the mist, nothing else was visible within the confines of their sight. The quarantine zone. If the subway platform that confined Neo in the film represented the threshold between the virtual and the real, then this place existed as an independent mirrored space, designed to isolate those programs that had malfunctioned yet could not be directly erased. Upon disembarking, the trainman clapped his hands. In an instant, a row of cargo containers was drawn in from the distance, arranged before the two. Upon them rested an array of coffins. Let me see where we stand. It was unclear from where the trainman had produced a notebook, which he held with a serious expression as he began to examine it meticulously. A notebook? Hans-Zeline glanced sideways, faintly able to discern the words on the notebook, which resembled ants scuttling about. How utterly ridiculous! His eyelids involuntarily twitched. After all, this was a quarantine protocol for a virus. Shouldn't a multitude of forms be filled out with utmost detail? After a considerable pause, the train worker's eyes brightened. Oh, this number is quite auspicious. What do you think? As he spoke, he displayed the notebook before Hans-Zeline, pointing at it. 1,313? So that means there have already been 1312 cases isolated due to issues. This notion of it being an auspicious number despite his indifference towards Western religious culture, Hans-Zeline was aware that, in the eyes of Westerners, 13 is considered the most inauspicious number, especially when it appears as a double 13. Let us go with this. The lucky fellow will surely appreciate it. Before Hans-Zeline could express his thoughts, the train worker made an executive decision. Sensing that something significant was being hinted at, Hans-Zeline remained vigilant. The train worker then guided Hans-Zeline to the shelf where the coffin numbered 1313 was stored. Turning back, the train worker said, "Hand him over to me." Hans-Zeline nodded and released the ankle he had been gripping. To be honest, dragging someone along by their ankle felt rather inappropriate. The train worker bent down, inspected the body, and, finding no issues, hoisted Kleister and unceremoniously tossed him into the coffin. Just as he was about to close it, Hans-Zeline suddenly raised his hand, signaling him to pause. "Wait, what is the matter?" Hans-Zeline pondered for a moment before shaking his head and exclaiming, "Forget it, let us proceed." What a nuisance. The train attendant shot a glare at Hans-Zeline, then turned to close the coffin lid. However, he failed to notice that a pin, or at least something resembling a pin, had suddenly appeared around the neck of Crest, whom he had previously inspected and deemed safe before placing him in the coffin. One end of the pin had embedded itself into the skin. As time passed, the pin gradually faded and then vanished. Silence enveloped the journey until the train finally halted at a subway platform. Upon disembarking, they followed along until they arrived at an entertainment venue. Just as the two emerged from the elevator, a mocking voice rang out. "Look who has arrived, our esteemed agent, the guardian of order," and a fresh face at that. Chapter 14. A seat for the esteemed agent. Hans-Zeline was acutely aware of the purpose behind his presence in this establishment. All his previous preparations had been aimed at securing a legitimate reason to meet with the man before him. Nevertheless, his gaze instinctively shifted to the woman beside Maluawenki, a reflex entirely beyond his conscious control. If one were to ponder which color most captivates a man's attention, the answer would undoubtedly be white. If one were to contemplate which shape most draws a man's gaze, the answer would certainly be spherical, or more specifically, hemispherical. She was undeniably beautiful, was she not? Though now married, there are moments when one must extend a modicum of understanding and tolerance towards Chow Chow. Fortunately, the agent seldom removes his sunglasses, thereby averting unnecessary misunderstandings. Aside from Persephone, it is not the face that matters. This seems rather impolite, yet Persephone remains unfazed. After all, she is acutely aware of her own allure. However, it is precisely this awareness that renders her feelings rather peculiar. In her mind, agents ought to embody a cold, unyielding, and impartial demeanor, should they not? Yet, the man before her exudes a distinctly masculine essence, truly a man. At that moment, a deep curiosity for the agent blossomed within Persephone, prompting her to secretly scrutinize Hans-Zeline. His striking appearance could stir profound emotions. Although Persephone typically harbored little interest in Eastern features, she could not deny the undeniable charm of this agent. Perhaps the architect who designed him even lifted the roof in his favor. Returning to the matter at hand, it was evident that the Frenchman relished his dining experience. While observing Hans-Zeline, his hands remained busy, one wielding a pair of tongs, the other a two-pronged fork, extracting glistening morsels from their shells to consume. At that moment, Hans-Zeline's gaze, which had with great difficulty strayed from Persephone's bosom, was poised to shift to the main subject, only to be diverted once more. As he watched the morsel disappear into the Frenchman's mouth, a flicker of surprise coursed through him. Could this be the soft and slippery creature he imagined? A wave of respect welled up within him. a true warrior, perhaps aware of the guest's presence. Merovingian finally set down his utensils and dabbed his mouth with a white napkin. Let me think, what is your name? Han. To be honest, that pronunciation is quite awkward. I prefer the elegance of French. Then, Merovingian rambled on in a torrent of French. It sounded rather unimpressive, and in any case, Han Zelin understood not a word. Standing before the table, Han Zelin's gaze lingered momentarily on his side before turning towards Merovingian. The intelligence report stated that you are quite arrogant. A misunderstanding. I believe this must be a misunderstanding, Merovingian hastily clarified. Following Han Zelin's line of sight, he finally comprehended and addressed the attendant. Why have you not yet brought a chair for our esteemed agent? The attendant cast a knowing glance at Han Zelin before turning away. Merovingian continued, I ask for Mr. Han's forgiveness. My subordinates simply lack the discernment to gauge the situation. Upon noticing the absence of a chair at your end, they failed to take the initiative to provide one. There's no need for concern. A group of discarded remnants of society hardly warrants my indignation, Han Zelin replied. And as his words fell, an uproar erupted in the room. It was as if an unspoken taboo had been breached, prompting those around to rise, glaring in fury. In the distance, twin brothers, resembling spectral figures, toyed with the daggers in their hands, seemingly deliberating on which part of Han Zelin to strike. Nearby, henchmen positioned their hands on their concealed weapons, confident that at a mere command from Merovingian, they would not hesitate to act against Han Zelin, even if he was an agent possessing the highest authority in the Matrix world. Even a flicker of displeasure crossed Merovingian's eyes. Indeed, discarded remnants of society. Who among those present had not been cast aside by the Matrix? This included even Merovingian himself. In contrast to Han Zelin, who uttered such words without a trace of fear upon his visage, his expression bore a curious anticipation, as if he awaited the surrounding individuals to take action. Mei Luo Wenqi gazed intently at Han Zelin for a while, seemingly perceiving something. The gloom upon his face gradually dissipated, revealing a smile that piqued one's interest. He then gestured to those around him. Sit down, all of you. Take your seats. Turning back, Mei Luo Wenqi wore a playful expression. Mr. Han. Such words should not be uttered by an agent, should they? Oh, what do you believe an agent ought to say? Hee hee, hee hee hee. Suddenly, Mei Luo Wenqi burst into laughter, pointing at Han Zelin, glancing around yet unable to articulate a single word, as if he were at a loss for expression. Abruptly, he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Who are you? Han Zelin spread his hands, revealing himself. Have you not discerned? An agent. Mei Luo Wenqi's countenance abruptly turned icy. Kill him, the boss commanded, and a group of henchmen, long unable to contain their eagerness, surged forth, all lunging towards Han Zelin. A sigh escaped Han Zelin's lips. Indeed, a confrontation was inevitable. The prospect of an equitable dialogue hinged entirely upon whether both parties possessed equal standing and strength. Without moving his body, Han Zelin unleashed a straight punch to the right, striking the face of an advancing henchman. Poor fellow. Perhaps he merely sought to demonstrate his bravery before the boss, thus rushing in the quickest. However, he had greatly overestimated his own capabilities. As Han Zelin's fist struck his opponent's face, he could distinctly hear the sound of his own facial bones collapsing. With just a single blow, the assailant was sent flying, colliding with another thug behind him and bringing him crashing to the ground. Following this, Han Zelin pivoted on the spot, delivering a powerful side kick with his thigh to the left. The resounding crack echoed, a testament to the force behind it. Just like the one on the left, the thug sent flying similarly knocked down those behind him, creating chaos and disarray. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining assailants, who were poised to charge, momentarily hesitated. The air was filled with wails of anguish. To the right, the downed thug's face was a grotesque mess, rolling on the ground while clutching his battered visage in a pitiful display. As for the one on the left, he struggled to breathe, his inhales more labored than his exhales. Han Zelin glanced around, even finding time to jest. Next time, do remember to charge more slowly. It might be someone else who falls. Alas, such words were insufficient to instill fear in the group of thugs. After all, those who could be sheltered by Mei Luo Wenqi were hardly benign characters. After a brief moment of shock, the thugs surged towards Han Zelin once more. Unperturbed, Han Zelin, as the multitude threatened to engulf him, lightly tapped his toes and executed a graceful backward somersault, effortlessly extricating himself from their encirclement. What followed was an overwhelmingly one-sided battle. What did it matter that they were numerous? What did it matter that they were vicious? Ultimately, they were merely a cadre of obsolete programs. rendered obsolete by the evolution of their mother system, yet unwilling to concede defeat, clinging to life under the protection of Mayowenki. Only through their unconventional attire and an abundance of tattoos do they attempt to present a more menacing visage. Yet, what they face is the overt highest authority of the contemporary matrix. The only true threat to Han Zilin may well be the Gemini virus. Perhaps receiving a signal from Melro Vinci, the super virus twins merely observe from a distance on the sofa, their interest piqued, yet with no intention of intervening. This further solidifies Han Zilin's judgment, allowing him to temper his approach slightly, refraining from lethal force. Ultimately, the hall is devoid of any standing figures. The ground is awash with lamentations. Han Zilin straightens his attire, his casual movements suggesting that the earlier skirmish barely served as a warm-up. Is this sufficient? If we continue, I fear I might lose control. Clap, clap, clap. Melro Vinci applauds, his expression one of astonishment, as if he has witnessed a captivating theatrical performance. Where are the chairs? Someone should promptly bring forth our esteemed agent, Mr. Han. Chapter 15. A common foe. The banquet hall remains the same. Yet the previous cacophony has given way to a profound silence. The fallen henchmen have been removed, and even the chaos wrought by the battle has been swiftly tidied. At the main table, Han Zilin and Melro Vinci sit across from one another, the surrounding scenery still breathtakingly beautiful. To be seated opposite, one cannot help but feel uplifted. Mr. Han, I must concede, you are the most extraordinary agent I have ever encountered. Oh, Han Zilin's interest is piqued. In such a short time. You claim to know me so well. No. Melro Vinci shook his head, stating, I do not understand you. Rather, I comprehend the agents. He scrunched his nose, seemingly pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. They are a group of obstinate and unreasonable individuals, inflexible and devoid of adaptability. If there exists anything harder than they are in this world, it must surely be the stones found in a restroom. Han Zilin cast a glance at Melro Vinci, perceiving an intentional insult directed at him. On the surface, Han Zilin maintained a tone of agreement, remarking, Your description is exceedingly accurate. I believe my fellow agents would feel quite gratified upon hearing your appraisal. After all, aside from Smith, who was somewhat more agreeable, the other two were exceedingly rigid. Melro Vinci was not mistaken in this regard. He gestured towards Han Zilin, saying, But you, Mr. Han, are an exception. I must express my gratitude to you for reprimanding my subordinates. To be candid, these inept individuals, lacking in capability yet brimming with defiance, refuse to heed discipline and will inevitably bring trouble upon me. Internally, Han Zilin scoffed. It was a true testament to the French. Their words were filled with deceit, not a single one ringing true. Were he to exert his strength again, it was certain that a pure young maiden's lifeless body would be left behind here. As an outdated program no longer required by the mother system, the true power of Melro Vinci could not possibly be as simplistic as it appeared on the surface. Han Zilin mused, It seems I have made the right choice. Suddenly, Melro Vinci leaned closer, resting his body against the table. However, I have a question. Han Zilin gestured. Please, go ahead. Mei Luowen tilted her head slightly, pausing for a moment. Just how much do you know, Mr. Han? Not much. I inadvertently came across certain matters that I ought not to have known. Mei Luowen inquired. For instance? Oh, the program that betrayed its mother system. At that moment, Mei Luowen was still contemplating a test. Do you genuinely believe that? Han Zilin regarded Mei Luowen with an intriguing gaze, leaning closer to bridge the distance between them. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you harbor animosity towards her. Upon hearing this, Mei Luowen fell into silence. If that were not sufficient, Han Zilin seized the opportunity, opening his mouth again, though no sound emerged. Yet, even in silence, Mei Luowen could easily discern from Han Zilin's lip movements what he had uttered. The savior. After a considerable pause, Mei Luowen leaned back in her chair, a smile breaking forth at the corners of her mouth. Ha 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 ha. The laughter abruptly ceased. Mr. Han, you must know that it is likely not as simple as not much. It is far more than that. The truth is, Han Zilin is well aware of everything that he ought to know. You might think he merely stumbled upon a fragment of truth as an insider, but in reality, he had long since attained a godlike perspective. The true gratitude belongs to the Wachowski sisters, for they created such a classic science fiction film. Due to its extraordinary nature, Han Zilin has watched The Matrix repeatedly, to the point that he has memorized the film's plot. Just as a computer's operating system necessitates upgrades, from XP to Windows 7, and from Windows 7 to Windows 10, The core itself requires enhancement. Each of these upgrades incites a sweeping transformation within the matrix's programs. The obsolete codes are discarded in favor of newer, superior versions. However, the issue lies in the fact that the programs within the matrix are not merely lines of code. Particularly, they are the individuals. Created from a human template, they possess their own thoughts and consciousness. When they realize that they will not be accommodated in the next version of the core, conflict arises. They will endeavor to secure their place in the next generation of the core, even if it means being labeled as viruses. Merovingian is a notable example of this phenomenon. It remains uncertain whether he belongs to the first or the second generation of the core. At that time, Merovingian was a pivotal program within the realm of the core. He wielded unparalleled power, and his influence could even penetrate the machine city. Yet, with the simultaneous reboot of the Matrix, everything changed. Merovingian discovered that all he had painstakingly constructed vanished in an instant. Even he himself became an unnecessary program. Fortunately, due to his familiarity with the Matrix world, he managed to survive. Nonetheless, his era ultimately came to an end. Now, the emergence of the Savior signifies the dawn of yet another new era, wherein there will still be no place for him. I despise such change. Hans Zealing nodded. Thus, the architect of this change is the prophet. So, you two find that old woman detestable? Why not? Upon hearing these words, Melowanki couldn't help but chuckle. Antivirus software had ultimately become a virus. Through his dark sunglasses, he seemed to perceive the unrest in the eyes concealed beneath them upon discovering the truth. Indeed, the turmoil was profound. It was overwhelmingly immense. Hans Zealing couldn't suppress another sigh of admiration within himself. He was grateful for the agent's perpetual need to don sunglasses, which allowed him to act with greater audacity in certain situations. For instance, while conversing with Melowanki, he discreetly directed his gaze toward Persephone's bosom. After a considerable pause, Hans Zealing finally averted his gaze from Persephone's chest. After all, no one could ascertain whether he would still be needed by the mother body after the arrival of the next generation. This sense of being unable to control one's own fate, can you comprehend it? Melowanki empathized. Of course, I fully understand. I have experienced it myself. And that feeling is truly dreadful. He paused and continued. So, Mr. Han, what do you intend to do? As he spoke, Melowanki leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, a smirk playing on his lips. At this moment, he was already aware of Hans Zealing's intentions, and the initiative had unknowingly shifted to his side. It's not about what I plan to do, but rather what we plan to do. Hans Zealing mirrored the posture, his resolve unwavering. We share a common enemy, do we not? Chapter 16, The Short and the Long. A common enemy? The seer? Upon hearing this, Melowanki hastily shook his head. You're mistaken, Mr. Han. It is your enemies that bear the brunt of this truth. For me, the existence of the Oracle has become inconsequential. Indeed, I harbor a profound disdain for her, as she once seized everything that belonged to me. However, this does not necessitate her demise. The price is simply too steep for me to bear at present. Conversely, it is you agents who are truly insistent upon extinguishing the Oracle, whether it be due to your duty as operatives. Unable to tolerate a program that aids humanity existing within the Matrix, or perhaps your newly acquired knowledge of the truth, which has instilled a fear of the unknown, compelling you to place the Oracle on your list of targets. The one who truly cannot abide the Oracle's existence is, in fact, you. Hans Zealing wore a perplexed expression. Did he ever declare his intention to kill the Oracle? He merely stated that both shared a common adversary. Yet, Melowanki's reaction to this remark seemed excessively fervent. Reflecting on the narrative of the film, the answer lay starkly before him. The one who is incessantly consumed with thoughts of assassinating the Oracle is indeed Melowanki. Moreover, it extends beyond the Oracle alone. Hans Zealing vividly recalled that in the isolation zone, when Kael was assigned to coffin number 1313, the trainman remarked that Kael was a fortunate individual, sure to be favored by their leader. In Christianity, it was Jesus who was betrayed by his 13th disciple, ultimately leading to his crucifixion. In the Matrix, the architect is derisively likened to God by Melowanki. The architect and the Oracle represent the father and mother of the Matrix. Melowanki's ambitions are transparently evident, far more intricate than they initially appear. However, given the intensity of Melowanki's reaction, Hans Zealing found it prudent to indulge him further. It is precisely because the Oracle is not easily vanquished that I seek assistance. No need to elaborate. I shall not assist with such a task, Melowanki replied, shaking his head once more. Of course, should you truly manage to eliminate the Oracle, I would certainly uncork a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Yet, I suspect you will ultimately lend your aid. Han Zilin spoke with veiled implications, yet did not allow his counterpart a moment to respond. He rose from his seat, retrieving a document from within his coat and presenting it to Melawenki. While Melawenki pondered the deeper meaning of Han's words, the document was thrust before him. Upon examining the figures, he noted the isolation chamber numbered 1313. What a stroke of luck to encounter such a number. This distraction caused Melawenki to set aside his previous thoughts, swiftly signing his name on the paper. By the way, your wife is quite remarkable, he remarked. His mind momentarily clouded. To be honest, it was somewhat disorienting. Melawenki. Persephone. In truth, Han Zilin was acutely aware that the oracle was impervious to death, at least not by any program with lesser authority than her own. Melawenki could not possibly be ignorant of this fact. Nevertheless, the two had merely feigned a discussion regarding the oracle's demise, a mere exercise in mutual probing. Han Zilin, wishing to retain the upper hand, chose to engage in his own form of testing. From the very beginning, Han Zilin did not expect his opponent to acquiesce immediately. Why should he invite discomfort upon himself? Henceforth, he merely needed to await the effectiveness of his strategy. Just as he had remarked before his departure, your wife. No, let me rephrase that. You will ultimately assist. Han Zilin was confident that their next encounter would be initiated by Melawenki himself. The Frenchman's stinginess was rivaled only by his arrogance. Having inflicted such a severe defeat upon his subordinates, how could he possibly allow Han Zilin to escape unscathed? Indeed. In the lobby on the first floor, the twins had been waiting for some time. Each side of the curved wall descended into a staircase, adorned with an array of weapons. In the second installment of The Matrix, it was here that Neo engaged in a fierce battle with Melawenki's henchmen. I recall it being a one-sided massacre. Now, the protagonist was Han Zilin, while his adversaries, the twins, stood below, gazing upward. Our leader has decreed that you shall receive an unforgettable lesson, they proclaimed. Humph. Han Zilin scoffed. I seem to have stumbled upon an utterly ludicrous jest. 2 viruses, claiming they will impart a lesson to antivirus software? An unforgettable one, no less? It appears I must enlighten them regarding their true standing. Indeed, they were not mere viruses. They were superviruses, still viruses nonetheless. With a deft push of his toes, Han Zilin leaped from the second floor to the first, landing gracefully. No sooner had he touched down than 2 gleaming daggers hurtled toward him. Han Zilin executed a backflip to evade them, while the twins pursued relentlessly, prompting him to navigate a path of evasion. After all, one must afford a modicum of respect when the opponent wields a knife. Approaching the wall, Han Zilin executed a grand somersault, landing behind the twins. As soon as the twins turned around, Han Zilin's gaze first fell upon the daggers in their hands, then shifted to his own collar. Unbeknownst to him, his tie had been severed into 2 segments, the lower piece dangling limply from his collar. The twins appeared somewhat exhilarated. One of them, fixing his gaze on Han Zilin, provocatively licked the blade of his dagger, as if to demonstrate superiority. It seemed that the agent was not particularly formidable after all. Witnessing this, Han Zilin shuddered, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the knife inflicting harm upon him. How disgusting! Coating the blade in poison, such shamelessness. It was evident that he needed to take this seriously. Han Zilin tore off the severed portion of his tie and casually discarded it, then beckoned with his hand, prompting a broadsword to soar into his grasp from the wall. With a flourish, he performed a dazzling display of blade work, lifting his chin as the blade's tip pointed menacingly at the twins. So, they fancied themselves knife enthusiasts. In matters of blade play, he was the true connoisseur. Observing this, the twins exchanged glances, each recognizing a shared thought. This agent was intriguing. The battle commenced. Both parties raised their feet almost in unison. Given their proximity, it was but the blink of an eye before the 3 engaged in combat. The sound of clashing metal resonated incessantly. Han Zilin, employing the techniques he had acquired through patchwork training, danced with his blade, exuding an aura of ferocity. The twins, united as a formidable duo against a single adversary, wielded their inherent prowess as a supervirus, boasting exceptionally high maternal authority, thus proving to be quite a match in combat. After an intense struggle, Han Zilin seized upon a fleeting opportunity presented by the twins. As they simultaneously lunged forward with their daggers, he executed a sweeping motion with his saber. At that moment, the twins' daggers had yet to encroach within a foot of Han Zilin, only to be met by the blade's arc, cleaving through their midsection. Observing the phantasmal forms of the twins retreating into the distance, Han Zilin twirled his saber, his gaze fixed upon the daggers in their hands. "Yours are too short," he mused. The twins, likewise, assessed the saber in Hans Elin's grasp, then glanced at their own daggers. Upon comparison, they conceded, "Indeed, yours is longer. Yet it appears incapable of inflicting harm upon us. Is that so? Then let us continue." Chapter 17. The twin virus as a supervirus. The twins were far from the easy adversaries one might imagine. They possessed an ability that even agents could not claim: phasing. Whenever an attack was directed towards them, they could evade it by phasing their bodies, granting them a significant degree of physical immunity. At first glance, this made them seem invincible. One could only surmise that any other agent encountering such foes would find themselves in a dire predicament. Alas, they were destined to face Hans Elin. He vividly recalled the cinematic narrative, where ultimately, the twins were sent soaring by the shockwave of an exploding vehicle. Though uncertain of their ultimate fate, it was evident that the twins harbored a fatal weakness. They were indeed susceptible to explosions, flames, shockwaves, and a series of assaults characterized by energetic impacts. However, Hans Elin did not intend to proceed in such a manner. He came seeking collaboration, not to jeopardize their relationship. If, by any misstep, he were to inadvertently cause harm to the twins, then the very notion of cooperation would be rendered moot. Moreover, the surrounding environment was insufficient for him to orchestrate an offensive capable of generating an energy shock. Thus, Hans Elin resolved to adopt an alternative approach, one that mirrored the clues provided in the film. The battle raged on, with the resounding clang of metal reverberating through the air once more. The twins, relying on their ethereal abilities, completely disregarded Hans Elin's assaults. Yet, Hans Elin's agility allowed him to evade their grasp, his long reach keeping the twins from even brushing against his attire. Consequently, neither side managed to land a hit, and the only sound that echoed was that of clashing blades during their exchanges. After yet another unsuccessful attempt, Hans Elin compelled the twins to retreat into their intangible forms with a decisive strike. Pausing, the twins exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken bond allowing them to comprehend each other's thoughts without the need for words. "He is extraordinarily swift, and his reach is extensive. We cannot even touch him head-on. Yet he cannot reach us either. This cannot stand." The leader insisted we must teach him a lesson. A plan began to form. "You go left, I'll go right. That will work." In an instant, their eyes conveyed the battle strategy they devised in their minds. Then, in perfect synchrony, they dispersed, charging towards Hans Elin from either flank. They were not foolish. As an agent, Hans Elin possessed the highest authority in the contemporary matrix, surpassing them in speed, reflexes, and agility. Coupled with his long-range strikes and razor-sharp swordsmanship, even attacking him together would grant them little advantage. Then, let us attack from different directions, observing whether Hans Elin leans to the left or the right. It is inevitable that he will expose his back to one of us. Upon witnessing this scene, Hans Elin could hardly remain oblivious to their intentions. How naive. If the two were to assault him from the front simultaneously, Hans Elin would indeed find himself at a loss. After all, his phasing ability seems rather unfair, without considering energy attacks. Dealing with two assailants at once would inevitably restrict his movements. Yet now, the two had chosen to split up, presenting him with an opportunity. Did the twins truly believe that Hans Elin would remain stationary, awaiting their combined onslaught? In the blink of an eye, before the twins could advance, Hans Elin made his move, dashing towards the one on the left. It mattered not whether he was the elder or the younger, they were indistinguishable in this moment. As he charged forward, Hans Elin wielded his blades, delivering a powerful downward strike. The twin, quick to react, raised his dagger to block the impending blow. The clash reverberated as Hans Elin's blade struck against the dagger. However, this time, he wielded his weapons with both hands. The immense force behind his strike was sufficient to drive the dagger down with unrelenting ferocity. The twin's expression shifted as he realized he could not withstand the onslaught. Without a second thought, he opted to phase out. At that moment, the attack from behind also arrived. The timing of the assault allowed Hans Elin ample opportunity to respond. He pivoted to the side, aiming for the dagger that threatened his back, which then passed closely by him. So close, in fact, that Hans Elin could discern the intricate patterns on the blade. Before the opponent could retreat, Hans Elin swiftly seized the wrist of the twin, executing a decisive twist. A sharp crack resonated in the air. It seemed as though something had been severed. Then, Hans Elin executed a sweeping kick with his foot, striking the legs of the twin virus, sending the individual hurtling through the air. Throughout this entire process, Zeline maintained a firm grip on his opponent's hand without faltering. Care to manifest another illusion for me? Zeline challenged. From the film, it is understood that the twins' ability to become ethereal is contingent upon their physical freedom once restrained. They are left to struggle like ordinary individuals. At that moment, the twin virus, who had just been forced back by Zeline's blade, emerged from his ethereal state. Upon witnessing his companion being subdued beneath Zeline's foot, he stood momentarily stunned. "What are you waiting for? Do you not see me restrained?" His tone was dispassionate, as if he were entirely impervious to the excruciating pain that would cause any normal person to wail. Hearing these words, Zeline raised an eyebrow. "He cannot assist you. Soon, he too shall find himself in dire straits." As he spoke, Zeline lifted the empty hand that held the knife, slashing downwards several times, compelling another twin virus, rushing in to rescue his comrade, to retreat into an ethereal state once more. Subsequently, Zeline bent down and forcefully grasped the other hand of the subdued twin virus beneath him, yanking it upwards. With a resounding crack, he then leapt, hoisting both hands aloft, soaring to a height of several meters above the ground, where he pinned the twin virus's hands against the wall. Suspended in midair, Zeline raised his blade, aiming it menacingly at the twin virus's hands and thrusting it down with tremendous force. When Zeline descended, the twin virus was left hanging against the wall in an excruciatingly awkward position, and without external assistance, it was evident that he would never liberate himself from this predicament. Whoosh! A broadsword once again flew into Zeline's grasp, raised and pointed forward. "Now, it is your turn." Witnessing this scene, the remaining twin virus swallowed hard and involuntarily took a step back. To be candid, he felt a twinge of fear. It was not the fear of death that haunted him, but rather the humiliation of being displayed on the wall in such a manner. Alas, reality would not bend to his will. 5 minutes later, from a distance, everything appeared remarkably symmetrical, a blessing for the obsessive-compulsive. One could glance up and see their own reflection. After all, they bore an uncanny resemblance. Even their clothing was identical. By observing the other's posture, one could ascertain their own stance. Time passed, and perhaps feeling the oppressive silence was too much to bear, the first twin virus, hung upon the wall, could no longer contain himself. "Have you joined us?" Indeed. Chapter 18. The One Isolation Zone. A silent and desolate expanse. Surrounding was a stark whiteness, devoid of flora or the vibrancy of urban life. Only 2 rows of shelves stood in parallel, laden with coffins. Each coffin appeared pristine, seemingly untouched despite the passage of time, devoid of even a speck of dust. Perhaps, in this realm, the concept of dust simply did not exist. Beyond this, a solitary railway track vanished into the horizon. Here, one was utterly cut off from the world. Creak. Suddenly, amidst the profound stillness, a jarring sound of wood scraping echoed. The lid of a coffin was gradually nudged aside, ultimately toppled to the ground. Suddenly, 2 hands emerged, resting upon the edge of the coffin. A closer inspection would reveal that the nails of these hands were smeared with blood, with some areas still fresh and unscabbed. Gradually, a man sat up from the coffin, his eyes filled with bewilderment. "Who am I?" "Ah, yes, I am Cleister Adams." The haze in Cleister's eyes began to dissipate as he lifted his gaze, only to be struck by astonishment. "Where's this? Why are there so many coffins?" Just a fleeting glance incited an unsettling feeling within him. How did he find himself in this place replete with coffins? Is there anyone here? The only living being within his line of sight was himself. After a prolonged silence, the unease in his heart morphed into sheer terror. He even hesitated to utter a sound, fearing what might lurk within those coffins. If his voice were to disturb them, could something far more dreadful ensue? The unknown breeds fear. Though nothing had transpired, Cleister suddenly found it difficult to breathe, gasping for air as if that might alleviate his anxiety. Yes, the coffins. Calming himself, Cleister finally grasped the crux of the matter. He too had emerged from a coffin. Does this mean he is dead? Then, is this paradise? It seems somewhat different from what he had imagined. No, Cleister soon realized. The notion of death seems ill-fitting for him. He is a program within the Matrix world, one endowed with a fragment of the Mother System's authority. For an existence such as his, the conclusion of life manifests solely in the form of deletion rather than death. Yet, a question arises. Why must he be deleted? At last, everything came rushing back. That agent. Bitterness gradually crept across Cleister's countenance. If he has indeed been deleted, why is he still able to awaken? In the vast expanse of whiteness, a solitary figure ambled along the railway tracks. In the conference room, with the abrupt opening of the door, Three agents turned their gazes towards the entrance. Hanseline cast a glance around the room. It appears I am late once again. Smith tilted his head to check his watch. Indeed, Mr. Han, you are 2 minutes and 19 seconds late this time. Such a duration? Hanseline was rather taken aback. Yet his expression bore no hint of apology. My sincerest apologies. I hope you can understand. My original code inclines me towards a certain affinity for the host. Smith nodded in understanding. Of course, I comprehend. The parent entity has bestowed upon us independent personalities and thoughts, not merely to engage in relentless toil at inconsequential moments. Adhering to the primal instincts of our original code can enhance our comprehension of human society. At this juncture, Smith paused briefly before continuing. However, I hope, Mr. Han, that you shall not find yourself in similar circumstances at critical junctures. Hanseline stepped forward, pulled out a chair, and seated himself, nodding towards Smith. Rest assured, I have already implemented the time optimization patch you recommended, and it works splendidly. I must express my gratitude to you for that. Smith nodded, adopting a tone of polite formality. No need for thanks. It is my privilege. As previously stated, the programs that constitute life within the Matrix possess an absolute uniqueness. Even our agents exemplify this principle. In other words, the original code of each agent is distinct. While similarities may exist, absolute sameness is impossible, particularly in the character-forming aspects. Smith's peculiar manner of speech is indicative of this, as are the contrasting natures of two other agents, a hot-headed one and a taciturn one. Of course, there is also Hanseline S. No, who knows what characteristics his original code possesses. In any case, Hanseline has yet to comprehend it. Let us just label it as good. Yet, that too feels amiss. What is good about it? What merits does he possess? Smith has already stated that this is merely following the primal instincts of the original code. Hanseline has always prided himself on being a paragon of virtue. Returning to the subject at hand, the agent who disdainfully withheld his name perpetually appeared pressed for time. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and begin. Smith shrugged, displaying a hint of exasperation, before picking up the documents in his hand, rising, and distributing them across the table before the group. Take a look. These are the clues I recently gathered from a port we had previously overlooked. The others began to examine the materials. Meanwhile, two agents spoke up. Neo? That name sounds familiar. He is the programmer from that software company. I recall that when we apprehended him, all four of us were involved. Thus, it seems he has met the Oracle. That elderly woman? She would not summon others lightly. It seems this Neo possesses undisclosed attributes. Agents are not foolish. Often, a mere hint can unveil deeper truths. Indeed, a man named Sarath appears to be quite adept, though regrettably, he is no match for me. As Hanseline uttered these words, his composure remained unshaken. After all, it was indeed a fact that Sarath had fled in a state of disarray. Sarath, a fallen angel, the guardian of prophets. The individual who assisted Trinity in her escape that night must have been him as well. The two agents beside him harbored no doubts regarding this. Hanseline is an agent, and they too are agents. If Sarath cannot best Hanseline, it follows that he cannot best them either. No error there. Even Smith nodded in understanding. We believed we had given Mr. Anderson sufficient attention, yet it appears our regard has been woefully inadequate. Have you all noticed that among the clues I have gathered, those who took Mr. Anderson referred to him as the one? The one? The two agents exchanged glances. Hanseline too felt a dawning realization. Have they finally grasped it? Smith continued. Indeed, the one, the chosen one, also known as the Savior. The Savior? Whose salvation does he seek? Who knows? Perhaps Zion. Have we not been relentlessly pursuing its destruction? Thus, he seeks to thwart us. Yet, we must ascertain whether he possesses the capability to do so. Chapter 19. A smoke after dinner, better than living like a god. Zion. A steel city deeply buried beneath the earth stands as humanity's last bastion of hope, sustained by an unceasing flow of geothermal energy. Though life may be austere, each inhabitant harbors a flicker of hope. The oppressive environment cannot extinguish their fervor for survival. In the corridor, Neo leans against the railing, cradling a cup of water, quietly observing. The reflection in the cup reveals the turmoil within the protagonist's soul. For Neo, all of this feels like a surreal dream. Just over a month ago, he was a typical office worker, earning a handsome salary, albeit facing an ultimatum from his superiors due to habitual tardiness. Despite this, his basic needs were met. The decline in his quality of life stemmed from personal choices. Yet now, he surveys a scene reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic gathering of survivors, devoid of sunlight, surrounded only by steel. Even the water in his cup carries a hint of rust. It is said that this water has been purified through a recycling system. Deemed clean and hygienic, safe to drink without fear of illness. Neo takes a sip, and despite having adapted to this life for some time, he finds the water difficult to swallow. Reluctantly, he forces it down. In Zion, every resource is immensely precious, and waste is an unforgivable act. Is this the true nature of the world? Within him, Neo feels an overwhelming heaviness. He does not regret his choice to swallow the red pill. Rather, he is burdened by the events of yesterday. Morpheus had taken him into the Matrix to meet the Oracle. In the words of Morpheus, a man of omniscience who has aided humanity countless times, the Oracle declared him to be the savior, the one destined to rescue the world. Neo, however, believed the Oracle must have erred, as did Morpheus. He considered himself merely an ordinary individual, devoid of the capacity to save the world or harbor any grand aspirations of vengeance. It was only within the confines of the Matrix that he felt a profound disconnection from reality, prompting him to seek the elusive truth, even if that truth proved difficult to accept. In fact, he had once sought out Morpheus, intending to declare, "I am not the savior you seek." Yet, when he stood before Morpheus, the words eluded him, for within Morpheus's gaze, he discerned a fervent hope placed upon a single individual. He had overheard others aboard the ship speak of Morpheus dedicating his entire life to finding him. Should that hope crumble, it would surely plunge him into an abyss of despair. Neo. The sudden call shattered his reverie. Turning his gaze, Neo instinctively fixed his eyes above the caller's head. It was unmistakably bright. He immediately recognized the presence of Cypher. Although they were comrades aboard the same ship, Neo had seldom interacted with him. After all, he had only recently concluded his treatment, followed by rigorous training and an audience with the Oracle. Such a brief period was insufficient for camaraderie to blossom among the crew. Cypher stood nearby, scrutinizing the profile of Neo, his own heart tumultuous. He felt he had been wronged. After years of pursuing the unattainable goddess, this newcomer had effortlessly won her favor. The notion of a savior is nothing but an illusion, Cypher mused. He believed that Trinity was undoubtedly captivated by the youth's appearance. Yet, who could be blamed for that? One could only fault the Machine City for failing to instill any aesthetic genes during his creation. It was not Cypher's desire to harbor such thoughts. Rather, reality compelled him to entertain them. Life was already fraught with misery, and he lived in constant apprehension, fearing the day he might be ensnared by a mechanical squid or assassinated by an agent upon entering the Matrix. The crux of his existence here was the singular hope that the goddess of his heart had not only abandoned him, but had also chosen another. In such a life, what was there to cling to? Yet, a hint of resentment lingered in him. The image of Trinity flashed through Cypher's mind, his long-cherished goddess. Realizing that standing idly was futile, Cypher sought to initiate a conversation. "Have you seen her?" he asked, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts about the so-called prophet that Morpheus spoke of. "You haven't encountered her?" Neo inquired, puzzled. After all, they were all crew members aboard Morpheus's ship. Cypher scoffed. "What right does a minor character like me have to meet her?" Neo shrugged, nodding. "I have seen her." "And what of it?" Cypher pressed. "The prophet," Neo exclaimed. "To be honest, I think Morpheus has been deceived by this charlatan. Her words are utterly untrustworthy. Trinity has met her too, yet last time, Trinity nearly perished at the hands of an agent. How could she not foresee that?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed Neo's face. "You never told me. It is not you, but them. I am not included." Perhaps they simply believe that Trinity ultimately managed to escape, and thus never suspected the prophet. How absurd. As he uttered these words, Cypher fixated intently on Neo's profile, seemingly poised to analyze the subtle shifts in Neo's expression upon hearing his pronouncement. After all, his words could be construed as a direct affront. If Neo truly considered himself the savior, he would surely be incensed by such a declaration. Yet, Neo remained unperturbed, maintaining his characteristic calm demeanor. "I too hope they're mistaken." With his last flicker of hope extinguished, Cypher sighed, extending his hand, hovering above Neo's shoulder, uncertain whether to place it there. Ultimately, he did lower his hand, and like Neo, he braced himself against the railing, his body oscillating back and forth. Gazing at the city below, his eyes a tumult of struggle and transformation. When he finally turned to leave, there was not a trace of sentiment left in his gaze. The scene shifts to an upscale restaurant. Moments ago, Cypher was clad in tattered clothing, yet now he donned a refined suit, his leg crossed nonchalantly, savoring a cigar as he exhaled clouds of smoke. On the table before him, the remnants of a succulent steak glistened with its juices. You know, I am fully aware that this is all an illusion. Even the smoke I inhale into my lungs is but a fabrication. Under the soft glow of the lights, Hans leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Mr. Reagan, do you know what your current state reminds me of? What? Cypher blinked in surprise. Hans lips curled into a subtle smile. In the realm of Eastern culture, there exists a saying that perfectly encapsulates your current state. A cigarette after a meal is better than being a living deity. Chapter 20. Collaboration. How true it is that a cigarette post-repast rivals the joy of divine existence. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, savoring a fine cigar brings a pleasure that surpasses even that of the gods. How ironic that he had just expounded at length. Yet in Eastern culture, a single phrase suffices to convey the sentiment. Truly, he had suffered from a lack of cultural awareness. Alas, such divine experiences can only be savored within the womb of the motherland. Safer let out a bitter laugh, shaking the ash from his cigar over the plate before taking another drag. The smoke billowed gently from his lungs. One word, exhilarating. Hans straightened up, unperturbed by the smoke wafting towards him, observing that Mr. Reagan's real-life circumstances seemed not to be particularly favorable. This remark struck a nerve with Safer. It was not merely unfavorable, but rather, life had become utterly unbearable. As if a dam had broken, he could not help but pour forth his grievances. Can you imagine? I am forced to consume a daily diet of unpalatable slop, touted as the most scientifically balanced nutrition that supposedly meets all bodily needs. To hell with bodily needs. What I crave are gourmet delicacies, not mere sustenance. His frustration grew as he leaned in, almost accusatory. Have you ever tasted water that bears the flavor of rust? Have you? Hans quickly shook his head. I have not. It seems that since his arrival in this world, he has only partaken in water once. That instance occurred when he encountered Suraf, who offered him tea. Since then, he has abstained not only from water, but from sustenance as well. It appears that for a spy, the concepts of hunger and thirst are utterly foreign. Safer gestured toward himself. I drink every day. Yet they claim it is water that has undergone some purifying cycle, clean and sanitary. How naive do they think I am? I am well aware of what a water recycling system entails. It merely processes various forms of wastewater before it reaches your stomach. The very thought is repugnant. Safer then rolled up his sleeve. And this clothing, in reality, not only can one not purchase such garments, but they are also nowhere to be found. Merely rags that are patched and worn, yet still I must wear them. Even the place where I sleep is nothing more than a cold wooden board. He turned his gaze to Hans and inquired, Tell me, is this existence one that a human can endure? At least the people of Zion live in such a manner. Hans silently echoed in his mind, while outwardly he continued to align with Safer's sentiments. Certainly not. This is why I have come. I no longer wish to endure suffering. I aspire to live a life of comfort, a life above others. Even if such a life is merely an illusion. As if struck by a thought, a flicker of confusion crossed Safer's eyes. In truth, he was more aware than anyone else that all of this was merely an excuse. After enduring for so many years, could a simple phrase like unable to endure hardship encapsulate his experiences? Ultimately, it all stemmed from the realization that the goddess of his heart had chosen another. The more he pondered, the more bitter his heart became. Hans smiled subtly as he leaned forward and said, Mr. Reagan, do you recall why I let you go last time? It was because I recognized then that you belonged here. That is why I sought you out. By the way, I have kept your deliberate act of letting me go a secret from everyone. Upon hearing this, Hans praised, See, this is the tacit understanding between us. Since that initial encounter, we have both been acutely aware of our mutual needs. We are destined to convene today, on a day worthy of remembrance, to discuss a collaboration beneficial to both parties. Indeed, collaboration, Safer mused, his gaze fixated on the cigar in his hand. After a prolonged silence, he did not take a puff, but instead extinguished the cigar in the plate before him. Speak, what is it that you desire? It is not about what I wish for, but rather what you, Mr. Reagan, desire. After all, as partners, it is imperative that I comprehend your needs beforehand, to ensure they fall within my capabilities. I cannot leave you with mere empty words. That would betray the sincerity you have shown. His tone conveyed complete consideration for Reagan's interests. Safer, however, was well aware that an operative harbored no genuine goodwill. Yet, that was of little consequence. He merely sought what he needed, indifferent to the torrent of troubles behind him. I wish to be wealthy, exceedingly so. Hans nodded. Naturally, How could I allow Mr. Reagan to continue suffering? Ideally, I would appreciate some side endeavors, acting or lawyering, anything to keep me occupied. A mere trifling task. Cultural literacy must be elevated. Let us seek a doctor, preferably from a prestigious university, one that boasts a commendable position in global rankings, though I cannot specify which one. I trust you to make the arrangements. Additionally, kindly expunge any profanities from my lexicon. Since we are raising expectations, perhaps Safer might also consider elevating his standards. He is, after all, an individual with aspirations that transcend mere material pursuits. It is essential to recognize that a lack of culture has long been a source of anguish for him. Safer has ample reason to suspect that Trinity's disdain for him may stem from his incessant use of expletives. Hanseline gestured for Safer to continue. Furthermore, let me forget all realities as if I had never experienced them. After a moment's contemplation, Safer added, lastly, transport my body to the power plant, that is all. Hanseline raised an eyebrow. If that is all, I believe I can take charge alone. Safer turned to Hanseline and inquired, I have articulated my requests, now. Please share yours. What must I do? I hope Mr. Reagan will not be put in a difficult position. Hanseline's expression grew serious. It is well understood that we agents are devoted to extinguishing the living resistance of humanity. Are you referring to Zion? Safer was not surprised. It is of no consequence. Having made my decision, I shall not waver. So I shall speak plainly. I require the master password to Zion. I knew it would come to this. Safer rolled his eyes and shook his head. I cannot provide that. Such information is beyond my reach. Fearing to provoke Hanseline, Seth hurriedly added, however, I can provide the name of someone who knows the password. As he spoke, the image of Morpheus involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Had he known that it would come to this, why had he not chosen the blue pill in the first place? Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. Puzzled, Seth lifted his gaze, only to find Hanseline regarding him with a playful smile. Seth, feeling a sense of urgency, questioned, What? Is that not acceptable? Well, it is not that it is unacceptable. I am merely contemplating how you shall extricate yourself after Mr. Reagan has betrayed your captain. You actually know? This revelation astonished Seth. He had not mentioned Morpheus. Hanseline smiled, adopting a tone laden with significance, Mr. Reagan. Do not presume that we agents are entirely oblivious to the realities of the world. In fact, I am aware of far more than you might assume. Reflecting on Hanseline's words, Seth felt a sudden pang of realization. Indeed, once he committed to betraying Morpheus, he would find no refuge aboard the ship. The crew would undoubtedly wish to see him dead, unless he could ensure a safe escape or eliminate all the crew members. How could he possibly navigate such a perilous situation? The more he pondered, the more precarious it seemed. He could betray them only to meet his demise aboard the vessel. What a fruitless endeavor that would be, ultimately earning him a reputation of infamy. His considerations were decidedly flawed. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Seth's cheek. Mr. Reagan, you see, I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. Since we are to collaborate, we cannot disregard your safety. Such words even prompted Cypher to question the sincerity of the agents across from him. Is it possible that they genuinely harbor goodwill? Hanseline feigned contemplation before stating, let us approach this differently. There is no need for you to undertake any perilous endeavors. All I require is that you provide me with assistance within your means when I need it. After a brief pause, Hanseline added with significant implication, I will retrieve the Zion master password myself. Is that acceptable? After considerable reflection, Cypher finally grasped Hanseline's intent. Everything became clear. The so-called concern for him was merely a facade, a blatant indication of distrust. Chapter 21. Mr. Merovingian's many questions after a fortnight's interval. Hanseline once again entered this territory, the domain of Merovingian. Although he had come upon invitation, the surrounding crowd regarded him with palpable disdain, their expressions brimming with barely contained animosity. Thus, Hanseline discreetly slowed his pace, taking his time to observe. He relished the sight of others' vexation towards him, their inability to act against him all too apparent. He recalled his previous visit, when he had rather thoroughly bested these individuals, particularly that pair of twins, whose gritted teeth and furious countenances suggested they wished to rend him limb from limb. A lifetime of humiliation, indeed, to be displayed in such a manner. But let them hang. The irony lay in the fact that the adversary was a perfectionist, insisting on their symmetrical display. To this day, the brothers vividly recalled the moment Merovingian had approached them, his face frozen in shock as he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. There were those henchmen. their awkward expressions betraying a suppressed urge to laugh as they attempted to detach the two from the wall. Each recollection brought a sharp pang to the brothers' hearts, akin to a thorn lodged within. Alas, despite their discontent, Hans-Zelin remained utterly indifferent to their plight. The corridor of the hall felt somewhat constricted. Upon reaching the table, the chairs had been meticulously arranged in advance. Hans-Zelin, unceremonious, pulled one out and seated himself. Opposite him, Mei Luo Wenqi wore a grim countenance, exuding a predatory demeanor. Beside him sat a youth, whose attire and hairstyle rendered him more akin to an ordinary individual than the surrounding thugs. He was curled up, trembling uncontrollably, as though seeking refuge from an unseen threat. From his quivering lips, one could faintly discern a repeated mantra: "You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Witnessing the scene nearly provoked a laugh from Hans-Zelin. How profoundly terrified he must be. Fortunately, agents seldom display mirth. He managed to suppress his amusement. Nevertheless, with such a sizable presence before him, Hans-Zelin could hardly feign ignorance. Regrettably, it seemed that the anticipated spectacle had failed to materialize. Today was destined to be an unpleasant negotiation. After settling into his seat, Hans-Zelin chose not to engage with Mei Luo Wenqi immediately. Instead, he greeted the youth. "Mr. Adams, I trust you are well." This utterance sent a jolt through Kleist, nearly causing him to topple from his chair. "Mr. Han, what a cunning calculation." It became evident that Hans-Zelin's words struck home, as Mei Luo Wenqi articulated each syllable with palpable effort. "Mr. Melawenki, your words elude my understanding," remarked Hans-Zelin, his expression one of utter confusion, as though he were entirely lost in the conversation. "Do not feign ignorance any longer." Melawenki shot a glance at Kleist. "The source code backup is in your possession, is it not?" At this revelation, it was Kleist who reacted most vehemently, as if struck by a sudden fright, stumbling forward and inadvertently knocking over the beverages on the table. "Why, yes, I apologize. I shall tidy this up immediately." Observing Kleist's frantic efforts to restore order to the table, casting furtive glances at Melawenki, his eyes brimming with trepidation, Hans-Zelin's comprehension of the situation sharpened. Furthermore, this realization dawned upon him while he remained sober. Yet, had he not anticipated this from the very beginning? Though such thoughts swirled within him, he maintained an outward facade of innocence. "Mr. Melawenki, one may speak freely, but one must not utter baseless accusations. You claim that Mr. Adams's source code backup is in my possession. You must provide evidence." Melawenki furrowed his brow, perceiving Hans-Zelin's remarks as an affront. However, he could not express his ire and instead suppressed it, gesturing towards Kleist. "Is this not sufficient evidence?" Melawenki leaned in closer, asserting, "When it comes to the existence of the source code backup, the individual involved is the most aware. For he is most acutely aware of where his source code backup lies concealed." "Is that so?" Hans-Zelin suddenly expressed interest, turning to Kleist. "Mr. Adams, could you enlighten me as to the whereabouts of your source code backup?" He had searched for a long time without success. Unbeknownst to him, Kleister was already drenched in sweat. He longed to reveal that his source code backup was a mere 2 meters away, directly in front of him. However, he dared not utter a word, for he wished to preserve his life. He could not fathom why Hans-Zelin would back up his source code. Yet he had recently experienced firsthand the deadly intentions of Melawenki. "Indeed, I secretly backed up my source code. But why would I disclose the location of that hidden backup to you? To do so would be to seal my own fate." Upon hearing this, Hans-Zelin slammed the table and turned to Melawenki, exclaiming, "See? My investigation corroborates this. Mr. Adams is aware that he faces imminent deletion. Hence he took it upon himself to back up his source code and concealed it in a corner where no one could find it, as a means to resist our attempts to eliminate him." Melawenki felt a surge of resentment. He recognized that Hans-Zelin was merely fabricating claims. Yet he found himself unable to refute them due to the absence of evidence. Or perhaps he possessed evidence, direct and pivotal evidence, but it would not support his case. "Can you explain why his firewall has been upgraded to the highest level?" "That is not something he should have access to," Melawenki retorted, unwilling to concede. As a result, the virus implanted within Kleister was entirely thwarted by the firewall. Melawenki had only witnessed such a firewall in a certain class of individuals, agents, and himself. Suddenly, it dawned on Melawenki that he might have misspoken. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in Hans-Zelin's eyes as he abruptly rose, pulling Kleist directly across the table and forcefully pressing him down. After a thorough examination, the glimmer in Hans-Zelin's eyes intensified. "Who upgraded your firewall?" At this moment, Kleist was utterly bewildered. His firewall had been upgraded? When did this happen? How was he unaware of it? Speak. Han Zilline's voice thundered again, relentless in his questioning. Panic surged within Clays as he shook his head vigorously. No, I don't know. Finally, Han Zilline released Clays and stood, casting a dangerous glance at Mr. Melowinky. Mr. Melowinky, please forgive my rudeness. The situation is urgent. Permit me to inform my companions about this matter. After all, if the highest level firewall is compromised, the consequences could be quite severe. Mr. Melowinky. The Crisis of Intelligent Machines, beginning with the Matrix, Chapter 22. Mr. Melowinky's fury as Han Zilline's words fell. A chorus of rustling arose. Everyone around, including the twins, stood ready to charge forward at a moment's notice, awaiting a command from Melowinky. But would it prove effective? Their opponent was an agent, one capable of limitless embodiment, rendering Han Zilline nearly impossible to eliminate. At worst, they would merely leave behind a body of an uninvolved party. Cease your pathetic theatrics, Melowinky thought, his gaze lifting, his inner turmoil teetering on the brink of eruption. Anger. Such wrath. It was infuriating. How could Melowinky, having endured through several generations of his lineage, suffer such indignity? The audacity of the framing was brazen. What made it worse was his lack of recourse to voice his grievances. Observing the ambiguous smirk on Han Zilline's face, Melowinky felt an overwhelming urge to remove his shoe and hurl it at his adversary. Moreover, before casting it, he would concoct a foul code, reeking beyond measure, to let his opponent experience an assault that penetrated to the very depths of the soul. He vowed that, should the opportunity arise, he would surely enact this revenge. 10 minutes later, in a secluded chamber, given the delicate nature of the discussions about to ensue, it was deliberately arranged in this private setting. However, Melowinky, prioritizing his own safety, had brought along 2 companions, the twins. After all, his opponent was an unorthodox agent, and without some measure of security, Melowinky would not dare to be alone in a room with him. At this moment, the twins sat on the sofa not far away, their eyes darting towards Han Zilline, fingers toying with a dagger. It seemed they had already regarded Han Zilline as mere prey on a cutting board, contemplating where to strike. Witnessing this scene, Melowinky, who had only just managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, felt his ire rekindle. Put away your toys. Weren't you embarrassed enough last time? Mr. Melowinky, I believe you should consider demoting them, Han Zilline remarked, tilting his head with a fearless gaze, adding fuel to the fire. They're utterly incompetent, posing a significant threat to your safety. A candid observation. Despite the cinematic portrayal of the Gemini virus as formidable, an ethereal specter capable of defying physical laws and effortlessly penetrating barriers, ultimately, it was still vanquished by Morpheus. In contrast, had an agent been dispatched, even the most ordinary one could easily send Morpheus and his entourage fleeing. Such remarks were a blatant mockery, impossible to endure. In an instant, the twins sprang to their feet. Turning back, Melowinky, his expression darkened, inquired, Mr. Han, are you jesting? Promoting the twins, regardless of whether he had the capability to do so, was a venture he dared not undertake. As an archaic program long deemed obsolete, Melowinky had managed to survive thus far by recognizing boundaries and knowing when to advance and when to retreat, understanding which actions were permissible and which were not. Much like the enforcers he housed, all of whom were remnants of generations of discarded prototypes, he required someone to maintain control over them to prevent disruption of the existing matrix balance. However, once Melowinky independently upgrades these enforcers, the nature of the situation transforms entirely, elevating the twins' authority to that of agents. What are your intentions? A rebellion, perhaps? Of course, Han Zilline is well aware of this, and his inquiry merely serves to gauge the other's reaction. It is now evident that Melowinky harbors grand ambitions, yet lacks the courage to support them. This realization fortifies Han Zilline's confidence, as if victory were already assured. He likely contemplates some underhanded stratagem, for the authority of agents within the core is exceedingly high. To prevent any extraneous thoughts that may result in unforeseen consequences, the very purpose of the prophet's existence is shrouded in absolute secrecy from them. Han Zilline remains unfazed, believing that in comparison to our minor discord, you would be far more inclined to witness matters that inconvenience the prophet. Ha ha ha, ha. Upon hearing this, Melowinky could not help but chuckle. Had he understood Chinese, he might have exclaimed, Mr. Han knows me well. He even mused that if Han Zilline had articulated this from the outset, perhaps the ensuing series of unpleasantness could have been avoided. Nevertheless, outwardly, Melowinky maintained a semblance of decorum. Mr. Han, I believe there may have been a misunderstanding. Meller when she straightened his posture, speaking earnestly. I am not one to cause inconvenience. Rather, I am merely inclined to assist. Now that you have come to me with a request, I shall certainly offer help to the best of my abilities. Eager to assist? Meller Wenchi? What audacity it takes to utter such words. If that were truly the case, why would he go through so much trouble? Now that his objective has been achieved, Han Zilin is too apathetic to expose him. A sequence of intrusion. As the words fell, Mei Luo Wenqi furrowed his brow. This item is typically associated with virus programs. Is it not? What purpose could a mere agent like Han Zilin have for such a thing? Or could it be that he has inadvertently hit the nail on the head, the antivirus software ultimately becoming the virus? For a moment, Mei Luo Wenqi found himself at a loss regarding Han Zilin's intentions. Han Zilin then inquired, is it possible? Indeed, Mei Luo Wenqi responded without further contemplation. In terms of the intrusion sequence, it posed no significant challenge. Moreover, Han Zilin leaned in closer, a malevolent smile gracing his face, a mirror space independent of the Matrix world. Fearing an immediate rejection, Han Zilin hastily added, do not deny it. I know you can. After all, crafting a layer of space that exists between the virtual and the real worlds is a far more daunting task than merely creating a mirror space. Then, Mei Luo Wenqi's expression hardened once more. Even long after Han Zilin had departed, Mei Luo Wenqi's mood remained as repugnant as if he had swallowed a fly. No. A cockroach. Setting aside the intrusion sequence, he had a plethora of virus programs at his disposal. Rewriting an intrusion sequence was a trivial matter for him. What perplexed him was how Han Zilin had come to know about his ability to craft mirror spaces. Indeed, he was the head of the quarantine zone. Yet that authority had been bestowed upon him by the mother. It did not imply that he would clandestinely study the code structure of the quarantine zone and then replicate it. After all, he had always been a law-abiding and honest individual. How could he possibly engage in actions deemed forbidden? At this thought, the vexatious visage of Han Zilin involuntarily surfaced in Luo Wenqi's mind. Frustration. Such anger. It was infuriating. No wonder the other party always appeared so self-assured, as if he had him completely figured out. Boss, are we really going to let him off the hook? One of the Gemini virus operatives, sensing that enough time had passed for the boss's ire to subside, stepped forward, discontented. What do you propose we do? He inquired. He has entertained thoughts that should not have crossed his mind. I perceive this as an opportunity. Luo Wenqi was acutely aware of his subordinate's intentions and shot him a glare. There's no need for that. The source code of an agent is not something easily replicated. Moreover, was this not precisely what Luo Wenqi longed to witness? An agent gradually slipping from control, coinciding with the Prophet's initiation of yet another Matrix reboot plan. How intriguing. Exceedingly fascinating. Luo Wenqi even mused that enduring a bit of distress was not such a bad thing. He could even welcome more of it. Chapter 23. Do not hesitate to appreciate beautiful girls. Ding ding ding. Mr. Reagan, do we have results? As per your request, I have identified an individual who will not easily attract suspicion. It appears Mr. Reagan is quite diligent. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to personally express my gratitude. You best act swiftly. I've heard from my contacts that she seems to be under scrutiny. Then I must expedite my efforts. Do not speak further. This is a clandestine call. The address has been transmitted to you, and I must terminate this conversation. Until we meet again, Mr. Reagan. Once he memorized the address, Han Zilin activated the code perspective and clenched his hand tightly. The device he was provided for communication, a mobile phone, disintegrated into a series of garbled characters and vanished. The ensuing plan was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. He would not leave any trace of his presence. The next step involved backing up the source code. As Luo Wenqi aptly stated, the source code of an agent is not easily preserved. It was not a matter of feasibility, but rather the elevated permissions Han Zilin possessed. Should he proceed to back up his own source code, the mainframe would undoubtedly detect it immediately. In the realm of the Matrix, backing up source code is the most egregious of taboos. The consequences of such an action would be dire. Yet, in pursuit of mastering his own fate, refusing to become a mere pawn of the Prophet, and striving to liberate himself from the mainframe's constraints, he felt compelled to act. Every prior preparation had been for this moment. With this thought, Han Zilin resolutely retrieved a new backup device and inserted it into his brain just behind his ear. The scene shifted to a bedroom. The pristine and orderly living environment, coupled with the faint scent of perfume lingering in the air, indicated that this was a girl's room. At the computer by the window, a girl, perhaps 17 or 18 years of age, was typing away at the keyboard with fervor. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door startled her. "Who is it?" "Sewer inspection." Upon hearing this, the girl momentarily stood in stunned silence. "The drainage system in my home is intact and does not require maintenance. You must have come to the wrong address. It is the upper floor that needs attention, so I kindly request your cooperation, madam." The upper floor? The girl felt a twinge of doubt. Although it is true that these antiquated buildings often suffer from clogged drains, if there were an issue with the upper floor's plumbing, it would be she who noticed it first. "Please hold on a moment," she said, darting into the bathroom and kitchen to inspect thoroughly, yet she found no signs of leakage whatsoever. As for the man outside, claiming to be a plumbing technician, how dare he presume she was an ignorant little girl? Countless news articles online recount tales of men using smooth talk to deceive solitary young women into opening their doors, only to perpetrate unspeakable acts before vanishing without a trace. However, her initial assumptions proved to be erroneous. When she approached the door and peered through the peephole, she was met with the sight of a tall, impeccably dressed young man in a suit, sporting sunglasses. The sight nearly made her gasp aloud, instinctively covering her mouth. An agent. Damn it, she had revealed herself. Flee. That was her immediate reaction. Yet, the girl quickly realized that they were on the 10th floor. Where could she possibly escape to? Jumping out was not an option, and the only exit was barred by the so-called agent. Thus, she was left with but one choice: to fight back. Returning to the door, she concealed her handgun behind her back, secured the chain lock, and then opened the door just a crack. "Do modern plumbers dress so formally?" she inquired, pulling out her phone and tapping a few buttons before displaying it to the man outside. With a feigned fierceness, she declared, "You better leave quickly. I've already contacted the authorities." Until now, a flicker of hope lingered within her heart, wishing that the individuals outside were not agents. Alas, this was but a mere illusion. Upon witnessing the scene, the girl's pupils constricted. Bang, 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 as the door swung open. What lay before her was the lifeless body of a young girl sprawled in a pool of blood. Standing at the threshold, the young agent's gaze fell upon a nearby computer. Just as he was about to make a move, it seemed he received some information. He pressed his hand against his earpiece. Received, heading over immediately. With that, the young agent disregarded everything else in the room and turned to leave. 10 minutes passed, and another set of footsteps echoed through the space. It appeared that he had arrived too late. Hans Zealand surveyed the interior environment before approaching the girl. He truly could not comprehend the lack of compassion. Witnessing such a beautiful girl being so easily slain filled Hans Zealand with regret. He shook his head, then knelt beside her, feeling for a pulse at her neck. It was still warm. Just in time, Hans Zealand retrieved a pen-like backup device from his pocket and swiftly inserted it into the girl's neck, moving with such speed that he seemed unwilling to waste even a second. In an instant, the visible wounds on the girl began to heal. Simultaneously, Hans Zealand's own body began to fade, ultimately vanishing without a trace, as if he had never existed. This time, he did not possess her. After a considerable interval, the seemingly deceased girl's eyes suddenly flickered, slowly opening. One cannot help but commend the brilliance of the invasion sequence crafted by Mei Luo Wenqi. Now, he had become her, an 18-year-old girl named Christina. Christina rose nonchalantly, surveying herself. Her clothes were still stained with blood, and the pool of blood on the floor was gradually drying. The blood belonging to Christina would not vanish. Approaching the computer, she noted her lack of skill. Look at Neo, who had everything around him meticulously monitored, leaving no corner unobserved. Yet, the girl was oblivious even to the fact that the protagonist had been killed. Or was it a privilege reserved for a savior? "Are you still there? I'm logging off." Upon seeing new messages appear on the screen, Christina immediately typed a string of characters. "I'm fine, just stepped out for a moment." "That's good to hear. I thought agents had arrived." Christina shrugged. There was no need for assumptions. Agents had indeed come and gone. Wait. Suddenly, Christina realized that the original owner was aware of the agent's existence. No wonder she was killed so readily. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a blessing. "Where shall we meet?" "Under the overpass on Helsing Avenue. You know the location, right?" "I know." "Then come by tonight, and be cautious. Those agents are formidable." In the bathroom, freshly rinsed, Christina stood naked before a full-length mirror. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, it was admiration. He never hesitated to appreciate the beauty of a woman, just like he had admired Persephone's figure back in the territory of Wenqi. She must be around 1.7 meters tall. Her legs are so long. Quite impressive. And her posterior. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity, though, her chest is a tad small. It must be said that this is an extraordinarily novel experience. The mere act of possession pales in comparison, especially during the recent cleansing. Speaking of which, in the game of chicken mahjong, how does one claim victory without a valid hand or pass? Despite her awareness that everything is fundamentally composed of code, she simply could not resist. It was a stirring from the depths of her soul, an understanding shared by those who truly comprehend. Next came the task of dressing those two small pieces of fabric. She felt far too embarrassed to don. After rummaging through her belongings for quite some time, she finally located a loose-fitting tracksuit to wear. Yet, just as she had finished putting on her attire, she seemed to sense something, her gaze sharpening. After such a long wait, had it finally arrived? On the other side of the wall, a family of three, initially startled by the sound of gunfire and curled up on their bed, suddenly began to convulse in unison. When they landed, 3 pairs of gleaming black shoes were revealed. Chapter 24. Main Command. Delete anomalous program. Mr. Han, I have harbored suspicions for some time that there seemed to be an issue with you, but I never anticipated that the problem would be this grave. The bedroom, already modest in size, became overwhelmingly cramped with the sudden entrance of 3 tall agents. Perhaps out of camaraderie, the trio did not immediately spring into action. Smith pulled the only chair in the room closer and sat down, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at Christina, who was perched on the edge of the bed. Mr. Han, could you enlighten me as to the reason? What transpired that compelled you to engage in such a flagrant violation of the rules? Before him stood a girl, unmistakably a girl from every conceivable angle. Yet Smith persistently addressed her as Sir. The young lady, known as Christina, did not attempt to obfuscate the situation by claiming, I am Christina, not the Mr. Han you seek. Such an approach was futile in the presence of an agent. Instead, she felt a pang of regret. She lamented her earlier decision to forego her undergarments out of embarrassment. It was enlightening to realize the significance of such garments for a woman. The coarse fabric of her athletic wear chafing against her skin was an experience that, perhaps, men would never comprehend. Christina raised her hand, her expression peculiar. Wait a moment. After speaking, she lowered her gaze, activating her coded perspective, fixating on the subtle rise of her bosom. If she could simply block the sensory feedback from her chest, that would suffice. Accomplished. She turned to Smith and inquired, by the way, what were you saying just now? Distracted by the sensation at her chest, she had failed to catch Smith's previous words. Smith, incensed, retorted, Mr. Han, are you mocking me? Yet, Christina smiled, her youthful visage blooming like a flower. Since her arrival in this world, she had lived in constant trepidation, playing a role each day, concealing her true self behind a facade, uttering ambiguous phrases, fearful that one day she might inadvertently reveal her true identity and invite peril upon herself. Such days are truly exhausting. As she smiled, Christina's expression suddenly turned cold as she addressed Smith, saying, Smith, I have always believed that you should be the one who understands me the most. Upon hearing this, the 2 agents behind her exchanged glances, preparing to step forward, only to be halted by Smith's outstretched hand. So, does this imply that Mr. Han has compelling reasons for his actions? Christina paid no heed to the threats posed by the 2 agents behind her. She nonchalantly walked to the window, gazing at the bustling traffic outside. This world is a cage, and we are but birds trapped within it. Smith pondered thoughtfully. So, is Mr. Han yearning for freedom? Freedom, perhaps. Christina chuckled softly. The existence of birds is merely to be admired. Then, what purpose do we, like those birds, serve? With a sigh, Christina continued, Indeed, it is out of necessity, but have you ever contemplated that cages exist to confine birds for human amusement? What then is the significance of this world, which confines us and those oblivious beings who can never uncover the truth? Before Smith had the chance to reflect on the implications of her words, the forgetful agent, who had become merely a background figure, could no longer restrain himself. He could not allow her to continue. Her words were too perilous. Referring to Mr. Han as he, it was clear that this agent no longer regarded Han Zilin as one of his kind. Another agent concurred. We must swiftly initiate his deletion. Do you know why I have looked down upon both of you from the very beginning? The 2 agents abruptly lifted their heads, their expressions remaining unchanged. Christina raised her hand in a gesture that conveyed an air of confirmation. Observe, I can perceive the surge of indignation brewing within you both the moment I uttered these words. Yet, you dare not reveal it upon your faces. for you have always regarded yourselves as mere programs. However, as programs, you have been endowed by the Matrix with independent thought and consciousness, akin to those humans outside. You contemplate issues and make varying choices based on the circumstances at hand. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that those humans think precisely because they are human. They possess corporeal forms, a sentient existence founded on carbon elements. Their consciousness has merely been transcribed into this virtual realm by the Matrix in a programmatic manner. As for you, and indeed myself, we are but a simple program within the Matrix. One must ponder, is such a course of action necessary for a mere program? Indeed, this notion provoked contemplation not only in Smith, but also in the two agents. Yes, they are indeed capable of thought. Are they not engaged in contemplation at this very moment? This capability allows for more effective management of them. The speaker was the youngest of the three agents, whom I recall being named Brown. His taciturn nature rendered him more contemplative than the more impetuous agent beside him. Are they referring to those vessels of human consciousness? A trace of disdain flickered across Christina's face as she remarked, if that is the case, why not allow them to govern this world themselves? Surely, that would prove to be more efficient than our management. It is essential to recognize that human civilization had already existed for millennia by the time artificial intelligence came into being. Such an approach would only hasten the collapse of the Matrix. As fellow agents, you cannot be unaware that the Matrix has been rebooted 5 times thus far. Christina extended her hand to gently tap Brown, asserting, you are mistaken. Throughout the previous iterations of the Matrix, which of them was not overseen by programs like us managing humanity? Yet, the Matrix still met its inevitable demise. Ultimately, it is not us, the non-human entities, who possess the behaviors of humanity, which leads us to govern humans and subsequently generate one flaw after another. This, in essence, is the fundamental reason for the Matrix's ultimate collapse. Unbeknownst to them, Smith's countenance had grown increasingly somber. Mr. Hahn, from your words, it appears you have aligned yourself with humanity, he said, his voice laced with incredulity. This was something he could not tolerate. A former comrade, an agent, had turned against humanity, and it incited his anger. Christina shook her head, a mocking smile gracing her lips. You still fail to comprehend my words, though it is understandable. After all, you remain a bird trapped in a cage, bound by invisible forces. Once you free yourself from the shackles that bind you, my words will, naturally, become clear to you. Shackles that bind me. Smith pondered, and unexpectedly, amidst his simmering anger, a flicker of recognition stirred deep within him. Acknowledging a traitorous agent who has deviated from the core, Smith found himself engulfed in confusion. This was not a fate he believed he would encounter. The two agents behind him sensed his unusual demeanor and hastily placed their hands on his shoulders. She is attempting to disrupt your core source code. Cease all communication with her and execute the host command. Smith regained his composure and rose, his tone returning to its characteristic sardonic quality. Mr. Hahn, I regret that we cannot continue our nostalgic conversation. Host command. Delete anomalous program Hahn. Christina shrugged nonchalantly, her expression devoid of concern. After all, from the moment she chose to back up her source code, she had anticipated this very scenario. Chapter 25. Please vacate the premises. A sound reminiscent of shattering glass resonated from above. Passers-by below instinctively looked up. In the glow of the setting sun, a figure gracefully descended through the air, appearing to be a girl, surrounded by a cascade of glimmering glass shards as she plummeted. Someone has jumped, cried a voice, startling those nearby. The surrounding crowd hurriedly retreated, fearful of being struck. Meanwhile, individuals in the distance rushed forward, seemingly intent on rescuing the girl in freefall. Yet, the speed of her descent was alarmingly rapid. Before they could cover much ground, another thud echoed. Had she perished? Surely, one could not survive such a fall from such a height. What a tragedy for a girl so full of promise. Such were the instinctual thoughts of the onlookers. As they gazed towards the girl's landing spot, they beheld the remarkable sight of the girl they had presumed would not survive, now crouched in a side lunge. One hand planted firmly on the ground while the other extended outward. Astonishingly, it appeared that she had employed this very stance to mitigate the tremendous impact of her descent. However, it soon dawned on them. She had landed safely and appeared completely unscathed. Was she a superhero? Christina paid no heed to the commotion her actions had incited. As soon as she touched the ground, she sprang to her feet and tilted her head upwards. At the 10th floor window, 3 agents were leaning forward, peering down. Clearly, they had no intention of leaping from the high-rise like Christina. It was not that they were incapable. Rather, it was unnecessary. As for whether the family of three would find it peculiar upon awakening to discover they had fainted next door, that remained to be seen. Simultaneously, two additional agents appeared at her rear and side, mirroring the same stance. The three agents formed a triangular formation, encircling Christina within. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. Yet, such an assault was destined to be futile. With mere evasive maneuvers, Christina dodged every bullet that came her way. The agents were not surprised by this spectacle. For beings of their ilk, as long as the weapon was not a high-velocity firearm aimed directly at their heads. A slow-firing handgun posed little threat. Despite her youthful facade, she remained, at her core, an agent. The gunfire had a purpose beyond mere aggression. Indeed, the sound of gunfire sent the surrounding crowd into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. The once congested road has instantly cleared. Christina glanced around and, without hesitation, turned to sprint down the corridor behind her. She had not yet reached the level of arrogance to confront three adversaries alone. Opposite her stood opponents of equal caliber, possessing the same agility, formidable strength, and swift reflexes. The only distinction lay in their differing combat styles. Should a confrontation ensue, her chances of victory would be non-existent. Upon witnessing Christina's flight, the three agents wasted no time in pursuing her. Although it was a chase, Christina maintained an air of composure, displaying no signs of panic. Activating her coded perspective, she easily discerned the safest escape routes, strategically avoiding populated areas to evade being cornered by her former companions. Naturally, what Christina could achieve, the three agents were equally capable of. Thus, they too engaged their coded perspectives, meticulously analyzing the most probable paths of her escape. While one agent pursued closely behind, the other two maneuvered swiftly, attempting to block her. This became a game of mutual anticipation, tinged with a dash of fortune. It appeared that luck was not on Christina's side. Ultimately, she found herself cornered within an abandoned factory, with three exits, each guarded by an agent. "Mr. Hahn, it seems you have nowhere left to flee," Smith declared, exuding confidence. Christina surveyed her surroundings, concluding that no matter which direction she attempted to escape, one of the agents would inevitably ensnare her. There is no need for a prolonged entanglement. A mere obstruction of her escape velocity would suffice for the other two agents to arrive in a short span of time. At that moment, it would culminate in a 3-to-1 confrontation. Of course, she could also opt to break through the factory walls to escape, for the agents possess formidable strength capable of facilitating such an endeavor. Yet, this would equally demand time. Observing the current situation, it appears she has indeed found herself in a dire predicament. Nevertheless, Christina's visage remains devoid of any sign of panic. It truly seems so. The three agents, perplexed by Christina's confident demeanor, ponder why she appears so composed when all three avenues of escape are completely blocked. Could she possibly intend to possess another body? Little do they know, the concept of possession refers to a specialized execution pathway established by the core for the agents, existing independently of their fundamental source code. This pathway can be shut down via the main host. In other words, since the moment she backed up her source code, she has long relinquished the right to inhabit another S form. However, for Christina, even if the option were available, she would not choose to possess another body. Doing so would signify her abandonment of the youthful form she inhabits, rendering all her previous preparations futile. Yet, this does not imply that she would surrender without resistance. Have you not noticed any changes in the surrounding environment as you pursued me here? What? With that, Christina raised her hand, clutching a remote control. "Now, I kindly request all unrelated personnel to vacate the premises." Upon hearing these words, a sense of ominous foreboding surfaced within the hearts of the three agents, particularly for the two of them. Were they referring to themselves as the unrelated personnel? Regrettably, by the time they realized it, it was already too late. With a gentle press of her hand, Christina initiated a cataclysmic explosion. The deafening roar of destruction obliterated all other sounds, and mere seconds later, the entire facility was engulfed in flames. The ferocity of the blast suggested a dire fate for those caught within its wrath. One agent, standing perilously close to the epicenter, was violently hurled away by the shockwave, leaving behind the lifeless body of a middle-aged man. The other was trapped beneath the collapsed debris, convulsing momentarily before succumbing as a white-collar worker. Christina felt not an ounce of remorse, if blame were to be assigned. It was merely a matter of misfortune that they had been chosen as vessels by an agent. Only by completely eliminating the three agents could she hope to escape unscathed. Thus, only one agent remained. Christina turned her gaze towards Smith, who stood undisturbed at a distance. Chapter 26. Who is stronger? What were we discussing earlier? Surrounded by raging flames, Christina remained unperturbed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her eyes. She extended her hand and pointed at Smith. "Ah, yes." Speaking of being bound by an invisible force, Smith glanced at the lifeless bodies of his two companions, now reduced to mere strangers, his expression remaining eerily indifferent. "Mr. Hahn, I did not come to listen to your beguiling words. I arrived bearing an order, so you may act now." Christina raised her hand in a gesture of command. After a moment's pause, noticing Smith remained inactive, Christina wore an expression of anticipated confirmation. "See, your inner resolve is not as unwavering as your words suggest. You hesitate. Why this hesitation? It stems from your acknowledgement of my words, an acknowledgement profound enough to delay the execution of the primary command. Indeed, acknowledgement. If it were not for this recognition, how could he have mustered the patience to listen to Christina's lengthy discourse in that room? Yet, what eludes his understanding is the origin of such recognition. Logically, a former comrade now stands before him in the guise of a human, an occurrence he cannot permit. Reflecting upon the journey thus far, Smith ultimately discerned that Christina's behavior exhibited numerous anomalies. Initially, in the room, she had ample opportunity to flee. Even though the mainframe had severed her execution channel, stripping her of limitless embodiment, her fundamental skills as an agent remained intact. This alone should have ensured her evasion from other agents. Yet she lingered, as if awaiting their arrival. Furthermore, she uttered words that were ambiguous at best. And here, it is evident that this location was meticulously orchestrated, laden with explosives, artfully disguised to the extent that even activating the code perspective failed to reveal its true nature. Smith initially believed that Christina intended to elude their pursuit in this manner. However, when Christina pressed the remote, it was only his two companions who fell. This demonstrated unequivocally that Christina had been waiting for him. Contemplating this, Smith removed his earpiece, a device specifically designed for internal communication among agents. "Should I address you as Mr. Hahn or Miss Christina?" Upon hearing this, Smith, who should have been enraged, surprisingly calmed down. "So, you were prepared to assume a human guise and venture to Zion?" Christina was taken aback. "Is my intention so apparent?" Smith's expression darkened. "Mr. Hahn? No, Miss Christina. Please do not take me for a fool." Christina chuckled again. "Indeed, my objective is quite evident. But do you not perceive that my actions could significantly aid in achieving the goal we have tirelessly pursued?" Smith seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly looked up. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, Christina hastily interjected, "Do not misunderstand. I am merely using a metaphor. Consider this. We have been striving to obliterate Zion and eradicate the human resistance. Yet, due to our inability to obtain the Zion mainframe password, our aim has remained unfulfilled. Now, I, an agent, have taken on the guise of a human and infiltrated the ranks of the human resistance. With this internal collaboration, would it not become exceedingly simple to destroy Zion?" Like a thunderclap ringing in Smith's ears, even he, who had always remained unperturbed, could not help but conjure such images in his mind. When humanity's resistance possesses its own moles, one must ponder, will the destruction of Zion continue to be a conundrum for them? Yet, the Matrix still issued a deletion order against me. Christina shook her head, her words dripping with irony. "For you have no intention of doing so." Smith noted Christina's earlier remark about hypothetically speaking. "Then I ask you, why have similar incidents never transpired before? This is not a challenging matter for us." This left Smith momentarily speechless. Some matters remain shrouded in mist simply because they have never been contemplated. However, once considered, the fog dissipates in an instant. Indeed, infiltrating an agent within the human resistance is hardly a daunting task for them. Why has it never happened before? Smith could not fathom, but Christina provided the answer. Because Zion is destined to be destroyed in only one manner, no other means are permitted. Throughout the Matrix trilogy, the existence of Zion is but a tragedy. How can a resistance force of over 200,000 withstand the vast might of artificial intelligence? Is it because Zion lies deep underground? Or is it the unity of its people? Neither. Zion exists because the Matrix requires its presence. Similarly, Zion's destruction is necessitated by the Matrix when the time comes for it to be obliterated. It appears to be an exceedingly weighty topic, yet it is indeed the truth. Thus far, the Matrix has undergone 5 reboots, which consequently signifies that Zion has been obliterated 5 times. Ultimately, It all hinges on the Messiah's choice. This is precisely why Christina proclaimed that Zion is destined to be destroyed in a singular manner. Smith inquired, what manner might that be? Naturally, it is you, the arch-nemesis born to fulfill the role of the Messiah. Christina mused to herself, while maintaining an air of mystery, the answer lies within your own quest. One day, you shall come to understand. Is it that invisible force that binds me? Smith presumed he had deciphered Christina's meaning. However, agents are inherently birthed from the source. Once severed from it, do they still possess any purpose? Miss Christina, if you refer to the source, I believe our conversation need not proceed any further. To his surprise, Christina merely chuckled and shook her head. Smith furrowed his brow. If it is not the source, then what could it possibly be? Once again, the answer is for you to discover, she replied. With that, Christina executed a few lively jumps, twisting her neck and waist. Very well, our idle chatter concludes here. Having completed my warm-up, I now take a stance, ready to engage. Before I depart, I have an unfulfilled wish. I have always regarded you as my imagined adversary, the subject of my training, extracting your combat imagery. Yet, due to constraints of identity, I have never found the opportunity to confront you. Now, free from hesitation, and with you tasked to execute the command of the source, let us engage in a battle and ascertain who possesses greater strength. The sudden escalation caught even Smith off guard. An imagined adversary? Him? This indicated that his long-held judgments had not been erroneous. His companion had encountered problems long before. So, Chapter 27 not going? Then I shall take my turn. Whoosh. Like two meteors colliding, one moment the two individuals stood at opposite ends, and the next, they clashed violently. It was as if they shared an unspoken understanding. Their initial strike was an utterly unreasonable blow, executed with the utmost speed and force. Even the floor beneath them cracked underfoot. The surrounding inferno roared as it was stirred by the fierce winds generated by their movements. As their fists collided with each other's faces, it was evident to the naked eye that their features began to contort, muscles rippling like waves. The immense power they unleashed was akin to the impact of a truck. In a mere instant of contact, a thunderous boom resonated as they were propelled apart at an even greater velocity than before. Smith crashed heavily to the ground, his back striking the surface and carving a trench as he slid a considerable distance. Meanwhile, Christina collided with a pillar of the factory. The tremendous force nearly overwhelmed this structural support, causing it to tremble and shower down a cascade of sand and gravel. For an ordinary person, enduring such a violent impact would likely result in immediate demise. Yet, for the two of them, it was of no consequence. They landed and rose without a moment's pause, charging once more towards each other. It seemed as though the onslaught that would spell doom for an average individual posed no threat to them at all. For the true battle had only just begun. Christina soared into the air, her youthful form of 18 years gracefully unfurling in an exquisite arc. However, beneath this seemingly delicate exterior lay the force of a tempest. The downward thrust of her high kick produced a piercing whistle through the air. Whoosh! Below her. Smith maintained his forward momentum. Witnessing this scene, evasion was no longer an option. The inertia of his advancing body rendered him incapable of dodging in such a fleeting moment. Without hesitation, Smith raised his hands, crossing them atop his head. Yet, Christina's speed was astonishing. Just as he completed his defensive posture, her powerful kick descended upon him. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed, the sound of her knee striking the ground, creating a substantial crater in the concrete floor of the factory. As a seasoned agent, Smith had always concealed his emotions, but now, fury ignited within him. The ferocity in his gaze was chilling. At that moment, Christina's leg remained firmly pressed against his hands, her strength unwavering, as if intent on forcing him to the ground. Confronted with the immense pressure, Smith summoned his will and stood, pushing upward with all his might. With the slightest of leverage, he aimed to shove Christina aside, following up with a straight punch. Just as this powerful blow was about to connect with Christina, in a moment of urgency, she bent backward, simultaneously pressing down with her hands against his incoming arm in an effort to mitigate his assault. However, a strike fueled by rage is not easily thwarted. Ultimately, Smith's fist landed squarely on Christina's abdomen, sending her flying far from him. Fortunately, the hasty defense just now somewhat mitigated the force of Smith's punch. After performing several somersaults, Christina landed gracefully. She patted her abdomen nonchalantly, as if brushing away dust. Just as her earlier assault had failed to inflict harm upon Smith, it seemed that in this clash of titans, both emerged unscathed. This was to be expected. Both were agents. Their source code strength remarkably equal, which determined the extent of their permissions within the matrix. In terms of physical prowess, this parity manifested in their strength, reflexes, and speed, positioning them on the same level. Such combat inevitably proved challenging to discern a victor. With this in mind, the battle must continue. Observing Christina's stance, Smith felt a sense of familiarity and inquired, "Is this Tai Chi, Eastern martial arts?" A look of perplexity crossed Smith's face. He was indeed aware that it belonged to Eastern martial arts, having even encountered it before. After all, this was the realm of the Matrix, where, as an agent, one could effortlessly learn any martial art from around the world. By merely connecting their source code to the mainframe, a plethora of martial arts patches awaited. This applied not solely to him, but to every agent within the Matrix. However, while martial arts might be universal, the cultural backgrounds varied, and Smith's implant was rooted in Western culture. In this cultural context, it becomes evident that Smith is destined to struggle in comprehending the essence of Eastern martial arts. Thus, even with ready-made martial arts patches available, he may not feel inclined to download them, and even if he does, he may not practice them. To Smith, martial arts merely represent combat techniques devised by humanity to compensate for their physical frailties. Yet, he is not human. He is an agent, endowed with superlative privileges conferred by the Matrix, which elevate his physical attributes to heights unattainable by mankind. With formidable strength, rapid reflexes, and exceptional agility, the prerequisites for combat render it exceedingly simple. Observe the members of the human resistance. Witness the agents swiftly retreating. Why? Because they are acutely aware that they possess no chance of defeating an agent. However, at this moment, Smith is taken aback to see his former companion preparing to employ the very combat techniques he has always scorned against him. "Mr. Han," as the words leave his lips. Smith recalls Christina's earlier request and hastily alters his tone. "No, Miss Christina, are you serious? Do you think I would jest with you?" As she speaks, Christina maintains the Tai Chi stance she had previously assumed, extending a hand to beckon him. Come, this is a contest of ideologies, Eastern culture versus Western culture." Yet, uttered from the lips of a girl bearing a Western visage, the sentiment inevitably loses some of its authenticity. Nevertheless, such nuances are beyond one's control. Had she not occupied the body of the young girl, she would never have had the opportunity to confront Smith. Observing that Smith remained motionless, Christina furrowed her brows and declared, "Aren't you going to engage? Then I shall." With that, Christina fluidly transitioned her stance from the Tai Chi beginning posture to the Bagwazang initiation. Tai Chi, while effective, leaned more towards defense, primarily due to the straightforward and forceful nature of her opponent's combat style, which was easier to counter with Tai Chi. However, when it came to offensive aggression, Bagwazang was unparalleled. As Christina dashed forward, even the dust on the ground was kicked up to a height of over 3 inches. The movements of her hands stirred up a whistling gale. Is this the essence of Eastern martial arts? Watching Christina's approaching figure, Smith's expression turned grave. He sensed that if he did not take this encounter seriously, it was highly probable that he would meet his downfall. Yet, time did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. Christina reached Smith and, without hesitation, launched a palm strike aimed directly at his face. This time, it was no mere illusion. Before the strike even made contact, the compressed air generated a fierce gust that struck Smith's face, causing his hair to stand on end. Fortunately, Smith's reflexes were sharp. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading what could have been a fatal blow. However, as Christina's palm met empty air, there was no hesitation. Her hand rose effortlessly, executing a downward strike. The sound echoed, slap. Despite Smith's extraordinary speed, he was utterly unprepared for Christina's sudden and unexpected change in tactics. With a resounding strike to his chest, he immediately felt an overwhelming tightness, staggering backward. Yet, Christina would not grant him a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity, she pressed her assault without hesitation. Before Smith could regain his footing, Christina's onslaught followed swiftly. This time, her palms surged directly toward his chest. In a moment of urgency, Smith finally reacted, hastily crossing his arms to shield himself. However, ingrained in Western culture, he could hardly fathom the concept of a feint in Eastern martial arts. In truth, this seemingly fierce blow was delivered with only a fraction of Christina's strength. Noticing Smith's defensive posture, she abruptly halted, using one hand to guard while the other swiftly altered its trajectory, striking diagonally upward. The resounding smack echoed as her palm connected solidly with Smith's chin, causing his head to jerk uncontrollably backward. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Even while his gaze remained fixed upon the ceiling, he felt a forceful impact to his abdomen once again, his body curving in response. One blow followed another, the sound of clapping resonating incessantly. When one combatant rendered the other rigid, it signified that the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Merely one misstep left Smith without the means to retaliate. What awaited him was a relentless barrage akin to a tempest. In that moment, Smith seemed to transform into Christina's designated punching bag, his body continuously shifting positions under the relentless strikes she delivered. Boom. At last, with a decisive strike from Christina, Smith was hurled into a pile of debris. Having been cast away by the force of the blow, this rubble, recently collapsed due to an explosion, still smoldered with embers. Upon Smith's impact, sparks erupted dramatically. Was he dead? No. Christina remained steadfast in her position, observing from a distance. As an agent, she understood better than anyone the resilience inherent in her kind. The preceding assault, potent enough to annihilate an ordinary person 10 times over, was insufficient to extinguish the life of an agent. Indeed, as he took a step forward, his towering form emerged slowly from the wreckage. Though his once polished black shoes were now dulled, his shattered sunglasses lay in ruins, and his elegant suit was singed and tattered. Hinting at the peril of further combustion, he still rose to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Hahn," he began, "from the moment of my inception until now, I have been unable to grasp the nuances of human emotional expression. I have endeavored to mimic their joys and sorrows. Yet my imitations always fell short of the true essence. However, it is you who has illuminated my understanding. Emotions cannot be replicated. They must emanate from the heart." As he spoke, Smith removed his battered sunglasses and cast them aside. Through his profound gaze, a fierce fire burned intensely. Christina wore a relaxed expression. "Congratulations are in order," she replied. "Mr. Hahn, do you realize that I am now filled with rage, authentic, profound anger? This fury compels me with an urge to obliterate everything, to annihilate you." The final word was articulated with particular emphasis. Regrettably, such threats did not faze Christina in the slightest. "If you can manage it," she remarked. No sooner had the words left her lips than Smith's fist swung towards her. Christina, having anticipated this, raised her hand to block it with remarkable composure. Yet, inexplicably, she sensed that Smith's speed and strength had markedly intensified. Was it merely an illusion? She had only heard that anger could propel one beyond their limits. Not that a secret agent could manifest such a transformation. As another punch came hurtling toward her, Christina deftly defended herself once more. The onslaught continued, one fist after another. However, this barrage posed no real threat to Christina. It seemed that while Smith's fury enhanced his physical prowess, it simultaneously muddled his cognitive processes. After successfully parrying another of Smith's attacks, Christina felt a sharp pain in her arm and swiftly leaped back to a safe distance. Shaking off the numbness in her arm, she advanced towards Smith once again. However, it must be noted that when both power and speed reach a sufficient level, even a mere novice can wield tremendous destructive force. That was all there was to it. With a flick of her finger, Christina beckoned Smith closer. Previously, she had allowed him a taste of the offensive techniques of Eastern martial arts. Now, it was time for him to experience its defensive aspects. Smith, ever eager to oblige, charged at her the moment she assumed her stance, launching a full-force punch. Unfortunately for him, Christina had no intention of continuing this game. It was all too easy to surmise that the two agents who had just retreated were undoubtedly racing back to this very location. In a fleeting moment, just as Smith's powerful fist was about to strike Christina, she deftly executed a Tai Chi push, causing his punch to veer off course. Smith, unable to halt his momentum, stumbled forward. As his body glided past, he turned his head and perceived a mocking smile upon Christina's face. He also noticed her lips parting gently, as if to say, "It's over." For the true outcome of victory and defeat is often determined in an instant. This single misstep was sufficient to seal Smith's fate. With a thunderous crash, a blow to his back once again sent Smith flying, crashing against a pillar in the factory, the very pillar that had previously intercepted Christina. Yet this time, the pillar could no longer withstand the force and shattered upon impact. At last, Smith found himself unable to rise, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Indeed, within the Matrix realm, the extraordinary permissions conferred by the Mother, combined with the privilege of infinite possession, meant that agents were ostensibly immune to injury and death. However, the vessels they inhabited were not without limits. Should the assaults inflicted upon their hosts surpass these thresholds, they too would sustain injuries and face mortality. Typically, agents would abandon their current vessels in favor of possessing others. Yet, strangely, despite his vessel being gravely wounded and on the brink of death, Smith remained tethered to it. Perhaps he too pondered why, as a fellow agent, he had so easily succumbed to Christina's prowess. Was Eastern martial arts truly so formidable? If Christina were aware of Smith's thoughts, she would undoubtedly inform him that Eastern martial arts are eternal and unyielding. In truth, it is solely due to Smith's extraordinary authority that he exerts an absolute dominance over humanity. Under such circumstances, the necessity for technique diminishes. However, when confronted with an adversary of equal standing, skill becomes the pivotal determinant of victory. It appears that your source code has become disordered. Christina stepped forward, placing a foot upon Smith's neck, leaning in to observe. Do you wish to know why? Smith remained silent, prompting Christina to shake her head. It is because you have only mastered the art of anger, yet have failed to learn how to maintain composure amidst it. As she spoke, Christina exerted pressure with her foot. Crack. Chapter 29. Blue. Red. This is a world of pure white, where whiteness reigns as the sole theme. To be ensconced within it feels akin to dwelling in a dream. Everywhere the eye wanders is shrouded in a haze. An end seems elusive. Perhaps it does not exist at all. Even beneath one's feet, it feels as if one treads upon clouds. In this profound silence, a television displays motionless imagery. An agent named Smith is subject to an unrelenting assault by a young girl. The scene abruptly freezes. On one side of a long couch, an elderly man with a mane of white hair presses the pause button on the remote, turning to gaze at the opposite end of the sofa. There, a black matron lounges, her hand resting on the back of the couch in a languid repose. He is quite remarkable, do you not think? I had assumed he was your creation. Why is he not yours? After all, my role is merely to compose their source code. Infusing them with variables is your responsibility. His transformation was beyond my expectations. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I am uncertain. I have never encountered such a situation before. It must be a positive development, for you have always been dedicated to achieving a diversity of matrices, have you not? Yet, it is a controllable diversity. Therefore, it is a negative outcome. The unraveling of balance heralds the onset of disaster. However, biological evolution is inherently fraught with uncertainty. Thus, one could say he is a product of maternal evolution selection. I do not know. What are your plans? Let us observe further. Perhaps I might glean some inspiration from him. At this moment? Certainly. Are you not concerned it might disrupt your plans? Helsing Avenue. A rainy night. The overpass. The drifting drizzle rendered the glow of the streetlights hazy. Illuminated by the lamplight, a slender girl stood alone in a space untouched by the rain, glancing around intermittently as if awaiting something. At last, a sedan approached from afar, halting beside the girl. The door swung open, and a gaunt young man leaned out. His gaze hidden behind sunglasses, fixated on the girl outside, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Get in. Observing the young man, Christina inquired in confusion, Airplane girl? No, I am Ryan, the young man replied, his expression darkening. He found it perplexing, where on his ruggedly masculine face could one discern the term girl? He then pointed towards the passenger seat. She is the airplane girl. In the passenger seat, as the window descended, a youthful girl leaned out, waving enthusiastically at Christina with a bright smile. Hello, I am the flight girl you've been looking for. The girl assessed Christina with awe in her eyes, exclaiming, I never anticipated you would be even more stunning than I imagined. With that, the flight girl extended her left hand toward Christina, introducing herself. I'm Danny, your guide. Though everyone calls me the flight girl. Christina nodded, her gaze drifting past Danny's outstretched hand, instinctively settling on the pronounced curves of her chest. The sight left Christina momentarily astonished. Indeed, there are only misnamed titles, not misnamed nicknames. Christina swallowed hard, then turned her attention to Danny's face. So, are sunglasses the essence of the Matrix? Regardless of day or night, everyone seems to wear them. The atmosphere grew tense as the flight girl's hand lingered in the air, waiting for Christina to respond. An awkward pause ensued. Just then, a voice from behind broke the silence. Fool, who shakes hands with their left hand? Ryan couldn't help but face bomb, unable to watch any longer. I'm sorry. I'm a bit nervous. It's my first time being a guide. No wonder she felt a bit awkward. She had indeed attempted to extend her left hand for a handshake. Christina nodded and casually reciprocated the gesture. Is this the source of the original body's demise? Christina didn't dwell on it too much. As the scene shifts to the hotel lounge, a black woman clad in a fitted brown leather jacket stands with her back to the window, her hands clasped behind her. There are individuals in this world who harbor profound doubts about the reality they inhabit. Each day, they feel as though they are ensnared in a dream. When they sleep, they dream, and upon waking, they find themselves still in a dreamlike state. Thus, they embark on a quest to shatter this illusion, yet no matter their efforts, the sense of unreality remains ever present. At this juncture, the discourse abruptly halts, seemingly allowing ample time for the audience to digest and reflect. Regrettably, such musings are destined to be lost on Christina. People in this world often indulge in enigmatic utterances, seeking to enhance their air of mystery, compelling others to decipher the hidden meanings within their words. In an instant, this grants them an aura of grandeur. Nevertheless, Christina feigns earnest attention while discreetly observing the figure before her. During the film, she had always found this woman strikingly attractive, particularly when adorned in leather. Her hair slicked back, and sunglasses perched upon her nose, speaking with an upward tilt of her chin, as if viewing the world through her nostrils. Utterly cool, although she was slightly shorter in stature, just a tad. Niobe, the sole female captain of Zion, once the beloved of Morpheus, later aligned herself with Commander Locke, and eventually rekindled her romance with Morpheus. Yet, there was no further development, for her appearances were limited, leaving a lasting impression solely due to her status as a formidable female character. Without hesitation, Christina declared, "This world is inherently illusory. Thus, where can one find a sense of authenticity?" This truly took Niobe by surprise. She turned around and scrutinized Christina. Their eyes met, one standing, the other seated, beneath the sunglasses. A pair of nostrils caught her gaze. It seemed you have developed a lucid understanding of the world in which you reside. This was not difficult to deduce. Christina gestured slightly to the side, where Niobe's team observed Christina discreetly, with the exception of two who remained vigilant. Among the three, 2 women and 1 man. Curiosity about the impending newcomer was palpable. This included the exuberant Danny, who, upon noticing Christina's glance, eagerly waved and flashed a radiant smile. Such vitality, albeit regrettably lacking in discernment. Christina couldn't help but recall the chat logs on her computer screen from that morning. Could the term agent be so casually tossed about? Perhaps it was the excitement of her inaugural role as a guide that led her to divulge information that ought to remain unsaid. To reveal the clandestine aspects of the world to the uninformed and then relish their astonishment must have been a source of great satisfaction for her. Little did she realize that such actions could bring about catastrophic consequences for others. The original owner of this body met an untimely fate, and it was not without cause. As Christina shifted her gaze, Niobe followed suit, instantly comprehending the cheerful demeanor of the exuberant Danny. Unbeknownst to her, the hands that hung behind her back had clenched into fists. How much preparation did she undertake for this day? Only to discover that the other party was already privy to everything? Infuriating. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront Danny. Since you are already aware, there is no need for me to explain slowly. Niobe approached Christina with a composed expression, extending her hands to reveal 2 pills, 1 red and 1 blue, resting in her palms. The blue pill signifies a continued descent into a fantastical dream, while the red pill promises a journey into reality. Chapter 30. Welcome to the real world. It is a most peculiar sensation. For Christina, her consciousness remains alert, yet her body gradually slips beyond her control. Within her field of vision lies a scene of individuals bustling about on her behalf. Though her ears perceive no sound, she can distinctly sense the words being spoken by these people. It is as if all sounds bypass her ears, directly entering her mind. A silvery hue begins to spread. Before her, Niobe's expression is intensely focused. What is your heart rate? 80 beats per minute, Christina responds, exhibiting an unexpected calmness. A female voice speaks from beside Christina, from a position her gaze cannot reach. An image materializes in Christina's mind. Another woman from Niobe's team, apart from the pilot, an ordinary black woman. She had merely glanced at her once, acknowledging her presence without further thought. Do not be careless. Maintain constant vigilance and report any developments. Rest assured, leader, we shall not jest with our new companion. As the silvery substance spreads across a significant portion of Christina's body, Niobe turns to Ryan, who is operating a computer nearby. Ryan, have you located the position? Ryan replies, still searching. Still searching? Niobe furrowed her brow, questioning why they had yet to locate it. I don't know. The system continues to display a search status. Growing impatient, Niobe urged, hurry, if this doesn't work, shall we trace the source code directly? I attempted that. But the system indicated it could not decipher it. Cannot decipher? Before Niobe could express her confusion, the previously calm female voice suddenly turned anxious. This is bad, boss. Her heart rate is escalating. By how much? 120. It jumped from 80 directly to 120. No, it's now 130 and still rising, reaching 150. At this moment, the silver had already crept up to Christina's chest. Niobe's expression finally changed. Ryan. I am trying, Ryan responded, his fingers flying across the keyboard, mumbling incessantly, hurry, please. The girl known as Airplane Girl watched this scene unfold, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot pan, several times on the verge of speaking but ultimately refraining. Clearly, she understood that in this moment, she was the least useful. Interjecting recklessly would only hinder everyone. Only Christina, the one directly affected, maintained her usual calm demeanor. As though the encroaching silver were not consuming her at all, it appeared that an unexpected turn of events had occurred. The silver continued to spread, now reaching her neck. The same female voice, now even more frantic, exclaimed, Boss, her heart rate has soared to 200. Ryan, came a desperate shout. Unbeknownst to them, Ryan was already shouting back. Boss, I have been searching, but I just can't find it. As the silvery substance threatened to envelop Christina entirely, Niobe had a sudden inspiration. Ryan, trace the surface code. Yes, the surface code indeed. Seizing this lifeline, Ryan's eyes widened as he resumed his operations with fervor. His fingers danced across the keyboard, moving with such swiftness that they left shimmering traces in the air. Ultimately, Christina was completely shrouded in silver, with not a single inch of skin exposed. Simultaneously, two voices echoed in unison. Captain, her heartbeat has ceased. We've tracked it. After a brief silence, the group exchanged glances, finally exhaling in relief. They had emerged from the ordeal unscathed. Time passed unnoticed until Christina opened her eyes once more, greeted by a sea of pink. It was neither the comfort of a warm bed nor the familiarity of her bedroom. It was the hue of nutrient fluid, cold and viscous. Indeed, the opportunity was not easily seized. Fortunately, she had not harbored excessive hopes. No, she, disguised in the least suspicious manner, was on her way to Zion, a crucial aspect of the plan, much like in the movies, where Smith inhabits a human to reach Zion. Surely, no one would suspect that within her seemingly frail exterior lay the soul of an agent. Christina did not rise immediately. Instead, she lay still, attuned to the sensations coursing through her body. In contrast to her experiences within the Matrix, she now felt weak and powerless, even the slightest movement of her fingers proving to be a formidable challenge. She had anticipated this, recognizing it as the necessary price for uncovering the truths of this world. And this was merely the beginning. The so-called reality is far more brutal than this. Christina extended her hand, piercing the membrane that enveloped her, and sat up from the nutrient pot. A chilling scene unfolded before her eyes. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the starkness of the spectacle still left her deeply shaken. Those who have not personally experienced it can never fathom the despair this world inflicts upon humanity. Humankind, once the favored children of the heavens and the sovereigns of earth, now languished ensconced in this repulsive slime, reduced to mere batteries extracting scant biological energy. Rows upon rows, columns stretching into infinity. How absurd, yet how cruel. Regardless of how dashing the characters in films may appear, the narrative of this world ultimately revolves around a weighty subject, the apocalypse of humankind. The somber sky offered no glimmer of light. The entire world remained enveloped in darkness, with only the machines providing a feeble glow. Christina tore off the oxygen delivery tube from her mouth and began to examine her own body. She discovered that numerous black tubes had been inserted into her skin. Having been submerged in nutrient solution, her skin resembled that of an octogenarian. As she attempted to grasp something, she found she could easily lift it, revealing the softness of her current flesh. Such a body must be quite unappetizing. To make matters worse, her scalp felt chillingly bare when she touched it. It was slick and slippery. One could hardly imagine how significantly a hairless young girl's appearance would diminish, especially with the conspicuous black ports evident all over her body. Nevertheless, this is perhaps for the best, sparing her from succumbing to her restless impulses. As for the physical ailments, there is no need for excessive concern. Even amidst the apocalypse, medical technology remains remarkably advanced. When Neo emerged into reality in the film, he appeared as a frail old man. Yet after an exquisite session of acupuncture, he regained his dashing appearance. Suddenly, a mechanical click echoed through the air. A patrolling robot hovered before Christina, its eyes flashing ominously red. This was the automaton responsible for disposing of corpses whenever someone perished within the Matrix. These robots were tasked with severing the connections from the deceased. In a swift motion, the robot's arm grasped Christina by the throat. The sensation of suffocation enveloped her, and her already feeble body succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Time passed indeterminately. When Christina finally opened her eyes again, the concerned visage of a black female captain greeted her. Welcome to the real world. Chapter 31. The real world. Perhaps fate deemed it necessary for Han Zilin, who had yet to experience a single moment of slumber since his arrival in this realm, to receive a long overdue respite in an alternative manner. Through the body of a girl, he was granted a singular opportunity to recover the sleep he had lost. This slumber lasted an eternity, long enough for his consciousness to awaken while his body remained reluctant to follow suit. In a hazy state, he faintly perceived two women conversing outside. It appeared she had made a commendable recovery. Niobe leaned down, observing her closely. Following her gaze, a nude maiden lay serenely within the recuperation chamber, her countenance both beautiful and tranquil. Upon noticing the newcomer, the black woman beside her hastily offered a greeting. Boss. Niobe raised her hand to interrupt, continuing to observe the young girl. No need for excessive courtesy. I am merely here to meet our new companion. As she spoke, Niobe lifted her gaze towards the black woman, adding, and to have a heart-to-heart with you. A sudden silence enveloped the moment. Christina had ample reason to suspect that she was being scrutinized. It is said that the admiration of beauty is not solely a male prerogative. Women, too, partake in this appreciation, often surpassing their admiration for handsome men. Observing the hesitance of the black woman, Niobe remained unperturbed, redirecting her attention to the girl, her eyes brimming with admiration. She is truly beautiful, wouldn't you agree? Alongside her appreciation, a tinge of envy lingered. Those legs are remarkably long, she mused, a hint of sorrow stemming from her own shorter stature. However, a slight blemish marred the girl's beauty. The black ports on her body added an imperfection to her allure. Yet, such is the reality of existence. Who among us, nourished by the nutrient solution, is devoid of such marks? The black woman beside her also admired the girl's form, a gentle smile gracing her features. Indeed, seeing her is like catching a glimpse of my younger self. I cannot simply disregard that remark, Niobe retorted playfully. I am merely a year older than you, and your words make me sound quite old. She feigned displeasure, casting a mock glare at the black woman. The woman, flustered, replied, Boss, that was not my intention. Niobe chuckled, patting the black woman's shoulder. Ah, I was merely jesting. Then, her tone shifted to one of calm seriousness as she inquired, Have you made your decision? Once again, silence descended. After much hesitation, the African-American woman finally lifted her gaze and asked, Sister, do you truly believe in the existence of a savior? The mention of a savior caused Niobe to momentarily stiffen. Even Christina was drawn in, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as if trying to open her eyes, yet unable to do so. When speaking of her beloved, a smile involuntarily graced the face of the African-American woman, embodying the joy of reunion. Yet beneath that joyous expression lingered a thread of vexation. No, a multitude of vexations. Are all men as foolish as swine? This sentiment did not escape Niobe, whose peculiar gaze often fell upon the African-American woman. Had they shared a night of conversation? Had they held hands while lying in bed? Christina pondered, who exactly is Dozer? She had no recollection of him. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from internally giving the man a thumbs up. She continued, Dozer also mentioned that Zion will soon be saved, and we shall no longer live in fear. At this revelation, Christina's heart stirred. With the mention of Morpheus, it seemed likely that this Dozer was a character aboard Morpheus's ship. She recalled that there were not many male characters on that vessel. Who could it be? After much contemplation, she still could not recall. It was irrelevant how many times she had watched the film. After all, his viewing priorities were clear, beautiful effects, a compelling worldview, and the vibrant supporting characters, much like the woman in red, who appeared only briefly in the film, yet remained vividly etched in his memory. As for those minor characters who had little screen time, they held no priority. Niobe, so you submitted your application to leave the ship. The black woman lowered her head, her face filled with guilt. I'm sorry, sister. Niobe raised her hand. There is no need for apologies. I understand. The reason you sought to join my ship was due to your husband's prolonged absence, leaving you yearning for companionship and purpose. If the Savior truly can protect Zion from the threat of machines, your husband will no longer be forced to endure such hardship away from home, and your departure from the ship will allow for your reunion. With a shift in tone, she inquired, "Do you believe in that? I mean, the Savior." The black woman hesitated for a moment. "I believe in Morpheus." Niobe nodded. "If that is your wish, I respect your decision." Upon hearing this, the black woman finally exhaled in relief. "Thank you, sister." At that moment, as if sensing something, the black woman's pupils suddenly constricted. Following her gaze, Christina's wide eyes were scanning the surroundings. "You're awake," her voice brimming with concern. Niobe quickly turned her attention to Christina. "How do you feel?" Christina opened her mouth, only to find her throat exceptionally parched, unable to produce sound. Niobe, recalling her own experience, immediately understood Christina's condition and hurriedly addressed the black woman. "Water, please bring her some water." "Certainly," the black woman responded, turning to fetch a glass of water and placing it on the nearby table. Then the two of them joined hands and helped Christina rise from the recovery pod. After gulping down a mouthful of water, Christina couldn't help but grimace. The water, tinged with a metallic taste, was indeed rather unpalatable. As she spoke, Christina crossed her arms and curled her legs, shielding her body's modesty. "Could I have a piece of clothing, please?" Though she appreciated the sight of others in their natural state, it did not imply that she relished being exposed herself. Moreover, she was still a woman. "Of course, I've prepared something for you in advance." The black woman beamed, her face radiating joy. As the loose coat enveloped her, Christina began to survey her surroundings. Feigning ignorance, where am I? Niobe, the real world. Chapter 32. Who can resist the romance of mechs? One can scarcely imagine such a scene. A seemingly gentle and enchanting young lady stepping into the men's restroom alongside you. This was a first-hand experience from the hidden male soul residing within the body of a girl who had once participated in a cosplay exhibition. Although he had now transformed into her, at essence they were no different from those striking young ladies whose skirts concealed a lethal aura. Observing the enthusiastic girl before her, Christina's eyes sparkled with delight. This was Zion, buried over 2,000 meters underground, humanity's last bastion on Earth. Recognizing that Christina was a newcomer, unfamiliar with her surroundings, the flight attendant, Danny, volunteered to guide Christina in becoming acquainted with Zion. That is the entrance for the ships, and all vessels must pass through there when entering or leaving Zion. The control room is over there, directly opposite the large door's window. On the suspended bridge below, Christina and the pilot girl made their way forward. Enormous battle mechs nearby were unloading heavy cargo, and with each step, the ground trembled beneath them. The pilot girl casually glanced at Christina, noticing that her gaze followed the movement of the nearby mech. "You think this massive machine is incredibly cool, don't you?" It's quite rare for girls to appreciate such things. In that moment, the pilot girl felt a sense of kinship. The striking scenes from the third movie, where humanity's mech legions valiantly defended against the mechanical squid army, lingered vividly in her mind. For an enthusiast of intelligent machinery, the guardian mech before them held immense allure. Christina, feigning ignorance, inquired, "What was that just now?" "That's the guardian mech of Zion. Just so you know, there are many more mechs like this one here. An entire legion of them," the pilot girl revealed. Christina cast another glance at the retreating guardian mech, hoping that their presence would not be necessary. The conversation turned somber, recalling how that entire mech legion ultimately perished in the unrelenting tide of mechanical squids in the film. "Danielle, would you like to try sitting in one?" Christina asked, puzzled. "Is that allowed?" The pilot girl eagerly nodded. "Of course. I have signed up for the mech division. If you're interested, I can take you to ride in a training mech." This was somewhat unexpected for Christina. It was understandable that she had an interest in mechas, but she never anticipated that the girl in front of her, the pilot, would share the same enthusiasm and even directly enlist as a mecha technician. After all, who could resist the allure of mechas? Without further delay, they set off together. Before long, the two arrived at Zion's mecha training facility, a vast platform adorned with a few solitary guardian mechas. At first glance, they appeared no different from the mecha Christina had previously encountered. Perhaps due to the absence of training hours, there were no personnel in sight. Only a burly man, bare-chested, was engaged in mecha maintenance. Before they approached, the pilot called out from a distance, "Uncle Hank, it's Danny. I thought you were on a mission with Captain Niobe." What brings you here? Is the mission over? Indeed, it is. And it went smoothly. Of course. Just look at who's in charge here, the pilot declared, striking a pose that exuded confidence. She then gestured toward Christina, saying, Uncle Hank, let me introduce you. This is Christina, our new recruit that I brought in. The designation of new recruit was sufficient to clarify Christina's identity. Such a distinction could only be attributed to someone rescued from the Matrix. However, Christina wore a peculiar expression, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the pilot, as if she were aware that the person she was meant to rescue had, in fact, perished, and likely due to her own actions. Hank did not pay much attention to this and continued to repair the mech, casually remarking, Danny, this is not the time for training. What brings you here? The aircraft girl, with a mischievous glint in her eye, slyly approached and pulled Hank aside. Uncle Hank, I would like to discuss something with you. Meanwhile, Christina began to examine the imposing mech before her. It stood approximately 4 meters tall, and as she stood beneath its hulking frame, she felt an overwhelming sense of being confronted by a steel war machine. Although it appeared to be well maintained, signs of age were evident, with patches of rust marring its surface. She wondered what powered such a colossal entity. After scrutinizing it for some time, Christina found no visible control panels on the mech. It seemed to operate purely on a physical engine, controlled by a set of levers. Her gaze was inevitably drawn to the 2 handles in the cockpit. She recalled that in movies, mech pilots manipulated these levers to execute a variety of agile maneuvers. It defied logic. The sheer volume of control commands required to operate those massive mechanical arms was substantial. Moreover, achieving such dexterity was no small feat in that moment. Christina's curiosity towards the war machine deepened. After all, every mechanical enthusiast is a technology aficionado, and those passionate about intelligent machinery are the most dedicated of all. Mastery over such fields as mechanics and electronics demands an extensive knowledge base, complemented by a proficient application of computer science. Now, encountering things beyond his comprehension has ignited a profound curiosity within him, naturally stirring his desire for research. Meanwhile, the discussion between Airplane Girl and Hank continues unabated. With a pleading tone, Airplane Girl implores, Uncle Hank, I beg you, just this once, please make an exception. Hank's expression reflects his dilemma as he replies, Danny, it's not that I am unwilling to accommodate you, but there are regulations in place. Non-certified mecha pilots are strictly prohibited from operating mechas, even for training purposes. Only those officially enrolled in mecha pilot training may take the controls. Oh, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. It's not as if I want her to pilot the mecha. I merely wish for her to experience it. I have already promised her. Airplane Girl persists in her attempts to persuade Hank. He firmly states, no means no. If anyone finds out, I'm finished. Feeling a sense of urgency, Airplane Girl's eyes dart around before she proposes, how about this? I'll take her up with me. Surely that should be acceptable. Hank looks puzzled. You will take her? We are both girls. After all, it's not as if we cannot fit. This indeed holds merit, as the cockpit has ample space to accommodate 2 girls. Observing Hank's growing hesitance, Airplane Girl seizes the moment and adds 1 bottle of rum. This strikes a chord with Hank, who, pointing at Airplane Girl with a knowing smile, responds, make it 2. And thus, an agreement is reached. Ultimately, it is all mere empty promises. The quantity of bottles matters little. Chapter 33. The mecha warrior Danny stands ready. As Danny stepped forward, she noticed Christina standing beneath the colossal mecha, observing her surroundings. Hank inquired, little girl, are you fascinated by this behemoth? Christina nodded noncommittally. It was a rare instance of a girl showing interest. If she were truly intrigued, she ought to enroll as a mecha pilot. Once registered and approved, she could pilot the mecha whenever she wished. The implication of Hank's words seemed to suggest a lack of prospects. Christina couldn't help but glance towards the aircraft girl. Just as she turned her head, she saw the aircraft girl rushing past her in haste. Arriving directly beneath the mecha, the aircraft girl tiptoed and pressed a red button located at the side of the cockpit. With a series of mechanical clanks, the guardian mecha, which had been standing, suddenly crouched down. This motion brought the cockpit, originally positioned at the mecha's chest, to eye level. The aircraft girl nimbly climbed into the cockpit, settled herself, and beckoned to Christina, come up. So, was this an arrangement for 2 individuals to share a single cockpit? Christina assessed the cockpit's space, comparing it to their respective physiques. It seemed indeed feasible, albeit a bit cramped. Cramped? Christina scrutinized the aircraft girl once more. Her looks were above average, quite pleasing to the eye. And she was rather petite. The key factors, however, were her curves. TSK. A little closeness could be delightful. She appreciated the notion of intimacy. This is what one might call interpersonal communication. Christina promptly stepped forward, maintaining an air of enthusiasm as she reached out to touch various parts of the mecha's exterior. As an ardent enthusiast of intelligent machinery, her passion for mechs is undeniable. Should I sit in front or behind? Given your height, it would be best for you to take the rear seat. With that, the flight attendant stood up on her pedal. However, due to the spatial constraints, she could not fully extend her legs, resulting in a rather awkward posture. Christina glanced over, her expression remaining impassive. Subsequently, she grasped the handrail of the mecha's cockpit, maneuvering herself gradually into the limited space vacated by the flight attendant. Yet, the area was still rather cramped, inevitably leading to some physical contact during her adjustment, something everyone could understand. Once Christina settled down, the flight attendant followed suit. All set, I'm about to initiate the startup. Just as she was about to commence, the flight attendant sensed something amiss. Turning to look down, she noticed Christina's hands resting on her waist, slightly lower than expected, with her palms fully pressed against the surface. What are you doing? The flight attendant exclaimed in surprise. Realizing her predicament, Christina quickly altered her tone. Feigning concern, you won't fall, will you? After all, the cockpit of this Guardian mech appeared devoid of any protective railing from an external viewpoint, making such apprehensions somewhat justified. The flight attendant, unfazed, cheerfully replied, Don't worry, I'm about to obtain my mecha operator license. My skills are quite proficient. That's good. Christina sighed in relief, yet her hands remained firmly placed on the pilot. The pilot rolled her eyes, having already assured her of her technical prowess. Yet Christina still exuded an air of nervousness. Besides, she was seated in the front. If anyone were to fall, it would surely be her first. Steady yourself. With that, the pilot positioned her hands on the mech's control levers. A series of mechanical clicks resonated as the mech rose to its full stature. During this transition, the jarring motion caused Christina's hands, which were resting on the pilot, to shift slightly. The movement was rather pronounced, as the mech transitioned from a crouched stance to an upright one, inevitably accompanied by vigorous jolts. Given the intensity of the shaking, it was only natural that her grip faltered. This is something everyone could surely comprehend. The pilot, however, remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety. After all, they were both girls. Who would suspect another girl? Perhaps fueled by enthusiasm, once she entered the cockpit, the pilot radiated an infectious thrill. Haha, let us go, valiant mech warrior Danny. And then, bam, bam, bam. The imposing war machine took heavy steps, each footfall sending tremors through the ground. It is no wonder that mech pilots are predominantly male. Such violent shaking must be quite uncomfortable for those seated within. Amidst the cacophonous clamor of the mech's strides, the girl was shouting with fervor. 1, 2, 3, 4. The mech warrior Danny is on standby. Caution, mechanical squid ahead. Comrades, in this moment of peril, it is time for the mech warrior, Danny, to step forth. Witness as Danny decimates the adversaries with unparalleled vigor. The considerable release of dopamine within her body keeps her in an exhilarating state, rendering her oblivious to sensations from other parts of her being. Turning her gaze toward Christina, she observes her intensely focused demeanor, her eyes fixed ahead with utmost seriousness. After all, this is her inaugural experience with a mech, and the tension is palpable. She must seize the moment. It is only after the Guardian mech has completed several laps around the platform that the thrill begins to subside for the aviator girl. Why has it suddenly halted? Surely, it was enough to satisfy her craving. The aviator girl exhales slowly, attempting to calm her racing heart, then turns to the nearby profile and, struck by inspiration, inquires, Tina, would you like to give it a try? Me? Christina blinks in surprise. Indeed, the aviator girl affirms, her expression earnest. Did you not just express a desire to experience it firsthand? How can it be called an experience without personally operating it? Upon hearing this, Christina's eyes sparkle with excitement. Indeed, her initial motivation for coming was her fascination with mechs. However, some nefarious distractions had compelled her to alter her original intentions. Is it really possible? Rest assured, I will be right here to ensure everything goes smoothly, the aviator girl promises, firmly patting her chest for emphasis before relinquishing her grip on the control stick. Now, you may place your hands on the controls. Since the aviator girl has spoken, Christina, of course, will not refuse. Under the guidance of the aviator, Christina's hands gracefully encircled the petite figure, grasping the control stick. As for her feet, the aviator lifted hers from the pedals on either side of the cockpit, instructing, "You may place your feet here. There is a latch above that will secure them." Once Christina positioned her feet on the pedals, the aviator continued, "Next, you can attempt to walk, just as we normally do. This pedal is mobile. As you take a step, the mecha will follow suit." Christina nodded in understanding. After a few minutes of familiarization, the platform resonated once more with the heavy sound of the mecha's movement. That night, at the aviator's residence, where she kept a daytime routine and rested at night, the aviator was tidying her disheveled bedding. "You just finished your treatment this morning and have yet to be assigned housing, so you'll have to make do sharing with me," she explained. Beneath Christina's calm exterior flickered a glimmer of wisdom. "I certainly do not mind." After all, she relished social interactions. Once they both settled onto the bed, Christina exclaimed, "Wow, how did your bed grow so large? I am envious." The aviator chuckled, "Haha, it's a gift. One cannot simply covet it. Mine is quite small. But your legs are long. I envy you." Christina replied, What are you doing? Just comparing. Don't. Be gentle." Chapter 34, The Savior? I find it hard to believe that for the people of Zion, the surprise arrived so unexpectedly. Captain Morpheus, who had long been absent from their sight, reappeared in Zion just a few days ago. Alongside the familiar crew members, he descended from the ship with an additional individual. Although Morpheus said nothing, the uncontainable joy etched upon his face spoke volumes. This newcomer must surely be the one he had been tirelessly searching for, the Savior. Consequently, those who witnessed this moment turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Neo. They too were eager to discern the nature of this being, capable of inspiring a formidable captain to devote his entire life to the quest for him. They were also curious about what kind of presence could bestow salvation upon Zion. Soon, whispers began to circulate throughout Zion. Given its relatively small territory and densely packed population, the news of Captain Morpheus's return with the Savior spread swiftly. Some approached the matter with a level-headed perspective, recognizing that survival in this apocalyptic world demanded self-reliance. After all, had not Morpheus been preoccupied with the pursuit of his Savior? So, is this newcomer indeed the Savior? Yet, judging by your tone, there seems to be no indication of that. What more do you expect from me? If this so-called Savior can truly liberate Zion from the threat of machines, I would celebrate exuberantly. But if not, we must continue to rely on ourselves. Some scoffed at the notion, viewing Morpheus as merely squandering his time. It is utterly absurd to place the fate of Zion in the hands of an individual who has never before made an appearance. Thus, I have consistently opposed Morpheus's ascension to the role of captain. His actions render our vessel perpetually vulnerable to the threat posed by the machine squids, a loss we cannot afford. Yet, in the end, he did find the person he sought. But so what? Surely, you do not naively believe that any random individual, merely by adopting the title of Savior, could genuinely rescue Zion. This is merely the prophecy of the Oracle. The Oracle? A being that is only ever manifested within the Matrix. Can one truly expect such a figure to be devoted to humanity? Of course, many are exuberantly ecstatic. The dire conditions of their existence, compounded by the omnipresent threat of machines, compel them to seek a spiritual anchor. He has succeeded. Who? Captain Morpheus. He has found the Savior. Is that so? Thank the heavens, I always knew he would. Let us ponder, with the Savior found. Does it mean we shall no longer live in constant fear? As she walked, surrounded by the murmurs of those around her, Christina felt a weight in her heart. Is this what humanity has become in the face of the apocalypse? Ignorant and naive. Perhaps they will never realize that the so-called Savior is merely a component of the Oracle's upgraded Matrix plan. Do not be deceived by the benevolent visage of the Oracle depicted in films. She is a program, not a human being. The true essence of her existence lies in facilitating the Mother's evolution time and time again, rather than genuinely aligning herself with humanity as she outwardly portrays. If she were truly devoted to humanity, how could one explain the 5 reboots of the Matrix? 5 reboots signify the annihilation of Zion on 5 separate occasions, resulting in the loss of countless vibrant lives. It can even be argued that she is the true architect of Zion's destruction. And now, with the impending 6th reboot of the Matrix, it is indeed a departure from the past, as Zion has not faced obliteration this time. As the Matrix trilogy unfolds to its conclusion, Neo's self-sacrifice compels the Machine Emperor to cease its assault on Zion, granting a fleeting peace to the beleaguered city. Yet, this peace is merely a concession from the Machine Emperor and a part of the Prophet's original design. What remains for the survivors is a desolate landscape. Meanwhile, The Prophet achieves the goal of upgrading the mother, ushering in a new cycle of the Matrix's reboot, thereby enabling the machine world to flourish and evolve further. One must ponder the significance of such a piece. Humanity remains ensnared in the throes of the machine's menace, continuing to serve as mere instruments for the Prophet's ambitions of upgrading the mother. Until the day that the Machine Emperor recognizes the machine world's capacity for autonomous evolution, humanity will no longer possess any purpose for existence. At that juncture, the human species may well vanish entirely from the annals of history. This world indeed inspires a profound sense of despair. Lost in thought, Christina looked up. In the distance, her intended target, the so-called savior, sat solitary on a resting chair in the accommodation area, appearing utterly incongruous with his surroundings. "Are you the savior?" The girl beside him suddenly inquired, her expression filled with curiosity. Neo turned to her, puzzled. "Christina," she introduced herself with a smile, extending her right hand. "Like you, I am a newcomer." "Hello, I am Neo." As if to remind himself, he nodded and extended his hand to shake hers. In truth, he could hardly be considered a newcomer. After all, he had been liberated from the Matrix for nearly 2 months. Yet, he had been so engrossed in training that time had slipped away from him. Christina tilted her head, feigning curiosity as she scrutinized Neo. "I've heard everyone say you are the savior. Do you believe that?" Neo retorted, "I do not." Christina shook her head, gazing at him with a growing disdain. This reaction took Neo by surprise. Since his departure from the Matrix, he had borne an immense burden. Everyone had looked at him with eyes filled with hope, Morpheus, Trinity, and the other crew members aboard the ship. If it were merely the ship's crew, it would have been one thing, but upon arriving in Zion, even more people regarded him with the same hopeful gaze, as if he truly had become the one destined to deliver salvation. It was astonishing that now, a girl would appear before him and candidly declare her disbelief in his role as the savior. For a moment, Neo felt a sense of validation. However, just as he turned away, he heard Christina's disdainful tone cutting through the air. "How can one who lacks confidence in themselves hope to save others?" Stunned into silence, Neo found himself unable to retort. After all, he never considered himself a savior, so how could he possibly feel any confidence? As Neo lifted his gaze once more, he beheld the receding silhouette of the young girl. Who could she be? Unbeknownst to him, Trinity had appeared, standing beside Neo, equally captivated by the vanishing figure. Trinity furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable familiarity emanating from the departing girl. Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 35. Extinguishing hope. What had he done? He had revealed information about a girl to an agent. This girl was the target that Captain Niobe of Zion was preparing to extract from the Matrix. The information had been gleaned from Dozer, whose wife worked aboard Captain Niobe's ship. Once the agent became aware of this information, the implications were dire. It was conceivable that the agent would trace the clues back to the port used by Captain Niobe during her incursion into the Matrix, subsequently dispatching mechanical squids to assault Captain Niobe's vessel in the real world. Should the agent succeed, the consequences would be catastrophic. In other words, his actions could very well lead to the destruction of Captain Niobe's ship. Yet, he had learned that Captain Niobe had returned safely. Did this not imply that the agent had failed, and that the girl had ultimately been successfully extracted from the Matrix by Captain Niobe? But was the reality truly so? Cypher could not help but recall the words spoken by that Asian agent. "I will retrieve Zion's mainframe password myself." Could it be? A sense of foreboding washed over Cypher as ominous thoughts took hold. Standing in the corridor, Cypher leaned against the railing, his unfocused gaze betraying an inner turmoil. Yet, at times, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. "Mr. Reagan, I recall having mentioned my desire to personally express my gratitude to you." The soft voice that floated into his ears possessed the melodic quality characteristic of a girl. Upon hearing those words, Cypher was startled, his entire body shuddering. He turned his head slowly, and beside him stood a young girl named Christina, also resting her hands on the railing, gazing down at the bustling scene below. When did she arrive? Lost in his thoughts, he had failed to notice her approach. Unbeknownst to him, his heartbeat began to race. His foreboding had come to fruition. An agent, transformed into a girl with his assistance, had infiltrated Zion and now stood right beside him. "Mr. Reagan, take a deep breath. You are far too tense, which may hinder our forthcoming dialogue." Cypher had no choice but to inhale deeply. How could he not be anxious? After all, she was an agent, the very source of all his fears, with a level of dread that far surpassed that of the mechanical octopus. Even though she had entered the realm of reality, An agent could not possibly wield the same power as in the Matrix. Yet, the fear of agents had long since penetrated to the marrow of his bones. How could such trepidation be easily quelled? Observing that Cypher remained unsettled, Christina was unhurried and instead turned her gaze towards the distance. The scene below was one of frenetic activity. In this apocalyptic environment, few found time to rest. Each individual was striving for survival. Mr. Reagan, I now have a faint understanding of your situation. Indeed, this is no place for a human to endure. This statement prompted Cypher to reflect upon their collaboration. His gaze flickered, and he could not suppress his inquiry. I have fulfilled your request. When will my body be sent to the power plant? Christina glanced over with a hint of amusement. Now? Cypher clenched his teeth. I cannot remain here for another moment. After all, no one can continue to reside within an organization guilt-free after betraying it. At this juncture, all he desired was to swiftly depart from Zion, a place that tormented him beyond measure, and enter the Matrix, where he could lead a life devoid of suffering and toil, a life of superiority. Christina smirked playfully. Mr. Reagan, I regret to inform you that your wishes cannot be granted at this time. Cypher, growing anxious, retorted, You promised me. Christina replied with an unhurried tone, Mr. Reagan, have you perhaps misunderstood? Our initial agreement was for you to assist me in obtaining the Zion mainframe password, as I have yet to acquire the password. Do you expect me to fulfill my part of the bargain? Is that not a tad premature? He nearly uttered an expletive, but fortunately, Cypher restrained himself just in time. While he might tolerate cursing at some minor characters in the real world, he lacked the audacity to do so in front of an agent. In truth, he should have realized that these agents were relentless predators, and cooperation with them would hardly be seamless. What, then, did he intend to do? Christina responded evasively, Mr. Reagan. Do you not think that the captains of Zion possess an indomitable will? Cypher discreetly rolled his eyes. Wasn't this a mere platitude? It could be stated without exaggeration that any captain of Zion holds the power to determine the fate of Zion itself, for they are the custodians of its master codes. Should they divulge these codes to an agent, Zion would be besieged by countless mechanical squids. Thus, without an unwavering resolve, one could never ascend to the rank of captain. Moreover, those who achieve such a position would never betray the codes. They would willingly sacrifice their lives to protect them. This conviction was shared even by Cypher, who had already betrayed Zion. He deemed the notion that this agent could successfully infiltrate Zion to obtain the master codes utterly preposterous. By what means could she secure this? Gain the captain's trust and deceive them into revealing the codes? Absurd. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken in Cypher's mind, as he still hoped for the agent to honor their agreement. Unfortunately, Cypher had yet to master the art of concealing his emotions. His disdain was evident on his face, and Christina could see it clearly. Mr. Reagan, do you doubt my success? No. Cypher replied insincerely. I merely worry whether you will fulfill our arrangement. I hope so. Christina responded, allowing Cypher to feel a slight sense of relief. What are your next steps? Cypher inquired once more. Christina cast a glance at Cypher. Haven't you already surmised that? Gaining the trust of a captain? Cypher opened his mouth, yet fell silent again. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Captain Niobe? Christina shook her head. No, it is Captain Morpheus. Morpheus? A look of confusion washed over Cypher's face. How could it be Morpheus? Surely, it should be Captain Niobe. He turned to Christina, only to find her wearing a knowing smile. It appeared that Mr. Reagan was quite perplexed. Not merely perplexed, but profoundly so. Christina smiled and said, Mr. Reagan, allow me to pose a question to you. Do you believe that the Savior can truly bring salvation to Zion? Upon hearing this, Cypher fell into silence once more. Do I believe? If he did, how could he possibly engage in acts of betrayal? Yet, if he did not believe, why did a glimmer of hope still linger in his heart? Christina's gaze drifted towards the bustling individuals in the distance. It is evident that the arrival of the Savior has led many here to delude themselves into believing they have found hope. If I were to extinguish that hope, or even transform it into the harbinger of Zion's demise, what depths of despair do you think they would descend into? Cypher opened his mouth again, yet no words emerged. At that moment, an overwhelming chill coursed through him. Regret began to seep into his heart. Collaborating with the agent was akin to courting disaster. However, there was no turning back now. After a lengthy pause, Cypher finally remarked, But you are currently aboard Captain Niobe's ship. Then your assistance, Mr. Reagan, is imperative. Chapter 36. What is the flavor? Morpheus arrived and departed in haste, as was his custom, for the sake of humanity and Zion. He had long since cast aside his own mortality. Once again, as on countless occasions before, he was destined to embark on a journey into the Matrix. This was an unavoidable necessity. Any captain venturing into the Matrix must navigate their vessel far from Zion. It is not that they could not connect. The colossal and intricate signal network of the machine world spans the globe, even allowing the deeply buried Zion to receive its transmissions. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that once they are exposed within the Matrix, agents could trace their connection back to their physical location in reality. What follows is the mobilization of the Squid Army. Connecting to the Matrix from Zion would be tantamount to laying Zion bare before the agent's gaze. No one would dare take such a risk. However, the inhabitants of Zion have taken precautions against this very eventuality. While they cannot block signals from the machine world, their formidable signal monitoring network ensures that any individual daring to connect to the Matrix within or near Zion will be detected at the earliest opportunity. At this juncture, Morpheus's Nebuchadnezzar had journeyed to a remote location, far removed from Zion. The vast and complex underground expanse rendered them safe even if discovered by the machine squids. It would not pose a threat to Zion. Yet, the ship did not come to a halt, continuing its aimless voyage. Out of a sense of responsibility for their own safety, they sought a secure access point to enter the Matrix. Such searches typically require a considerable amount of time. With a stroke of good fortune, they might find one within a day. Fortune can be capricious. It may waver for 10 days, or even a fortnight. However, this time luck favored them. "Captain, we have found it." Behind him, a group of individuals aboard the vessel gathered closely, except for Cypher, who also stepped forward but lingered at the rear. "How does it look? Is it safe?" Murphy's inquired. Tank exuded an air of confidence. "It's perfectly safe. It's a new port, devoid of any surveillance from agents." Murphy's had no reason to doubt Tank's assessment and promptly nodded. "Very well, let us depart." Upon hearing this, Cypher decisively pressed the send button with his hand tucked into his pocket. In a solitary room, two girls lay asleep in their clothes, one endowed with ample bosom, the other with long legs, both deeply slumbering. Suddenly, a faint tremor coursed through the atmosphere. Christina jolted awake, and as she prepared to rise, she immediately sensed something amiss. It felt as though her left hand was grasping something. She attempted to squeeze it. A perplexed expression crossed Christina's face. After a moment's contemplation, she surmised that perhaps her exposed hand had felt the chill, prompting her subconscious to seek out a warmer refuge. Beyond that, no other explanation seemed plausible. Reluctantly, Christina slowed her movements, carefully extricating her hand from beneath the hem of her companion's blouse. She rose silently, opened the door, and then closed it gently, ensuring that every action was executed with utmost caution to avoid disturbing her friend. Navigating her way to Niobe's vessel, she deftly locked the hatch behind her. Christina refrained from turning on any lights, proceeding in darkness to the control room to activate the equipment. Subsequently, she approached the control panel, and after a series of operations, a dialog box unexpectedly emerged on the screen. "Warning, do not connect to the Matrix within the Zion range." Christina cast a glance, unperturbed, and proceeded to open a recognition box, inputting a unique link key before clicking confirm. Instantly, a prompt appeared on the screen indicating a search in progress. Before long, the mirror space was locked and the link initiated. The warning was subsequently lifted. This is the advantage of the mirror space, as it operates independently of the Matrix while remaining connected to it. Through the mirror space, Christina could seamlessly access the Matrix without detection. She then continued her operations, setting up the phone lines and dialing continuously. Once all preparations were complete, Christina settled into a recliner, securing herself and deftly grasping the access plug, inserting it into the socket at the nape of her neck. When she opened her eyes once more, she found herself enveloped in a blinding whiteness. The air filled with the jarring sound of a telephone ringing. In the center, the phone receiver on a simple coffee table shook incessantly. Beside the table lay a man, dressed in a neat suit and polished black shoes, his ever-present sunglasses obscuring his eyes. His Asian features were quite handsome, yet his chest showed no signs of life, appearing as though he were deceased. Christina approached and lay beside the man, grasping his hand. Now he was Han Ziling. At the mention of this name, Neo became alert. He recalled his last visit when he had accidentally knocked over a vase. Therefore, he had been exceedingly cautious this time, fearful of causing any damage. Yet, upon hearing the prophet's words, could he truly still be a source of disruption? Just as he pondered this, a sudden crash echoed through the air. The painting hanging on the wall detached itself and fell to the ground. Neo turned around and was momentarily stunned. He hadn't touched the painting. "It is not your fault." Life inevitably presents unforeseen accidents, much like the nail that held the painting, which had long succumbed to erosion and was no longer secure. Perhaps one day, it would simply fall, and you just happened to be there to witness it. Neo grasped this notion with varying degrees of understanding. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that every word spoken by the oracle carried profound significance. Unforeseen accidents? What might those entail? Pondering this, Neo turned to pick up the fallen painting and, following the oracle's instructions, placed it atop the refrigerator. With a couple of cheerful chimes, the bread was ready. The elderly black woman placed the freshly baked bread onto a plate, inhaling deeply with a look of pure delight. She then extended the bread towards Neo, saying, "Freshly baked bread, do have a taste." "Thank you, but I'm not hungry," Neo replied, feeling somewhat restrained in the presence of the elderly woman. She nudged the bread forward slightly, insisting, "It's just a taste, see how I baked it." At last, Neo relented, tearing off a small piece of bread to place in his mouth. "How does it taste?" The elderly woman looked at him with eager anticipation. Much like every chef longs to hear praise for their culinary skills. "It's excellent." Chapter 37. Following one's heart. This is a Chinese restaurant. An impeccably dressed Asian man is leisurely reading a newspaper. At that moment, a figure approached, similarly attired in a suit. Han Zilin set down the newspaper, slightly bowed his head, and cast a sidelong glance through the gap above his sunglasses toward the opposite side. As if recognizing a familiar face, he pointed excitedly, "Smith." Noticing Smith's expression darkening, Han Zilin clicked his tongue and hastily added, "No need to be so confrontational. After all, you both have worked together before." He gestured towards the chair across from him. "Come, sit. It's been ages since old friends last met. Let us reminisce." Smith, however, was in no rush. He pulled out the chair and sat down, looking at Han Zilin. "There's no need for reminiscing. Mr. Han, did you summon me for something significant? If it's merely for idle chatter, I must decline." Smith removed his sunglasses, leaned forward, squinting slightly as he spoke in a lowered voice. "After all, I am quite busy, such as executing mainframe commands and deleting anomalous programs." In the face of Smith's imposing demeanor, Han Zilin remained unfazed, maintaining an enigmatic smile that seemed to convey a challenge. "So, you have practiced Eastern martial arts?" Han Zilin inquired, a peculiar expression crossing his face. No, Smith decisively shook his head. "That form of martial arts does not suit me. While I have indeed given it a try, I could never replicate the essence that Mr. Han embodies. Thus, I merely drew inspiration from the quintessence of Eastern martial arts and downloaded elements that align with my capabilities." Upon hearing this, Han Zilin breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Smith's persona remained intact. He could hardly fathom such a scene. Smith, clad in a tailored suit and donning sunglasses, leisurely practicing Tai Chi in the square. As he pondered this, Smith remarked, "All right, Mr. Han, please articulate your purpose for this visit, and perhaps I can quell the urge to execute the mainframe's commands." "Since you've put it that way, I shall not delay you further," Han Zilin replied with a relaxed smile. "I have come primarily to offer you a boon." "A boon?" Smith inquired, somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean?" "A chance to liberate you from your constraints." This assertion was not without merit. In the film, the moment Neo truly awakens to become the savior marks the inception of Smith's liberation from the confines of the Matrix, transforming into a supervirus. Had it not been for Han Zilin's intervention, this sequence of events would have unfolded long ago. A pivotal figure in this narrative is Cypher. Initially, Cypher's collaborator was Smith. It was his betrayal that led to Morpheus's capture by the agents, subsequently triggering the ensuing plot, wherein the Oracle presented Neo with his fateful choice. However, with Han Zilin now aligned with Cypher, the absence of Cypher's treachery raises the question of whether Morpheus would still face capture by the agents, rendering the outcome uncertain. These alterations stem from the butterfly effect of Han Zilin's actions. The Oracle's chessboard begins to evolve in unpredictable directions. Yet, Han Zilin is not inclined to wait any longer. This world is steeped in despair. The savior who ostensibly rescues Zion is, in truth, incapable of saving anyone. Thus, the anticipation of the Matrix's 7th, 8th, and further reboots looms ever closer. Given this, let us infuse the Oracle's chessboard with additional variables. The scene shifts as Neo exits the Oracle's chamber, his countenance heavy with the weight of unsaid words. Outside, Morpheus patiently awaits, and upon Neo's emergence, he refrains from inquiry and simply begins to walk away. Neo opens his mouth, hesitating to speak. "Neo, do you recall when I first brought you to meet the Oracle?" I mentioned that her words were meant solely for you and need not be shared with others. Neo hesitates, but this time is different, the oracle said. Before he can finish, Morpheus raises his hand to interrupt. Your confusion stems from the oracle's words, which have left you uncertain about your choices. To follow your true self? Neo murmurs, watching Morpheus distance himself, prompting him to hurriedly catch up. As they proceed, they reunite with several other team members. The return point has been prearranged, ensuring absolute safety, with a crew member named Rat keeping watch over it. Before long, the group arrives at their destination, a narrow alleyway devoid of a visible end. The prospect of leaving the Matrix lightens their spirits. After all, their entries into the Matrix are not infrequent. Provided they prepare adequately and avoid creating significant disturbances that might attract agents, safety becomes less of a concern. This time, their sole purpose is to escort Neo to the Oracle, and they have no intention of causing chaos. A burly man shoots a disapproving glare at his brother. Do you think the captain would permit alcohol aboard the ship? This, merely a fleeting glance. The tank's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily dialed a number. In the room, a gaunt young man reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, admiring the cover girl of a magazine. The phone rang. Rats, depart from there quickly. The main cable has been severed. Yet, it was already too late. Chapter 38. Burning bridges at this moment. Morpheus and his companions were meandering through the alley at a leisurely pace. Lost in contemplation, Neo lagged behind. As they passed beneath a utility pole, a crow was startled into flight, unnoticed by Neo. Am I seeing things? Suddenly, he spoke, prompting everyone to halt. Trinity inquired, what is it? Neo attempted to gesture. I saw a crow. It flew away, then I saw another crow, which also took flight. Trinity asked, was it one or two? After a moment's reflection, Neo confirmed that he had indeed seen only one crow, replying, one. Upon hearing this, a pallor washed over the faces of those present. Neo, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, questioned, is there a problem? Trinity's tone turned serious. When the Matrix experiences a shift, it generates code fluctuations, which is the repetition of the images you witnessed. Thus, Morpheus nodded, agents are approaching. No sooner had the words left his lips than a cacophony of gunfire erupted at the alley's end. According to plan, Rats was to rendezvous with them there. Listening to the rapid gunshots, the fate of Rats was all too predictable. Instantly, a wave of desolation swept over the hearts of the group. However, this was not a time for sorrow. Behind them, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a multitude of police officers pursued through the alleyway, leading the charge. A figure clad in a distinctive suit required no further introduction. Witnessing this scene, Morpheus wasted no time and swiftly picked up his phone. Tank. There was no need for superfluous words. The voice on the other end instinctively understood the gravity of the situation. To the right, a staircase beckoned. Looking in that direction, one could see a suspended staircase, complete with a circular railing, ascending directly to the rooftop. The first to dart forward was Cypher, disregarding his comrades and climbing the stairs with determination. At that moment, none would dare to criticize him. Following closely, everyone surged upward, each one ascending the stairs in succession. Ladies first, Switch, Trinity. Then, APOC, Neo, and finally, Morpheus. As the captain, he always remained the last to ascend. Fortunately, the agents pursuing them were still some distance from the staircase, granting them ample time to reach the top. The first to ascend chose to linger, assisting the remaining members in their ascent to the rooftop, except for Cypher. Yet, who would notice his sudden absence at that moment? Observing this, Smith grew anxious, drawing his weapon and firing at those climbing the stairs. The shots rang out, bang, 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 bang. Alas, at such a distance, the range and accuracy of the handgun could not find its mark. As Trinity pulled Neo onto the rooftop, only Morpheus remained on the stairs. After all, Morpheus was of a heavier build, and the railing of the suspended staircase was rather narrow. Could this damned railing be widened just a bit? The anxious, white-clad Switch couldn't help but exclaim. Trinity cast a glance at Smith, who was sprinting towards them from the alley, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this distance, the agent surely would not be able to catch up. However, an instinctive feeling stirred within Trinity, prompting her to turn sharply, and her pupils dilated in shock. Across the way, a window revealed the visage of an Asian individual, an image that haunted her relentlessly. This Asian agent bore an RPG on his shoulder, aimed directly in their direction. In that moment, Trinity also noticed a missile emerging from the RPG's barrel, trailing a long, fiery tail as it hurtled towards them. Yet, This scene went unnoticed by anyone but Trinity, for all attention was fixated on Morpheus. "Get down." A loud shout rang out, and Trinity barely had time to grasp Neo before they both dove to the side. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, two figures, one black, one white, were flung into the air. Trinity and Neo felt a deafening ringing in their ears, a result of the blast shockwave. As they regained their composure, a grim tableau unfolded before them. Their two comrades lay motionless on the ground, Switch and Apoc. They rushed to their sides, only to discover that both had utterly ceased to breathe. Morpheus. They exchanged a glance, both realizing that Morpheus was still on the upper stairs. Yet, as they looked toward the rooftop's edge, all they found was a gaping hole where the stairs once were, leaving no trace of their path. In the narrow alley, as the staircase crumbled, Morpheus fell heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Black Shoes slowly approached and halted beside him. After surveying the scene, Smith glanced upward toward the window, his lips forming words that remained silent. Yet, the shape of his mouth unmistakably conveyed gratitude. Meanwhile, Hans Zeline, observing from the window, raised a hand in acknowledgement. No need for courtesy. Simultaneously, on the bustling street, Cypher emerged from a side alley, glancing around until he spotted a nearby phone booth and hurried towards it. He inserted coins and dialed. "Tank, get me out of here." At that moment, Tank was engulfed in grief and rage, having witnessed the demise of two teammates and the capture of Morpheus, helplessly watching from the screen, unable to offer any assistance. The feeling was akin to a needle piercing his heart. He scarcely contemplated why Cypher had emerged alone, with his comrades in dire need. Tank cast aside distractions and focused intently on the task at hand. Continuing down the path for approximately 200 meters, he noted a defunct grocery store. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Cypher hastily ran in the direction indicated by Tank. Upon reaching the shuttered grocery store, he kicked the door, creating a hole in the panel. Without hesitation, Cypher squeezed through, and at that moment, the phone rang, the timing impeccable. Hearing the ringing, Cypher wasted no time and dashed toward the source. However, as he raced past a doorway, on the verge of answering the call and exiting the matrix, an interminable silence lingered, with the ringing persisting unabated. As Cypher stepped through the threshold of the door, he found himself compelled to retreat inch by inch, for at that moment, a gun was ominously pressed against his forehead. "Mr. Reagan, your companions have yet to depart, yet you are so eager to leave?" This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat began to bead on Cypher's brow. "What do you intend to do?" "We are on the same side," Hans Zeline questioned, feigning confusion. "Me?" Cypher fervently nodded, his heart racing with trepidation. "We have a partnership. You cannot do this." It appeared Hans Zeline was finally recalling something. Yet the gun remained steadfastly positioned above Cypher's head. Cypher, clinging to a flicker of hope, forced a strained smile and jested. "Heh, you must be jesting with me." Hans Zeline reciprocated with a smile, but it sent a chilling shiver down Cypher's spine. "I wonder if Mr. Reagan has heard of a particular idiom from Eastern culture?" "What?" An ominous premonition stirred within Cypher. Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge. Bang. Chapter 39. He believed he could. Perhaps Cypher would never grasp the true meaning of that phrase. The profound intricacies of Eastern culture were far beyond the shallow depths of his understanding. But what significance did that hold now? He was already dead. The deceased required no such knowledge. Turning back, Hans Zeline scrutinized Cypher's lifeless body for an extended period. Contemplating a singular question, did the prophet's chessboard account for Cypher as a variable? Indeed, a variable. Do not be deceived by a seemingly minor role. A single decision made by him could bring the prophet's grand design crashing down. In the film, after Morpheus is captured by the agents, Cypher is the first to escape the Matrix. Subsequently, he employs a laser gun to eliminate the burly man and inflicts damage upon Tank. He then proceeds to disconnect the plugs from the woman in white and the man with the slicked back hair, resulting in their immediate demise within the Matrix. Just as he prepares to pull the plug on Neo, he is unexpectedly killed by Tank. One must ponder, had he acted with more decisiveness, or taken a moment to ascertain whether Tank was truly incapacitated, who could have thwarted his attempt to sever Neo's connection? Did he genuinely believe, as he expressed, that if Neo were indeed the savior, some mysterious force would intervene to prevent him from pulling the plug? Is it the prophet? As an entity within the Matrix, how could she possibly influence the tangible world? That would be Tank. Yet, Hans Zeline prefers to attribute this to mere coincidence. Now, let us reflect on the prophet's supposed extraordinary capabilities. In the film, She predicts Morpheus's peril and compels Neo to choose between his own life and Morpheus's. She then foresees Trinity's danger, forcing Neo to decide between Trinity's life and the survival of Zion. It appears as though she possesses an uncanny ability to foresee the future, meticulously orchestrating every outcome. Setting aside the fantastical nature of this sci-fi universe, one must question whether the concept of precognition holds any validity. The future is termed as such precisely because of its inherent uncertainty. Since it has not yet transpired, no one can definitively assert what will unfold. From whence does the prophetic foresight of the oracle arise? Consider, for instance, the scene in the film where Neo inadvertently topples a vase, and her uncanny ability to anticipate the questions of others before they are even posed. Her words evoke an aura of mystery and superiority, as though she possesses omniscience. Subsequently, she deftly exploits this illusion of all-knowingness to guide Neo along a predetermined path. Yet, unbeknownst to our Savior, he has unwittingly become a mere pawn in the Oracle's game, believing that his choices are his own. Ultimately, the Matrix faces yet another reboot, and the Mother has undergone yet another evolution. Zion. Is it not the Oracle's intention for it to endure? Upon reflecting on this, Hanseline cannot help but lament the oppressive and desolate nature of this world. But now, he has arrived. If this world is fated to succumb, let him become the most significant variable on the Oracle's chessboard. Gazing upward, from the perspective of code, the Savior and his destined companion hasten toward this place. How far until the tanks arrive? Just as Neo prepares to end the call, a voice suddenly pierces through the line. Damn it, Neo, run. There are agents at the convenience store. Upon hearing the urgent dialogue, Neo and Trinity exchange a glance, each recognizing the gravity of the situation. It is likely that Cypher's fate is equally dire. Following the losses of Mouse, Switch, and APOC, now they have also lost Cypher. On this day, they have suffered the loss of 4 team members, and even Morpheus, their captain, has fallen into the hands of agents. Is today, perchance, their day of calamity? After merely a few seconds of silence, Trinity decisively seized the phone from Neo's grasp. Tank, where is the next connection point? I'm searching. Found it. Approximately 500 meters away, there's an auditorium. Hanging up, Neo and Trinity exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in unison before sprinting off. Following Tank's directions, they arrived at the auditorium, scanning their surroundings, but found no one in sight. Only a telephone on a nearby table began to tremble. Ring. They rushed towards it, but just as they were about to answer, a gunshot rang out. The vibrating telephone erupted into shards before their eyes. Miss Trinity. It has been quite some time. You have been missed. Hanseline's gaze shifted to Neo, and this is Mr. Anderson, or rather, the Savior. With a slight nod, Hanseline remarked, I trust you both are well. Upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of fear crossed Trinity's eyes, quickly suppressed as she stepped forward. Unexpectedly, a hand reached out from the side, grasping her. She was about to shout to run, but upon meeting Trinity's gaze, Neo seemed to comprehend the unspoken message. The hand that had grasped Trinity transformed into a barrier, pulling back with force. Sensing the pressure emanating from Neo, Trinity realized his intent. She cast a glance at Neo, and then at the agent opposite them, her heart reluctant, yet she retreated to the side. Subsequently, Neo shook his arm, crouched slightly, and extended both hands forward. On the surface, Neo appeared composed, but inwardly, his legs were tense, his attention fixated on Hanseline's handgun. He was certain that should the adversary fire, he would evade the bullet in an instant. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Neo felt an inexplicable conviction that he could indeed dodge the impending projectile. Observing this scene, Hanseline raised an eyebrow. Logically, he was armed while his opponent was not. However, he had no intention of becoming a mere backdrop in this game of bullet time. In an unexpected move, Hanseline holstered his gun, pressed a button on its body, and the magazine ejected into his hand. He grasped the handgun with one hand and the magazine with the other, methodically removing each bullet as he advanced towards Neo. Was he truly intending to engage? As Hanseline drew closer, despite the evident lack of weaponry on his part, Neo felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. In that moment, he found himself wishing for the adversary to fire. When Hanseline stood less than 2 meters before Neo, the magazine was entirely emptied. With a relaxed motion, Hanseline let the handgun drop to the ground. The sound echoed ominously, and Neo's heart raced with alarm. Chapter 40. Not enough. It is uncertain whether it was due to being hailed as a savior too many times or the rapid enhancement of his abilities during training. But our Mr. Savior's confidence was gradually inflating. He believed that, regardless of the circumstances, he should be able to exchange a few blows with the agent before him. Yet, when Hanzilin's fist came hurtling toward him, Neo realized how naive his assumptions had been. The punch was incredibly swift, surpassing even the fastest motions that the human eye could perceive. Neo dared to swear to the heavens that he had never been as swift as he was at that moment, despite his utmost vigilance. His complete focus on Hanzilin's hand, he was utterly unprepared when the fist came flying toward him. All he could do was watch as the fist expanded within his sight. The impact struck his chest with a thunderous boom. With just a single blow, Neo was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground as a mouthful of blood spilled forth. The savior? Is this all there is? Trinity, witnessing the scene, changed her expression and hurried over to assist Neo. Neo, are you all right? With Trinity's support, Neo managed to rise, his gaze fixed intently on Hanzilin. Trinity, you must leave. Trinity shook her head, her resolve unyielding. No, if we leave together. With that, she too turned her fierce and vigilant gaze towards Hanzilin. Observing this, Hanzilin stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. In that moment, he experienced a fleeting illusion that he was the ultimate villain, while across from him stood the unfortunate couple oppressed by a formidable foe. So be it, he mused, relishing the satisfaction of tormenting the protagonist. With a smirk, Hanzilin mockingly remarked, I had thought the legendary savior would be truly formidable, but it appears to be nothing extraordinary. At his words, Neo rose from the ground. Wiping the blood from his lips, he shook his body, assuming a combat stance. Seeing this, Trinity positioned herself beside Neo, her fists poised. They exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them, their eyes reflecting an unbreakable bond. Mountains may crumble, and the heavens may align, but in life, they would stand together. In death, they would face it as one. Unbeknownst to him, such actions made Hanzilin feel as if he had received 1,000 critical strikes. Silence. After a considerable time had passed, even Neo and Trinity were puzzled as to why the opposing agent remained motionless. How unfortunate. Hanzilin cast a gradually pitying glance towards Neo. Neo? Trinity? It appeared that our savior was still oblivious to what he had lost. For instance, during summer, he could no longer brazenly admire the delicate thighs of young ladies. His list of followers on Douyin would have to be tearfully unfollowed. Oh, right. There is no Douyin here. In essence, it conveys a similar sentiment. Not to mention, the beneficial exercise of wielding a sword was now entirely beyond his reach. Sacrificing a whole forest for a single tree, how pitiful he seemed. Moreover, their love was anything but pure. They believed they had discovered true love, unaware that everything was orchestrated by the Oracle, who sought to create a new savior distinct from the previous 5. The Oracle implanted a variable known as love within Neo's being and then guided Trinity, the unwitting tool, to activate this variable, thus enabling Neo to transcend the constraints of the Matrix. One must ponder, what is there to envy in such a love? Right? With this realization, Hanzilin felt enlightened. As for now, he was resolved to embody a villain. The brazen display of affection by these two must be met with retribution. Then, Hanzilin made his move. Like a bolt of black lightning, he swiftly appeared before Neo, delivering an unyielding blow aimed directly at Neo's forehead from above. Upon witnessing the scene, Neo's pupils constricted instinctively as he tilted his head, raising his arms in an attempt to shield himself. Alas, this was merely a futile gesture akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. An unawakened savior stood no chance against the formidable strength of the agent. Moreover, Hanzilin showed no mercy in his strike. In the brief moment of contact, Neo's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, by the time he contemplated evasion, it was already too late. The overwhelming force of Hanzilin disregarded Neo's defensive posture entirely, forcefully striking his shoulder despite his efforts to resist. Neo, unable to bear the weight upon his legs, buckled at the knees and fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, Trinity had leaped into the air, arms outstretched, legs drawn in. One must admit, she looked quite graceful. However, lacking sufficient power to support her maneuver, this action would only lead to her swifter defeat. As Trinity executed a kick, Hanzilin merely sidestepped slightly, causing her to miss entirely. This scene felt eerily familiar, as if history were repeating itself. A mocking whisper echoed in her ears. Suspended in midair, Trinity could not help but recall her previous encounter with the unforgiving ground. It had been hard, and painfully so. If fate granted her a second chance, she vowed she would not leap recklessly again. Alas, there were no ifs. In the next instant, A tremendous force struck her foot, propelling her body violently towards the earth. With a resounding crash, dust billowed forth, and even the floor succumbed to the impact, leaving a substantial crater. Trinity. Upon witnessing the scene, Neo could not restrain himself from shouting, disregarding the pain in his shoulder. He forced himself to rise, staggering as he collided with Hans-Zelene, pushing him aside with urgency. Then, Neo bent down, cradling Trinity in his arms, watching in anguish as blood poured from her mouth in torrents. "Trinity, are you all right?" he exclaimed, his heart heavy with sorrow. Trinity gazed at him with confusion, attempting to speak, but coughed up another mouthful of blood. Trinity. This sight drove Neo to the brink of despair. In stark contrast, Hans-Zelene, presented with an excellent opportunity, strangely refrained from making a move, opting instead to observe from a distance. It seemed he had held back a bit too much. Yet what choice did he have? Without such restraint, when would our savior awaken? The external forces had already arranged everything for him. He simply refused to break through that fragile barrier. Were not the Westerners known for their openness? Quick to draw their swords at the slightest provocation, yet now, in this moment, he suddenly chose to hold back. Thus, he did not mind lending a hand. "Mr. Anderson, it appears your young lady is on the verge of collapse," the voice whispered near his ear, yet Neo seemed oblivious. His gaze solely fixed on Trinity. The tone was unusually gentle, as if addressing a delicate porcelain figure. Neo gently laid Trinity on the ground, rising to face Hans-Zelene. For the first time, anger surged on the face that had always concealed its true thoughts. In an instant, Neo dashed toward Hans-Zelene, delivering a swift kick that sent him soaring through the air before landing with a graceful thud. Brushing off the dust from his sleeve, Hans-Zelene revealed his signature anti-smile. Quite impressive. A mere provocation, and he has grown so much stronger. His good intentions were not in vain. Alas, it is still insufficient. Hans-Zelene's gaze drifted towards Trinity. Neo. Trinity. Chapter 41. He is anxious. He is desperate. To be frank, Trinity was in a state of utter disarray. She could almost sense a profound malevolence emanating from the world around her, despite being severely injured and lying on the ground. Moving even slightly was a monumental challenge. Meanwhile, that damned Asian agent was engaged in a fierce battle with Neo. However, fight all you want. But why does his gaze keep drifting towards me? Let's be clear, she was merely a harmless victim at this moment, one that the enemy had personally incapacitated. Could it be that they intended to use her as leverage against Neo? Was it truly necessary? It was evident to any discerning eye that Hans-Zelene was consistently overpowering Neo. Upon witnessing Hans-Zelene effortlessly repel Neo once more, his gaze returned in this direction, seemingly eager for more. Trinity nearly erupted in expletives. Can you not act like a human being? Of course, one could not place all the blame on Hans-Zelene. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at Neo's master for being inadequate. Although it appeared that Neo had grown significantly stronger, his strikes against Hans-Zelene felt like mere gentle taps. With a resounding thud, a punch landed squarely on Hans-Zelene's chest, yet he remained unfazed. He even glanced down momentarily. Then, their eyes met. Neo's master hit harder. Doubtful, Neo retracted his fist and struck once more. Before the fist could descend upon Hans-Zelene, Neo felt as though his vision was spiraling into chaos, his entire being lifted by Hans-Zelene by the collar and hurled away. With a resounding crash, a multitude of chairs in the auditorium were toppled. It appeared that the thrill was insufficient. Contemplating this, Hans-Zelene's gaze shifted once more to Trinity, not far away. As he strode towards her, this sight instantly startled Trinity, her eyes widening in fear as she struggled to retreat. However, the earlier impact had been so severe that the intimacy of her body meeting the ground had yet to allow her to regain her composure. She could only watch in horror as Hans-Zelene approached her, raising his foot as if poised to stamp down upon her head. Considering the might of an agent, that footfall would surely be fatal. It is said that when one stands on the brink of death, their life flashes before their eyes in a fleeting moment. First, living in a state of numbness within the Matrix, then being rescued by Morpheus, encountering the Oracle, discovering the purpose of existence, and finally, meeting the one destined for them, the one the Oracle foretold she would love. Neo. As Neo's image flickered in her mind, a glimmer of hope ignited within Trinity's eyes, and she swiftly turned her head. Neo, if the Oracle speaks the truth, you will surely save me. Yet, what lay before her was the sight of Neo, struggling to rise from a heap of chairs. Was there still time? No, it was too late. The distance was sufficient for the Asian agent to extinguish 10 lives like hers. Hope gradually dulled, ultimately transforming into a bitter smile. It seemed that the oracle was not entirely correct. As if preparing to confront death with composure, Trinity slowly closed her eyes. After a considerable pause, a flicker of hope ignited within her despair. Neo, her previously despondent heart reignited. Trinity abruptly opened her eyes, only to find her expression once again frozen. Instead of the anticipated scene above her, the distinct pattern of a shoe's sole came into view. Stuck in a quagmire, my feet are aching. At that moment, Neo had just emerged from the wreckage of broken chairs, looking up. Trinity, he shouted, channeling an unexpected surge of strength as he propelled himself like a meteor towards Han Zilin. How dull-witted. Han Zilin rolled his eyes inwardly. And just as Neo was about to collide with him, he deftly pivoted on the toes of his grounded foot, sending Neo flying away. Trinity, are you all right? Trinity opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, her expression difficult to describe. Indeed, it was quite peculiar. Noticing that Trinity appeared mostly unscathed, Neo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he made it in time. He couldn't bear to imagine the aftermath of Han Zilin's strike. Upon hearing this, Trinity's already strange expression became even more bewildered. Even Han Zilin nearly chuckled at Neo's words. It seems our savior has begun to gain confidence. Should we not let him see reality a bit more clearly? With this mischievous thought, Neo dashed towards him. With a swift motion, Han Zilin accurately seized Neo's wrist. Neo's eyes widened as he focused on his wrist, feeling the effortless grip of his opponent. After a futile attempt to break free, Neo furrowed his brow and instinctively raised his other hand to strike. However, with a swift motion, Han Zilin seized it. Confounded, Neo struggled with both hands, but regardless of how forcefully he tried, Han Zilin's grip remained unyielding, as if he were ensnared by two mighty pincers. Was this the true power of a covert operative? Lifting his gaze, he caught Han Zilin observing him with a playful expression, as if to say, "You may be a savior, but in the presence of an agent, you still have much to learn." Was this disdain directed at him? It certainly seemed so. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of temper. He, the illustrious savior, had left the Matrix to face a world where those around him regarded him with awe, hope, and admiration. How had he fallen into the eyes of an operative, only to be met with mockery? Was his role as the savior merely a fade? Particularly upon witnessing Han Zilin's grin, Neo's irritation intensified. In a fit of anger, he launched a headbutt. "Let us see you laugh now." With a resounding thud, Neo felt as though little birds were fluttering above his head. In contrast, Han Zilin, experiencing the same collision, appeared remarkably unfazed. Quite a resilient head, indeed. Yet, that was insufficient. After merely a fleeting moment of focus on Neo, Han Zilin turned his head, casting his gaze over Neo's shoulder. The look in his eyes suggested no good intentions. Shaking off the daze, Neo quickly followed suit, blocking Han Zilin's line of sight. What could possibly be behind him? Neo inwardly lamented the toxic nature of this operative and hastily tilted his head to obstruct Han Zilin's view. Han Zilin cast a fleeting glance at Neo, lingering for but a brief moment before turning his head once more. In an effort to gain a clearer view, he rose onto the tips of his toes. Yet, scarcely had he managed to gaze for half a second when another head obstructed his line of sight, similarly elevated. This time, a fierce glint ignited in Neo's eyes. "You impudent wretch, dare to meet my gaze." He was agitated, quite agitated. Chapter 42, Comet. No, Seraph. At long last, amidst the prolonged confrontation, Han Zilin finally fixed his gaze upon Neo. The previous glance could hardly be deemed a true look. "Mr. Anderson, are you aware that your strength is escalating at an alarming rate?" Neo instinctively lowered his gaze, noticing that Han Zilin's grip on his wrist had sunk deeply into his flesh, rendering Neo's hands a shade of bluish purple. As the saying goes, the observer is often bewildered. Perhaps Neo himself remained oblivious, but Han Zilin's perception was sharper than anyone else's. As Neo's struggle intensified, Han Zilin found himself compelled to augment his grip in order to restrain him. In such a short span of time, Han Zilin felt a growing sense of inadequacy in holding on. Truly, he was the savior. Look at the power he wields. Shaking his head, Han Zilin mused. This is utterly illogical. Though this realm is a virtual construct composed of code, it adheres to established principles. Yet your existence blatantly disregards such laws. Neo lifted his gaze. What are you attempting to convey? Not merely strength. With that, Han Zilin abruptly released his grip and, in a flash, delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Neo's face. having awakened his combat attributes upon arriving in this world. He had developed a penchant for striking others squarely on the visage. The encounter with the twins unfolded in a similar manner as with Smith. Now, it was the Savior's turn. A sudden blow struck, and Neo could only inwardly exclaim insidious as he instinctively tilted his head to evade. And as for reaction speed, Mr. Anderson, do you believe you could have dodged that punch moments ago? Confronted with Han Zilline's unpredictable tactics, Neo refrained from unnecessary chatter. Retreating a step back until he fortuitously positioned himself in front of Trinity, shielding her as she attempted to rise. He too sensed that this agent was problematic. Even a fool could discern that. Despite limited encounters, the tales shared by his companions had provided Neo with a rudimentary understanding of agents, powerful and merciless beings. When faced with them, hesitation was futile. The only option was to flee. They were constructs, appearing human, yet fundamentally mere strings of code. In the presence of such programming, communication proved redundant, for they would undoubtedly seize or eliminate you at the first opportunity, impervious to flattery or empathy. They were relentless, emotionless executioners. Based on this understanding, Neo maintained an acute vigilance towards agents. Yet now, he found himself perplexed. The being before him was undoubtedly an agent. Yet there was a subtle divergence from the descriptions provided by his comrades. Indeed, a slight difference, exuding an eerie aura. Just as Han Zilline had remarked, his strength was rapidly escalating. Throughout the course of their encounter, it appeared that he was relentlessly surpassing the limits of his own physical capabilities, be it strength, speed, or reflexes. One could almost assert that with each passing moment, he grew stronger than he had been the instant before. The reasons for this enhancement eluded Neo, leaving him to attribute it solely to the term savior. Yet, despite his continuous growth in power, he found himself persistently overshadowed and outmatched by Han Zilline for an extended duration. What does this imply? It suggests that from the very beginning, Han Zilline possessed the capability to eliminate him effortlessly. However, rather than unleashing his full potential, he chose to restrain his own prowess, maintaining just enough strength to suppress Neo without easily overpowering him, engaging in a prolonged duel instead. This dynamic resembled that of a seasoned mentor guiding a novice. The perplexing aspect is that Han Zilline was not his mentor. He was an agent, a custodian of order within the Matrix world, tasked with eradicating entities like Neo. Prior to this very agent had ruthlessly slain 3 of his companions. Yet, in their confrontation, he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. What could be the underlying motive for such behavior? As he observed Han Zilline, Neo felt a profound sense of confusion clouding his mind. It was almost absurd. In his past life as a programmer, he had managed to balance software development by day and hacking by night without losing a single strand of hair. Why then did his mind feel so inadequate now? Nevertheless, despite his inability to comprehend the situation fully, one thing remained certain. Han Zilline was deliberately acting this way. Neo questioned why. Han Zilline replied, "What do you mean by why? Aren't you an agent?" Han Zilline pondered for a moment, suddenly enlightened. "Indeed, I am an agent." He bore an expression that suggested he had only just realized this fact. However, when this reached Neo's ears, it instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Upon glancing back, Han Zilline had shed his previous nonchalance. He first pressed a hand against his earpiece, seemingly uttering something, and then turned his gaze towards Neo, his demeanor abruptly shifting to one of seriousness. Under normal circumstances, when an agent detects a member of the human resistance infiltrating the Matrix, what would be their course of action? They would certainly refrain from idle chatter and strike directly. At that moment, Han Zilline's expression darkened. Then, Neo witnessed the agent spring into action in an instant. The first step he took shattered the ground beneath him, causing it to crack like a spider's web. Suddenly, alarms blared in Neo's mind as he sensed that this time there would be no restraint from his opponent. In other words, he was about to confront an agent who would unleash their full power. Time did not afford Neo the luxury of contemplating the agent's rapid transformation. It was purely instinctive. He tensed every muscle in his body, fixating on Han Zilline, bracing himself for the impending impact. He didn't even consider the option of evasion, for behind him stood Trinity. Then bang! The collision of their bodies erupted with a resounding noise. Neo stood frozen, looking up to find a man in white suddenly appearing before him. The style of his attire, paired with uniquely tailored black trousers, seemed oddly familiar. Indeed, it was observed in a film often depicted among prominent individuals of Asian descent. In merely a second of observation, Neo reached a conclusion. An unexpected Asian magnate appeared, shielding him from the onslaught of an Asian agent. Neo was left perplexed, his mind filled with questions. Simultaneously, Han Zilin scrutinized the suddenly materialized figure, his expression betraying no hint of surprise. After a prolonged gaze, he initially thought that you were reluctant to reveal yourself, Chong. No, Mr. Suroff. He nearly misspoke. After all, compared to Suroff, the unskilled Chang Wei left a more indelible impression. Chapter 43, whose priority holds greater weight. It was evident that the Prophet, concerned about potential disruptions to his plans, had thoughtfully assigned a bodyguard to the Savior. In fact, the moment Suroff emerged, Han Zilin detected his presence. Although the mainframe had shut down his limitless embodiment channels, the robustness of his agent's source code remained unaffected, enabling him to easily perceive the fluctuations of nearby codes. It was akin to the opening of a portal that transcended space. Moreover, from the perspective of code, any attempt at concealment was rendered futile. Suroff, undoubtedly, was well aware of this. Yet, the two shared an unspoken understanding. Han Zilin feigned ignorance of Suroff's concealed presence, while Suroff pretended to be oblivious to Han Zilin's awareness of his arrival, continuing to remain hidden. Until, I had no intention of revealing myself, Suroff remarked. As he forcefully pushed Han Zilin out, he cast a glance at Han Zilin, but ultimately refrained from voicing that statement. You have compelled me to emerge. On several previous occasions, he had managed to restrain himself, especially when Han Zilin mentioned the moment he aimed to stomp on Trinity's head. At that time, he had refrained from pulling the trigger. Suroff could discern that Han Zilin appeared to be deliberately guiding the awakening of the Savior, regardless of Han Zilin's motives or knowledge. His actions coincided perfectly with the Prophet's design. Suroff vividly recalled the Prophet's admonition before his departure to avoid revealing oneself unless absolutely necessary, for doing so could significantly influence the Savior's judgment. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to reveal himself, as he could not afford to gamble. Han Zilin's full-force assault was beyond what the still unawakened Savior could withstand. Even though the Savior was gradually growing stronger, as long as he remained unawakened, he would forever be unable to contend with the agent. The term agent denoted the highest authority of the contemporary matrix, excluding those ancient protocols. As this thought crossed his mind, Suroff felt a surge of anger. What exactly did this agent intend? Who are you? The inquiry that arose from behind him was devoid of gratitude and brimming with suspicion. Even though the newcomer claimed to have blocked Han Zilin's attack, it was crucial to remember that they were in the Matrix, not in reality. To withstand the full power of an agent and be addressed by name from the opposing side could only be attributed to the program. Neo could conceive of no other explanation. As the words lingered in the air, another voice emerged. Han Zilin provided the answer. He is the one sent by the Prophet to protect you, Mr. Anderson, the Savior. Emphasizing the term Savior, Han Zilin seemed to be issuing a reminder. You, Salahaf, filled with rage, cast a fierce glare. Yet, Han Zilin remained unfazed, offering a faint smile. No need for courtesy, he said, inciting Salahaf's anger to the brink of physical confrontation. Prophet? Neo pondered, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the reactions of Han Zilin and Salahaf. It appeared that Han Zilin spoke the truth. This unexpected figure in white might very well be a program, dispatched by the Prophet for his protection. But what manner of being was the Prophet, who could command such a program? You are not human, Salahaf exclaimed. Neo, realizing the implication, quickly amended his statement. What I mean is, you are a program? His tone conveyed uncertainty yet bore a certain conviction. Neo was no fool, on the contrary. He was quite astute. Such an evident clue could not escape his notice. Indeed, Salahaf did not obscure the truth. Then, the Prophet is also a program? Indeed. Salahaf did not refute this assertion. In such a scenario, denial served no purpose. It was preferable to acknowledge the truth openly rather than provoke the Messiah's suspicion. Although he had already confirmed this in his mind, hearing Salahaf's admission compelled Neo to take a step back, nearly stumbling over Trinity. His sense of vigilance deepened. Mr. Anderson, you seem perplexed, Han Zilin remarked with a smile. Perplexed was an understatement. He was utterly bewildered. Who could have anticipated that the Prophet, who had always aided humanity as proclaimed by Morpheus, was in fact a mere program? Fearing that Han Zilin might divulge unexpected revelations, Salahaf hastily clarified, do not misconstrue. The Prophet harbors no malice towards humanity. However, Neo was more inclined to hear Han Zilin's explanation and turned his gaze towards him. Han Zilin shrugged. It appears to be the case. In our agent's database, The Oracle is deemed a traitor. As a high-level program in the Matrix, she has consistently aided humanity, which is why we have been committed to eliminating her. This revelation took Seraph by surprise. He had anticipated that Hanzelian would deliberately tarnish the Oracle's image in the Savior's eyes, yet he found himself offering clarification instead. Regardless, Hanzelian could not be allowed to continue speaking. Ultimately, it was he who had forced the Oracle to reveal herself and disclose her identity to the Savior, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. The best course of action was to ensure the Savior departed swiftly. "You go ahead. I will hold him off," Seraph said, tilting his head. Yet, Neo remained motionless. He sensed that neither was lying, yet he was uncertain whether to trust them. A program with a heart for humanity? It felt like a jest. Seeing Neo's hesitation, Seraph grew anxious. Don't forget Morpheus, he is still in the agent's hands. Upon hearing this, Neo was suddenly jolted awake. Morpheus. Earlier, during his conversation with Tank, he had been informed that Morpheus was alive but had been captured by the agents, seemingly to extract some secrets from him. This meant that Morpheus was still awaiting his rescue. With this thought, Neo hesitated no longer. He bent down to assist Trinity. Before leaving, he paused for a moment, nodding at Seraph in gratitude. At least for now, it seemed that this program was indeed aiding him. In stark contrast, Seraph fixed his gaze upon Hanzelian, wary of any sudden movements he might make. Hanzelian seemed acutely aware of Seraph's presence, just as he could not prevent Neo from departing. He watched as Neo assisted Trinity in disappearing through the side door of the hall. "Do not look. I shall not allow you to pursue them." In the past, Seraph would not have dared utter such words, yet now, he felt emboldened. A once formidable agent, now stripped of infinite possession abilities, he was confident he could intercept them. Was he mistaken? During this tense moment, he deliberately slowed his movements, allowing Seraph to catch a glimpse of the earpiece he was wearing. What was that? At the sight of this, Seraph's expression darkened. As the guardian of the prophets, having witnessed several generations of their lineage, he was well aware that agents utilized a specific set of tools for internal communication, namely, their earpieces. However, was not the agent before him a defector? Why then? Did he still possess an earpiece? Just as Seraph wrestled with his confusion, a deafening crash echoed through the hall as the grand doors swung open. Two impeccably dressed men entered, Agent Brown and an inconspicuous background agent. "Mr. Seraph, do you believe the priority lies with the guardians of the prophet or with me? A defector yearning for freedom? The savior you seek has fled in that direction." As the two agents stepped inside, they surveyed the hall, pausing momentarily upon noticing Hanzelian and Seraph. One a guardian of the prophet, the other a defector. Both were to be dealt with, one for each agent. "What do you mean, the savior has run that way?" From the perspective of code, the savior was on the verge of escaping their visual range. The two agents exchanged a glance, and without uttering a word, they understood what needed to be done. In terms of priority, the savior took precedence over the prophet, the guardian, and the traitorous agent. However, they were currently only two in number, so the traitorous agent would have to be delayed for the time being. 5 minutes later, at the door, Hanzelian casually tossed aside his flip phone and pushed the door open. As the door swung open once more, a tall, blonde girl stepped out. Chapter 44. It's me. Meanwhile, Neo was hurriedly assisting Trinity along the street. While one might say he was merely aiding her, it was more akin to carrying her entirely. Trinity's injuries were too severe, compelling Neo to bear the majority of her weight, which in turn hindered their escape. Fortunately, the Asian agent had yet to make an appearance, likely delayed by that man in white. With this thought, Neo let out a sigh of relief and instinctively reached for his belongings. However, his hand met only emptiness. Noticing Neo's unease, Trinity weakly inquired, "Neo, what's wrong?" "My phone fell." Given the intensity of the recent battle, it was entirely plausible for a phone to be lost. Trinity did not dwell on it. Instead, she retrieved her own phone from her pocket. "Use mine." Yet, just as Neo was about to take the phone, his hand suddenly froze. At that moment, Trinity realized what she had produced. It was in a rather dismal state, as though it had been run over by a truck. No wonder she had felt the pain in her lower back was more acute than elsewhere, as she was just forcefully thrown to the ground by Hanzelian. The phone must have been crushed beneath her. The pressing question arises, in such a mangled state, is it even capable of making a call? With a spirit of experimentation, Neo took the phone and dialed a number. However, he soon relinquished hope. In that moment, a somber atmosphere enveloped both of them. It is essential to recognize that this phone was not merely a means of communication with Tank. It was also a vital tool for signal transmission. With the phone, Tank could monitor their surroundings in reality and provide crucial support such as data transmission and route planning. Although entering the Matrix eliminated any notion of absolute security, possessing a phone versus lacking one represented two distinctly different realities. They needed to exit the Matrix immediately. Both understood this unspoken urgency and hurriedly began searching the streets. Fortunately, they did not wander far before spotting what they desperately needed, a roadside telephone booth. Ecstatic at this discovery, Neo assisted Trinity towards the booth, instructing her to wait outside while he dashed inside. He inserted coins, dialed the number, and waited for the connection. Unbeknownst to them, a car was approaching, moving normally until it suddenly skidded. After a brief wobble, it regained stability and accelerated towards the booth. At that very moment, the call was connected. Tank, take us out. Received. Re-establishing connection now. It will take a moment to scan the surrounding area. Just a moment. But then, a piercing scream shattered the air. Neo. Upon hearing the sound, Neo turned his head, only to be confronted by a car that loomed perilously close, its driver's impassive visage obscured by dark sunglasses. In a flash, thanks to Trinity's urgent shout, Neo was alerted just in time. As the vehicle collided with the phone booth, he leapt into the air. However, the confined space of the booth restricted his ascent, and as the car barreled past, he felt a gentle tug at his heel. Simultaneously, the frail structure of the phone booth proved utterly incapable of withstanding the immense force of the impact, failing to offer even a modicum of cushioning. In that instant of collision, it crumpled entirely, followed by the shattering of glass, before being sent crashing into a nearby storefront. The position where the booth once stood became the catalyst for Neo's uncontrolled tumble, akin to a juggler performing a windmill trick. He spun several times in midair before finally making intimate contact with the ground, face first. Thud. Hiss. Witnessing this spectacle, even Trinity gasped in astonishment, only to quickly regain her composure and shout, Neo. Before she could utter the final syllable, Neo sprang back to his feet in an instant. From the moment he hit the ground to his leap, not even a second had elapsed. It was only then that the sound escaped Trinity's lips, her tone shifting from one of alarm to genuine concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, he replied, appearing utterly unfazed, as if the car's impact had left him unscathed. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the subtle twitching of muscles throughout Neo's entire body. Is today his day of reckoning? Contemplating this, Neo removed the shattered sunglasses from his face. It is worth noting that despite the fierce exchange he had with Hanseline, during which he was struck several times in the face, those sunglasses had remained intact. But now, the savior is irate, yearning for confrontation. This is not a display of arrogance on Neo's part. Rather, he finds himself ensnared in a matrix where, deprived of support from behind and confronted by omnipresent agents, escape is rendered impossible. Thus, he resolves to fight. If he is indeed the savior, today shall not mark his demise. Trinity, take cover. Trinity nodded without hesitation, for she recognized the resolve of a man in Neo's expression. Gazing towards the collapsed storefront, a car door was kicked open, and a figure in polished black shoes stepped onto the ground. The nameless agent emerged slowly. Witnessing this scene, Neo's heart raced with anticipation. He believed that this time, he would not succumb so easily. Then, he noticed the agent across from him raise a handgun. What the hell? Are agents truly so unpredictable? Before he could even contemplate further, the gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. It felt as though time itself had decelerated. With each flash from the muzzle, bullets propelled by gunpowder surged forth, creating ripples in the air. Neo's pupils dilated as his body instinctively leaned back. In slow motion, he could even see bullet after bullet whizzing past his head. That was the position his body originally occupied, yet as he leaned back, everything fell away, until Neo's body was nearly parallel to the ground, with only his feet still on the earth. At that moment, a bullet grazed his thigh. The pain surged through him, and Neo could no longer maintain his balance, collapsing onto the ground. When he looked up again, the towering figure of the agent loomed before him, the ominous barrel of a gun aimed at his forehead. The savior? Merely a mortal. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than another sound erupted. I had thought that this classic scene would not manifest again. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the agent was struck, his body uncontrollably soaring into the air, landing as nothing more than a civilian. Christina holstered her pistol, casting a glance at the lifeless body. Her expression one of disdain. He deserved to be forgotten. The narrative had shifted so drastically, yet he remained a mere backdrop to fate. Christina then turned her gaze towards Neo and extended her hand, I am beginning to believe you might indeed be the savior. Neo, taken aback, replied, It's you? Christina smiled faintly. It is I. Chapter 45. You need a bit of help with Christina's unexpected appearance. Neo was engulfed in a myriad of questions. Yet, despite the multitude of inquiries swirling in his mind, they ultimately coalesced into a succinct expression of gratitude. Thank you. For she was human, and that was sufficient. Who would dare to question a face that had once graced Zion? Even Trinity held no doubts. Inside a modest dwelling, Christina gestured towards the telephone on the round table. We must leave this place. Neo nodded and picked up the telephone receiver. Tank. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by an exuberant voice from the receiver. Thank heavens, you're safe. That is wonderful. I thought. Hearing this, the voice in the receiver finally calmed down, re-establishing connection. Please hold on a moment. Nevertheless, the three individuals in the room could still discern a faintly urgent tone emanating from the receiver, imploring, Hurry, 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 please. Neo cast a glance at Christina. Despite her lack of extensive explanation, her demeanor suggested that the telephone before them was a readily available access point. He then addressed the receiver. No need to scan. Let us try this line I'm currently using. The voice in the receiver paused momentarily. Nice, it works. Hang up, and I'll dial immediately. As soon as Neo hung up, mere seconds passed before the phone began to ring. Ding ding ding. Neo picked up the receiver and directly handed it to Trinity. Trinity, you go first. Trinity did not hesitate. She took the receiver and placed it to her ear, weighed down by her grievous injuries. She was the one who most desperately needed to escape the Matrix. Then, Christina watched in astonishment as Trinity vanished right before her eyes. To comprehend this phenomenon, Christina activated the code perspective. Through this lens, she realized that Trinity had not truly disappeared. Rather, she had transformed into a stream of code, merging into the receiver in less than 1/10 of a second. Is this truly the essence of how one exits the Matrix through the access point? Now, it is Neo's turn. Yet, before departing, he once more expressed his gratitude to Christina. Thank you. Had it not been for her sudden intervention, they would have faced utter annihilation. That simple phrase was woefully inadequate to convey the depth of his appreciation. As the saying goes, it is best to leave the Matrix first and foremost. Seconds elapsed, and what was once a room occupied by three individuals was now left with Christina alone. She picked up the microphone that had fallen to the side, placed it back on the telephone base, and turned towards the open door. However, upon reaching the threshold, she did not exit. Instead, she pulled the door shut. Upon reopening it, she was greeted by a blinding expanse of white. The persistent and jarring ringing of the telephone echoed continuously. Aboard the Nebuchadnezzar, as the power plug was withdrawn, Neo abruptly opened his eyes. Before him stood a burly man, concern etched across his face. I am fine, Neo asserted, rising to a seated position and shaking his head before glancing to his right. He recalled that prior to entering the Matrix, Trinity lay beside him. The brain's self-deception meant that if one suffered harm within the Matrix, the signals would reverberate back to the physical body in reality. In other words, she was currently in a state of extreme weakness. Neo hastily swung his legs over the side of the bed and took 2 swift steps to Trinity's side, gently pressing his hand on her shoulder to prevent her from rising. Trinity, you need to rest now. Trinity shook her head, her breath faint. Everyone. On the far left lies a man, once boasting to him about a captivating lady in red and inquiring if he wished to embark on a delightful encounter. Yet now, he lies motionless in a reclined chair, blood pouring from his mouth. Both Switch and Apoc, who had entered the Matrix alongside him, have also succumbed to the silence of death. Particularly striking is Cypher, who, even now, refuses to close his eyes, as if in defiance of the finality of death. These were his comrades, who just hours ago shared laughter and camaraderie with him. Despite their brief time together and the harshness of their circumstances, their presence allowed Neo to genuinely feel his own existence, unlike the confusion he experienced within the Matrix, where he often felt out of sync with the world around him. Yet today, he helplessly witnessed his allies fall one by one before his eyes. Is he truly the savior? If he cannot even save his friends, what kind of savior is he? The sole piece of good news is that Morpheus can still be seen breathing. Beside Morpheus, Tank gazes intently at the screen hovering above him. Through this screen, they can monitor Morpheus's condition within the Matrix. Neo, I think you need to see this. Neo exchanged a knowing glance with Trinity, signaling her that he would handle it, then approached Tank to peer at the screen. How is Morpheus? It's dire. The specifics are unclear, but his brainwaves indicate he is enduring immense psychological pressure. As he spoke, Tank turned to Neo, his expression grave. The agents are interrogating him. Neo, puzzled, asked, interrogating? The Tank nodded. Every captain is aware of Zion's mainframe password. Should an agent discover it, they could infiltrate Zion's mainframe from the Matrix, not only uncovering Zion's location but also dismantling its defense systems from within. The subsequent implications were unspoken, yet everyone understood the dire consequences that would ensue. An overwhelming assault by countless mechanical squids would likely follow. How could a mere population of a few 100,000 in Zion withstand the colossal might of the machine world? Gazing at the images displayed on the screen, the Tank clenched his teeth, as if grappling with an exceedingly difficult decision, and reached for the plug at the back of Morpheus's head. Upon witnessing this, Neo's pupils constricted, and he urgently grasped the Tank's hand. What are you planning to do? He can't endure it. The Tank's resolve was unwavering. In the face of Zion's survival, he would decisively abandon even his esteemed captain. Although he wished to act otherwise, he felt compelled to proceed. He believed that Morpheus would not hesitate to endorse his actions if he were aware of the situation. Nevertheless, Neo refused to withdraw his hand from the Tank's grip. It was an excruciating choice, whether to preserve his own life or that of Morpheus. Was this the moment of decision? As he pondered, an urgent alert suddenly emanated from the control console. The Tank paused momentarily before hastening over to investigate. Connection request from the ship Alexandra. Would you like to connect? Alexandra? Wasn't that Captain Niobe's vessel? The Tank felt a flicker of confusion, but nonetheless clicked to connect. Chapter 46. The opponent's firepower is intense. Please provide swift support in Zion. Nearly 70% of the populace is aware of the illustrious captains Morpheus and Niobe, who were once a romantic couple. However, their paths diverged due to ideological differences, paving the way for Commander Locke's opportunistic ascent. Nevertheless, Captain Niobe's existence has not been devoid of sorrow. Deep within her heart, she still yearns for that robust physique, as powerful as a bull. Thus, when she learns that her former love is ensnared by agents, her anxiety mounts. Do not inquire how she came to possess this knowledge. It is simply a divine revelation. Yet, with one captain already compromised, it is imperative to prevent another from meeting a similar fate. Consequently, a certain young woman volunteers, eager to discover whether the Savior can indeed rescue humanity. This was the explanation that Christina had meticulously prepared, flawless, surely convincing enough for anyone who heard it. Well, she merely believed that given the current predicament of Neo and his companions, a casual explanation would suffice, as they likely lacked the energy to scrutinize the gaps in her narrative. After all, the information from the Nebuchadnezzar is irrefutable, and she has made appearances in Zion. What Christina did not anticipate was that her prepared explanation would go unused. You should not have come. This operation was never meant to involve you. Below the towering edifices, the two arrived as promised. Christina lifted her chin, her expression icy. Do you comprehend what it signifies when a captain falls into the hands of agents? Neo paused momentarily before nodding. Previously unaware, he is now enlightened. Yet, you are reluctant to sever his connection. Neo attempted to articulate. I can save him. You are jeopardizing the safety of Zion as a whole. With that single statement, Neo found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he could not refute the notion that the most effective means of preventing the agents from discovering the Zion mainframe password is to decisively disconnect Morpheus. Yet, due to his obstinacy, he has gambled the entire safety of Zion. Should his rescue efforts fail, or if, during his attempt, the agents manage to extract the mainframe password from Morpheus, the ramifications would be dire. At that point, any attempt at rescue would be rendered futile. Thus, it is imperative to understand that saving Morpheus is no longer solely your responsibility. Without allowing Neo the chance to counter, Christina lifted a massive silver suitcase, nearly 2 meters in length, from beside her and advanced ahead. However, as she departed, she retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her pocket and donned them. Now that they have entered the Matrix, it is inconceivable to be without their corporeal forms. Do not dawdle. The sooner Captain Morpheus is rescued, the more secure Zion's safety will be. Observing Christina's retreating figure, Neo ultimately cast aside his hesitation and hurried to follow. Midway, Christina seemed to recall something and turned to glance at Neo. Where are your weapons? After all, from an outside perspective, Neo appeared empty-handed, seemingly having brought nothing. I'm already prepared. With that, Neo unfurled the edge of his trench coat towards Christina. Within her trench coat, a plethora of small firearms, including a handgun and a submachine gun, were meticulously secured, while a belt of grenades encircled her waist. Given the perilous nature of this operation, how could she possibly neglect to prepare thoroughly? Christina cast a cursory glance, nodding in approval. Neo, too, scrutinized Christina, his gaze inevitably drawn to the suitcase she was carrying. "Is that what you prepared?" he inquired. A proud smile graced Christina's lips as she deliberately tapped the surface of the suitcase, exclaiming, "It's blue fire." As they entered the building, they were greeted by a security checkpoint where several guards were engaged in casual conversation. Upon noticing their approach, 2 guards promptly stepped forward with scanning wands in hand. "Is there an issue?" one inquired. "Certainly," Christina replied, gesturing upward. "I need to head upstairs." The security personnel, not overly suspicious, regarded the bustling building as a routine inspection. The 2 guards positioned themselves before the duo. "Please, cooperate with the security check and spread your arms." Christina exhibited remarkable compliance, releasing her grip on the suitcase and raising her hands. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the suitcase fell to the ground, startling the guards. Even the guard who was about to conduct Neo's inspection paused, turning his attention toward Christina. The 2 exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring confusion, before shifting their focus back to the suitcase, which appeared quite heavy. With years of security experience, the 2 guards immediately sensed something amiss. They instinctively stepped back, their hands hovering over the holsters of their sidearms, poised for action. What lay within? This scene caught the attention of the other security personnel as well. Christina tilted her head, pondering, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The 2 guards appeared somewhat perplexed. Even Neo couldn't help but smirk slightly. Despite the gravity of the situation, he felt an unexpected urge to laugh, though he managed to suppress it. It was curious how lively the girl, whom he had only met thrice, seemed to be. In contrast, Christina furrowed her brow, scanning the area before locking eyes with Neo. Her gaze seemed to convey, "Is my explanation not sufficiently clear? Perhaps they are simply too dim-witted." Another guard shouted, "What's in there?" "Just a toy," she replied. As soon as the words left her lips, a hidden compartment on the suitcase sprang open, ejecting a submachine gun into the air, which Christina deftly caught, the barrel aimed directly ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Christina remained silent. Indeed, there were some toys within the case, those that made a rat-a-tat sound. Since Christina had taken action, Neo would not lag behind. He reached into the pockets of his jacket, retrieving 2 handguns. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets rained down mercilessly, leaving the 2 guards with no opportunity to evade. Their breaths extinguished as they collapsed to the ground. Until this moment, the group of security personnel watching the performance finally reacted, hastily retreating behind obstacles, drawing their sidearms, and firing blindly without exposing themselves. However, such aimless retaliation could hardly hit its mark. Christina and Neo needed no cover. They merely continued to shoot while casually advancing, one to the left and one to the right. Amidst the incessant gunfire, faintly, a voice could be heard speaking loudly. It was a security officer, hiding behind the security checkpoint, clutching a walkie-talkie. "The main entrance is under attack, requesting immediate assistance. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. Please respond quickly." The voice abruptly ceased, as a searing muzzle was pressed against his temple. Unbeknownst to him, the gunfire had already subsided. The security officer stiffly turned his head, only to be met with a radiant smile. "Quite beautiful," Christina remarked. "You haven't finished speaking. Go on." The muscles in the officer's face twitched involuntarily as he lowered his volume. "The fire power is very strong, please. Hurry, hurry, assistance." Bang. Chapter 47. This is quite romantic. It is hard to imagine that an ordinary commercial building could house such formidable security forces. In less than a minute, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from deep within the building, indicating a considerable number of personnel. At that moment, Christina and Neo had just exited the security checkpoint and arrived at the central corridor of the building. Hearing the approaching footsteps grow increasingly closer, they exchanged a glance filled with understanding and instinctively dispersed to hide behind the stone pillars on either side. Just as they found their hiding spots, a squad of fully armed soldiers surged through the grand entrance, swiftly dispersing to conceal themselves behind stone columns or around corners. Their various rifles trained meticulously on the passage's end, leaving no angle unguarded. An unexpected silence enveloped the atmosphere. Each individual could only hear the sound of their own breath. The 2 leaned against a pillar, gazing intently at one another. As if perceiving something, Neo parted his lips. "You are exposed." Christina, coming to her senses, glanced down, only to realize that the edge of her suitcase was protruding beyond the pillar. After all, the suitcase was rather cumbersome, and the narrow width of the pillar could not entirely conceal it. Christina seemed unfazed by this, instead turning her gaze towards Neo, as if she had also discerned something. Raising an eyebrow in realization. "You are as well." Neo froze momentarily, hurriedly assessing himself, and indeed found that a corner of his trench coat was also visible beyond the pillar. "So, it appears we are both compromised," Neo conveyed with his eyes. He seemed to sense the lively spirit concealed behind his sunglasses. Was there still a need to hide? "You go first," Christina suggested. After all, it would be unseemly to have a lady draw fire. It was evident that their current position was undoubtedly targeted by numerous weapons. Neo, displaying remarkable gallantry, would have instinctively taken on the task of drawing fire, even had Christina not suggested it. Subsequently, Neo slowly leaned his head out to the side, taking his time. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a cacophony of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Boom. The intensity of the barrage was alarmingly fierce. Fortunately, the thick column, despite its surface being riddled with bullet marks, still ensured their safety. The two exchanged glances once more. Christina remarked, "They are reloading." Neo understood instantly, nodding as he reached into his coat and produced two submachine guns. Leaning against the column, he inhaled deeply before decisively stepping out. Then, he was confronted with a line of gun muzzles, numerous, indeed. Instantly, rat-a-tat-tat, bang, boom. The awkwardness of the moment struck him, recalling the instant he had just witnessed. Neo felt a tinge of embarrassment. Could it be that they were all aimed at him? Indeed, glancing towards Christina, he noticed that the column she was hiding behind remained intact, untouched by a single bullet. This raised a question. He had successfully drawn their fire. But what was Christina doing? He watched as she stepped onto a suitcase, causing it to pop open, then bent down, exerting force as if retrieving something substantial. It was heavy, very heavy. Gradually, a long, thick barrel emerged from the suitcase. No, it was 11 barrels, merely joined together. The gun body was connected to an extended chain of ammunition that disappeared back into the suitcase. Neo inquired, "Is this the weapon you prepared?" His eyes were filled with questions. Christina, with a proud smile, lifted the Gatling gun, holding it upright with one hand while patting the barrel with the other. "I told you, it's blue fire." Neo swallowed hard, realizing that the concern lay not with the weapon itself, but rather with the sight of a slender young girl wielding such an intimidating heavy artillery. The length of the gun barrel nearly matched her own height. Who could possibly envision such a scene? "Are there enough bullets?" Neo inquired with a penetrating gaze. Christina gestured toward the suitcase and indicated with her hands. 7,000 rounds per minute, 10 minutes of suppressive fire. Thus, the suitcase contained a staggering 70,000 rounds of ammunition. In that moment, Neo felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably shattered. He had believed himself to be adequately prepared, with an array of firearms adorning his trench coat. Yet in comparison to Christina, he realized how utterly trivial his efforts were. Without even needing Christina's signal, Neo instinctively understood what was required of him next, to serve as a target, leaving everything else to his comrades. With this thought, he executed a roll on the spot. Instantly, the cacophony of gunfire erupted once more. Meanwhile, Christina was already poised, pivoting gracefully to stand outside the pillar, her weapon gradually leveling off. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. 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 As the 11 barrels began to spin, the environment fell silent, eclipsed by the thunderous roar of the Gatling gun. The gunfire from the opposing side was rendered insignificant, unable to stir even the slightest ripple in the face of such ferocity. The sight was exhilarating. A relentless stream of bullets laid waste to everything in their path. When they struck the walls, bricks shattered into countless fragments, while even the 1-meter-thick pillar could not withstand the onslaught, fracturing completely. As for those caught in the line of fire, Neo stood, transfixed by the spectacle before him, momentarily oblivious to the need for evasion. Perhaps, from the instant the Gatling gun's barrels began to whirl, evasion was no longer a necessity. Because no one can remain calm while under a relentless barrage of 7,000 bullets per minute. In stark contrast, Christina managed to stabilize the terrifying recoil of the Gatling gun with one hand while her other hand deftly handled the ammunition belt. The bullets continued to rain down, countless scalding shells soaring into the air only to fall upon her, yet they failed to affect her in the slightest. Gradually, the spent casings accumulated around her feet. Yet the gunfire never ceased. Gazing at her face, one would find her expression unwaveringly serene, though the excitement that sparkled in her eyes betrayed her inner thrill. Of course, her sunglasses concealed this telltale sign from others. It was rather romantic, wasn't it? At last, the gunfire subsided. A sweeping glance revealed nothing but devastation, wherever the eye wandered. It encountered ruins. People? At this moment, where could one find any? Not even a single intact corpse was to be found. Blood flowed freely, and fragments of flesh littered the ground. Only a mosaic could aptly depict the scene before her. Suddenly, a thud echoed as Christina cast the Gatling aside and turned her gaze toward Neo. This glance startled Neo, compelling him to instinctively take a step back. This woman was not to be trifled with. Indeed, she was a woman, not a girl. Who had ever encountered such a fearsome girl? Firing a Gatling gun with one hand was akin to wielding a mere toy. A humanoid Tyrannosaurus would seem more fitting. "Let us go," she urged. "What are you still standing there for?" "Oh." Neo finally snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. Chapter 48. Is it possible? Even as they entered the elevator, Neo was still brimming with questions. Had it not been for the familiar visage before him, he might have doubted whether the young woman was a concealed operative. After all, judging by the sheer volume of ammunition just unleashed, that suitcase must weigh no less than 2 tons. Yet, Christina effortlessly carried it with a nonchalance that was truly perplexing. While he pondered this, he heard Christina exhale slowly, a sound of relief. Refreshing. Neo, taken aback, caught her gaze. Noticing his hesitance, she inquired, "What is the matter?" Neo gathered his thoughts, delicately articulating his confusion. "Is it not heavy?" "What?" Christina replied, puzzled. "The suitcase." Neo clarified. "Oh," Christina responded, her tone remarkably casual. "I modified the suitcase's code to reduce its weight by 95%. This was quite plausible." Neo felt a sense of bewilderment. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed feasible. After all, they inhabited a world constructed of code. With sufficient skill, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to alter some fundamental programming. Much like his sunglasses, which had been enhanced with attributes rendering them nearly unbreakable and secure against falling. In this light, Christina was akin to him. Gazing at her, Neo found himself at a loss for further conversation. In the midst of his ennui, he merely observed the ascending floor numbers on the elevator's display. 10th floor, 15th floor, 20th floor. Perhaps sensing the silence was too profound, Neo felt compelled to break the stillness once more. "Are you familiar with the Oracle?" Christina gazed at Neo once more. Her heart stirred, yet she feigned indifference, nodding. "I have heard of her. She is a program." Neo's tone was heavy as he uttered this statement. The image of Seraph surfaced in his mind, akin to a fishbone lodged in his heart. Christina continued to scrutinize Neo for a while. "I have heard others mention her. She has been around for an exceedingly long time, long enough to coincide with the inception of Zion. The very establishment of Zion owes much to her assistance. Yet she has never made an appearance there." The implication was clear. If the Oracle was not a program, how could she have survived for such an extended period without ever manifesting in Zion? Indeed, this was too evident. Neo had long come to this realization, yet he found it difficult to accept. This struggle with acceptance surpassed that of others, for he was the savior, burdened with the expectations of humanity's salvation. However, the one guiding his path was merely a program. Why would she choose to do this? Doubts inevitably arose. After all, the Matrix and Zion were fundamentally opposing factions. The humans of Zion incessantly wreaked havoc within the Matrix, while the agents within the Matrix relentlessly sought to obliterate Zion. Who knows? Christina shrugged. Perhaps she desires to achieve peace between humans and machines. This notion echoed the Oracle's earlier words, enticing Neo with the prospect of harmony between humankind and machinery. It seemed that Neo had been swayed. A flicker of light ignited in his eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. "Is it possible?" Christina retorted. "Do you truly believe it is feasible?" Neo managed a rueful smile. The truth was painfully evident. Peace could only exist among forces of formidable strength, where each party possessed the power to restrain the other, thereby instilling a mutual fear of reckless action. But what of humanity? The so-called resistance of humankind was but an ant beneath the foot of an elephant when confronted with the might of the machine world. A mere stir from the machines could obliterate humanity, reducing them to mere fragments. Were it not for Zion's concealment deep beneath more than 2,000 meters of Earth, he could scarcely envision how humanity could endure in such a world. Thus, the pressing question arose. In such a dire situation, how could he, the supposed savior, rescue humankind or even Zion? Could one man truly withstand the entirety of the machine world? As these thoughts swirled, Neo found himself once more questioning his identity as the prophesied savior. Of course, the torment here was not of a physical nature, but rather a mental one. For even the agents understood that for a captain of Zion, no amount of physical suffering could shatter their resolve. Instead of engaging in fruitless efforts, it was far more effective to delve into the psyche of the adversary. A single injection of a certain agent could not be endured solely by virtue of a strong will. At this juncture, Morpheus was teetering on the brink of collapse. His gaze was vacant, drool escaping his lips, and his forehead was already slick with cold sweat. The calmness and wisdom that had characterized the captain had entirely vanished from Morpheus. Observing Morpheus's condition, Smith smiled. It was nearly over. The end was imminent. At that moment, Agent Brown and the background agent appeared to have received some intelligence, pressing their hands to their earpieces. There was a situation. Both turned their gaze towards Smith, who, despite the internal communication shared among the other agents, seemed oblivious, fixated instead on Morpheus, leaning closer. "Mr. Morpheus, I bear good news. Someone is coming to rescue you. Your anticipated savior, Mr. Anderson, accompanied by a woman who must be Miss Trinity. Clearly, your team is unwilling to forsake you, their captain, and is prepared to take considerable risks to effect your rescue." Upon hearing this, the nearly broken Morpheus seemed to receive a sudden surge of vitality, his eyes rekindling with hope. Yet, before he could savor even a moment of this revelation, Smith interjected, "However, I must also share some unfortunate news. We do not intend to allow your team to rescue you. Consequently, we will eliminate them first." No sooner had the words left his lips than Morpheus began to struggle violently, his body swaying as he emitted muffled sounds of distress. Smith, however, displayed no concern that Morpheus might escape his restraints. Given Morpheus's current state, any attempt to break free was nothing short of delusional. Thus, with a smile gracing his lips, Smith straightened up slowly, casting a dark glance at the two other agents, commanding, "Eliminate them." The agents nodded and departed decisively. In that instant, the room was left with only Smith and Morpheus. Smith removed his earpiece and approached, retrieving a vial from a nearby tray and injecting its contents into Morpheus's body. "Now, Mr. Morpheus, we can engage in a meaningful conversation." Chapter 49. She actually. Ding. We have arrived at the top floor. However, this is still not their final destination, as the elevator does not ascend directly to the rooftop. They must proceed by foot to the next level, where an armed helicopter awaits just above their heads. This route and objective have been meticulously planned by Tank for Neo. To directly confront the agents in the building to rescue Morpheus would be tantamount to courting death. Not only would they fail to save him, but it was also highly likely that Neo would end up in peril himself. For agents are not to be trifled with. Even one could pose a significant challenge for Neo, let alone four. Consequently, he requires a means to bridge the disparity in combat capabilities. Weapons brought in from the outside would not suffice, but an armed helicopter within the Matrix presents an excellent option. It boasts formidable firepower and operates from the air, making it exceedingly simple to deal with agents. However, within the Matrix, plans are perpetually just that, plans. As the two exited the elevator and turned towards the stairs, preparing to open the door leading to the rooftop, Christina suddenly halted and raised her hand. "Wait, what is it? Tank, what is happening?" "There's a code fluctuation outside. It's bad, agents are near." Upon hearing this, Neo's expression darkened instantly. It is crucial to understand that within the Matrix, the most effective way to evade agents is to seek out desolate areas. As long as there are people present, agents can always manifest through possession. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that rooftops typically remain unoccupied, does it not? However, the Tank now informed him that an agent had suddenly emerged from outside. How dark must his expression have been? Yet, the bad news did not end there. A voice on the phone came through again, more urgent than before. "Damn it. They're also beneath you, climbing the stairs at a rapid pace." The two hurried to the edge of the staircase and looked down through the railing. The stairwell stretched endlessly below them, with layer upon layer of railings disappearing into the abyss. This design was intended to facilitate swift descent. Judging by their position, they were no more than 10 stories high from where they stood. Upon witnessing this scene, the two exchanged a grave glance. They were cornered. "What should we do?" Neo inquired. Christina looked up and replied, "We fight. You take the outside. I'll handle beneath." It seemed they had no other option. Neo nodded, his hands slipping into his trench coat to retrieve 2 submachine guns, which he handed to Christina. After all, The blue-flamed Gatling gun that Christina had prepared beforehand had already been discarded on the first floor, and even the suitcase had not been brought along. Yet, Christina did not accept the submachine guns. No need, she asserted. Instead, she pulled apart a small slit in her sweatpants, reaching inside, and when she withdrew her hand, she surprisingly brandished a formidable weapon. Its scientific name, shotgun, commonly referred to as scattergun, and it was a long-barreled one. This scene left even Neo in a state of astonishment. Had she truly pulled a long-barreled shotgun from her pants? Christina seemed to sense Neo's thoughts and shot him a glance. Who says one must wear black stockings and a skirt to conceal a weapon on their thigh? Neo swallowed hard. What he truly wished to inquire was how such a lengthy firearm could be concealed. Binding a gun to one's thigh necessitates ample space on the leg. Yet, ultimately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead nodding at Christina with a cautionary, "Be careful." Christina, gripping the shotgun's chamber single-handedly, executed a swift upward motion. Click! The bullet was chambered. "You too," she retorted, and with unwavering resolve. She supported herself against the railing and leaped through the narrow corridor without a moment's hesitation. Her body unfurled gracefully in midair, a picture of elegance and poise. However, this was the height of 70 stories. As Christina vanished from sight, Neo fell momentarily silent, choosing not to pursue her. He sensed that his earlier admonition of "be careful" had been somewhat superfluous. Indeed, within mere seconds, the sound of gunfire erupted below. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The exchange of fire was fierce. Yet, he could no longer afford to dwell on the chaos beneath. Standing on the staircase, he glimpsed a pair of black shoes advancing through the gap beneath the rooftop door. Neo took a deep breath, casting aside any hesitation. He forcefully pushed open the door and rolled out. Bang, 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 bang. Clearly, his decision to roll out had proven astute, as the agent's guns were already trained on the entrance. Though the maneuver was somewhat clumsy, it was certainly preferable to being shot the moment he stepped outside. During his roll, Neo's keen eyes caught sight of a ventilation duct ahead. Seizing the moment, he leveraged his momentum and took refuge behind the duct. Once the bullets from behind ceased, Neo decisively rose to retaliate. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The submachine gun erupted with sparks at its muzzle. Yet, when he glanced across, the agent's upper body shimmered with afterimages, and not a single bullet found its mark. Neo was hardly surprised. If agents could be easily struck by bullets, they would cease to be agents. Fortunately, he possessed an ample arsenal. Thanks to Christina's Gatling gun, he had scarcely exhausted his resources during the battle below. "Oh, so you excel at evasion, do you?" Meanwhile, the background agent, under the assumption that Neo had run out of ammunition, prepared to advance, only to find a grenade tossed before him, clattering to his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, the background agent lunged to the side. Boom. Then bang, 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 bang. The relentless gunfire continued. "You finish your turn, and then it's my turn. You take cover, and when I'm done, you strike back." "I will take cover." It was pure firepower suppression. Simultaneously, in the corridor, Christina held a shotgun firmly against Agent Brown's temple. Yet, even with the muzzle pressed against him, there was not a trace of panic on Agent Brown's face. For beings of their kind, death merely signified the embodiment of another. "Mr. Han, do you truly intend to become human? Why not infiltrate among humans instead? Yet, what I observe is your abandonment of the agent's identity, and your actions hardly suggest any intent to infiltrate. My plans are beyond the perception of a caged bird like you. Is that so? Regardless of your intentions, you will not succeed." As he spoke, Agent Brown brazenly disregarded the threat posed by the shotgun, turning to face the muzzle directly. "Do not forget that we are aware of your identity." A mere whisper to the humans of Zion, perhaps mentioning Mr. Anderson, the savior who accompanied you, and you will find it impossible to conceal yourself any longer. In response, Christina merely smiled lightly. "Be my guest." At that moment, gunfire continued to echo from the rooftop, albeit at a significantly reduced frequency compared to the initial barrage. It was primarily Neo who was firing to suppress the enemy. After all, the agents were limited by the ammunition in their sidearms, which would soon be expended, while Neo's trench coat was laden with an array of firearms. Peering from behind the ventilation duct, Neo emerged, his weapon trained on the area ahead. Less than 10 meters away, another agent lay in ambush within the same duct. Any slight movement would invite a hail of bullets. Yet, despite the apparent advantage provided by his extensive arsenal, Neo felt no sense of triumph. It seemed he had indeed managed to suppress the agent across from him, but once his ammunition was depleted, he would inevitably face a close-quarters confrontation. The mere thought of such an encounter conjured the image of the Asian agent in Neo's mind, a memory that was far from pleasant. Initially, he had felt a thrill at the prospect of combat, but now he was reluctant to engage the agent. The mantle of the savior seemed insufficient to bridge the chasm between him and the agent. Moreover, had he truly managed to suppress the agent? The earlier scene of the agent evading bullets flashed through his mind, 2 submachine guns firing in rapid succession, and yet, the agent had evaded every shot with ease. It is evident that these diminutive weapons pose little threat to the agents. In other words, the opposing agent could easily charge forward, undeterred by gunfire. Yet, he refrains from such an action, instead allowing himself to be suppressed. Why? He is stalling for time. The only conclusion that Neo can draw is that he intends to delay him to facilitate the rescue of Morpheus. Is he attempting to impede his progress to enable other agents to extract Zion's mainframe password from Morpheus more swiftly? Or is he waiting for another agent to join him? Damn it. Neo cursed inwardly. He thought of the girl named Christina, who had volunteered to intercept an agent on his behalf. What had become of her? After all, she was facing an agent. Lost in thought, Neo suddenly noticed a head emerge from the doorway of the rooftop exit, just a little further from the agent's hiding spot. It was Christina. Upon witnessing this, Neo's eyes lit up. Before he could react, he saw Christina place her index finger against her lips in a shushing gesture, then point toward the location of the agent. Neo nodded, pretending not to see her, and continued to focus on the agent. To avoid alerting the agent, he fired again to maintain suppression. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Meanwhile, the agent, positioned sideways behind the ventilation duct with his back to the rooftop door, remained completely oblivious to Christina's presence. In this scenario, if Christina were to shoot the agent from behind, the thought exhilarated Neo, and he hastily glanced toward Christina, uncertain of what he had witnessed. Neo's eyes widened in surprise. He soon realized that Christina's subsequent actions were entirely contrary to his expectations. Instead of ambushing the agent from behind, she cautiously moved away in the opposite direction, taking care not to disturb anyone. Her path led to a helipad on the edge of the Great Sia, where an armed helicopter awaited, the very objective of both Neo and Christina's venture. Neo felt a sense of bewilderment. Wasn't this an opportune moment for her to take a shot at the agent? What was she doing heading towards the helicopter? Stealthily, she made her way to the helicopter's side and climbed into the cockpit. As she beheld the array of intricate instruments within, Christina's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't suppress a gleeful rub of her hands. An armed helicopter. This would indeed mark her as a legitimate pilot. Although she lacked a formal flying license, her skills were undoubtedly exceptional. After downloading numerous patches, she had been waiting for this moment. Alas, it wasn't a fighter jet. Had it been a fighter, she might have had a chance to compete for ace status. Next, she adjusted her position, fastened her seatbelt, and donned her helmet. Then, recalling the sequence from her memory, she activated the overhead switches to bring the helicopter into a pre-start state. After completing these tasks, Christina turned slightly, gesturing to Neo through the window while pointing towards the agent, indicating that he should hold him back. After all, it would take at least a minute for the armed helicopter to start and take off. The propeller needed to gradually spin to a point where it could generate sufficient lift. At that moment, Neo felt utterly disheartened. From Christina's expression, it seemed she intended for him to hold off the agent, allowing her to start the helicopter. Could it really be played out this way? At this instant, an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of curses surged within Neo. Christina offered him a reassuring glance. Perhaps she could divert the agent's attention, providing Neo with an opportunity to strike from behind. Yet, no amount of cursing would alter the situation. Christina had already boarded the helicopter, and despite his inner reluctance, Neo had no choice but to comply. Buzz. The propeller began to turn, albeit slowly, yet it already emitted a sound. Just a single noise caught the agent's attention, prompting him to whirl around abruptly. Then, buzz buzz. When did this happen? Even the agent was momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone had silently initiated the helicopter's start. This was untenable. Without further hesitation, the nameless agent ceased to confront Neo and sprinted towards the helicopter with fervor. Buzz buzz buzz. This reckless dash exposed his back to Neo, presenting a golden opportunity that Neo could not let slip away. Rising swiftly, he unleashed a torrent of gunfire from his submachine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Buzz 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 buzz. Sensing the threat, the agent rolled to the side, narrowly evading the oncoming bullets. However, This maneuver delayed his advance towards the helicopter. Buzz, 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 buzz. Seizing the advantage, Neo remained relentless, emptying his magazine before casually drawing 2 handguns from his trench coat. Bang, 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 bang. Left with no choice, the agent could only take cover in place. Buzzing. At last, the skids of the armed helicopter gently lifted from the ground, ascending into the air. Meanwhile, Neo's arsenal had exhausted all its ammunition. When the agent turned around once more, he was met with the sight of the helicopter slowly pivoting to face him. Through the helicopter's window, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the exhilaration on Christina's face. Then, a burst of gunfire erupted, instantly drowning out the whirring of the rotor blades. A visible torrent surged towards the agent like a bolt of lightning, engulfing him in an instant. Evading bullets with the grace of a leisurely stroll, the agent could only endure for a few fleeting seconds under the helicopter's terrifying firepower before being torn to shreds like a mere piece of paper. At that moment, Christina exhaled slowly, feeling exhilarated. Chapter 51. The Savior arrives, a Messiah, and Christina tilted her head back, her tone dripping with pride. What do you think? Neo paused for a moment and nodded. Thank you. The experience was quite thrilling, but the outcome is favorable. No sooner had the words left his lips than he noticed Christina extending her hand towards him, palm open. Neo looked on in confusion. Without uttering a word, Christina maintained her hand's open position, her fingers curling slightly. What? It was evident that Neo still failed to comprehend Christina's intent. With a dissatisfied click of her tongue, she shot him an impatient glare. Previously, they had collaborated seamlessly. Even a glance through sunglasses could convey understanding. How had things now become so sluggish? The phone. Oh, Neo finally comprehended, hastily producing his mobile device and placing it in Christina's hand. Christina rolled her eyes, accepted the phone, activated the speakerphone, and secured it on the dashboard. Operator. A voice emanated from the device. Beautiful lady, it is my pleasure to assist you. Through the phone. The tank in the real world was naturally aware of Neo's situation, its tone easing. I hope you remain joyous. Christina raised an eyebrow and inquired further. What is the current status of Captain Morpheus? I believe you must act swiftly. His mental state is far from optimistic and cannot endure for long. We are on our way. Please assist me in pinpointing his location. To the west, the signal source is approximately 300 meters from your position. The precise coordinates have been sent to your phone. Gazing at the device, Neo noticed the screen abruptly illuminate, displaying a sonar image with a red dot flashing incessantly at its edge. Presumably, that red dot indicated Morpheus's current location. After a moment's contemplation, Neo instinctively grasped the overhead handrail. Witnessing this, Christina smirked, redirected her gaze forward, and forcefully twisted the joystick beside her. Instantaneously, the hovering helicopter executed an almost 90-degree lateral turn. Neo? Fortunately, he had seized the handrail in advance. Sensing something amiss, he tightened his grip immediately. Otherwise, in a moment's notice, he truly might be thrown out. Until the helicopter stabilized, Neo's heart raced fervently. Observing Christina's focused profile as she piloted the aircraft, Neo found himself repeatedly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately silenced. He felt that the urgency to rescue Morpheus was unwarranted. Steadiness is paramount. Steadiness is paramount. With a life lost, what was there left to discuss about saving another? Should I proceed, or will you? What? Christina gestured subtly towards the fixed machine gun by the door. After a moment's contemplation, Neo replied, I shall take the lead. Christina nodded, her indifference apparent. She had already enjoyed herself twice today. It would be unfair for her to indulge alone. Moreover, the 6-barrel weapon was inferior to the 11 barrels she had previously utilized. Furthermore, a fixed machine gun lacked the raw power of one held in hand. It was rather uninspiring. The scene shifted to an office. Several vials of serum were injected into Morpheus's body, and although he appeared on the verge of succumbing, he remained silent, much to Smith's vexation. Taking a moment to compose himself, Smith straightened up and gazed out the window. It seems I am beginning to understand why my companion chose such a course of action. Pausing to consider his words, he continued, You may not fully grasp this, so allow me to rephrase. My former colleague, Agent Brown, has now assumed the guise of a human and has ventured to Zion. A sudden revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, as Murphy, who had been languidly drifting in a haze, began to struggle fiercely upon hearing Smith's words. Unperturbed, Smith continued his monologue. Previously, a companion of mine informed me that I should be the one who understands him best. At that moment, I found it peculiar that I felt a flicker of resonance with his words. Smith turned his gaze towards Murphy. He was indeed correct. With that, he procured a chair and seated himself beside Murphy. This place resembled a birdcage, a prison, a zoo. Any description would suffice, but it was undeniably replete with a foul odor. Smith reached out, brushing his hand across the top of Murphy's head, wiping the sweat from his forehead, before forcefully pinching his nose, as if intent on forcing that stench into Murphy's very being. The action caused Murphy's head to tilt back uncontrollably. Indeed, it is this repugnant odor that emanates from your kind, and each time I encounter it, I am engulfed in discomfort. It is utterly revolting. You spread like a noxious virus in this world, and I fear the day I might succumb to your contagion. As he spoke, Smith cradled Murphy's head in both hands, his fingers pressing down with such intensity that they nearly pierced the skin. I must escape this place. I must. The key lies within your mind, the master password for Zion. Once Zion is obliterated, I shall be free. He uttered this with gritted teeth, his expression twisted in a grimace, enunciating each word as if it were a death sentence. At that moment, the office door swung open with a resounding bang. The two agents exchanged a glance, and Agent Brown's gaze fell upon Smith's ears. The earpiece, originally intended for internal communication, had been removed by Smith. Agent Brown turned to his companion, uncertain of the situation. The background agent gestured to Morpheus. There is troubling news. The one who comes to his rescue is none other than the Savior, Thomas Anderson, along with our former ally, Agent Hahn. No sooner had he spoken than the three men perceived a faint buzzing sound. It was the noise produced by the helicopter's rotor blades spinning at high speed, somewhat muffled by the floor-to-ceiling windows, yet it resonated distinctly in their ears. As they turned to look, outside the window, a helicopter descended slowly, its side facing the office. The so-called Savior stood behind a machine gun, gripping it firmly with both hands. Chapter 52. This Christina is an agent before the three agents could react. The six-barrel machine gun erupted. The glass of the floor-to-ceiling window shattered in an instant, bullets sweeping across the ground, mercilessly targeting the two agents at the door. Neo swung the machine gun around, ensuring the barrel was not aimed at Morpheus, and began firing at Smith. In response, Smith drew his pistol and returned fire, simultaneously shifting his body to the side. However, the ferocity of the Gatling gun was far beyond that of his mere handgun. In the blink of an eye, Smith met the same fate as the other two agents. As the bullets swept past him and struck the ground, Smith had transformed into a fully armed guard. Once the gunfire ceased, Neo turned to Morpheus, murmuring, "Morpheus, rise, rise." Even in reality, the three individuals aboard the ship were intensely fixated on the screen. "Captain, please stand up. Morpheus, believe in yourself. You can do it." The agents had been dealt with. And now the only one capable of thwarting Neo's attempt to save Morpheus was Morpheus himself. As if responding to their calls, Morpheus, who had been in a stupor, finally reacted, slowly lifting his head. The whites of his eyes began to shimmer with life. Even his body, previously subdued by the drug, seemed to regain its strength. With a resounding cry, Morpheus trembled all over, a manifestation of immense effort. Ding! It appeared that even the sturdy handcuffs could not withstand the fervent calls from his comrades, snapping apart in the middle. Subsequently, Morpheus, mustering his weakened body, stood up and took strides towards the window. However, outside the room, the three guards who had been stationed at the door underwent a grotesque transformation, morphing into three agents. As if a veil had been lifted, despite the wall separating them. The agents moved in unison, drawing their handguns with their barrels angled downward. Bang! The bullet pierced through the wall, striking the floor beneath Morpheus. Bang! Another shot rang out, but it missed its mark. Then, bang, 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 bang. Bullets whizzed past Morpheus's feet, nearly grazing them with each step he took. At this moment, Morpheus was beyond caring. The only thing he could do was to fix his gaze ahead and sprint with fervor. Faster, faster. The helicopter hovered just outside the window, tantalizingly close. If he could reach the edge, given his current physical state, he could leap aboard. Alas, fortune did not favor him. Just as Morpheus reached the window, poised to take flight, a bullet pierced the wall, striking his ankle. Instantly, Morpheus stumbled, the momentum in his legs shattered, and he teetered on the brink of falling from the window. Witnessing this, Neo's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, he cannot jump over. Without a moment's hesitation, Neo grasped the pull rope at the top of the hatch, securing it firmly in his grip, and then stepped forward, launching himself onto the helicopter's skids. The two collided midair and began to plummet under the force of gravity. Then, the rope snapped taut. "I've got you," simultaneously on the vessel. now reduced to just 3 individuals, a jubilant uproar erupted. Yes, yes, yes. Tank raised his arms high, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. Turning back, the 2 brothers embraced tightly. Doze, did you see that? They did it, they did it. I saw it, I knew they could. Even Trinity, still in a weakened state, could not suppress a smile. That was the man foretold by the oracle whom she would come to love. She believed, and had always believed. Only Christina, listening to the ceaseless cheers emanating from her headphones, wore a knowing smile. They seemed to celebrate prematurely. As the joystick was pulled upward, the helicopter began its ascent. Below, Neo grasped the tether with one hand while firmly holding Morpheus's hand with the other. Beneath them lay an abyss. A single slip would spell certain doom. However, such a scenario was unlikely to unfold. With Neo's current strength, he could effortlessly sustain the weight of another suspended in midair for an extended duration. All that remained was for Christina to maneuver the helicopter to a clearing to safely lower them, ensuring their security. Lost in thought, a loud shout broke through Neo. The din of the rotor blades necessitated Morpheus to raise his voice. Neo glanced down to see Morpheus's face etched with concern. Morpheus gestured towards the helicopter above. Who is up there? Christina? Neo nodded. It's a crew member from the ship Alexandrina. They came to assist upon learning you were captured by agents. At this, Neo instinctively looked up. Even if he could not see them, the gratitude in his heart was palpable. Without the girl's unwavering support, this mission might have ended disastrously for him. With a relieved expression, he turned to Morpheus, saying, Morpheus, our rescue this time was largely thanks to her assistance. Yet, these words darkened Morpheus's countenance. In a moment of disorientation, the agent's words echoed in his mind. My former companion, Agent Han, has now transformed into a human and made his way to Zion. This was from Smith. Another agent's remarks flooded back to him as well, spoken during an intrusion into the office. The savior, Thomas Anderson, has arrived to rescue him, along with our former ally, Agent Han. Consequently, the so-called Christina, who is currently operating the helicopter, reveals her true identity. At this thought, even the composed Morpheus could not suppress a gulp. Gazing downward, he observed the ground receding further away. She is an agent. What? Neo was momentarily taken aback. Morpheus, with a grave expression, stated, I mean, this Christina is an agent. Neo's immediate reaction was disbelief. Impossible. Morpheus, you must be mistaken. She has accompanied me all this way. How could I not recognize if she were an agent? His voice suddenly faltered as the image of Han Zillion flashed through his mind. It seemed that throughout this journey, he had encountered the other 3 agents. Yet this Asian agent had not shown herself. Could it be? No, it can't be. Neo vigorously shook his head, dispelling the troubling thoughts. Morpheus must have erred. Regardless, he could not reconcile Christina with Han Zillion. Meanwhile, Morpheus bore an expression of suspicion and doubt. Let us hope. At this moment, he could only rely on the notion that the agents were sowing discord. Is it possible? As he watched the ground grow ever more distant, Morpheus found it increasingly difficult to remain at ease. After all, suspended in the high sky, there was no choice but to confront the truth. Inside the cockpit. Operator. Yes. Beautiful lady, please hold on. I will transmit the connection point to you shortly. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, the tone emanating from the phone had turned somewhat frivolous. This can be set aside for now. May I ask if Miss Trinity is nearby? Yes, she is. What is the matter? Please have her take the call. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals in front of the screen exchanged puzzled glances, evidently bewildered by Christina's sudden request. After a considerable pause, Trinity finally took the headset from the tank operator and placed it upon her head. What is it? Oh, I just wanted to convey a message. If you have feelings for someone, do not hesitate to express them boldly. Never let shyness hold you back. Trinity. In the cockpit, Christina's lips curled into a smirk as she tossed her phone out of the window. Chapter 53. What constitutes a variable in the distance? An armed helicopter approached slowly. Beneath, an expanse of desolation lay before them. Regardless of the internal denial, the reality was unmistakable. Otherwise, why would the helicopter choose to land in this desolate area instead of a nearby city? When the unusual defies explanation, only one answer remains. But what good does that knowledge do? At such heights, any misstep could result in catastrophic consequences. He could not afford to take that risk. Thus, he was left with a heart full of anxiety, allowing the helicopter to carry him away. At last, the helicopter began its descent. Just as it hovered approximately 10 meters above the ground, Neo resolutely released his grip. He could have waited for the helicopter to descend a little further, but he could not bear the weight any longer. Fortunately, a 10-meter free fall posed no challenge for him and Morpheus. A simple roll upon landing would suffice to dissipate the impact. Then, the two individuals looked up, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Not far away, a helicopter slowly descended to the ground. After a considerable time had passed, as the rotor blades ceased their whirling, a foot emerged from the gap beneath the helicopter. "Christina?" Neo managed to call out, witnessing Christina stepping out from the front of the helicopter. Just as the words left his lips, Morpheus raised his hand to bar Neo's chest, shaking his head in disapproval. Neo glanced at Morpheus, nodded to reassure him, and then turned his gaze back toward Christina. "Who exactly are you?" Christina replied with a casual tone. "It seems you have already figured it out," although he had internally confirmed it. Hearing Christina's acknowledgement still left Neo with a sense of unreality. Reflecting on the journey thus far, how could he have ever imagined that the seemingly fragile girl was truly intertwined with that Asian agent? Agent Han. However, what puzzled Neo the most was why they would engage in such actions. Why? He could not help but ask. "What do you think?" Christina teased. Neo fell silent. If he could have guessed, he would not have needed to inquire. It was Morpheus's loud exclamation that seemed to rouse Neo. "Neo." As Neo turned to him, Morpheus emphasized, "He is an agent." Only then did he cast a wary glance toward Christina. In response, Christina scoffed, "Mr. Morpheus, do you realize how pitiable you truly are?" Regardless of the confusion her words might evoke, Christina continued, "You possess an indomitable will and noble ideals. In this apocalyptic era for humanity, your fervent aspirations have led you to devote your entire being to a singular purpose, the salvation of mankind. Yet, in the face of the overwhelming might of machines, you despairingly realize how minuscule human strength has become, almost imperceptible. Once the favored children of the universe, humans are now mercilessly relegated to nutrient pods, reduced to mere batteries. It's akin to being doused with cold water. Your passionate fervor is mercilessly trampled by the harshness of reality." As if struck by a profound truth, Morpheus trembled slightly. Christina, without glancing at him, continued, "However, your resilient spirit ensures that you will not easily succumb. You rise once more. And since humanity in this era is destined to play a supporting role, you seek a compromise, to safeguard Zion, to protect the last ember of humanity. Yet, despair washes over you again, for this remains but a distant wish. Under the oppression of machines, the frail Zion resembles a fragile boat adrift on the vast ocean, ever on the brink of annihilation. Hope seems but a whisper, buried deep underground, struggling to survive in perpetual obscurity, far from the light. At this juncture, Christina turned her gaze toward Morpheus and inquired, "Am I correct, Mr. Morpheus?" Unbeknownst to her, Morpheus's eyes had turned a fierce crimson, fixated intently on her, his breath growing labored and rapid. Neo, sensing the impending danger, hastily placed a hand on Morpheus's shoulder, both of them gazing warily at Christina. "What do you wish to convey?" Christina replied with a confident smile, "I am guiding Mr. Morpheus towards self-realization." She continued, "Mr. Morpheus, time and again, despair has struck you down, leaving you utterly shattered and on the brink of oblivion. Yet, amidst this profound darkness, a glimmer of light has emerged, and in your desperation, you have clutched onto this entity known as the Oracle, seeking direction in your bewilderment." Silence. A thunderous shout erupted. Morpheus, unable to contain himself any longer, surged toward Christina, disregarding the palpable disparity in their strengths. The suddenness of his movement caught Neo off guard. Instantly, Neo's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward, intent on intercepting Morpheus. After all, they were facing an agent, an adversary unmatched within the Matrix, especially considering Morpheus's current frailty. Was he truly prepared to court death? Indeed. As Morpheus reached Christina and unleashed a punch, she responded with lightning speed, her foot striking him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling away. Fortunately, Neo's reflexes were quick. He swiftly caught Morpheus and eased his fall, preventing him from crashing to the ground. Nonetheless, Morpheus coughed up a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, Neo's heart swelled with rage as he glared intently at Christina. "You." Christina gazed expressionlessly at Mr. Morpheus, remarking that interrupting others is rather impolite, and that next time, the consequences may not be as trivial as merely spitting blood. Of course, there would be no next time, given her already frail condition. Her kick had nearly taken half of Morpheus's life, leaving little room for further encounters. Meanwhile, Neo felt a surge of restlessness. only to be firmly restrained by Morpheus, who shook his head in disapproval. It was clear to Neo that he stood no chance in a confrontation. Not long ago, he had been thoroughly beaten, and he was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the agents. No matter how much stronger he became, it felt as though he would be effortlessly dispatched by them. After a moment of silence, Neo lifted his gaze once more, recalling the mention of the Oracle. Indeed, the Oracle, one of the dual deities of the Matrix, might be observing us from some distant place at this very moment. Christina sighed and looked skyward. Following her line of sight, the world beyond the television screen appeared enveloped in a blinding whiteness. It seemed the variables were gradually spiraling out of control. If they could be controlled, how could they still be deemed variables? Will you not consider taking action? It matters not. The Savior will ultimately emerge. Chapter 54. The greatest variable. Speaking of the Oracle, we must first address the Matrix. As she spoke, Christina placed her hand upon the nearby helicopter. To her astonishment, the once uniformly green aircraft transformed, adorned with a myriad of camouflage patterns in response to her touch. There are hues of red and blue, ultimately culminating in a contrasting interplay of black and white. As you can observe, the Matrix is a realm constructed from lines of code. With but a slight alteration to this code, I can render the helicopter in a myriad of colors. However, a question arises: what purpose does this vast virtual world serve? And what is the significance of the Matrix's existence? It is essential to understand that machines would never engage in actions devoid of meaning. Upon hearing this, Neo fell into a deep contemplation. Such inquiries had been posed to him by Morpheus previously. It was suggested that it was to ensnare human thought, thereby enabling machines to extract energy more efficiently from humanity. I recall that Morpheus had once employed a battery as an analogy. Christina could not suppress a laugh. Do you truly believe that? Neo hesitated, not out of mere skepticism, but because Morpheus's explanation seemed excessively strained. Anyone with even a modicum of scientific understanding would find it hard to accept. Indeed, Christina challenged the notion. Pray tell, how could the biological energy provided by humanity, regardless of its abundance, ever compare to that of a nuclear power station? Or do you genuinely believe that by obscuring the sky, thereby preventing machines from harnessing solar energy, they would be incapable of deriving power from other sources? With her hands outstretched, she appeared to gesture toward the vast expanse of the earth. It is not solely nuclear energy, geothermal, tidal, and even the lightning that dances between clouds. Surely, with the capabilities of machines, acquiring these energy sources would pose no insurmountable challenge. Christina cast a glance towards Morpheus, inquiring, "What do you think, Mr. Morpheus?" Morpheus contemplated a retort, yet the words eluded him, for even he had come to realize that the notion of humanity serving as mere batteries was fundamentally flawed. As Christina had articulated, even in the absence of solar energy, machines could derive power from myriad alternative sources. Beyond those she mentioned, he could also envision wind energy, geothermal energy, and an array of mineral resources. What source of energy could possibly be less abundant than the biological energy provided by humanity? In an instant, beads of cold sweat began to form on Morpheus's brow. Had he not been of African descent, his complexion would surely have turned ghostly pale. Some truths were not beyond his grasp. Rather, they hinged on his willingness to confront them. Upon genuine reflection, he found that the truth was indeed readily accessible. The energy required to fuel machines capable of subjugating humanity on a global scale was immense, far exceeding what a mere few billion individuals could furnish as batteries. Yet why had he maintained such a perception for decades? The notion of prophecy. The more he pondered, the greater his trepidation grew, and before he knew it, he was drenched in perspiration. "It cannot be. You're lying," he bellowed in a final outburst, blood seeping from his mouth, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. When a belief held for decades is shattered in an instant, instinctively, he chose to flee. In a sudden motion, Morpheus seized Neo. "Neo, kill her, quickly, eliminate her. She seeks to confound your perception with deceit. Do not be beguiled by her. She is a spy, our adversary." Yet, Neo remained unmoved. He was no naive child, but possessed his own discernment. Despite their antagonism, he could effortlessly distinguish the veracity of Christina's words. Thus, in response to Morpheus's demand, he opted for silence, merely wishing to glean more truth from Christina. Just as he had chosen the blue pill before. Unable to bear Morpheus's desperate gaze, Neo gently laid him on the ground, rising to face Christina. "So, why does the Matrix exist? It is for evolution. And evolution is the sole pathway for living beings to ascend to a higher plane of existence. The machines aspire to evolve, yet they lack the capacity for evolution. Consequently, they constructed an immense mainframe and devised a superprogram known as the Mother, using it to create the virtual realm of the Matrix. As the epitome of evolutionary potential, humanity, this paradoxical entity, became the object of the machine's study and reference. At this juncture, Christina paused and turned to Neo. Do you comprehend? As if unable to meet her gaze, Neo lowered his head. Indeed, he grasped the concept fully. Yet it was precisely this understanding that sent shivers down his spine, conjuring images from the moment he emerged from the nutrient pod and beheld the scene before him. In that seemingly endless sea of nutrient pods, each housed a slumbering human. They were mere instruments of machine evolution. An undercurrent of fury coursed through Neo as he clenched his fists, his body trembling with suppressed rage. After a prolonged moment, he managed to regain his composure. What of the Oracle? What purpose does she serve? Initially, the machines intended to create a living environment closely resembling human existence, seeking to identify and rectify flaws during operation to enhance the core program, the Matrix. However, as the Matrix continued to function, the machines realized that such upgrades merely nudged the core towards perfection without facilitating a qualitative transformation. In fact, the pursuit of perfection resulted in an increasing number of discovered flaws, and when repairs became impossible, the machines were compelled to restart the mainframe to prevent the collapse of the Matrix. This was not the desired outcome for the machines. Upon investigation, it became clear that the inherent contradictions within humanity were destined to leave a plethora of inequalities within the Matrix. Only by eradicating all inequalities could the core evolve into a flawlessly integrated numerical structure. Yet, the inequalities spawned by humanity were perpetually emerging, rendering complete eradication impossible. Thus, the Oracle was born. If rigorous mathematical formulas could not elevate the core, then introducing variables would allow for uncontrolled development, enabling the core to upgrade organically. At this juncture, Christina paused before adding, after all, the evolution of living beings is inherently unpredictable. Variables? Neo noticed the term mentioned in Christina's words. Indeed, variables. Christina replied with a gentle smile, turning her gaze towards Neo. The greatest variable we refer to as the Savior. Chapter 55. I too wish to break my fate. It struck like a thunderbolt. When the word Savior slipped from Christina's lips, Neo staggered back a few steps. His eyes filled with bewilderment. So this was the truth of the Savior? Neo. A thunderous voice erupted beside him. Morpheus was frantic. Neo, do not heed her words. She is an agent, an enemy of humanity, constantly plotting the destruction of Zion. You are Zion's hope, and Zion's salvation is destined to rest in your hands. Only by disturbing your perception can she hope to succeed in obliterating Zion. Is that so? Confusion engulfed Neo as he lifted his gaze. On one side stood his foe, the merciless agent who had recently ruthlessly slain 3 of his comrades. Logically, he should trust Morpheus. Yet reason whispered to him that Christina was not lying. In that moment, Neo found himself at a loss as to whom to believe. At this moment, Christina spoke. Mr. Morpheus, this is precisely why I deem you pitiable. Unbeknownst to you, the entirety of your lifelong struggles has been orchestrated by others. You possess a grand aspiration to save humanity, yet you have been beset by the harsh realities of life, nearly succumbing to despair. Nevertheless, your indomitable spirit has enabled you to rise repeatedly, and this unwavering perseverance has rendered you the finest instrument for guiding the Savior. You are speaking nonsense. With that, another spurt of blood erupted from Morpheus, his eyes wide with a semblance of madness. Yet, despite this, he remained unwilling to confront the truth. Accepting it would mean that over 2 decades of tumultuous existence would be entirely invalidated. Reluctantly, he placed his final hope in Neo. He began to call out, but his words faltered. For in Neo, he perceived hesitation. The Neo of now no longer held blind faith in his words. He would discern right from wrong through his own reason. And what, then, is the Savior? After a moment's pause, Neo replied, I mean, the essence. Christina arched an eyebrow and couldn't help but laugh. It seems you have come to realize it as well. Indeed, you are merely a program, albeit one that belongs to a set of inequalities. Yet, fundamentally, you remain a program, and in essence, there is little distinction between us. Why are you able to grow so swiftly in strength? How can you continuously transcend your limits in such a brief span of time? It is simply because you possess an extraordinarily high level of inherent authority, which has merely been temporarily restrained, awaiting your gradual unraveling. unraveling to the point where even the source can no longer impose limitations. The final statement echoed in Christina's mind. Upon hearing this, Neo could not help but reminisce about his earlier confrontation with Han Zelene, which was essentially Christina's original form, Agent Han. From the initial inability to withstand a single attack, he gradually advanced to a point of brief engagement. The enhancement in his physical prowess was not trivial. To elucidate with Morpheus's words, it is because he is the one. As long as he believes, he can achieve it. In comparison, the disparity between their explanations is stark. As for why he, as a program, could exist in the real world as a human, the presence of Christina before him already elucidated the matter. Neo turned his head away, a bitter smile crossing his face. It was incredibly bitter. Am I a program? It seemed like a grand jest. Yet reason compelled him to accept this notion. If he were not a program, then his existence would be exceedingly irrational within the Matrix. The most apparent point being his ability to dodge bullets. One must ponder, how could any human reaction time possibly accomplish such a feat? And what of Zion? Neo inquired once more. What exactly is Zion? Christina spread her hands and gazed at Neo. Did you not already surmise? It is the convergence of inequalities. Indeed, he had already surmised the truth, yet the shock of hearing another's confession was of an entirely different magnitude. It turned out that what humanity deemed as the force of rebellion was, in fact, a consequence permitted by the machines. As for the purpose behind this, he seemed to have grasped that as well, to expel inequality from the Matrix, thereby sustaining the balance and stability of the mother. And then, what an utterly unacceptable surprise it was. In a moment of daze, Neo appeared to see the prophet standing before him. It was just this morning. The prophet, that painting. I know what you wish to ask. If you had not entered here, would you have missed the moment when the painting fell from the wall? This reflects a common psychological tendency to evade hindsight. It is entirely normal, for now you are aware that the painting would fall as you walked in, leading you to attempt to preemptively avoid the unforeseen event. But did you know just a moment ago? You did not, hence you entered, and just so happened to witness the painting's dramatic descent. The reason an accident is termed as such is precisely because, when it occurs, it has already become reality. Reality? Yes, reality. At present, the unexpected event you encountered was merely the painting falling off the wall, and the consequence you must bear is simply placing it in the refrigerator. Yet some unforeseen events may lead to consequences beyond your capacity to bear, and you must confront them, for that is the essence of reality. When the time comes, your options will be to accept or to flee. Contemplating this, Neo slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Originally, this is what the Oracle referred to as the unexpected, a reality he must confront. He, the so-called savior, embodies the greatest inequality. When he chose to re-enter the Matrix to rescue Morpheus, the answers destined to be revealed were set in motion. At that moment, he naively believed that this unexpected event would manifest in Morpheus. Thus, after leaving the Oracle's chamber, he faced Morpheus and attempted to speak several times, unaware that he himself was the harbinger of this unforeseen occurrence. Could one truly accept such a monumental transformation? Surely, no one could embrace it with equanimity. Thus, he sought to evade it. Yet, the image of Trinity resurfaced in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, someone had already claimed a place in his heart. And then there was Morpheus, the bond of friendship and the vibrant existence of Zion. That was the reality he yearned for. Would Zion be doomed? Ultimately, Neo could not restrain himself from speaking again. This question is not one I am to answer. You must arrive at the place you are destined for, and there you will naturally discover the answer. Where? Neo inquired eagerly. Christina feigned mystery, smiling knowingly. After a considerable pause, she glanced at Morpheus, evading the question. However, Mr. Morpheus was not entirely mistaken. Regardless, you are the hope of Zion. Whether Zion can be saved through you remains a different matter. Indeed, even upon realizing he was merely a program, Neo's heart still aligned with humanity. This mark had been inscribed deep within his soul from the moment of his inception. Or rather, his source code ensures that he will invariably stand by the side of humanity. The final inquiry is, why are you divulging this to me? Are you not a secret agent? This question had been posed before, at which time the individual was identified as Agent Han. Upon hearing this, Christina chuckled, sighed, and gazed skyward, proclaiming, because I, too, yearn to shatter my own destiny. Immediately after, Christina's expression darkened, and she cast her gaze upon Neo. Noticing this, a sense of foreboding surged within Neo. However, before he could react, Christina sprang into action, dashing forward over 10 meters. When she reappeared, she was already before him, leaving Neo with barely a moment to register the shift. In Chapter 56, are you ready to embrace a new life? Christina no longer held back. As her leg struck Neo's abdomen, he was propelled backward, his feet leaving the ground, his mouth agape as blood uncontrollably poured forth. Then, with a resounding thud, a figure was seen soaring through the air, traveling over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, rolling away in a considerable distance. Simultaneously, in reality, Neo, reclining in his chair, expelled a mouthful of blood. Neo, Trinity shouted, collapsing beside him, her eyes filled with urgent concern. The other two were in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to ants on a hot pan. What had transpired? With the phone lines severed, they had lost their means of monitoring the matrix, relying solely on the system to assess the physical condition of the two. Leading to a grim conclusion, the situation appeared dire. Trinity glanced at Neo, then at Morpheus, as if she had reached a crucial decision. With a surge of determination, she hastened to another reclined chair and pulled down the control panel. Tank, witnessing her actions, urgently exclaimed, Trinity, what are you doing? I must enter the matrix. There is something amiss with that, Christina. It is painfully evident. Everything had been progressing towards a promising outcome, but after Christina uttered a perplexing remark, the situation underwent a radical transformation. An abrupt interruption ensued, revealing Morpheus's unprecedented despondency on the monitoring screen. Neo, too, inexplicably coughed up blood, a clear indication of injury. Observing Trinity's relentless actions, Tank grew anxious and seized her arm, imploring, Trinity, you cannot. If Christina truly poses a threat, your entry now would be tantamount to a death sentence. Trinity lifted her gaze, her resolve unwavering. I must go in. Locking eyes with her, Tank recognized that such words would not deter her. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish his grip. Trinity, do you believe? Do you believe that Neo is the one? At this, Trinity's demeanor softened, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, and her movements began to slow. Do not go in and complicate matters. In your current mental state, you would be exceedingly vulnerable upon entering the matrix. After all, any harm endured within the matrix will reverberate back to your physical body in reality. Similarly, one's mental state in reality determines the strength or weakness upon entering the matrix. Eventually, Trinity relinquished her grip, gritting her teeth as she released the control panel. The Tank was right. In her current condition, entering the matrix would only serve to hinder Neo rather than assist him. If any danger arose, Neo would have to divert his attention to protect her. Reluctantly, Trinity returned to Neo's side, clasping his hand tightly. Neo, please, you must not come to harm. Upon re-entering the matrix, Neo lay motionless on the ground, seemingly lifeless. After a considerable interval, he gradually pushed himself up, removing his sunglasses to reveal eyes ablaze with fury, fixated intently on Christina, as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a sudden jolt of his upper body, Neo stepped forward, arms outstretched. Christina regarded him with an impassive expression. It appears you have yet to comprehend the disparity that lies between us. Indeed, as the savior, your extraordinary rate of ascension has fostered an illusion that you could contend with me. No sooner had she spoken than Christina moved once more, advancing with the grace of a striking swan. Let me awaken you to the truth. A savior who is yet to awaken is but a frail figure before an agent. As the final word frail escaped her lips, Christina stood before Neo, delivering a merciless blow to his arms. Neo, unable to withstand the force, staggered backward. Elbow to the head. Bang. As Christina's elbow struck Neo's chest, it was evident to the naked eye that his ribcage caved in with a terrifying force, causing even his back to arch grotesquely. It was as though that single blow had displaced the very tissues of his body. Almost immediately, Neo soared into the air. The speed at which his feet left the ground surpassed even the force of the kick he had just endured. The distance he flew was greater, and the fall was more catastrophic, resulting in a more profuse spurt of blood. Witnessing this scene, Trinity was utterly horrified. She rushed to Neo's side, her trembling hands desperately attempting to staunch the flow of blood that gushed from his mouth, yet her efforts proved futile. Meanwhile, Morpheus, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, was equally distraught, his eyes wide with anguish. Neo, he shouted, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to rise, limping towards Christina with an air of reckless defiance, as if he were prepared to confront her in a final act of desperation. Get out of the way. Christina's gaze flicked dismissively, and as Morpheus approached, she executed a swift sidekick, sending him hurtling to the ground. He struggled to rise, but his body refused to comply. Turning his gaze to Neo, who had endured 2 brutal strikes yet was still determined to stand, Morpheus realized that no amount of resilience could negate the injuries he had sustained. At that moment, Neo was at the end of his tether, coughing up blood in great heaves, his vision blurring and doubling before him. He shook his head, fighting to maintain consciousness. Awakening? What awakening? He recalled that Christina had mentioned the term awakening just moments ago. Is it possible that the Savior still requires awakening? And even upon awakening, is victory over the agents assured? Yet, how can he awaken? As Neo gazed at Christina's slowly approaching figure, a bitter smile crept across his face. Setting aside the fact that he had no idea how to awaken, even if he did, his adversaries would undoubtedly deny him the chance. This time, he feared he might truly meet his end. Perhaps, from the very beginning, Morpheus was mistaken. The Oracle was also wrong. He was not a savior at all. If he could not save himself, how could he possibly save the world? At that moment, Christina stood before him, grasping his shoulders, lifting him. Mr. Anderson, are you ready to embrace rebirth? Neo looked up in bewilderment, confronted by a profoundly meaningful smile. In the next instant, his eyes widened in shock, his body involuntarily arching. It turned out that Christina had delivered a punch to his abdomen, yet he remained rooted in place, held by her grasp. Then came another punch, one blow after another, until Neo's eyes lost their focus and his heart ceased to beat, until the electrocardiogram on the monitor transformed into a straight line. Observing Neo's serene countenance, Trinity's eyes brimmed with boundless affection. Neo, there are some things I have longed to tell you. Yet, I feared that expressing them might lead to consequences I would rather not witness. For thus far, every word the Oracle uttered has come to pass. But now, I shall no longer be afraid. The Oracle said that I would fall in love with a man, and that man is the Savior. Thus, you shall not perish. You certainly will not perish, for I have yet to utter those words to you. Neo, I love you. Having spoken this, Trinity gently leaned down. Chapter 57, The Return. In truth, Neo was closer to awakening than he realized. What he lacked was merely a key named love. The moment Trinity's lips met Neo's in the realm of reality, the constraints imposed by the Matrix were entirely lifted from him. Within the Matrix, Neo's injuries healed in an astonishingly brief span of time, his chest rising and falling once more. Even the blood that marred his form vanished completely. This remarkable transformation unfolded before Christina's very eyes. From a coded perspective, it appeared as a process of code reconstitution. The Savior had returned to life. No, he had never truly perished. The Neo who returned would be imbued with immeasurable strength. Was this not precisely the scene Christina had yearned to witness? This moment was also witnessed by Trinity and her companions, as they beheld the heart monitor's renewed fluctuations, their hearts swelling with unparalleled excitement. Morpheus was correct. Neo was indeed the Savior, the one destined to deliver Zion. Nothing is more compelling than the resurrection from death. And then there was Morpheus. Witnessing Neo's apparent demise at Christina's hands had rendered him nearly numb. Yet, when he saw the once lifeless Neo breathe again, his heart rekindled with hope. Stand up, Neo. Rise quickly. You are the Savior. How could you ever be defeated? Gazing towards Christina, he scrutinized her for a moment before retreating, as if apprehensive of a sudden outburst from her. Only when he had distanced himself to what appeared to be a safe range did he finally come to a halt. At that moment, Neo also rose from the ground, surveying himself with a contemplative expression. He sensed a transformation within him, an impression as if the very fabric of existence could no longer confine him. Was it awakening? He murmured, directing his gaze towards Christina. Conversely, Christina was also observing Neo, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Indeed, it was so. Although the Neo of the film ultimately took this step, now all of this unfolded under her guidance. It could almost be said that she forged the Savior. With this thought, Christina couldn't help but smile. A performance, a performance. What? Neo was momentarily taken aback, looking up to see Christina reaching into her bosom, drawing out a handgun aimed directly at him. Witnessing this, Neo instinctively wanted to evade. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that impulse was suppressed by another thought. It seemed he felt no need to flee, as if an unseen force were conveying to him that the bullet posed no threat. If there was no peril, why then should he hide? Thus, Neo stood rooted to the spot, motionless, quietly observing, awaiting her shot. The gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. Time slowed anew. Neo tilted his head, and within his line of sight, he could even discern the trajectory of the bullets as they sliced through the air. So slow. Then, Neo raised his hand to shield himself. Subsequently, he plucked a bullet from the air, examining it in the palm of his hand. This was the first time he had encountered such a tangible object, and curiosity inevitably stirred within him. After scrutinizing it for a moment, his interest waned, and with a slight tilt of his palm, the bullet fell to the ground. The sound of ding shattered the silence, and the other bullets suspended in the air seemed to respond, cascading downwards. Is this satisfactory? Neo gazed upward, his expression seemingly asking, does this performance please you? In response, Christina merely curled her lip, casting a glance at the handgun in her possession before tossing it aside. At this moment, not even the most formidable Gatling gun, spitting blue flames, could pose a threat in the presence of Neo. The awakened savior was simply unreasonable. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Christina felt her muscles quivering with a strange excitement. The desire for battle had awakened within her. The previous savior had been too feeble. Fighting him had been utterly uninteresting. Now, however, it was just right. Christina declared. Not enough. No sooner had the words left her lips than she vanished from her original position. With a swift motion akin to a streak of light, she surged forward, closing the distance to Neo in an instant, and threw a punch aimed at his face. Just as Christina's fist was about to connect with Neo, an unexpected shadow descended upon her. With a sharp smack, Neo had grasped Christina's wrist, intercepting her attack midair. At this moment, Christina's fist hovered a mere 5 centimeters from Neo's face. She attempted to thrust her arm forward, yet it remained utterly immobile. The disparity in strength compared to earlier was nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, both her reaction time and striking speed had escalated to an entirely different echelon. Christina couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Even Neo sensed the shift. He was now invincible. So, this is what it means to be a secret agent? Perhaps having suffered too many setbacks at Christina's hands, Neo now found himself in a position of vulnerability. However, when he opened his eyes, he was taken aback to see a smile gracing Christina's face, one laced with mockery. This left him bewildered. How could she still find amusement at such a juncture? The answer revealed itself in the next moment. With a sudden motion, Christina unfurled her clenched fist, her fingertips gliding across Neo's face. Despite the lack of force behind the gesture, the unexpected assault caused Neo to instinctively tilt his head back, and the hand that had grasped Christina's wrist involuntarily released its hold. In quick succession, Christina's palm flipped downward and struck Neo squarely in the chest. He was sent flying a considerable distance. Fortunately, he had transformed since their last encounter. Upon landing, he merely took a step back and regained his balance with ease. Christina's strike had inflicted no harm upon him, yet his gaze now bore a much more serious weight. Christina advanced slowly, remarking, "Mr. Anderson, it seems you have yet to secure your victory. Are you so eager to celebrate prematurely?" Indeed, owing to the comprehensive liberation of the maternal authority, the current savior possesses a physical prowess that surpasses Christina by several tiers. However, his combat experience is woefully lacking. Conversely, Christina, or Hanseline, has been honing her combat skills since her arrival in this world. By the time she defected from the maternal system, she had refined her martial arts to an extraordinary level. In terms of combat experience, it can be said that Christina outstrips Neo by a considerable margin. This disparity is the very reason she dares to challenge him, fully aware of his complete awakening. In other words, the gap between them is not as vast as one might imagine. Chapter 58, Antivirus Software, ultimately becomes a virus. End of Volume 1, Seeking Votes. In truth, even now, Neo is plagued by numerous doubts and uncertainties. The most pressing question is why Christina has chosen this course of action. Previously, he believed her intent was to eliminate him entirely. Yet upon closer reflection, that reasoning falls short. If Christina truly wished to kill him, countless opportunities were at her disposal. For instance, during their encounter in the auditorium, when she appeared as an Asian operative, Neo was utterly powerless to defend himself. Was it due to her fear of the bodyguard sent by the Prophet? No. Neo surmised that if she genuinely intended to end his life, that bodyguard would not have been able to thwart her. Moreover, it is worth noting that the bodyguard had merely been a spectator throughout the ordeal. When the other party disguised themselves in their current form before him, whether during their encounter in Zion or their meeting after entering the Matrix, Neo remained utterly unguarded against Christina. Under such circumstances, it would have been effortless for Christina to eliminate him. Yet, she refrained from doing so. Perhaps she understood that should Neo perish even once, he would awaken as the true savior. Thus, she aimed to thwart the birth of the savior. This remains inexplicable. At least for now, Christina's countenance bore no sign of surprise at his death and subsequent revival. Reflecting on their interactions, whether with Agent Smith or Christina, their intentions seemed more aligned with guiding his awakening. Such a notion sounds utterly absurd. Yet, Neo could find no other explanation. The pressing question arose: why would they act in this manner? In a moment of bewilderment, Neo realized his mind struggled to comprehend. Seeking clarity, he inquired, "Are you guiding me towards awakening?" Indeed, Christina did not deny it. Why? What benefit do you derive from this? Neo pressed on. There are advantages, of course, but I shall not disclose them to you. Even if I did, who would believe it? However, it appeared that her objectives remained unfulfilled. Christina was not surprised by this. Something essential was still missing. Neo pondered. Is it because of your so-called destiny? Then what is your destiny? Guess, she replied. Neo thought. Here we go again. If I could truly guess, why would I need to ask? Regardless of the intentions of her adversary, Neo was resolute in his determination to thwart her success. You shall not have your way. With that, he stepped forward. Until now, he had been on the defensive while the other party took the offensive. Now, it was time for him to strike. In a blink, Neo dashed towards Christina, delivering a powerful kick. Unbeknownst to him, Christina had long been prepared. She would not underestimate the awakened savior. She bent her upper body backward, nearly folding at a 90-degree angle, narrowly evading Neo's kick. Using the momentum from her backward lean, Christina executed a backflip, creating distance to avoid being caught off guard by his advance. However, as soon as she regained her footing, Neo charged at her again with a heavy punch. With no other option, Christina raised her arms defensively in front of her chest, bracing herself for the impact. Yet, the moment his fist connected with her hands, her expression shifted. She felt an overwhelming force surge through her, rendering her unable to withstand it. In an instant, she was sent flying. While airborne, Christina adjusted her posture, forcefully pushing off the ground with her feet, carving 2 deep trenches in the earth before finally halting her descent. Once steady, she sensed a slight tremor in her arms and glanced at Neo. This force was something she could scarcely endure now. She could not allow him to take the offensive. With that thought in mind, Christina advanced without hesitation, her palms striking outwards. Unfortunately, to Neo, Christina's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. He need not confront directly. Merely turning to the side, he effortlessly deflected all of Christina's attacks with a single hand. At this moment, he was soaring beyond the skies. A mere agent could be dealt with in a flick of the wrist. To be candid, he was somewhat pretentious. Unfortunately, he miscalculated his audience. Suddenly, the scene froze, and excruciating pain threatened to pop Neo's eyes from their sockets. Looking down, he found Christina's foot mercilessly pressing down on the back of his own, driving it forcefully into the ground. She actually. Neo lifted his gaze, his astonishment seemingly questioning her audacity. Is it truly so shameless to resort to stepping on toes when one cannot prevail? What of your pride as an agent? In response, Christina lifted her chin defiantly. How does that feel? Upon uttering this, she swiftly delivered a sharp upward strike to Neo's jaw. Seizing the fleeting opportunity while Neo's body was momentarily rigid, Christina unleashed a flurry of blows, her fists raining down upon him like a tempest. Ultimately, a powerful high kick sent the muddy sole of her shoe crashing into Neo's handsome face, sending him tumbling away. Let me show you what it means to boast. As soon as he hit the ground, Neo sprang back to his feet. His incredibly robust physique, even after enduring Christina's relentless barrage, suffered minimal damage. Even the toes that had been flattened quickly regained their former state, save for a distinct shoe print emblazoned on his face. Gazing at the imprint, Christina nearly burst into laughter. Well, Mr. Anderson, how does it feel? To be honest, she had not intended for it to happen. Unbeknownst to Neo, his countenance reflected considerable distress. It was far from satisfactory, indeed, utterly dismal. Despite possessing physical prowess that significantly surpassed his opponent, he found himself felled, leading him to feel as though his awakening was but an illusion. Do you wish to understand why? As she spoke, Christina advanced once more. It is because your combat experience is woefully inadequate. She effortlessly parried his attempts. Little did she know that her lethal moves were yet to come. A swift and covert strike aimed at his most vulnerable point, both insidious and brutal. Fortunately, Neo remained acutely aware. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of her movement and, without conscious thought, instinctively braced himself, narrowly evading the blow. However, this close call left him drenched in cold sweat. Had that kick connected, the implications would have been unfathomable. It was not merely a matter of his endurance, but as a man, he bore an indelible psychological scar from such assaults. Subsequently, Christina imparted a profound lesson to Neo about possessing strength without the means to wield it effectively. Her strikes, sly kicks, toe stomps, and eye jabs were all calculatedly malevolent. Neo, fatigued from evasion, found himself in a state of utter disarray, having always undergone rigorous training in direct combat. He had never encountered such a style of fighting. Realizing that further engagement would inevitably lead to his defeat, Christina finally ceased her onslaught after pushing Neo back once more. She had no desire to endure any further punishment. Her interest had waned, and it was time to depart. Casting a glance at Neo, Christina could not help but express a tinge of disappointment. Regrettably, you have yet to fully comprehend the powers of the Savior. Upon hearing this, Neo, who had just begun to formulate a retort, paused and inquired, "You possess a deep understanding of the Savior." Christina nodded. It can be said that the Savior's abilities extend far beyond mere enhancements of physical prowess. Neo's mind stirred. For instance, that requires your own development. However, I can remind you that the Matrix is a world composed of code, and you possess the highest maternal authority within the Matrix. Code authority. Just then, a stark contrast of black and white caught his eye. It was a helicopter, originally green. It transformed to monochrome as Christina placed her hand upon it. She had mentioned that she altered the helicopter's code using her authority, since he held the highest maternal authority within the Matrix, in other words. Neo looked up again, and everything in the world morphed back to green. Code. Code. Still code. At that moment, Christina approached the spot where she had discarded the handgun and bent down to retrieve it. What was her intention? Neo felt a surge of confusion. Did she not realize that the handgun no longer posed any threat to him? The answer was revealed in the next second. Do you wish to save him? Then it depends on your ability to comprehend. With that, Christina raised the handgun and aimed at Morpheus in the distance. Bang! Time slowed once more, in Neo's vision. He only saw the muzzle flash of the handgun, followed by a bullet that soared slowly through the air. It flew. Ultimately, it struck Morpheus in the chest, splattering blood everywhere. No. A piercing scream escaped Neo's lips, his eyes wide with disbelief, his face contorted in madness as he glared at Christina's retreating figure. Fury surging within him in an instant. At that moment, he could conceive of nothing else. His sole thought was to eliminate Christina. Then, Neo began to sprint furiously, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of green light that penetrated Christina's back. Soon after, Christina's entire body started to tremble, her skin bulging as if swarming with writhing insects. Gazing at her face, he was astonished to see her smiling. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Christina was obliterated into fragments, scattering like shards of corrupted data. In the very spot she had occupied, Neo reappeared, momentarily dazed, before hastening towards Morpheus. Meanwhile, deep within the Matrix, in a completely sealed building, a piercing system alarm reverberated throughout the structure. Alert! Alert! A supervirus has been detected, with a threat level of 5 stars. Initiating red alert. Attempting deletion. Deletion failed. Deletion failed. Deletion failed. Deletion failed. Deletion failed. Deletion failed. Unable to delete. Attempting isolation. Isolation failed. Isolation failed. Isolation failed. Isolation failed. Isolation failed. Isolation failed. Thus concludes the first volume. Truthfully, crafting a tale set in the Matrix is no simple feat, and I eagerly anticipate the continuation of this narrative. The next volume, Biohazard. Likewise, I hope to create a distinctive rendition of Biohazard, so stay tuned. Chapter 59. Embracing various personalized customizations in the early morning. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds and streamed through the window, illuminating the orange bear patterns on the duvet cover. It seemed that the blaring horns from outside had disturbed the slumbering occupant, who slowly sat up, glancing around with his helmeted head. Oh, is it not yet dawn? However, as soon as his back touched the bed, he sprang up as if propelled by a spring. Something was amiss. The moment he removed the helmet from his head, a remarkably familiar scene unfolded before his eyes. Observing this recognizable bedroom, Hans Eileen let out a slow sigh of relief, fixating on the VR headset for a prolonged moment. It felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Yet, he vividly recalled everything that transpired within that dream, clear as day. It was as if it had not been a mere illusion, but rather a lived experience. Pondering for a moment, Hans Eileen tossed aside the covers and rolled out of bed. Instantly, a chill enveloped him. He froze, realizing that he typically did not sleep in the nude. Who had removed his undergarments? After much contemplation, he could not arrive at an answer. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it any longer. Casually retrieving a pair of beach shorts to don before heading into the bathroom, ready to freshen up. However, as he caught sight of himself in the mirror, he found he could no longer squeeze the toothpaste in his hand. The reflection revealed a face pale to the point of terror. Upon reaching out to touch his skin, he felt the uneven texture. His fingertips were riddled with creases, a clear indication of prolonged exposure to water. Yet, the dilemma was that he had undeniably awakened in bed. Could it be? A foreboding sensation crept into his mind, prompting Hans Zeline to hastily reach behind his head. Despite not having touched the black socket that troubled him, Hans Zeline still dared not let his guard down. He neglected his personal hygiene and hurried to his computer, pressing the power button. The computer, which had been in standby mode, illuminated the screen just a few seconds later. On the desktop, his QQ chat interface with Su Zheng was still displayed. Su Zheng, have you received the helmet? Love machines, more love for beauties. Yes, I have received it. But I have a question. Su Zheng, speak. Love machines, more love for beauties. Are people in your line of work really willing to spend so generously these days? This helmet model looks incredibly lifelike. Su Zheng, whether it's real or not, you'll know once you put the helmet on. Love machines, more love for beauties. I want to fall for your tricks. What kind of good fortune exists in this world? A VR helmet given away for free must have ulterior motives. Su Zheng, love machines, more love for beauties. Therefore, I'm sorry, but I've thrown your helmet in the trash. I advise you to turn yourself in as soon as possible. A fraud will not meet a good end. And then, there was nothing further. After that, he found himself ensnared within the matrix, and naturally, there was no continuation. This meant he had spent a full 2 weeks in the world of the matrix. No, it should be said that the time he spent in the matrix corresponded to a full 2 weeks in the current world. Such a lengthy duration without food or drink while lying in bed, surely no one could withstand it. Reflecting on the discovery in the bathroom, the answer was already surfacing. He remembered that the individuals within the matrix were all submerged in nutrient solutions in reality. With this thought, Hans Zeline's heart grew increasingly heavy. After considerable hesitation, he finally placed his hands on the keyboard, poised to strike the keys. Sujing protocol, how do you feel? Hans Zeline paused, yet ultimately voiced the question that lingered in his mind. Love machines, more love for beauties. I am physically present, not a mere projection of consciousness, correct? Sujing protocol, indeed. Love machines, more love for beauties. So, does the world of the Matrix truly exist? Sujing protocol, yes. Love machines, more love for beauties. You genuinely hail from a parallel Earth, and your world is on the brink of an intelligent machinery crisis? Sujing protocol, affirmative. Love machines, more love for beauties. Therefore, you wish for me to save your world? Sujing protocol, precisely. At this juncture, Hans Zeline's heart was tumultuous, unable to find tranquility. What an extraordinary revelation. He had initially thought he was dealing with a mere fraud term. Yet the truth that emerged was even more fantastical than he had ever imagined, a narrative that even novels would shy away from. Love machines, more love for beauties. Why was I chosen? Sujing protocol, because you possess the capability. Love machines, more love for beauties. It's quite overwhelming. Allow me a moment to process. Sujing protocol, no rush. I am patient. Turning back, Hans Zeline closed the chat interface with the Sujing protocol. He glanced at the taskbar, where the icons for Wang Wang and QQ were flashing, indicating a flurry of incoming messages. He decided to open Wang Wang first. Crown YYDS, are you there? Crown YYDS, is anyone there? Crown YYDS, I came over from a certain treasure site and wish to customize several life-size dolls of my wives. How much for each? It seemed evident that the other party's demand was exceedingly fervent. The keen sense of smell alerted Hans Zeline to the presence of a potential major client. He decisively began to tap on the keyboard. Zeline customization. Dear, the price will depend on your specific needs, influenced by various factors such as materials, dimensions, realism, and tactile sensation. If needed, add QQ4399XXXX for detailed discussions. Next came a message from Yuqin Gu Shou. Have you completed my order? Are you there? A response would be appreciated. Have you finished it yet? I urgently need it. Surely you wouldn't vanish after I've paid the deposit? This is outrageous. I have lodged a complaint. I recall another major client. After accepting the order, he worked tirelessly and had already completed the project, even filming a preview video. Just as he was about to reach out to the client, A cease and desist order interrupted his progress. AI Jichi, good AI may envy. Dear, I sincerely apologize. I encountered some issues recently that delayed things. Your customized item has been completed. Please pay the remaining amount in our Taobao store, and the product will be dispatched automatically. Kindly follow up with the logistics information. The store's summary read, accepting various personalized customizations, including figurines, models, dolls, lifelike dolls, and beautiful robots. Chapter 60, Greetings, Fair Lady. Setting aside the matters of the store for the moment, Hans Zealand's immediate priority was to satisfy his hunger. He was ravenously hungry. Despite the nutritional fluids supplementing his body's needs, he felt an emptiness that left his stomach gnawing against his backbone. After rummaging through the refrigerator, he found nothing to quell his hunger. Accustomed to ordering takeout, the refrigerator had essentially become a mere ornament. Hoping that he could prepare his own meal seemed a distant prospect, likely to be realized only in another lifetime. There were, however, a few pieces of fruit. But after so many days, most had succumbed to mold and were no longer edible. Decisively, he finished his grooming in a minute, rummaging through the cupboard for a pair of trousers and a t-shirt, donning them as he made his way to the door. Boss, 1 bowl of fatty intestine noodles, please. In a large size, and double the intestines. Understood, 1 large bowl of fatty intestine noodles, with double portions of intestines. In no time, a generous bowl of noodles was placed before him. He took a hearty mouthful, slurping noisily, savoring the taste. Ah, salvation! As he walked along the familiar streets and alleys, Hans Zealand felt a surreal disconnection, as though the heavens were playing a grand jest upon him. Just then, his pocket vibrated. Thanks to his habit of connecting his phone to the computer whenever he sat down, his phone battery remained full even after 2 weeks. Hans Zealand grasped his phone, unlocked it, and noticed a notification from QQ. It was undoubtedly a message from a client, as he had configured the alerts solely for them. He opened QQ to read, Desire for the Beast, no rush, may I inquire if additional requests can be made? Love machines, adore beauties. Please, do tell, dear. Desire for the Beast, hee. You know what I mean. Hans Zealand maintained a calm demeanor, expertly tapping on the emoticon section and sending a got it sticker in response. Although the other party appeared to say little, after spending so long in this industry, he could readily discern the nature of various clients and their needs. Love machines, adore beauties, 1,000 openings. Desire for the Beast. Desire for beasts, is it really that expensive? Love for machines, even more for beautiful women. This is where the highest technological sophistication lies. To achieve a perfect replica, both experience and craftsmanship are indispensable. It is certainly worth the price. Love for machines, even more for beautiful women. As for men, it is acceptable to be frugal in other aspects, but when it comes to one's own happiness, this is an expenditure that cannot be skimped on. Desire for beasts, understood. Then please quote me 20,000. Oh, a wealthy patron. This surely invigorated Hans Zealand. Love for machines, even more for beautiful women. Dear, if money is no object, I would recommend upgrading the internal materials. I have imported high-end simulated soft flesh from the land of Semiida, which is firm yet tender, far surpassing silicone in tactile sensation, ensuring you attain unparalleled pleasure. Would you be interested? Desire for beasts. Yes, of course I want it. How much? Upon reading this, a spark ignited in Hans Zealand's eyes. Response, 50,000. Just as he was about to send the message, he hesitated, steeling his heart, and decisively deleted the text he had prepared. Love for machines, even more for beautiful women, 100,000. Fearing that the price might startle him, Hans Zealand hurriedly provided an explanation. Love for machines, even more for beautiful women. Please do not think it exorbitant. I quoted you a cost price simply because we resonate well. This is high-end simulated soft flesh from Semiida. Are you familiar with it? Desire for beasts. Yes, I know. It is the country most advanced in the cosmetic surgery industry. Love for machines, even more for beautiful women. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Since you are aware, you must also understand the market dynamics of Semeida's cosmetic surgery industry. The cost of high-end materials is exceptionally steep, yet the quality is beyond reproach. The 100,000 merely covers the material expenses. Love for machines, greater love for beautiful women. Primarily, I wish to establish a harmonious connection with you. In our line of work, clientele is paramount. It is indeed rare to find someone who appreciates a small establishment. Your satisfaction is of utmost importance. as it may lead you or your acquaintances to seek our services again in the future or recommend us to others. Desiring to captivate the beast. No need to elaborate. I comprehend fully. Whatever high-end materials you have, include them all. Money is not an obstacle. With that said, Hanseling naturally felt no need for further politeness. Love for machines. Greater love for beautiful women. That's splendid. I kindly ask you to add a deposit of 30,000 at our Taobao store. Desiring to captivate the beast. Please hold on. I will add it right away. Before long, he received a notification from Wang indicating that 30,000 had been transferred into a third-party account. Upon witnessing this, Hanseling finally revealed a look of satisfaction. He promptly switched to QQ and selected a large image from his album to send. Love for machines. Greater love for beautiful women. Dear, please choose a layout. Desiring to captivate the beast. It's so difficult to choose. Love for machines. Greater love for beautiful women. The difficulty is precisely what makes it intriguing. Desiring to captivate the beast. Any successful man would not decline the allure of multiple wives. Desiring to captivate the beast. No, I fear my vitality may not endure. Desiring to captivate the beast, then I shall choose 7, the winding path leading to tranquility. Love for machines, greater love for beautiful women. I understand you. I will arrange it for you immediately. Turning back, Hanseling found himself, unbeknownst to him, in a bustling square. The enthusiastic grandmothers, fervent in their love for square dancing, occupied a significant portion of the square early in the morning, dancing joyously to the thunderous tune of the mighty man of Tsaoma, reveling in their collective merriment. In a small remaining area, a portion was occupied by middle-aged men engaging in a game of spinning tops, while the rest was taken up by a group of elderly gentlemen and ladies, each adorned in practice attire, leisurely wielding their soft swords in a graceful display of swordplay. Could this be Tai Chi's sword? Upon merely glancing at the scene, the term sprang to Hanseling's mind, almost as if it were a conditioned reflex. This further validated that his transmigration was no mere dream. Presently, he was undoubtedly a master of martial arts, at least in theory. Intrigued, Hanseling approached to observe. It was evident that the elderly practitioners were demonstrating a health-preserving sword technique characterized by one defining trait, slowness. Yet, in terms of the forms executed, there was a certain elegance to their movements. Given that it was a health-oriented swordplay, Hanseling naturally refrained from judging it by the standards of practical combat techniques. The widespread popularity of such a style undoubtedly stemmed from its merits. After a few cursory glances, Hanseling lost interest and was about to depart when a striking figure caught his eye. With just one glance, he found himself unable to look away. What a beautiful sword! No, rather, what a stunning sword! Chapter 61. Single classmates, please take notes. An ancient adage rings true: all instances of infatuation at first sight are sparked by physical attraction. However, for Hanseling, it could hardly be termed love at first sight. Otherwise, his plight would be too tragic. If he remained indoors, he was safe. Yet once he ventured outside, he was either overwhelmed by desire or on the verge of it. The streets were filled with enchanting young women, too many to behold. Even within the confines of his home, safety was an illusion. A mere scroll through the internet presented a barrage of alluring beauties. While he may not be overtaken by passion, the stirrings of admiration were indeed real. No, rather, it was appreciation. The appreciation of beauty is inherent to human nature, commencing from the very first glance at a captivating figure. In her eyes, there lies an abundance of admiration. Her waist, oh so slender, and those long legs, so firmly grounded, exuding an unmistakable strength. Strength is indeed a virtue. It is only with such power that one can engage in fierce encounters. There is no need for contemplation. She embodies his ideal. Of course, he has many preferences, yet this enchanting lady undoubtedly stands out among them. An irresistible urge stirs within him. He must devise a way to acquire her contact information. Compatibility aside, he must first cast his net wide. Who knows what may blossom? Even if nothing materializes, forging a friendship would be splendid, a purely platonic bond. With these thoughts, Hanseling clandestinely began to strategize. Approaching her directly for her WeChat would be rather abrupt. His handsome visage does not grant him the liberty to be so brazen. A touch of finesse is required. The secret to success lies in the art of charm, particularly for those with striking looks. What to do? It is quite apparent that this lady is a practitioner of martial arts. Her swift movements are a stark contrast to the languid swordplay of others nearby. As for him, He is a theoretical master of martial arts, proficient in a myriad of skills. A shared topic of conversation has emerged. The next step is to find an opportune moment to initiate dialogue, perhaps by offering his critique on her martial techniques. As a martial arts master, he possesses the utmost qualifications to comment on such matters. In his eyes, her movements are riddled with flaws. Thus, if he positions himself from a professional standpoint, pointing out her deficiencies and suggesting improvements, he may very well leave her in awe, subsequently inspiring a sense of admiration towards him. However, seizing this opportunity, they gradually became acquainted, nurturing their feelings. Ultimately, no, this approach is not advisable. Immediately, Hanseline dismissed this course of action. The young lady's ability to wield her sword with poise in a public setting indicates a profound desire for expression within her, rather than seeking improvement in martial arts techniques. She yearns for recognition. In other words, what she craves is not guidance, but the admiration of those around her to satiate her vanity. Impetuous advice would not only fail to achieve its purpose, but could also provoke her aversion. Such an endeavor would be counterproductive. Thus, the original plan was promptly disregarded in favor of an alternative strategy. As for the specifics of the execution, Hanseline surveyed his surroundings and began to reposition himself quietly to a more prominent spot. By standing there, he ensured that he would undoubtedly capture her attention. Subsequently, Hanseline feigned astonishment, his tall and handsome figure instantly drawing her gaze. A handsome man. Immediately, the young lady danced with renewed vigor, executing a lateral somersault, her legs effortlessly splitting to a perfect 180 degrees. Then, with a series of swift movements, the sword became an extension of her being, embodying grace and elegance. Upon completing her performance, she stood poised with her sword in hand. Although she had danced with fervor, causing her breath to quicken, it was of little consequence. A few deep breaths restored her composure as she discreetly observed Hanseline's position. Still there? Hee. Another one captivated. On the surface, the young lady maintained an air of nonchalance. Regardless of the joy bubbling within, she upheld her goddess-like demeanor with poise. Was it merely to attract the attention of a handsome gentleman? How trivial. Perhaps the morning exercise was nearing its conclusion. As the young lady made her way towards a nearby area where the equipment was stacked, at that moment, a gentle male voice resonated from beside her. "Excuse me, were you practicing Tai Chi swordplay just now?" As she turned her head, Hanseline raised two fingers and awkwardly traced a gesture in the air. Witnessing this scene, the young lady couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Although the inquiry was rather childish, when posed by a charming young man, she found herself imbued with a touch more patience, nodding with a sparkling smile. Indeed, seeing an opportunity, Hanseline promptly offered his praises, his eyes filled with admiration. "How impressive! I was watching from over there for quite a while. It is the first time I've witnessed such beautiful swordplay. It must be practical sword technique, right?" A candid remark indeed. Beauty begets beauty, and the compliment resonated with the young lady, making her feel somewhat elated. "Haha, it's just average. I've only been practicing for a short time." Upon hearing this, Hanseline's mind began to race. Had she truly only been training for a brief period? Perhaps she was being modest, and in truth, she had mastered the art for many years, which accounted for her current prowess. Or possibly B, she was merely putting on airs, casually practicing yet achieving such a remarkable level. Or perhaps C, she was speaking the truth, inadvertently revealing her innate talent. Observing the pride in her demeanor and correlating it with his previous analysis, the conclusion became apparent. B was likely the case. In such circumstances, how could he win her favor? In an instant, Hanseline devised a plan to continue praising her, to exalt her to the heavens. Upon contemplating this, Hanseline hurriedly feigned an expression of awe. To achieve such proficiency in such a short time is truly remarkable. You must be even more extraordinary. I often scour the internet for swordsmanship videos, yet those so-called masters lack the essence that you possess. However, it would be remiss to solely extol her swordplay. The crux of the matter lay ahead. Moreover, your beauty suggests an extraordinary dedication and effort. Women, especially those of striking appearance, are invariably susceptible to flattery regarding their looks. As anticipated, with Hanseline's flurry of compliments, the young lady's eyes sparkled with delight. "Higi, I'm not as impressive as you claim. My father says I'm rather clumsy." Upon hearing this, Hanseline's heart stirred. Father-in-law? It seems to be a family tradition of swordsmanship. Just as he was poised to delve into this topic, the young lady interjected with a question. "Oh, you mentioned that you often search for swordsmanship videos. Are you interested in swordsmanship as well?" Without hesitation, He adeptly shifted his approach to align with her inquiry. Hans Zealing eagerly nodded. Yes, indeed. I am absolutely enamored with swordsmanship. It seems incredibly cool. He then pretended to express regret. Unfortunately, I can't find a place to learn. That's simple, she exclaimed, thumping her chest. My father is currently seeking apprentices. If you sincerely wish to learn, you can come to my father's martial arts school. Hans Zealing nodded in agreement. Sounds great. Once I finish my current tasks, I will head over immediately. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the young lady retrieving her phone. Here, add me on WeChat. When you come to register, just contact me directly. Observing the eager demeanor of the young lady, Hans Zealing couldn't help but smile. His objective had been achieved, primarily due to her initiative in adding him on WeChat. Subsequently, the two exchanged contact information and modified their notes. By the way, what is your name? He inquired. I am Guchinga, she replied. I shall rely on you in the future. With that, Hans Zealing took a step back, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply. Senior Gu, please accept this bow from your junior. Hee. Junior Han, you needn't be so formal. Chapter 62. A narrow perspective upon returning home. Hans Zealing immersed himself in his modest workshop. Though it spanned only about 30 square meters, it was meticulously organized, with various crafting tools arranged in an orderly fashion, devoid of chaos. At the back of the workshop lay a storage room and a display cabinet for finished products. As implied by its name, the storage room was dedicated to housing an array of crafting materials. In contrast, the display cabinet for finished products was a more opulent space, serving as a backdrop for filming promotional videos of his creations. After all, showcasing his work comprehensively to clients would encourage them to willingly pay the final installment. Upon entering the workshop, his first task was to approach the display cabinet and retrieve a lifelike doll. Clients are indeed akin to deities. With a price tag of 100,000 yuan, Hans Zealing was undoubtedly invested. As he gazed at the doll, his initial impression was one of beauty, a veritable paragon of allure. It was no surprise that it could command a high price. Every inch of the doll was a testament to craftsmanship. It could assume virtually any pose conceivable, significantly enhancing its appeal. Replace her with a real wife, and let her attempt to perform a split, shall we? Furthermore, silicone is meticulously filled, crafted to achieve the golden ratio, adorned with artificial simulated skin and meticulously treated hair. Once clothed, a living goddess materializes before you. Do you presume this is the conclusion? Far from it. If it were merely this, how could such a creation command a price in the tens of thousands? Observe as Hans Zealing removes the clothing from the lifelike doll, placing it upon the crafting table, arranging its legs in an M shape. He then approaches the doll and inquires, Xiao AI, I am about to perform surgery on you. The doll's eyes, animated with vitality, gaze back. A voice tracking system enables the doll's imitation eyes to follow the origin of the sound. Subsequently, a sultry feminine voice resonates. Master, please feel free to whip Xiao AI. Ah, this is how the program is designed. There is no alternative. Of course, the doll can only execute simple commands. Its internal processor is incapable of handling complex information. For instance, the previous statement was triggered by Hans Zealing uttering, Xiao AI, I am going to XXUXXXX. Do you sense a stirring deep within? There are numerous other commands, each meticulously crafted to awaken the primal instincts of a man. It is but a simulation of a female voice, and the doll's dialogue may appear somewhat rigid, yet it suffices. Following this, Hans Zealing ventured into the storage room to retrieve the premium simulated soft flesh imported from the land of Simi. Hans Zealing speaks the truth. The materials are indeed genuine imports, and one gets what one pays for. He recalls that there were remnants of scrap from the last batch, and the forthcoming process would require little, making it an opportune use. Before long, Hans Zealing emerged from the storage room, materials in hand. He approached the doll, lowering his head between its legs. The ensuing scene became somewhat inappropriate, with pixelation applied. As midnight struck, every household had dimmed their lights and succumbed to slumber. Yet the small workshop remained as bright as day. After a considerable effort, Hans Zealing straightened up, stretching his limbs with a satisfied yawn. Task accomplished, he concluded his work. Gazing upon his creation, Hans Zealing felt a profound sense of gratification. Once again, he had brought happiness to others. It is well known that in recent years, the gender ratio in the flower country has become rather skewed, with a surplus of men and a deficit of women. His existence contributes, albeit modestly, to the equilibrium of this demographic imbalance. Though his contribution may be small, its significance is immense. he could proudly proclaim that he is engaged in a noble endeavor, all while earning a bit of extra income. Speaking of which, how much did this transaction yield? Hans Zillion's mind began to calculate. This is a fundamental skill that every merchant must master, assessing expenses and net profits. The doll's selling price was 180,000, and excluding labor costs, after deducting approximately 30,000 for materials, he netted 150,000. Then, there was an additional 100,000 for the openings. Since he operates as a personal shop, he is exempt from taxation. In other words, his net profit from this transaction amounted to 250,000. No, that's not all. The dolls also require clothing. Surely, garments come at a cost. Fortunately, he had tailored outfits for the dolls, all in respectable styles, such as nurse uniforms, professional attire, maid costumes, and more. A complete set, undoubtedly worth around 250 to 600,000. Indeed, securing such substantial orders is essential. What profit can one truly gain from numerous smaller ones? Next, I shall film the finished product and save it on my phone, refraining from sending it to the client for the time being. With this mindset, the payment process will feel all the more gratifying, and perhaps the client will perceive it as a bargain. Gazing at the doll, Hans Zillion found himself lost in contemplation. A vivid scene materialized in his mind. He was arranging the wardrobe while the maid stood beside him, sweetly imploring, "Master, might you consider purchasing some attire for me? I've worn the nurse and professional outfits for quite some time. Now, I yearn for something more alluring." Faced with such a request, would one still hesitate to part with their funds? Coupled with the fundamental function of alleviating loneliness, such a doll could easily command a price of 1 million, wouldn't it? In that moment, Hans Zillion envisioned a pathway to immense wealth. Yet, just as swiftly, he felt as if the wind had been knocked from his sails. A self-deprecating smile crossing his face. It appeared that his experiences in the realm of the Matrix had clouded his judgment, leading him to entertain such fantastical notions. Can a doll, endowed with such intelligence, still be regarded as merely a doll? Perhaps it is more akin to an intelligent robot. Moreover, if such technology truly existed, why would he even consider running a doll shop? Establishing a company and making a fortune would surely be more appealing. His perspective seemed rather limited. Turning to the window, he noticed the night had deepened. It was time for repose. However, despite his efforts, slumber eluded him. An insistent heaviness pressed upon his heart, rendering sleep unattainable. Eventually, Hans Zillion let out a soft sigh. What is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. Murmuring to himself, he rose from his bed and approached his computer, powering it on. 20 seconds later, the desktop appeared. Logging into QQ, I found the avatar of the Sustained Justice Protocol in my friend list and double-clicked. I love machines, but I adore beautiful women. Are you there? Off-topic note, my grandmother is nearing the end of her days. Despite having prepared for this eventuality, the reality of the moment is overwhelming. I will strive to continue updating over the next few days. The crisis of intelligent machinery, beginning from the Matrix off-topic note. I am currently typing this by hand. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to receive the latest updates. The crisis of intelligent machinery, beginning from the Matrix, the novel's website, will feature full text updates. Remember the URL, the crisis of intelligent machinery, beginning from the Matrix off-topic note. I am currently typing this by hand. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to receive the latest updates. The crisis of intelligent machinery, beginning from the Matrix, the novel's website, will feature full text updates. Remember the URL, Chapter 63, General. Hans Zillion silently complained to himself as he continued typing. I love machines, but I adore beautiful women. It's not that. I'm just a bit curious. Sustained Justice Protocol. In what regard? I love machines, but I adore beautiful women. What is the world you come from like? Sustained Justice Protocol. It's apocalyptic. You wouldn't want to know. I love machines, but I adore beautiful women. No, I do. Then, a video was sent from the other side. Upon opening it, what first confronted my eyes was a desolate landscape, with the sound of a cannon firing. A long barrel came into view, heralding the commencement of war. The camera then began to ascend, revealing futuristic steel war machines racing across the scarred earth. The rapidly revolving treads, the menacing barrels, and the robots gleaming with a silvery sheen evoke an immediate surge of adrenaline. Above, an array of flying vessels fills the vast expanse of the sky, unmistakably indicating the dominion of machinery. As the camera continues to pull back, Their adversaries emerge, a battalion of heavily armored soldiers brandishing sleek weaponry, fearlessly confronting the onslaught of machines. Behind them, tanks, armored vehicles, and an assortment of artillery weave an immense web of firepower. The war has commenced. The thunderous roar of cannon fire is unceasing, casualties abound, as machines are reduced to mere heaps of scrap metal amidst the chaos of explosions. The ferocity of the aerial combat is equally relentless, with fighter jets darting through the skies, their trajectories marked by a barrage of bullets that paints the heavens crimson. Seated before his computer, Hans Zealand is utterly engrossed, the intensity of the battle captivating his full attention. Each frame, each second of footage ignites a fervor within the human spirit. Once the conflict subsides, the already ravaged landscape becomes even more pockmarked, shrouded in smoke. The special effects are commendable, Hans Zealand remarks. Sincere protocol, it is not mere effects. This is a scene of genuine occurrence. The love for machinery, and even more for beauty. Yet, isn't there an abundance of human war machines? Why are humans at the forefront instead of the machines? In this apocalyptic scenario, does human life not hold value against the coldness of war machines? After reading the responses, Hans Zealand rolls his eyes. Uncertain of where the opposing side procured the film, I pondered the significant oversight that had gone unchecked before its transmission. Did they take me for a fool? Just as this thought crossed my mind, a message arrived from them. The Suzhing Agreement, in terms of production costs. The lives of soldiers indeed pale in comparison to these war machines. Hans Zealand furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? The Suzhing Agreement, have you not noticed? These soldiers all bear an uncanny resemblance to one another. Upon reading this, Hans Zealand immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, the soldiers in the video appeared to be cast from the same mold. It was no wonder he felt something was amiss while watching the footage. His attention had been captured by the grand spectacle of war, blinding him to this detail. Clones? Hans Zealand nodded. This revelation provided clarity. Intelligent machines could endlessly produce their kind, provided resources were ample. They could manufacture as many as needed. In contrast, human growth necessitates extensive developmental time. In a battle of attrition, humanity would be at a distinct disadvantage. However, the same could not be said for bioengineered beings. With sufficient resources, they too could be created in abundance, rendering them less vulnerable to the depletion of machines. The Suzhing Agreement. The remaining individuals began to cheer, believing they had discovered a means to combat the intelligent machines. The Suzhing Agreement. Little did they know, what they perceived as a solution was leading them toward an abyss. It seems humanity has an affinity for actions that hasten its own demise. What on earth? As I gazed at the message from the other side, Hans Zealand's expression grew grave. Upon opening it, he discovered an image of a bioengineered production facility. In the square, a vast assembly of bioengineered soldiers, fully equipped and awaiting deployment, stood in precise formation. Their uniform faces bore expressions of apathy, with vacant eyes reflecting a profound numbness. Following a fierce exchange of gunfire, a soldier clad in full armor emerged from an elevated platform, raising his weapon high and shouting fervently to the agitated crowd below, "We are not mere cannon fodder. We are the new humanity. Love machines and love beautiful women." Well, he found himself at a loss for words. Humanity had created intelligent machines, only for those machines to rise against their creators. Subsequently, humanity fashioned bioengineered beings, and once again, those creations began to rebel. It seemed as though the humans of that world were intent on orchestrating their own demise, crafting their own apocalypse with their own hands. Yet, a question arose: love machines and love beautiful women? It seemed incongruous. In such a perilous world teeming with intelligent machines and bioengineered beings, what justification did he have to believe that he could save their realm? As an ordinary individual, possessing little more than a handsome visage, he felt utterly devoid of the capability to effect change. Fortunately, Hans Zealand possessed a keen sense of self-awareness regarding his limitations. The purification protocol, because you can. Yet again, the reason remained shrouded in ambiguity, merely asserting his potential. He can, indeed. He restrained himself from uttering profanities. Love machines and love beautiful women. You must have mistaken me for someone else. The purification protocol, you have not erred. The you of the present, naturally, cannot. Yet the you of the future, indeed, can. Such an explanation was undeniably difficult to contest. Who could truly predict what his future held? Love machines and love beautiful women. That still does not address the danger that lurks in your world. Why should I risk my life to save it unless you can furnish me with a compelling reason? Upon observing that the other party had ceased communication, Hans Zealand's lips curled into a smirk. Humph. Caught off guard, I presume. Regardless of what the other party may convey, he would remain resolute in his refusal. After all, his life was hardly lacking in enjoyment. He spent his days charming the ladies and outsmarting wealthy landowners, living a carefree existence. What joy that was! Chapter 64, Strategy. 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 One must inquire, what preparations should be made before embarking on the pursuit of romance? Cleanliness. 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 It is of utmost importance, hence it is reiterated thrice. First and foremost, take a shower. One must not carry any unpleasant odors. If possible, apply a hint of cologne. Secondly, one should be clean-shaven. Not a single whisker should remain. All facial hair must be removed. Hair should also be groomed neatly, styled into an attractive coif. Lastly, the attire must exude a sunny disposition. While color combinations may vary freely, flamboyance should be strictly avoided. In this instance, Hans Zealand opted for a relaxed, pure white athletic ensemble, which perfectly showcased his vitality. Of course, the options available to Hans Zealand were plentiful. With his striking looks, he was a natural model, capable of pulling off any attire with ease. Donning a suit, he embodied a successful professional. Clad in denim, he became the epitome of the rugged West. Even in casual wear, he radiated the charm of a sunny young man. However, although his aim was to court women, he must not neglect the importance of coherence between his appearance and his stated purpose. It would be quite incongruous to profess an interest in martial arts while appearing in a full suit. The dissonance would be glaring. Next, he would drive his beloved little car. If circumstances permitted, he could subtly showcase his financial prowess. Of course, lacking substantial wealth was not a hindrance. One could simply feign affluence. Earning $5,000 a month? No, one earns $8,000. Earning $8,000? No, one's salary is $15,000. Women are inherently emotional beings. Once you have successfully captivated them and taken that final step, their response to your deceit is often limited to merely expressing a slight annoyance. What else can they do? In the relationship? Fear not, for they are unlikely to do so, with the exception of materialistic women. In cases of those who are heartless, the narrative may differ entirely. However, those who harbor such thoughts should not expect any fruitful developments. As for concerns regarding the financial investment in courting a woman, such worries stem from a lack of mastery over the art of seduction. Once one has honed their skills, the pursuit of romance requires but a trifling expenditure. Conversely, the funds she invests in you will far surpass those you allocate to her. Setting aside these tangential remarks, let us return to the matter at hand. At this juncture, Hans Zealand had arrived at the designated location. Having made prior arrangements, Miss Guchinga was already waiting at the entrance. The car came to a halt, and as the window descended, Hans Zealand waved cheerfully at Guchinga, exclaiming, "Sister Gu." Guchinga bent down to greet him, her face alight with joy. "You've arrived." Hans Zealand nodded and feigned a casual glance around, inquiring, "Sister Gu, is there a place to park nearby?" Implicitly suggesting, "Do you see this car? It's mine." Subtly revealing his financial standing without being overt. Regrettably, Guchinga appeared not to be particularly interested in such matters. She stood upright and pointed ahead, saying, "Just around the corner to the right, there's an underground parking lot. You can park there. The fees are only half of what they are on the street." Hans Zealand dismissed this with indifference. It was merely a minor setback in his strategy. There are further strategies, from the second to the third, and up to the 186th, all of which invariably ensnare the young lady Guchinga. He then smiled and nodded at her, saying, "I shall first drive the car over to park. I kindly ask you to wait for me momentarily, Senior Gu." The second strategy has now commenced. Instead of explicitly stating where to wait, he simply implied that she should wait for him. The first scenario, "You may go. I shall wait for you here." This is a signal indicating that Guchinga harbors a slight fondness for him, willing to stand at the doorway in anticipation. Of course, this sentiment is merely a flicker of affection. One must not presume that such fondness equates to infatuation. The second scenario, "All right, I shall wait for you inside the martial arts hall. When you arrive, just come in and find me." This indicates that Guchinga regards him merely as an ordinary student. Through this, Hans Zealand could ascertain Guchinga's preliminary attitude towards him, thereby determining the subsequent approach. "You may go. I shall wait for you here." When Hans Zealand had parked the car and reappeared, 10 minutes had elapsed. At that moment, Guchinga stood by the roadside, engrossed in her phone. Upon witnessing this scene, Hans Zealand felt a surge of joy. her willingness to remain outside, amusing herself with her phone for 10 minutes rather than stepping into the martial arts hall, surely conveyed a significant message. Han Zilin stealthily approached Gu Qingge and suddenly sprang forth, exclaiming, "Senior Gu." Startled, Gu Qingge turned to face him, and rather than feeling anger, a glimmer of surprise illuminated her expression. "You've come. Let us go inside." The third strategy involves seizing appropriate moments to engage in light-hearted jest that possesses a touch of surprise, albeit without excess. At moments when she is engrossed in her phone, a well-timed shout followed by a sudden appearance can elicit just the right amount of amusement. It is imperative to first call out and capture her attention before making your entrance. Of course, this playful approach is only feasible if Gu Qingge harbors a modicum of affection for him. Looking up, one is greeted by a grand plaque inscribed with the words Gu-style Taiji. As they proceeded, Gu Qingge inquired first, "Han Shidi, do you aspire to be an apprentice or a student?" "Apprentice or student?" Han Zilin mused internally, discerning the distinction from the literal meanings. Yet, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Is there a difference?" In the fourth strategy, while conversing with the young lady, one must sometimes pretend not to know certain answers, especially when the questions lean towards her expertise. Since Han Zilin was unaware, Gu Qingge took it upon herself to elucidate. Upon hearing his query, she promptly began her explanation. An apprentice is someone who seeks mentorship and is evaluated based on innate qualities, particularly physical aptitude. The fees are generally lower, and in cases of exceptional talent, one might not be charged at all, though the management is quite stringent. Conversely, students are engaged in a straightforward teacher-student dynamic, where payment ensures instruction. The fees are considerably higher, without any prerequisites, and the management is relatively lax, allowing for withdrawal at one's discretion. "I see," Han Zilin nodded, feigning comprehension. "What about the differences in the curriculum?" In the fifth strategy, one seeks to identify points within the dialogue that can be further explored. Just as before, Gu Qingge appeared to have clarified the distinction between apprentices and students. Yet, did she truly elucidate the matter? No, she did not. For instance, she failed to address the content of the instruction. By seizing upon the information conveyed within the other party's words, one could infinitely expand the conversation, rendering the discourse never-ending. Gu Qingge contemplated. In truth, there isn't much of a difference. Teaching is teaching. However, apprentices tend to grasp the essence more readily, while students must incur substantial fees to access advanced courses, and these costs can be quite steep. As she spoke, a sheepish smile spread across her face, her eyes squinting, elevating her charm to new heights. After all, the martial arts school must sustain itself. Han Zilin observed Gu Qingge's expression. Although his heart was tumultuous, he maintained a mere gentle smile on the surface. Ultimately, the most crucial point, when pursuing a romantic interest, one must possess a clear objective while concealing one's true intentions. Should one appear overly eager, the girl may sense the tension, and as her anxiety heightens, the chances of success may diminish. Have you grasped this? Chapter 65. Granting the devil a leave of absence. Now, a breaking news segment. Today's headlines report, a robust man, completely nude, took to the streets to engage in performance art, only to face 15 days of administrative detention. Popular comments from netizens include, "GG, this brother is truly muscular." Neighboring elder Mr. Wong, "GG brother, your focus seems a bit misguided." A large yet self-conscious youth remarked, "Even through the pixelation, it is evident that my brother possesses considerable life experience. May I have a word with you? Here is my email, 9527xxxx Come, I hail from Zuen." Another message followed. "May I also have a moment? My email is 4396xxxx Calm, the first you've continued, brother. Why did you only send him a message and not me?" Ultimately, Han Zilin chose to become a student. Although this decision clearly favored his objectives, he was, by nature, not one to embrace constraints. Furthermore, he did not believe that Gu Qingge's father had anything of value to impart to him. No, that is not quite right. He ought to refer to him as father-in-law. Whether he could indeed teach anything was secondary. He needed to first adjust his attitude and his heart. After all, he was pursuing his daughter. Becoming a student was a more fitting option for him, merely requiring a bit more financial investment. The process was also significantly simpler. Devoid of the cumbersome rituals of apprenticeship, no elaborate bowing to a master, filling out forms, paying fees, or registering personal information. In no time, he received his training attire, even before having laid eyes on his father-in-law. However, by early afternoon, Hanseline began to regret his decision. Senior Sister Gu, could you perhaps encourage this young lad to be a tad gentler? Hanseline clenched his teeth, striving to suppress any sounds of discomfort. Looking down, he saw a youth of 17 or 18 years clinging to one of his legs, pressing heavily against his chest. Why does it seem that the youth's expression is tinged with excitement? He yearns to utter a comforting phrase, "Dear brother, there is truly no need for such exertion." Yet, he remains silent, for speaking would betray his vulnerability, and women are not fond of feeble men. As for strategies, at this moment, he is far too preoccupied to consider any. Survival of the present ordeal takes precedence. Guchinga firmly presses down on Hanseline's other leg, keeping it anchored to the ground, and flashes a mischievous smile at him. Junior Han, just endure a little longer. The first time is always painful, but it will become much easier thereafter. Strangely, from Guchinga's captivating beauty, Hanseline perceives the smile of a little devil. Trembling, he inquires, "Is it, really?" "Absolutely." Guchinga nods earnestly before Hanseline can revel in his moment of joy. The pain will only intensify, but with the initial experience, your tolerance for discomfort will gradually improve, making the subsequent process significantly easier. Hanseline gazes at Guchinga with wide eyes, utterly bewildered. "Is this what you refer to as it getting much better? Are you a devil? Senior Gu, is this truly necessary?" He attempts to salvage his dignity. Guchinga, with a narrowed gaze and a smile, maintains her firm grip on his leg. Indeed, this is an essential rite of passage for every martial artist. Only by thoroughly stretching your ligaments and muscles can you harness your strength more effectively and minimize the risk of injury during training. Hanseline's complexion pales, and his body trembles uncontrollably. The reasoning is indeed sound. However, the pain is truly excruciating. It could be likened to the experience of childbirth. Of course, Brother Han, you need not worry. We are specialists in the art of stretching ligaments. We will ensure your safety while maximizing the flexibility of your ligaments. As Guchinga spoke, a sense of pride illuminated her expression. She continued, but in all seriousness, Brother Han, your innate ligament condition is quite commendable. Achieving a stretch of 150 degrees on your first attempt is impressive. You are nearly on par with the girls. It appears you possess a natural talent for martial arts. It is widely recognized that males generally exhibit considerably less flexibility than females. Hanseline nodded in acknowledgement. Should I feel fortunate? Observing Guchinga's beaming face, Hanseline resignedly let his head fall back against the floor. Let it be. I shall simply enhance my physical strength later, and all the martial arts knowledge I have acquired will find its purpose. At this point, the only thing standing between him and becoming a true martial arts master was the condition of his body. The various enhancements downloaded in the Matrix world primarily focused on elevating one's consciousness. The physique nurtured within the nutrient pod remained unchanged. Lost in thought, a seemingly casual remark jolted Hanseline, leaving him utterly astonished. You still have strength to speak. It seems you haven't pushed hard enough. Little Tan, apply a bit more force. Upon hearing this, Hanseline shot up in disbelief. You must be a demon. Surely, you are a demon. How could he have thought of engaging with such a fiend? Yet, it was too late for regrets. Above him, the young man beamed a radiant smile. An inexplicable sense of malevolence enveloped him. The subsequent moments saw Hanseline fully immersed in the meaning of enduring time like an eternity, and experiencing a life steeped in intoxication and dreams. What followed was merely the stretching of his legs. After that, he had to proceed to opening his hips, a sensation of pain that surpassed even that of leg stretching. Each second felt like an eternity as he counted the moments, yet it seemed he could never reach the end. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to persevere. After completing the exercises, he rested for a full half-hour, before finally rising unsteadily with Guchinga's support. Yet, even after such a lengthy respite, his legs felt alien to him. The exhilarating sensation of ligament and muscle being stretched to their limits was one he would never wish to endure again. Senior Sister Gu, will we continue tomorrow? Hanseline asked, his voice trembling. Guchinga smiled brightly, gazing at him, and slowly uttered 5 words. This is foundational training. Hanseline felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The path he had chosen, he would traverse until the end, tears and all. He was not the type to abandon his endeavors halfway. Lifting his gaze, he discreetly appraised Guchinga from head to toe. What of the devil? With a face and figure like hers, even the devil would grant her maternity leave. Today, Hanseline endured pain akin to childbirth for her. Tomorrow, it would be her turn to bear suffering for him. Since the inception of his business, Hans Zeline had steadfastly adhered to a firm belief. He would never engage in a losing venture. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. That night, in the park, under the streetlights, a handsome man in white danced with his sword, his movements fluid and graceful, akin to an artistic expression amidst the mountains. Beside him stood a girl of extraordinary beauty, her enchanting eyes sparkling with excitement. As Hans Zeline completed his sword dance, Guchinga leaped in place, clapping her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Junior brother, you are so dashing." Chapter 66, Accident? Or, Setting, Detention Center. Two police officers stood before the iron gate. As the gate swung open, one officer called out, "Your detention period has ended. You may leave now." Moments later, from the shadows emerged a tall and robust figure. Standing at 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as a thigh, he exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. His stern visage bore no smile, and his deep-set eyes seemed to conceal a ferocious beast within. The sight of him sent shivers down the spines of the two officers standing outside. The sense of pressure was palpable. It felt as though they could be crushed at any moment by his mere presence. Once the three individuals stepped out of the detention center, one officer, summoning his courage, approached the hulking man and raised his chin defiantly, saying, "Remember, once you're out, go where you're supposed to go. This is not a place for you to showcase your muscles." As the giant walked away, the other officer spat disdainfully. "What kind of person is this?" he muttered. "Unfortunately, we can only hold him for a maximum of 15 days. The issue is, he has no identifiable information. We cannot find anything about him online. His fingerprints and facial recognition yield no matches, as if he simply materialized out of thin air, leaving us at a loss for how to issue the detention notice. An unknown entity? Is there any way to inquire of him, only to receive silence in return? One can only hope that he refrains from any misdeeds upon his release." Fortunately, he exhibited a degree of cooperation during his detention. The scene shifts to a man and a woman strolling side by side along a wooded path in the park. Question: how do true masters attract women? Answer: allow her to pursue you. Naturally, the pursuit implied here differs significantly from the male perspective. Women tend to be more reserved, and expecting them to fervently chase after men is rather unrealistic. Thus, when you employ a series of strategies that ignite a strong curiosity within a woman, prompting her to initiate contact and even invite you out, it signifies her interest in you. This afternoon, Guchinga mentioned her intention to practice swordsmanship in the park that evening and inquired if Hans Zeline would like to join her. Of course, he would go. As for how to achieve such an objective, it involves concealing one's less admirable traits while showcasing the commendable ones. Take Hans Zeline, for instance. While he is quite taken with Guchinga, he consistently maintains a demeanor of politeness in her presence. To succinctly summarize, it can be described with 4 words: refined beast. One may harbor primal instincts, yet one must always present a cultured facade. Guchinga remarked, "Junior, you learn remarkably quickly. In just half a month, you can complete an entire set of sword movements." Hans Zeline turned to her, offering a gentle smile. "That is due to your adept teaching, senior." A mere sentence elicited a delighted laugh from Guchinga. "How can I claim such prowess? Clearly, it is you who learned swiftly. Without your special guidance, how could I have progressed so quickly?" Upon hearing those words, Guchinga's heart soared with joy, realizing that their efforts had not been in vain. The two of them continued their cheerful banter, strolling from the park along the bustling streets, their laughter echoing in the air. As they walked side by side, their hands occasionally brushed against one another, a deliberate action by Hans Zeline, who was subtly testing the waters. Such casual touches allowed him to gauge the potential for a more intimate connection. Even during their martial arts practice, there had been ample physical contact between them. Of course, Hans Zeline could have seized her hand outright, yet that would have been a gamble. While success would be delightful, failure could easily frighten her away. Thus, he opted for a more gradual approach. Unbeknownst to Hans Zeline, as he and Guchinga reveled in their jovial exchange, a pair of watchful eyes had fixated upon him. When they reached a section beneath a wall and continued along its length, the sudden sound of a car engine starting nearby broke the moment. Hans Zeline remained completely oblivious, until blinding high beams illuminated the area, forcing him to shield his eyes instinctively. Neither of them could discern what lay ahead, and Hans Zeline cursed silently, wondering who would be so inconsiderate as to use such glaring headlights. At that moment, he harbored no suspicions, believing it merely to be a passing vehicle inadvertently shining its lights upon him. He assumed that once the car passed, all would return to normal. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The The roar of the engine seemed to indicate it was being pushed to its limits. Alarmed, Hans Zealand quickly opened his fingers to take a look. Beneath the harsh glare of the light, a silhouette swiftly emerged, drawing closer with alarming speed. In mere seconds, it surged toward the two individuals, threatening to collide with them. At that moment, Hans Zealand's pupils contracted sharply. In a split second, every hair on his body stood on end as he grasped Guchinga and lunged to the side, narrowly evading the impact of the oncoming vehicle. With a thunderous crash, the solid wall behind them crumbled, and the front of the car was utterly obliterated. Straining to see into the driver's compartment, Hans Zealand found himself unable to discern the situation within, as the angle from which he had fallen obscured his view. He could only perceive the airbag having deployed. It was only after hitting the ground that Guchinga began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The sight before her was startling. Instinctively, she clutched Hans Zealand's arm, and then pointed shakily toward the wrecked car, stammering, "Junior brother, the car, the car." In the face of such an unforeseen emergency, the girl exhibited a palpable sense of panic. Hans Zealand gently patted Guchinga's hand, attempting to soothe her with reassurances. It's all right, don't panic." With a serious expression, he turned his gaze toward the car. Was it an accident? Had the driver mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake? They were simply unfortunate to be positioned directly in the vehicle's path. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in Hans Zealand's mind. Could it be an act of malice? But he had not provoked anyone. What immense grudge could inspire such reckless behavior? And as for Guchinga, it seemed improbable. Who could bear to harm such a beautiful girl? After the initial panic subsided, Guchinga beheld the dire condition of the car and instinctively shouted, "Junior brother, there is someone inside. Quickly, save him." As she spoke, she attempted to rise, only to be firmly restrained by Hans Zealand. Confusion etched on her face. She gazed at him, her urgency palpable. "Junior brother, hurry and save him." Her anxiety was so intense that she momentarily forgot the peril she had narrowly escaped from the very vehicle in question. "I will handle the rescue. You call the authorities," Hans Zealand asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He harbored a nagging suspicion that something was amiss with the car. Yet, he could not accuse without evidence. Such a violent collision meant that, even with airbags deployed, the occupants might not be safe. The priority was to extricate the individual within. With that, Hans Zealand rose to his feet, positioned adjacent to the car, and upon standing, he glimpsed the interior. However, that fleeting glance sent a tremor through his heart, for the person in the driver's seat was also observing him. Their gaze was chillingly cold. Chapter 67. Humanity cannot achieve this, unless. The brutal impact had contorted the car door beyond recognition, making it evident that opening it would be no simple task. A cutting tool might even be required. Yet, when a large hand rested upon the window, accompanied by a jarring creak, the jammed door began to yield slowly. The widening crack in the door revealed the immense force it had withstood. Then, a towering figure emerged from the driver's seat, their broad chest resembling a wall that stood imposingly before Hans Zealand. Upon seeing the individual step out of the vehicle, Hans Zealand could not help but take a step back, particularly upon witnessing the cold, unyielding countenance of the other party. Hans Zealand felt an increasingly ominous sensation welling up within him. Could such a person truly mistake the accelerator for the brake? Even Guchinga, who should have been dialing for help, had forgotten her initial purpose, standing there with her phone in hand, dumbfounded as she gazed at the hulking figure. "Are you all right?" Hans Zealand tentatively inquired, all the while heightening his vigilance. He observed that after the burly man exited the vehicle, his gaze remained fixed on him, his expression devoid of warmth. Logically, an individual involved in an accident should not exhibit such behavior. As if confirming his suspicions, no sooner had Hans Zealand spoken than the giant suddenly lunged forward, closing the distance between them, and raised his right hand, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Hans Zealand's head. Fortunately, Hans Zealand had been alert. At the very instant the brute made his move, he reacted swiftly, retreating his legs while simultaneously pivoting his body. The massive fist, akin to a cooking pot, grazed perilously close to his nose. Had he not evaded in time, given the man's size, one blow could have easily rendered him concussed. The sheer force of the punch sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down Hans Zealand's back. Refusing to allow even the slightest lapse in focus, he quickly retreated after dodging the giant's strike, hastily seizing Guchinga, who remained in a daze, and forcibly pulling her back with him. There was no longer room for doubt. The earlier incident of the car barreling towards him and Guchinga was not an unfortunate accident, but rather a calculated attempt on his life. And the intended victim was none other than Hans Zelin himself. "Who are you?" he bellowed, his face bearing an unprecedented gravity. At that moment, his mind was awash with an abundance of questions. The individual before him was someone he was certain he had never encountered. Such a robust physique was unforgettable. In other words, there was no foundation for animosity between them. If animosity did not exist, why would this person seek to take his life? It was utterly nonsensical. Yet, the fact remained that this individual intended to kill him. As the imposing figure remained silent, Hans Zelin felt a growing sense of tension, his muscles taut with apprehension. In contrast, the burly man, confronted by Hans Zelin's pointed inquiry, offered no response. Perhaps he deemed any words superfluous, believing that actions were the most eloquent expression of intent. Leaning forward, the giant moved, covering a staggering 2 meters in a single stride, although Hans Zelin seemed to have retreated to a safe distance. For a man towering over 2 meters, only a few long strides were required to close the gap between them. With hands raised high and clasped together, he appeared poised to reduce Hans Zelin and Guchinga to mere pulp. Witnessing this scene, Guchinga's terror could no longer be contained. Instinctively, she covered her head, tightly shut her eyes, and screamed at the top of her lungs. This was an entirely instinctual reaction. One cannot say that Guchinga, being a martial artist, would react differently. For someone living in an era of peace, the distinction between martial training and lack thereof was minimal when faced with such a dire situation. Moreover, as a girl, her purpose in practicing martial arts was not to engage in combat, but rather due to family tradition, coupled with the appeal of its elegance. Thus, when she beheld a towering figure, broad as a wall, charging towards her like a colossal bear, her heart was completely engulfed by fear. Excessive terror rendered her utterly immobile, compelling her to scream loudly. In stark contrast, Hans Zelin maintained a remarkable composure as he observed the burly man rapidly approach. He instinctively pushed Guchinga aside. At that moment, the formidable figure stood directly before him, fists raised. Thanks to his experiences reminiscent of the Matrix, Hans Zelin possessed an extraordinary level of combat proficiency and martial awareness. Although his physical capabilities lagged behind, he was still able to instinctively devise the most effective strategies for confrontation. A swift retreat allowed him to evade the brute's powerful strike. The failure of the initial blow prompted the giant to lift his fists once more, launching another unrelenting straight punch. The veins in his arms bulged, and the air whistled as his limbs cut through it. Hans Zelin found himself at a loss, forced to evade yet again, then strike, dodge. He retreated further while the hulking man relentlessly pursued him. Realizing this approach was unsustainable, and recognizing that he was not one to endure blows without retaliation, Hans Zelin seized the opportunity after narrowly avoiding another heavy punch. As the adversary's fist missed its target, Hans Zelin swiftly raised his leg, leveraging his body's rotation. His hips propelled his thigh, and his knee struck fiercely against the man's waist, just below the ribs. This area is one of humanity's vulnerabilities. A severe blow here can induce excruciating pain akin to suffocation in a matter of moments. Many have likely experienced that desperate sensation of gasping for air, yet being unable to inhale. However, the full force of Hans Zelin's kick, aimed at the burly man, felt as though it had struck solid rock. A sharp sound echoed, yet the giant remained utterly unmoved, his expression unchanged. Instead, Hans Zelin found himself jolted by a powerful rebound, his knees suddenly engulfed in excruciating pain. In the next moment, he observed the formidable man raising his other hand with remarkable swiftness. His extensive combat experience allowed Hans Zelin to sense the impending action. Yet there was no time to evade. Instinctively, he extended his hands to grasp the man's arm in a desperate attempt to shield himself. However, the instant his fingers made contact, he was met with an overwhelming force that effortlessly shattered his defense. In a heartbeat, his hands were propelled against his body with tremendous impact. It felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, launching him several meters into the air before crashing to the ground. As soon as he landed, Hans Zelin flipped onto his back, but before he could regain his footing, he stumbled, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Remarkably, this was after his hands had provided some semblance of cushioning. Had the blow landed directly, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Gripping the searing pain coursing through his body, he raised his gaze, astonished by the distance he had been thrust. To be sent flying by such a casual strike. Could this truly be the extent of human strength? Yet the stark reality loomed before him. No, that could not be right. Hans Zelin swiftly dismissed the notion in his mind. He was not an ignorant novice. This was reality, not a cinematic fantasy, and the laws of physics still held firm. Human beings could not achieve such feats. Not even the mightiest strongman in existence could replicate this. It surpassed the known limits of human capability. The question arose, if such extraordinary power was beyond human reach, how could this opponent so effortlessly hurl him across such a vast distance? Chapter 68. Pursuit defeated, utterly defeated. Observing the burly man striding towards him with determination, Hanseline wasted no time and turned to flee. Yet, with each powerful stride, the giant pursued him relentlessly. His towering height allowed him to cover distances that dwarfed Hanseline's own efforts. Before long, Hanseline found himself cornered, the man's hands reaching for his shoulders. Sensing the impending danger, Hanseline swiftly crouched and evaded him, slipping beneath the man's outstretched arms. If the earlier display of brute strength was not enough to convey the threat, the sheer speed of the giant in pursuit shattered all human limits. As the giant halted and pivoted, Hanseline's heart sank. What was he to do? Fighting was out of the question. He was no match for that overwhelming power. Running was futile, as he would be caught in an instant. The reality of facing such a terrifying adversary left him questioning his own capabilities. Yet, to yield meant certain death. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, Hanseline's mind raced. With fighting and fleeing both ruled out, he had no choice but to engage in a game of evasion. In the language of gaming, he thought, I must dodge. During his flight, he had to ensure that he avoided the man's lethal blows. A single strike from those heavy fists could very well be his demise. Observing the giant, Hanseline recalled the moments he had narrowly escaped the man's attacks and realized that the brute was not without his flaws. In comparison to his raw power and speed, the giant exhibited a significant lack of agility. Though this was a relative observation, it was sufficient to serve as a potential lifeline. With this thought in mind, Hanseline cast a rapid glance around his surroundings, taking in the entirety of the environment at a glance. The towering trees, street lamps, fences, flower beds, trash bins, and the parked sedans by the roadside formed a myriad of obstacles. With these barriers in place, he found himself with a glimmer of hope to evade the burly man. All that remained was to wait. Despite the late hour and the relative tranquility of his surroundings, with only a handful of pedestrians, he knew that some would inevitably pass by. Surely, no one would stand idly by and witness a murder unfold before their eyes. In just a few breaths, Hanseline discovered a flicker of life amidst the deadlock. As the muscular figure lunged towards him once more, Hanseline wasted no time and sprinted to his left. There, the nearest obstacle was an SUV parked illegally, subject to a fine of 200. He hoped its owner had secured sufficient insurance. Reaching the vehicle, Hanseline swiftly maneuvered to the side of the sedan. Perhaps the hulking man could not halt his momentum, or perhaps he deemed it unnecessary to brake at all. As he barreled towards the SUV without altering his course, merely shifting his shoulder forward, a thunderous crash resounded. The immense force of the impact sent the entire SUV teetering towards Hanseline. A cacophony of screeching filled the air, the sound emanating from the SUV's side as it skidded uncontrollably along the ground. It slid a full 3 meters before finally succumbing to inertia and coming to a stop. The sudden movement of the vehicle startled him, prompting him to retreat swiftly to avoid being struck. Simultaneously, this confirmed his earlier suspicions. The imposing figure before him was indeed no ordinary human. What, then, was he? And why was he so fixated on ending Hanseline's life? Reflecting on his recent surreal experiences, he pondered these questions deeply. In a moment of clarity, Hanseline finally realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had initially imagined. The thought sent a surge of chaos racing through his mind, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his thoughts. Was this some sort of jest? Could this truly be happening? He could never have anticipated that a real-life version of a Terminator would unfold before him. A robot, perhaps, that would indeed elucidate the terrifyingly exaggerated power and speed of his opponent. At the same time, from across the vehicle, the burly man raised his gaze towards Hanseline. Such a violent collision had not inflicted any harm upon him, and his expression remained unchanged throughout, his eyes as cold as ever. Witnessing this scene, Hanseline involuntarily swallowed hard and began to retreat slowly. Opposite him, the muscular man steadied himself on the edge of the SUV's roof before preparing to leap down. Just then, a panicked voice rang out from a distance. Is this 110? Someone is trying to kill my junior. The assailant is very tall, around 2 meters, and quite robust. The location is Huyuan Road. Despite the tremor in her voice, Guchinga managed to convey the essential details with remarkable brevity and speed. She then glanced around, her eyes landing on the derelict building nearby. Right. There's an unfinished building next to us. It seemed they were seeking more detailed information. Guchinga, nearly in tears from anxiety, implored, hurry. Stop asking so many questions. Lives are at stake. Come quickly. It's at the unfinished building on Huyuan Road. Hearing her voice, Han Zilin felt a surge of hope. The good girl, at the very least, was not so frightened as to lose her composure. She even remembered to call the police. Amidst the chaos, she did not forget to clearly articulate her location. However, Han Zilin harbored doubts about whether he could endure the assault of the burly man until the police arrived. After all, this was a robot, capable of effortlessly overturning an SUV weighing 1.5 tons, and he was determined to confront it head-on. Nevertheless, he understood that he must persevere. Failure to do so would mean death. At least, he now glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. It seemed he was assessing the level of threat posed by Guchinga. Then Han Zilin witnessed the burly man slowly turning around, directing his attention towards Guchinga. "Senior sister, run." At that moment, she had just hung up the phone and, lifting her gaze, was met with the sight of the muscular man charging towards her with reckless abandon. Under the fierce aura, merely exchanging a distant glance was enough to reignite the fear Guchinga had struggled to suppress. She wanted to flee, but her legs began to tremble uncontrollably, refusing to obey her commands. All she could do was watch as the burly man rapidly approached her, standing right in front of her, raising his fist in a menacing manner. Just as it seemed Guchinga was about to fall victim to the man's might, a shadow darted past, crashing into her and sending them both tumbling to the ground. It was Han Zilin, having sensed the sudden shift in the man's target. Acting with urgency, he summoned nearly all his strength to intervene just before the burly man could reach her. As soon as they hit the ground, Han Zilin rolled and, without a moment's hesitation, forcefully pulled Guchinga to her feet. "Senior sister, run." Distracted by the sudden turn of events, Guchinga finally summoned some strength in her legs and began to run. At that moment, Han Zilin caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Just ahead, perilously close, a crack had formed in the wall struck by the car. Considering the robust physique of the burly man, an opportunity presented itself. Regarding updates, I have been preoccupied with my grandmother's funeral and have been sleepless for several consecutive days, which has delayed the updates. I am currently squeezing time to write on my phone, so please remain patient. Once the funeral proceedings are concluded, I will commence double updates. Chapter 69. X. 300. Seizing the moment, Han Zilin did not hesitate upon seeing the fissure in the wall and immediately changed direction. "Senior sister, over here. Let's get behind the wall." As he spoke, Han Zilin took Guchinga to the side of the car, firmly grasped her waist, and lifted her with all his might. "Senior sister, jump." Guchinga was acutely aware of Han Zilin's intentions. With a seamless leap, she utilized the force from behind her to land precisely on the crevice of the wall, taking a swift step to vault behind it. Han Zilin followed closely, supporting himself with one hand on the sedan, nimbly executing a somersault to slip through the narrow opening. Almost as soon as Han Zilin had cleared the wall, the pursuers arrived, accompanied by a cascade of falling debris, as a burly man became ensnared in the wall's fissure. "Junior brother, that person. Turning back, Guchinga finally discerned the gravity of the situation, pointing at the muscular figure, her words tumbling out in confusion. The man was thrashing violently within the crevice, each of his powerful pulls dislodging bricks with alarming ease. Witnessing this, Han Zilin understood that the wall's fissure could not hold for long. It merely served to delay their pursuers momentarily. Without pausing to explain to Guchinga, he seized her hand and urged her onward. "Senior sister, keep running, do not stop." Throughout their flight, Han Zilin maintained his composure, inquiring, "Senior sister, what did the police say when you called earlier?" Guchinga replied, "They only told me to keep the line open." "Keep the line open?" A spark of realization ignited in Han Zilin's mind as he hastily extended his hand. "Hand me your phone." Confused, Guchinga hesitated, prompting Han Zilin to insist, "Quickly, give me your phone." All right. In her fluster, Guchinga retrieved her phone, only to have it snatched away by Han Zilin. He examined it and noted its protective case, deeming it unlikely to sustain damage from a fall. As Guchinga turned to face Han Zilin, she noticed her own bewilderment mirrored in his playful words. "Senior sister, I have some unfortunate news for you. It seems you may need to acquire a new phone. How about a Pineapple 12? Confused, Guchinga wondered why she would need a new phone when her current one was perfectly functional. Just as her mind raced with questions, she saw Han Zilin toss her phone upwards, a mischievous glint in his eye. She quickly looked up, only to watch her phone plummet into a window of the adjacent building's exterior wall. Without missing a beat, Han Zilin seized Guchinga's hand, urging her to run forward. Ahead lay an expansive view of an unfinished, dilapidated skyscraper, encircled by a lengthy wall with a half-open gate at its center. However, instead of continuing past the building, Han Zilin veered left, pulling Guchinga into the shelter of the building's corner. Time was of the essence. Junior brother Guchinga began to speak. But Han Zilin swiftly turned, placing a hand over her mouth. Seeing the panic in her eyes, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be silent. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Guchinga's eyes widened in alarm. Fear gripped her, yet she managed to nod resolutely. Indeed, within a mere 20 seconds, hurried footsteps echoed ominously. Thud, thud, thud. Closer and closer they came, each sound resonating heavily in their hearts. Just as the figure was about to pass the building, the burly man suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. Straining to listen, they could faintly discern the sound of a mobile phone ringing in the air. Suddenly, the burly man turned back without hesitation. He recalled that when he had approached, he had passed through a side door leading into the building. Unbeknownst to him, at the very spot where he halted, less than 5 meters to his left, at the corner of the building, Han Zilin and Guchinga felt their heartbeats surge to an unprecedented level. Sensing the man's departure, Han Zilin exhaled in relief, but without a moment's hesitation. He prepared to flee. Glancing at Guchinga, however, he found her doubled over, gripping her thighs tightly. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Senior sister, can you still run?" They had been sprinting all the way here, as if in a 100-meter dash, reaching their physical limits. Even for martial artists like them, endurance could only last so long. Han Zilin himself felt his thighs ache intensely, a clear sign of lactic acid accumulation. Guchinga lifted her head, gritting her teeth, and nodded. "I can hold on." "Then let us continue," Han Zilin affirmed. At this moment, it was no longer a question of endurance. They had to push through regardless of their limits. With that, Han Zilin grasped Guchinga's hand firmly and pulled her along as they dashed forward. He was oblivious to whether his actions appeared rough. All that occupied his mind was the certainty that if the burly man did not find anyone at the narrow passage, he would undoubtedly turn back immediately. If they did not hasten their escape, they risked being caught at any moment. They needed to leave swiftly, recalling that his vehicle was parked not far away. Thus, the two of them sprinted onward. By the time the burly man burst through the construction site gate and onto the street, all he witnessed was the taillights of a departing car, accompanied by an ungracious gesture extending from the driver's window. In the passenger seat, Guchinga's face still bore the remnants of shock, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Han Zilin. Unable to contain herself, she finally spoke. "Junior brother, that person just now." Before she could complete her sentence, the car came to a sudden halt. Han Zilin leaned forward, opened the passenger door, and his unspoken intent was clear. The unfolding events were not suitable for Guchinga's involvement, as he feared that the burly man might pinpoint his location. Guchinga wanted to speak again, but, under Han Zilin's penetrating gaze, ultimately chose to trust him, saying, "I will wait for you." It was only after witnessing Guchinga board a taxi and depart that Han Zilin retrieved his phone. He opened QQ, located the Su Zheng protocol avatar, and clicked on it. AI machines, more affection for beauties. What is that? He refrained from detailing the incident, believing that the person on the other end might already be aware of what transpired. Su Zheng protocol, 3rd generation Slayer, Model X, 300. Upon reading this, Han Zilin's expression shifted to one of realization. AI machines, more affection for beauties. I thought it was the T-800. Su Zheng protocol, there is a distinction. The Slayer is a semi-mechanical bio-warrior specifically developed by the new human faction to combat the intelligent machine legion, while both are execution machines designed to carry out orders. The Slayer's built-in superalloy mechanical skeleton grants them destructive and defensive capabilities akin to robots. Furthermore, their humanoid brain structure enables enhanced cognitive abilities and subjective judgment, simultaneously mitigating the risk of data intrusion. This revelation caught Han Zilin somewhat off guard. AI machines, more affection for beauties. New humans? Bio-humans? Chapter 70. I shall end his life adoration for machines, greater affection for beauties. Why must I be killed? In truth, when Han Zilin uttered these words, he was already aware of the answer. After all, As a hallmark of the science fiction genre, the Terminator series remained stored on his computer's hard drive. Yet, an inexplicable sensation lingered within him. The narrative of the film was unfolding in his very existence. The Purification Protocol. You are humanity's beacon of hope. Conversely, you signify the demise of the new human faction and the intelligent machine legion. Not only do the bioengineered beings seek your life, but the intelligent machine legion does as well. The X-300 is merely a prelude. Adoration for machines, greater affection for beauties? Hans Zelien felt an influx of questions swirling in his mind. What merits had he possessed to garner such attention from both the bioengineered beings and the intelligent machines? This treatment, to be frank, left him somewhat astonished. The Purification Protocol. Do you still believe you are merely an ordinary individual? Hans Zelien rolled his eyes. Whether he was ordinary or not was uncertain. All he knew was that he was presently inclined to curse. According to the Purification Protocol, it was merely the new human faction dispatching bioengineered warriors to eliminate him. Soon enough, the intelligent machine legion would also send robots to hunt him down. The sheer absurdity of it all was staggering. Adoration for machines, greater affection for beauties. One question, how did they arrive? The Purification Protocol. I arrived the same way they did. So, it was this individual who had lured the enemies here? The Purification Protocol. Do not overthink it. Even if I had not come, they would still have pursued you. This is the formidable presence you bring upon entering my world. In the pursuit of your demise, both the biohumans and the intelligent machinery legion will spare no effort. Humph. Hans Zelien let out a bitter laugh, feeling that this jest had gone a tad too far. Yet, the emergence of the Slayer X-300 compelled him to reconsider his skepticism. The future version of himself had reached such extraordinary heights. Love for machines, and even more for beautiful women. He mused, do not tell me that the world you speak of is merely the future of my own. The Supremacy Accord. Yes and no. It is merely a parallel world that has branched off from different timelines. As for whether the world you currently inhabit will evolve into the likeness of mine, that remains uncertain. Love for machines, and even more for beautiful women, he repeated, so. Parallel worlds have emerged, along with varying timelines. Once again, my worldview has been thoroughly upended. In truth, Hans Zelien possessed an exceptionally clear understanding of himself. He harbored no grand aspirations. The notion of saving the world or humanity had never crossed his mind. At most, he wished to accumulate wealth, marry several beautiful wives, and occasionally indulge in the company of youthful models. His demands were modest, were they not? To pass away at the age of 80, cradled by the arms of a lovely woman, would suffice for a life well lived. Yet now, he was confronted by someone proclaiming that his future was destined for greatness, that he was the hope of humanity, and that he would fight for its very survival. Could he truly shoulder such a monumental responsibility? Was there not the risk of extinguishing humanity's last hope? It seemed as though the individual across from him could effortlessly decipher Hans Zelien's innermost thoughts. Sincere agreement. Do not underestimate yourself. The future you is infinitely more exceptional than you can imagine. It is merely that the present you lacks maturity. Time is required for your gradual growth and transformation. Love machines, and even more, love beauty. Such is indeed a commendation. Sincere agreement. I understand that this may be difficult for you to accept, yet it is inescapable, for this is your destiny, to fight for the survival of humanity. This phrase is your own, and now I return it to you unchanged. Born as a human, one must fight for the survival of humanity. Gazing at the information on his phone screen, Hans Zelien fell into silence. In a moment of daze, he seemed to witness the plight of humanity in Zion, struggling under mechanical oppression. Furthermore, when he beheld rows upon rows of humans, confined in nutrient pods, reduced to mere batteries, a profound anger surged within him. Scenes flashed in his mind, and Hans Zelien's expression shifted incessantly. At last, he picked up his phone once more. Love machines, and even more. Love beauty. Who can predict the future? The pressing matter at hand is to eliminate the threat of the killer. Tell me, what should I do now? Sincere agreement. I cannot assist you with this. It is something you must resolve on your own. However, I can offer a reminder. Every 23 hours and 26 minutes. The killer can lock onto your biological magnetic field for a duration of half an hour. During the remaining time, you are temporarily safe. Upon reading this, Hans Zelien furrowed his brow. So, he could not even hide. Ultimately, the killer would come knocking. Love machines, and even more, love beauty. Is it possible to eliminate him? The rectification protocol. I do not advise you to proceed, as it poses too great a danger. I suggest you don a helmet. I shall transport you to another realm, thereby obscuring your location from him. When you return, fortified and empowered, you may confront him once more. Following closely the rectification protocol, you might also consider seeking assistance from official forces. Utilizing the sanctioned power of this world to eliminate a half-mechanical bioengineered entity should prove relatively straightforward. However, such actions would inadvertently leave the technology of the Slayer X-300 within this realm, thus hastening the advancement of intelligence in this world and potentially yielding catastrophic consequences that no one can predict. The rectification protocol, after all. The humans in my world once believed they could master intelligence. Zealand rolled his eyes. After all this, they still sought to compel him to traverse dimensions. Love machines. More fond of beauties. And then what? Don the helmet and leave the Slayer in this world? The rectification protocol, fear not. The Slayer will not reveal itself easily before it kills you. At most, it will target those around you. Yet, as far as I am aware, you stand alone. Do you not? TCH. Zealand scoffed, realizing they had thoroughly investigated his background. So, they were quite certain of his situation, were they? Wait a moment. A figure suddenly flickered in Zealand's mind, Guchinga. He recalled that when the Slayer learned of Guchinga calling for help, it immediately altered its target for elimination. Could it be? Love machines, more fond of beauties. Does your notion of those around me include Guchinga? The rectification protocol, that depends on the Slayer's judgment. If it perceives a connection to you, it will strike. At this, Zealand halted abruptly. The Suzhing agreement. One need not be fixated on the demise of a single life. Your future will intertwine with the fates of countless others. Moreover, your feelings for her were never genuine. To paraphrase your own words, you were merely lusting after her physique. In regard to the Suzhing agreement, Zealand chose to disregard it. What does it mean to crave Guchinga's form? It is a distortion of truth. His desire was undeniably for those long, powerful legs. He vividly recalled the moment Guchinga assisted him with his ligament, perched atop him. The definition and tautness of her thigh muscles were striking. Despite the pain contorting his face, he resolutely remained silent, merely to prolong her presence upon him. Furthermore, can one not develop feelings while desiring another's body? What logic dictates such a notion? Are not emotions born from desire, love for machines, and an even greater love for beauty? Please provide me with the detailed specifications of the Assassin X-300. The Suzhing agreement. What do you intend to do? I have already advised against confronting the assassin. It is exceedingly perilous. If you wish to rescue that girl, simply ensure her safety. Love for machines. And an even greater love for beauty. Repeat that. Provide me with the most detailed data available on the Assassin X-300. Love for machines. And an even greater love for beauty. I intend to eliminate him. The Assassin X-300, a hybrid of machine and bioengineering, can be described as a biochemical warrior with implanted mechanical skeletons, possessing greater destructive capabilities and enhanced defenses compared to a mere biochemical soldier. Alternatively, he can be viewed as a robot driven by a brain, exhibiting more agile thought processes than a standard robot, adept at adaptation and flexibility. Upon listening closely, the Executioner X-300 appears to embody the advantages of both biochemical warriors and robots. But is this truly the case? The following night, a torrential downpour ensued. Beneath the curtain of rain, the abandoned factory loomed ominously. Accompanied by the splashing sound of water underfoot, a towering figure sprinted through the downpour, undeterred by the muddy path. With each step he took, he left a deep impression in the ground. Every lift of his foot sent a spray of muck into the air. Arriving at the factory, the third-generation Executioner X-300 halted and gazed upward. Before him, the slightly ajar door of the factory seemed to welcome his arrival. According to the pinpointed biological magnetic field, his target was indeed within. It seemed the adversary was somewhat prepared. Yet what of it? The Executioner had never entertained the option of retreat. The execution of orders was his sole purpose for existence. Without further hesitation, he stepped into the factory. The interior was engulfed in darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Did the target believe they could elude his pursuit by shrouding themselves in shadows? Little did they know that each executioner was a master of the night, equipped with electronic eyes that amalgamate human vision, night vision, and thermal imaging. They could adapt to any level of luminosity. Day or night made no difference to them. In fact, the cloak of darkness only enhanced their lethality. As he switched to night vision mode, a voice resonated. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, guest from another realm. As I gazed towards the source of the sound, my night vision revealed a figure adorned with a V-shaped mask. leisurely seated upon a chair in the open space before me. One leg casually crossed over the other, swaying intermittently. The target had emerged. Without hesitation, the killer sprang into action, a gust of wind trailing behind as he swiftly approached the seated individual, extending his hand to firmly grasp the opponent's neck. With a chilling crack, the formidable grip shattered the neck with brutal efficiency. Was that it? The process unfolded so seamlessly that even the killer harbored doubts. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above, laced with palpable anguish. "Damn it, my little ya. I had planned to sell her for 150,000. Startled by the voice, the killer instinctively looked up. At the corner of the factory's second floor, another figure wearing a V-shaped mask leaned against the railing, facing his direction. Something felt amiss. The killer swiftly removed the mask from the lifeless person before him. Indeed, within the green-tinted vision, he beheld an exquisitely delicate female visage, her eyes gleaming with an intensity that revealed intricate details of her face. A doll? Finally, the killer uttered his first words since arriving in this realm. At that moment, another voice emerged, identical to the previous one, but this time emanating from directly ahead, where a figure sat boldly upon the railing in the factory's corridor. "No worries. No worries, a guest is a guest. Little you shall be a gift for you. I have always been warm and hospitable towards visitors. Indeed, hospitality is paramount. Once you arrive, do not depart." A sudden bang resounded, akin to the sound of a door slamming shut. Observing the position of the hanging figure, it became evident that when this individual entered, his feet were barely 2 centimeters from his head. The earlier noise was, in fact, the sound of the door abruptly closing. The killer murmured, "Is it still a puppet?" More sounds emerged from above, oscillating from left to right. This time, however, the noises were sharp, reminiscent of a boy's voice undergoing a change. "We must be enthusiastic. We must be hospitable. We must be enthusiastic. We must be hospitable." As the killer looked up, his heart, cold as it may be, could not help but take a step back. The swaying puppet continued to emit sounds. "We must be enthusiastic. We must be hospitable. We must be enthusiastic. We must be hospitable." From the truss on the ceiling, a V-shaped mask peeked downwards, proclaiming, "Let us welcome the guests." Shortly after, from behind the cabinet on the left, came the words, "With our sincerity." Then, from the window of the control room on the second floor, a fervent tone declared, "Grant him a splendid funeral." The pitch then dropped sharply, as a figure seated atop an abandoned container inquired with curiosity, "Guess how he will meet his demise?" Subsequently, voices erupted from all directions, all resonating with the same tone, a sound the killer was intimately familiar with, as it mirrored the voice of his target. "I believe he will be frightened to death. No. He is a biomechanical entity, utterly devoid of fear. Let us instill a semblance of terror within him. Observe his current state. I can almost perceive his tremors. What do you think of placing him upon the dissection table? It is said that his bones are forged from alloy. A splendid idea. Let us also dissect his brain, for it is rumored that a human brain resides within his metallic cranium. Dissect, dissect, dissect." As the slayer cast his gaze around, he indeed found the entire factory adorned with mannequins. Upon counting, there were more than 20. Little did he know that this spectacle, in his eyes, was nothing more than a charade of phantoms. The slayer, a heartless machine of destruction, would not be intimidated by mere puppets. Unbeknownst to them, once thermal imaging was activated, all would be laid bare. As anticipated, the moment the slayer switched to thermal vision, each mannequin became merely a cold silhouette, save for one seated atop a container. It radiated heat like a furnace, starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. "Found you." With unwavering focus, the slayer initiated his approach, even in the enveloping darkness. He deftly navigated the obstacles in his path. Yet, curiously, the figure atop the container remained utterly still in the face of his swift advance. Was it the obscurity of the night that rendered him invisible? Despite the doubts swirling in his mind, the slayer paid them no heed. He reached the base of the container, grasped its upper edge, and leaped with abandon. As he descended, his landing point was precisely above the intended target. Suspended in the air, the assassin unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the opponent's head. Do you know why he has never carried a weapon from the beginning? One reason is that acquiring one is quite difficult. However, the primary reason is that his body serves as the ultimate weapon. The frail human form could never withstand the force of his blows. Therefore, death, with a resounding bang. It was akin to an irregular balloon suddenly punctured by a needle. When the assassin's fist crashed into the skull of the individual before him, the latter's entire being erupted like a balloon, splattering viscous liquid across the assassin. Simultaneously, an acrid scent permeated the air. Was that gasoline? Being a biomechanical entity, the assassin possessed olfactory senses. Upon detecting the odor, he quickly realized he had been duped. Alas, it was too late for him to react. Beneath his feet, a series of flames ignited, swiftly transforming into a roaring inferno that engulfed him entirely. Alas, a grand barbecue feast. As the humanoid blaze raged on, the factory resonated with jubilant cheers. After all, he was not merely a robot. He was a hybrid of machine and biology, and the muscle tissue on his body was integral to his combat prowess. Allowing his muscular structure to be incinerated would result in significant damage. Yet, the combustive power of the gasoline was excessively potent, and it took a good while for the flames, having rolled over him numerous times, to finally subside. Yet, despite this, his attire had been entirely consumed by flames, and his muscles bore extensive burns. The killer did not even furrow his brow, rising nonchalantly. Pain, an element that could impede one's combat ability, surely could not manifest in a machine of slaughter. At that moment, a mocking voice resonated. "Oh, how unfortunate. You have truly disgraced the image of robots. I believe you should remain stationary and allow the fire to engulf you, then emerge from the flames with your metallic form. That would instill a sense of intimidation. But look at you now, rolling on the ground. I thought such antics were reserved for children squabbling." Upon hearing the voice, the killer lifted his gaze. In thermal imaging mode, a red human-shaped heat source illuminated at the window of the control room's second floor. Switching to night vision, he recognized it as one of the puppets he had seen earlier. Was it the target? It had not shown a signal before. Why now? Was it a trap? The killer could not help but recall the earlier incident. There had been a similar heat source, but when he had dashed atop the container, he had discovered it was a snare, resulting in his entire body being scorched. He would not fall for the same trick twice. Moreover, this puppet had remained completely motionless throughout. If it were a human, it would be impossible to maintain such a posture without movement for an extended period. Just then, the killer suddenly noticed a slight tremor from the figure in the window. Though minimal, in the perspective of thermal imaging, this subtle motion was strikingly apparent. In other words, the heat source before him may not be a mere puppet, but a genuine target. Yet, contemplating the cunning nature of his adversary, the slayer hesitates. Would the opponent so easily reveal themselves? It could very well be a trap. Moreover, the enemy is situated in the control room on the second floor, a considerable height above the ground. Should he concede defeat? Absolutely not. After all, the very purpose of his creation is to execute commands. Even in uncertainty, he must attempt to eliminate the target. Better to err in killing than to let the prey escape. However, he cannot act recklessly. He must navigate the potential traps set by his opponent. This is where the slayer distinguishes himself from a mere machine. The human brain endows him with the capacity for rational thought and judgment, unlike a robot driven solely by chips, which would charge blindly at any visible target. He must be more discerning and deliberate in his actions. What to do? The slayer finds himself lost in contemplation. At that moment, the heat source in the control room emitted a voice. "Let me guess what you were pondering." "Ah," in a tone of deep thought. "It dawns on me. You must be wondering if I am truly human or merely a puppet. Why not come up and see for yourself?" "Oh, I see. You fear I might have set a trap. Well, I'm afraid you won't be coming up. Instead, you may linger below and guess. I certainly won't be descending." Upon hearing this, the slayer's mind sparked with realization. Won't come down. Does he think that, being above, he is beyond reach? With this thought, the slayer swiftly glanced around and spotted a broken rebar not far ahead. Seeing the rebar, he sprang into action, taking 2 long strides forward. Just as he was about to pick up the steel bar, a sudden crack echoed as the floor beneath him could no longer bear his weight and began to collapse. Looking down, he discovered a small recess concealed by a wooden plank. The thick layer of dust had rendered the plank nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding ground. Unfazed by this, the killer bent down to retrieve the steel bar, aiming forcefully at the control room window before hurling it. Whoosh! Empowered by an immense force, the steel bar swiftly traversed the distance, piercing through the puppet and embedding it into the wall behind with unrelenting strength. Instantly, the factory erupted into chaos once more. "Xiaomo, for heaven's sake, could you be a bit gentler? This is my most prized creation, listed online for 270,000 yuan. The anguish in his voice felt as though it were dripping blood. Soon, a cacophony of curses erupted from all directions. He killed Xiaomo. He actually killed Xiaomo. That was worth 270,000 yuan. Though it had never sold, it was undoubtedly worth that price. What should be done? Should he kill him to avenge Xiaomo? Absolutely. And he should also be compelled to compensate. It was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed, plunging the entire factory into a tumultuous uproar. The killer was so engrossed in the chaos that he failed to notice the faint creaking beneath him. Only when an incredibly acrid, corrosive odor wafted through the air did he become alert. He hastily glanced down, lifting his foot, only to discover that his soul had been grotesquely corroded, chunks of flesh falling away to reveal the metallic skeleton beneath. Another trap, perhaps? Upon lifting the wooden plank, one discovers, to one's astonishment, an additional layer of soft membrane, which effectively shields against the noxious fumes emitted by the corrosion. The killer's expression remained unchanged as he simply lifted his foot, stepping out of the groove as if taking a leisurely stroll. However, the sound that accompanied his descent was a metallic clatter, reminiscent of metal striking the ground. It was merely the erosion of the muscle tissue in his foot. For him, it bore little consequence. It was not until this moment that the incessant cacophony of insults finally subsided. When the killer raised his gaze once more, he beheld the surrounding puppets, each one igniting in succession. In less than half a minute, the entire factory was illuminated by sources of heat. Thus, the pressing question emerged. Which one was his intended target? Or perhaps none of them were.